When Yulang opened his eyes, the blue planet had transformed into a waterball graveyard. A modest wooden raft drifted along the currents of nuclear pollution towards uncharted seas, while a lottery system inexplicably provided materials that defied the laws of physics, such as an infinite fishing rod to retrieve a sunken armory, and genetically modified algae to combat the impending food crisis. Even coordinates to Atlantis were unearthed from a drifting bottle. However, when the system prompted that SS-grade rewards require a sacrifice of lifespan, this survival game took a grim turn. Chapter 1. The Sea. The Earth's crust had subsided, and an unprecedented tsunami obliterated the last remnants of land, signaling the apocalypse of the blue planet. Without a Noah's Ark or a savior, humanity faced extinction. Yulang was unaware of how long he had slumbered. The glaring light forced him to furrow his brow as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a cerulean sky before him. Am I dead? He mused, sitting upright and surveying his surroundings. The sight before him was astonishing. Surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, he found himself seated upon a square wooden raft. This rudimentary raft was constructed from 4 1-square-meter planks, each buoyed by several empty plastic bottles. The raft bobbed aimlessly upon the waves, while debris such as wood and leaves occasionally brushed against it, creating a rustling sound. Yulang frowned. I survived? Has the entire blue planet turned into ocean? Ding! Host awakening detected. System activation initiated, an electronic female voice announced. Yulang quickly sought the source of the sound, discovering a black watch on his left wrist. A circular dial projected a translucent interface, reminiscent of a manipulatable high-tech panel. Ding! Biometric binding in progress. The interface scanned Yulang from head to toe like a scanner. Subsequently, he felt a slight sting beneath the dial, akin to a needle prick. In his astonishment, the interface rippled, displaying a 3D holographic projection of Yulang. Ding! Please name your ID node. The ID serves as a personal identifier, consisting of 25 characters. Once confirmed, it cannot be altered. Yulang steadied his mind and declared, Yulang. With a blue planet in ruins, what was there to conceal? I am who I am. Ding! System successfully activated. Equipment, backpack, and construction functionalities unlocked. As Yulang prepared to explore the various functions, a swirl of ethereal blue mist abruptly appeared on the interface. Welcome to the new world. You may refer to me as God. This voice was distinct from the system, peculiar and unidentifiable in gender. Although he had never heard its language before, he found it astonishingly comprehensible. Yulang, you are both unfortunate and fortunate. Congratulations on becoming a new human. Strive to survive in this new world. After 7 days, rewards will be allocated based on your development. Now, you may inquire about any question. Yulang narrowed his eyes, pondering deeply. God? Does the apocalypse of the blue planet concern him? Is this still the blue planet? He had numerous questions swirling in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, what is your purpose in allowing me to develop in this new world? To provide you with an opportunity for survival and development. Survival of the fittest. God promptly responded, of course, you may relinquish this opportunity through death. Response completed. I wish you a pleasant journey and look forward to our next encounter. As the voice faded, the mist vanished, leaving behind a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the sound of the sea and Yulang's breathing. Yulang's expression turned grim. Was this ambiguous answer truly a response? Survival of the fittest? Are there others in this world? He realized he had even more questions. However, in 7 days, he could meet with this god again, perhaps to gain further insights. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your rebirth. You have acquired the lottery system. You may participate in a daily lottery. Do you wish to proceed with the lottery now? Yulang felt a surge of excitement. Could this be his golden opportunity? Yes, he replied immediately. Lottery in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained eye enhancement. At that moment, he felt a warmth in his eyes, clarity enveloping his vision. Gazing into the distance, he could discern numerous details of the scenery. Looking down at the raft beneath him, he was astonished to see a line of text floating above it. Simple wooden raft, 4 square meters. Description: while seemingly rudimentary, it cannot be overturned by waves under the New World's rules. A sanctuary for new humans. Please develop from this foundation. Yulang then turned his gaze toward the nearby sea. New World Sea. Boundless description. The source of life in the New World, unfathomable. Maintain a sense of reverence toward it. Resources and dangers coexist within. Seize the opportunities wisely. It appeared that this truly was not the blue planet. Yulang raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. This talent is quite remarkable. It is perfectly suited for my arrival here. The dangers, vitality, and various information are all laid bare. Checking the watch system, he noted the time. New era, January 1st, 8:11. New era, Yulang murmured. Reflecting on his 22 years of life, he realized he possessed no extraordinary intelligence, no unique talents, and certainly no substantial wealth. He was utterly ordinary. Graduating from university only led to unemployment. Despite his best efforts, he could only secure a low-paying job with grueling hours. Before he could fully embrace the life of a corporate drone, the blue planet abruptly descended into its apocalypse. His family perished in the earthquake, and his girlfriend, seeking the protection of the powerful, callously cast him aside. Ultimately, the entire blue planet was annihilated. As he contemplated this, Yulang let out a self-deprecating chuckle. If the apocalypse had not occurred, his previous life would have merely followed the mundane path of a corporate worker. Since he had been granted a second chance at survival, everything from the past was now inconsequential. Gazing at the vast ocean before him, Yulang's resolve strengthened. I must live well. I shall cling to God's leg, or rather, earn God's rewards. In an unknown realm, several clusters of ethereal blue mist, akin to the god in the system, coalesced. The blue planet has been successfully relocated. Everything is proceeding normally, developing as per the established design. A young star nurturing life, one wonders how great its potential may be. They call themselves humans overall. Their growth rate is quite rapid. Let us observe how they evolve in the New World. In the New World Sea, Yulang discovered himself empty-handed, devoid of any usable items. The immediate priority was to secure fresh water and food. Without addressing the essentials of survival, everything else was futile. In the face of the unknown, he dared not risk drinking the seawater of the New World. Reviewing the construction system, he found categories for food, tools, weapons, and buildings. After perusing the limited products available, he felt reassured. It seemed God was rather benevolent, as the system contained some basic infrastructure that could be crafted with collected resources. Simple freshwater purifier description, capable of converting seawater into fresh water, requires fuel for purification. Manufacturing materials, wood 6, plastic 6, banana leaves 6, rope 6. He had spotted these materials floating sporadically on the sea surface. Initially, he thought they were mere ocean debris, but upon further reflection, it was improbable for a normal ocean to contain such items in such an orderly fashion. This was undoubtedly a rule of survival in the New World. As the raft drifted, these resources occasionally passed by, allowing him to easily collect them. However, this passive approach was too slow and meager. The tool system also offered tools for resource gathering. Simple net description, capable of collecting resources from a distance over the sea, a helpful tool in the early stages. Manufacturing materials, wood 3, rope 5. Without hesitation, Yulang set to work, using his hands as paddles to swiftly gather supplies. Obtained wood 1, obtained banana leaves 2. Chapter 2. Survival. The supplies collected by Yulang automatically entered the system's backpack. Observing the materials floating on the sea might seem straightforward, yet the actual process proved to be quite challenging, as not every type of material was in equal abundance. In pursuit of supplies slightly farther away, he nearly fell into the ocean several times. It took him 20 minutes to gather the necessary materials for the simple fishing net, which he then crafted using the system. The fishing net was essentially a sieve on a long pole, approximately 3 meters in length, allowing him to retrieve resources that were marginally more abundant than those collected at the edge of the raft. By the time Yulang crafted the simple water purifier, nearly an hour had elapsed since his awakening. The weather was clear and warm, a perfect day for a vacation, yet Yulang found himself drenched in sweat, his clothes dampened by splashing waves. With a sigh, he lamented, "Alas, as a former corporate drone, my physical condition is truly abysmal." He examined the water purifier, his enhanced vision revealing information in greater detail than the system's display. He learned that the purifier could produce 50 milliliters of fresh water per hour, but only one could be utilized within a 50 square meter radius. With such low output and quantity restrictions, it could only guarantee survival without thirst under normal conditions. Unless he immediately expanded to 50 square meters, he must not overexert himself, as a significant lack of water would be detrimental. He manufactured a large plastic cup using the system, filled it with seawater from the purifier, and added wood as fuel, only to discover that he lacked an ignition device. Though the system could create a simple flint, He had not encountered any of the required material stones during his extensive collection efforts. The water is right in front of me, yet I cannot drink it. What a test to my endurance. Yu Lang felt utterly at a loss, repeatedly checking the system to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything. Suddenly, the raft rocked violently, causing Yu Lang to stumble precariously close to the edge. He quickly scanned his surroundings and saw a massive shark gnawing at a section of the raft behind him, thrashing its body vigorously, determined to destroy the wooden planks. Yu Lang also perceived the shark's information. Shark, level 1 description, a common threat at sea. Once it bites something, it won't let go. However, it is not invincible if you muster the courage to confront it. His heart raced. This was his first encounter with a shark at such close proximity. Though anxiety coursed through him, the thought of the shark demolishing his raft was unacceptable. He hastily crafted a wooden spear from the extra wood he had gathered and thrust it fiercely towards the shark's eye. Despite his efforts, the shark continued its relentless assault, seemingly impervious to pain. After a flurry of thrusts, it finally released its grip, retreating with wounds. Yu Lang exhaled deeply, his hand still trembling around the spear. Yet the shark did not swim far. It circled the raft, seeking its next opportunity to attack. Yu Lang furrowed his brow, realizing that this shark was designed to challenge newcomers. Indeed, survival was rarely smooth sailing. Observing the damaged raft, he felt a pang of regret. Base raft durability 50100 description. The foundation of the raft, now damaged. It can be recycled or repaired directly. Given its current state, immediate repairs are recommended. The system could not perform remote repairs when using the building function. A small hammer would materialize from his wristwatch. To his astonishment, he could physically grasp this hammer. Yu Lang crouched down and began to hammer at the damaged base raft. With a chime, the corresponding resources were automatically deducted from his backpack, and the raft was instantly restored to its original condition. The hammer disappeared upon completion of the repairs. Yu Lang marveled at the wonder of the operation. He glanced at the water purifier resting on the raft and suddenly harbored an unsettling suspicion. If the shark were to bite through the section of the raft containing the purifier, it would plummet into the sea, resulting in a tremendous loss. He noted that the building system allowed not only for the repair of the base raft, but also for the construction of stairs, pillars, and floors. This indicated that he could build a second level for the raft, providing a safer storage area for all his supplies. However, with his dwindling materials, Yu Lang furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to devise a strategy to acquire resources swiftly. As he diligently cast his net to gather resources from the sea, he suddenly spotted a round object floating not far away. Wooden barrel description, a resource barrel floating on the sea in the New World, containing a wealth of supplies. With limited reach for his net, and the barrel positioned directly to the right of the moving raft, Yu Lang had no choice but to craft a paddle and row vigorously towards it. Upon obtaining the barrel and opening it, he discovered its contents: 3 pieces of wood, 3 ropes for banana leaves, 2 stones for iron nails, 2 meat worms, and 2 potatoes. Joy surged within Yu Lang. This bounty was astonishingly rich. It appeared there were hidden resources within these barrels, in addition to those floating on the ocean surface. Furthermore, the barrels could be recycled through the system, yielding an additional 5 pieces of wood. From now on, he resolved never to overlook a wooden barrel. He crafted a flint, ignited the wood, and set the water purifier into motion, patiently awaiting the production of fresh water. With the water issue addressed, he turned his attention to food. He currently possessed 2 potatoes, but they needed to be cooked, or else he risked vomiting and diarrhea. In this vast ocean, devoid of medicine and with fresh water scarce, such a fate would surely lead to disaster. Regarding food, the system could create a simple fishing rod and a simple barbecue grill. With his current resources, he could craft several fishing rods. However, constructing the grill required metal scraps, which he had yet to find in the barrels he had opened. For now, he was not hungry, so he decided to fish while continuing to gather resources and observe the situation. Using the meat worms he had previously acquired as bait, he hesitated to eat them raw despite their substantial size and rich protein content. The worms proved effective as bait, and soon he had caught a 3 to 4 pound sea fish. He placed it in the barrel to keep it alive, knowing that if he became too hungry and could not create a grill, he might have to resort to consuming raw fish. During this time, the shark attempted to attack several times, but was repelled before it could destroy the base raft. Yu Lang had expanded his raft to a size of 33, and with resources still limited, he was reluctant to enlarge it further. Continuing to expand would mean he could not pay attention to the resources on either side of the raft. Moreover, he wanted to gather enough materials to construct a second level. Building the second level would require not only wood, but also a significant number of iron nails. Currently, he had enough nails for only 2 pillars. Yulang sighed. The beginning is always the hardest. If survival were this easy, it wouldn't be called survival. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of something in the distance, igniting a spark of hope in his eyes. What is that? Approximately 200 meters away on the ocean surface lay a particularly large object, resembling a small raft. However, it was beyond the range of his information-gathering ability, leaving him unable to ascertain its details. Yet, Yulang had a premonition that it was something remarkable. Without hesitation, he settled at the edge of the raft and rowed vigorously towards the mysterious object. It too floated with the currents of the sea. Yulang broke 3 paddles before reaching its vicinity. The tools created by the system had a durability rating each used diminished their lifespan. When durability reached 0, the tool would disintegrate into fragments. Yulang could now clearly discern the object's form. It was a small bamboo raft, adorned with banana leaves and wood to create shelter. Beneath the shelter lay a rectangular iron box. Yulang observed its information. Resource box description. Contains a wealth of resources with a chance to yield rare items. Encountering it is a stroke of luck. Seize the opportunity. Could it contain the metal scraps he so desperately needed? Wait, that is a shark. Chapter 3. The shark's prey. Yulang discovered 2 sharks swimming around the supply box, along with the one that had been following him. There were 3 sharks in the vicinity. He was uncertain of the attack strategy employed by the shark guarding the supply box. However, Yulang was certain that to obtain the supply box, he must pay a price. He narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Retreating without trying was absolutely not his character. With a plan in mind, he crafted 5 wooden spears and 3 paddles. He then paddled slowly toward the supply box, attempting not to attract the shark's attention prematurely. Yet, once within 10 meters of the bamboo raft, the 2 sharks surged toward him as if summoned. Snap! Snap! Each shark bit down on the base of the raft, causing it to sway precariously as Yulang struggled to maintain his balance. The water purifier was already placed in the center of the raft, so even if the edges were compromised, it would not be affected. Yulang disregarded the sharks and paddled with all his might toward the supply box. As the sharks clamped onto the raft, Yulang exerted every ounce of strength, but he could only advance a short distance. In merely 2 minutes, the edges of the raft had been destroyed, causing the 2 sharks to submerge into the depths. The raft was freed, propelling swiftly toward the supply box. With a swift motion, as he approached within 3 meters of the box, the 2 sharks circled the raft and chose to attack Yulang instead. Quick-witted, he rolled to the side just in time. The sharks missed, turning their attention to the section of the raft where he had previously been. Seizing the opportunity, Yulang utilized the system to repair the raft, completing the task in an instant, and continued paddling vigorously toward the supply box. Bang! The 2 rafts collided. Yulang could not reach the supply box. Determined, he brandished a spear, leaped onto the bamboo raft, and reached out to touch the supply box. He retrieved it successfully into his system backpack. This sequence of actions took mere seconds, but when Yulang glanced back, he found himself over a meter away from the raft. The bamboo raft began to sink rapidly after losing the supply box. Gritting his teeth, he took a couple of running steps, used the raft for support, and leaped toward his own raft. Splash! Unfortunately, Yulang did not land on his raft but instead fell into the sea beside it. The 2 sharks were still gnawing at the base of the raft, but the one that had been trailing him rushed toward him. Yulang grasped the edge of the raft with one hand while wielding the spear in the other, aiming directly at the approaching shark's eye for a fierce thrust. With enhanced vision, his accuracy had improved significantly, allowing him to strike true with each attempt. The shark, in pain, swam away. However, after a few meters, it circled back to attack Yulang again. Climbing onto the raft was challenging in the water, and he saw the shark returning. Again, he struck, and the shark retreated once more. After several exchanges, Yulang discerned the shark's attack pattern. Although he could fend off this one shark, he had to be wary of the other 2. As the 2 sharks swiftly dismantled the base of the raft, they submerged and then charged at Yulang. In a moment of desperation, he summoned all his strength and managed to climb onto the raft. Perhaps this was the power of survival, unleashing Yulang's hidden potential. The 3 sharks missed their target. Seeing the injured shark, he retaliated with a decisive blow. Thud! To his astonishment, the shark became motionless, floating on the surface, blood spreading from beneath it. Was it dead? Yulang, just having evaded death, was momentarily stunned. This particular shark had endured numerous strikes from him, and the last blow had been the fatal one. Shark, level 1, deceased, description. You have triumphed over this formidable foe. and the rewards are bountiful. You may collect, process, or recycle through the system. As the other sharks approached to feast upon the carcass, Yulang swiftly touched the shark's body, claiming it for his system backpack. Paddle in hand, he quickly fled the perilous area. Once he had escaped this zone, the two sharks ceased their pursuit. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Yulang collapsed onto the battered raft. After the harrowing tension, a wave of relief and joy washed over him. Ha ha ha. Yulang laughed heartily, never imagining he could conquer 3 sharks. This was truly a battle for survival. In times past, he could have boasted about it for a lifetime. However, the reality of drifting alone on the vast ocean brought a pang of melancholy. After resting adequately, he repaired the raft and examined his spoils. Opening the supply box yielded 10 metal scraps, 20 iron ingots, and 1 simple barbecue grill. While the supplies were not abundant, the quantity was substantial, including the urgently needed grill. Additionally, he had uncovered metal scraps he had never encountered before. 1 iron ingot could be exchanged for 10 iron nails through the system, equating to a total of 200 nails from this haul. Such a quantity was more than sufficient for constructing a second level. The value of this bounty significantly outweighed the losses incurred. Ding! Recycling the supply box granted him an additional 2 iron ingots. He placed the barbecue grill next to the water purifier, utilized the system to craft a small knife, and prepared the fish he had caught earlier. The grill was too small to accommodate more than 2 fish weighing 1 to 2 pounds each. Adding wood, he ignited the fire and began grilling. Crackle! As the wood ignited, the aroma of the fish wafted through the air. Yulang's throat betrayed him with a swallow, and his stomach audibly protested. After all that transpired, he was both hungry and thirsty. As soon as the fish was cooked, he devoured it ravenously. This fish was incredibly tender. It surpassed any fish he had ever tasted on Blue Star. Sipping fresh water and enjoying the fish on the drifting raft, he reveled in the azure sky and the cerulean sea, scenery he had not encountered in years. It was utterly delightful. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he collected several barrels, reclaiming the materials lost to the shark's destruction of the raft. With food and drink facilities established, the only thing left to develop was the research station. Research station, description, an essential facility for survival. It can analyze any item, providing more information or unlocking base materials and components. By placing materials within, one can research and produce blueprints for manufactured goods, but only the correct materials will yield successful results. This is a critical facility that may unlock components and blueprints, as advanced tools may only be crafted with these blueprints. Currently, fresh water remained a scarce resource. After working tirelessly, he was still in a state of mild thirst. If he could acquire a high-grade water purifier and advanced cooking tools, that would signify true living. For now, it was mere survival, with water and food serving only to stave off hunger. Unbeknownst to Yulang, in this new world, other newcomers existed. Many observed their surroundings with panic, cursing, and weeping helplessly. More lacked any survival instinct, merely scavenging nearby resources, shrinking in fear at the sight of sharks. After only a few hours of awakening, many could not even manage to catch fish, let alone entertain the luxury of constructing a second level. In the face of the arduous struggle for survival, the dread of the sea, and the profound loneliness of solitude, many have succumbed to a sense of hopelessness regarding the future. Chapter 4. Resource Collecting Intelligent Robot Before Darkness Descended. Yulang extracted the shark carcass from his system backpack, with the ensuing task being the dissection of the shark meat. It was uncertain what could be retrieved from the system if the shark were to be recycled. If the outcome were merely commonplace materials like wood and rope, it would be far more prudent to personally break down some shark meat for reserves, especially given the current scarcity of food. The shark measured approximately 2 meters in length, prompting Yulang to craft a stone axe to complement his knife. As he eviscerated the shark, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, nearly provoking nausea. Was the shark truly this foul? Doubts lingered regarding the edibility of the flesh, yet for the moment, as long as it proved non-toxic, it was wise to store it for future contingencies. After the shark's death, another one quickly materialized, continuing to trail Yulang's raft. Disposing of the shark remnants into the sea, a new shark promptly surged forth to devour them. Witnessing this spectacle, Yulang's eyes sparkled with inspiration. A shark bait could be fashioned. Should he need to venture into the water, he could first toss out some shark bait, allowing him to act, while significantly mitigating risk. Without hesitation, he proceeded to carve quality shark meat for consumption. The bones and unusable scraps were carefully wrapped in banana leaves and bound with rope. Since this was not a product of the system, it occupied a space in his backpack, resulting in the creation of only 8 shark baits. The remaining scraps were set aside for conventional fish bait, while the rest were subjected to system recycling. As Yulang anticipated, the recycled resources yielded only common materials, from which he chose 15 pieces of wood. By the time he completed his tasks, the sun had already set. He grilled a portion of shark meat, but the lingering odor remained offensive, the texture coarse, akin to chewing sand, filling his mouth with an overwhelming taste. Spitting it out in disgust, Yulang, who had previously enjoyed stinky tofu and century eggs, found the shark meat utterly unacceptable. It appeared that the laborious effort to dissect the shark meat would ultimately lead to its recycling within the system. Nevertheless, he decided to set it aside for future contingencies. Reflecting his cautious nature, after rinsing his mouth, he roasted another fish to satisfy his hunger. As the night sky twinkled with stars and the weak moonlight illuminated the surroundings, Yulang, with enhanced vision, could still discern details in the dim light. Sharks would not cease their attacks due to darkness. He calculated that they would assault the raft every 30 to 60 minutes, persisting until the raft was destroyed unless repelled. Thus, whenever a shark approached, Yulang had to rise to fend it off. On this first night in the new world, sleep eluded him. Lying on the second floor's wooden floor, swaying with the raft, he pondered many thoughts. After a day of trials, he gradually became acquainted with the survival rules of this new realm, and things seemed to be progressing well. Why did the divine force orchestrate such a scenario? Was it merely to provide a chance for survival? His mind was rife with questions, yet he sensed the divine would not provide clear answers. Past midnight, a sudden voice from the system broke his contemplation. Detection indicates the host is awake. Would you like to participate in a lottery? Yes, Yulang responded immediately. Conducting lottery. Congratulations. The host has received one resource-collecting intelligent robot. Yulang felt a sudden addition to his system backpack. Elated, he realized he had been concerned about the laborious task of resource collection, which was exceedingly slow and taxing. It felt like a timely gift. He placed the robot at the rear of the raft. In the center of the stern, a small operational console with a screen had appeared, alongside a small iron boat equipped with propellers, anchored in the water. On this boat was a robot with 8 mechanical arms. Unnamed resource-collecting intelligent robot owner. Yulang maximum speed, 20 kilometers H resource detection range, 500 meters resource capacity, 500 pounds. Please provide a name for me, the robot spoke. Yulang pondered briefly and replied, Xiaoba, due to its 8 arms. The name was successfully registered, and Xiaoba would prove to be Yulang's most formidable assistant. Please designate the priority for resource collection, the robot inquired. Without hesitation, Yulang replied, prioritize supply crates, wooden barrels, and wood. Notify me immediately upon encountering any unfamiliar resources. Instructions received. Xiaoba will commence work immediately, and the master may modify directives at any time. Following this, the operational console extended 2 iron nets, approximately 5 meters long, to either side of the raft. As the raft drifted on the sea, resources would be intercepted by the nets. Xiaoba would maneuver the small boat along the nets, collecting resources into its vessel. Once a resource was spotted in the distance, Xiaoba would autonomously depart, returning after collection. Given that the raft lacked propulsion, its movement relied entirely on the waves, making progress slow. Xiaoba utilized its own energy and positioning system to navigate freely, ensuring it would not get lost. Resources collected within the small boat would not be received by the system. Yulang would need to personally gather them from the small iron boat. Observing the swift accumulation of resources, Yulang felt immense satisfaction. With sufficient resources, he could expand the raft without restraint. By midday, Yulang had enlarged the first layer of the raft to 4 by 6 meters, constructing a second layer of 4 by 4 meters. The bow of the first layer had a 2 by 4 meter area left uncovered, where he placed a wooden ladder leading to the second layer, providing a broader view. The tall wooden pillars stood only 2 meters high, making it slightly oppressive for Yulang, who stood at nearly 1.8 meters. Around the edges of both layers, ropes were strung as a railing to prevent accidental falls. A research station had also been constructed in a corner of the second layer, where he proceeded to analyze all surplus resources acquired thus far. The iron ingots yielded hinges, allowing him to convert 1 ingot into 3 hinges through the system. Most other analyses returned the result. This item has been recorded in the system and cannot be analyzed again. However, the research section proved fruitful. Identical materials could yield different items, and varying quantities or combinations with other resources could lead to the discovery of new items. Once research was unlocked, the system would record it as a template, enabling the crafting of the item with the required materials in the future, along with blueprints for those items. However, blueprints were one-time use only and would disappear after utilization. The corresponding materials noted on the blueprint were necessary for crafting the item, as research and manufacturing required different resources. Repeated or failed research would consume the materials submitted for analysis. Furthermore, the more materials added, the longer the research time would take. The myriad combinations of materials resembled the selection process for lottery numbers, providing a delightful diversion to pass the time. Were others to learn of this, they might accuse Yu Lang of squandering resources, claiming their supplies were barely sufficient for survival, leaving no excess for research. Yet with Xiaoba's assistance, he only needed to collect resources occasionally to amass a considerable stockpile. Naturally, he had no reason to worry about resource waste. Today, Xiaoba also discovered a supply crate. The sharks posed no threat to it, allowing for effortless acquisition of the crate. Chapter 5. The study of rudimentary resources proved relatively straightforward. But as the formulas grew more intricate, a considerable expenditure of resources was required to unlock each one. After delving into research until the afternoon, the fruits of his labor were plentiful. He successfully acquired wooden utensils, a metal axe, a medium storage chest, wooden walls, a wooden roof, wooden stairs, and more. If others were to learn of his achievements, envy would surely cloud their hearts. The scarcity of ordinary resources was one matter. The rarity of iron ingots was quite another. They were far less fortunate than Yu Lang, who had stumbled upon 20 in a single instance. Many items required iron ingots for their creation. Ding. Master, unknown resources detected. The voice of Xiaoba jolted Yu Lang from his fixation on the blueprints. Unknown resources? His anticipation surged. Approaching Xiaoba, he was directed to a location, 3 o'clock direction, 479 meters away, large quantities of unknown resources. Yu Lang gazed toward the indicated spot, where a veil of mist obscured his view, revealing only a massive dark silhouette. Fortunately, with Xiaoba's detection capabilities, he had been able to notice it. So grand. Could it be a supply crate? With the raft expanded, if he relied solely on his own strength to paddle, the journey would be painfully slow. Yu Lang secured Xiaoba to the raft with a rope, using it to navigate toward the unknown resources. As Xiaoba could only pursue resource targets, it was impossible to direct it to an undiscovered location. Excellent work, Xiaoba. Yu Lang praised leisurely as he observed the raft gliding swiftly forward. It is my honor to serve you, master, Xiaoba replied mechanically. Soon, Yu Lang began to discern what the unknown resource truly was. It turned out to be a diminutive island. Adorned with flowers, trees, and butterflies, it vibrated with life. Yu Lang felt a rush of excitement. After nearly 2 days of gazing at boundless ocean, he finally beheld land. Albeit small, it was still land. As he drew within 10 meters of the isle, the waters shallowed, revealing a crystal-clear seabed teeming with aquatic plants and many unfamiliar resources. He had Xiaoba circle the island to survey its basic conditions. This micro-island spanned only about 50 square meters, with its highest point reaching approximately 3 meters. Most of its surface was covered in wild grass, interspersed with some fruit and a few sizable trees. Yu Lang's gaze fell upon a large watermelon hidden among the foliage, causing his mouth to water. Watermelon quality: 100-100, optimal phase, description: quenching thirst and providing sustenance. Its refreshing flavor is essential for beating the heat. He maneuvered the raft closer to the shore, allowing Xiaoba to stabilize it against drifting away. Stepping onto solid ground brought a momentary dizziness from the prolonged sway of the raft. Like a child, he bounced in place, savoring the firmness beneath his feet. Though only 2 days had passed, it felt as if he had been away from Blue Star for an eternity. The resources on this tiny island were limited, and before long, Yu Lang had gathered everything that was marked as valuable. His haul included 3 watermelons and a long bunch of bananas. He felled all the trees, harvested a substantial bundle of wild grass, and filled 2 barrels with soil. Thankfully, he had just crafted a metal axe. Otherwise, with only a stone axe, he couldn't imagine how long it would have taken to procure these resources. Returning to the raft, he examined the underwater resources, gathering information on what lay beneath. Seaweed, scallops, metal fragments, stones, and marine fish were among the discoveries. To his astonishment, the waters surrounding this tiny island were rich with rare materials. Xiaoba, can you collect these underwater resources? He inquired. Yes, master, I can collect them, but I am unable to retrieve living creatures or buried items, Xiaoba replied. After some contemplation, Yu Lang decided to investigate further himself. He cast a shark bait into the distant waters, and within moments, a shark lunged at it. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Lang took a deep breath and plunged into the shallow waters of the island. His enhanced vision allowed him to open his eyes underwater and see clearly. The shallow seas were brightly lit, revealing an unobstructed view of the underwater world. Since Xiaoba could not collect living creatures, Yu Lang focused on gathering scallops. To his surprise, he spotted a supply crate nestled within the crevices of the rocks, surrounded by a massive seaweed. Without the information display, it would have been nearly impossible to spot. Although Xiaoba could collect this crate, Yu Lang decided to retrieve it himself for convenience. Back on the raft, he opened the supply crate and discovered wood X3, iron ingot X1, potato soup recipe X1, wooden bed blueprint X1. A recipe, a blueprint. Yu Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a delightful surprise. Potato soup recipe description: automatically recorded into the system's recipe book upon use. Simply follow this formula to prepare the dish, which will yield special effects upon consumption. Without hesitation, Yulang utilized the recipe. And a new category appeared in the system's food section. Potato soup, ingredients, potatoes x10, freshwater 500 milliliters cooking tool, stewing pot cooking time, 20 minutes effect, produces 3 bowls, each increasing satiety and making it harder for the consumer to feel hungry. For those in the early stages, struggling with food scarcity, this was an invaluable asset. Though the requirement for a stewing pot meant few would likely obtain it early on, Yulang realized that this recipe could significantly impact future developments. Perhaps he could transform into a small superhero through this type of nourishment. Indeed, Yulang possessed remarkable foresight, as the food produced according to this recipe would bring about monumental changes for humanity. He then examined the other blueprint. Wooden bed blueprint, description. A single bed that offers slightly more comfort than a plain wooden board, alleviating some fatigue. Materials. Hay X10, wood X20. Hay. Yulang recalled the lush wild grass covering the island. He had already harvested a substantial bundle, knowing its potential. Wild grass description, lush and clean. It serves as a resource but cannot be reclaimed. He wondered if it could be transformed into hay upon analysis. A bed would surely be preferable to the hard wooden floor, and it would help relieve fatigue. However, he resolved to study these matters further later. Exploration of the coastline still awaited. At that moment, the shark had devoured the bait and was now approaching him. Yulang tossed another bait into the sea surface. Taking a deep breath, he submerged again, this time aiming for deeper waters. The shoreline was short, dropping off into a steep cliff after just 10 meters, resembling a precipice in the ocean. Beyond lay the unfathomable depths of the sea. Peering down the cliff, he saw the deep ocean resembling an abyssal maw, threatening to swallow him whole. The terror of the deep sea was not a burden that many could bear. Yet, to his delight, he spotted glimmers of metallic sheen scattered along the cliff face. Metal or description, a rare mineral containing various metallic components. This mineral was unlike anything he had encountered before, and he was determined to extract it. Gulp. His breath was running out, and he quickly swam toward the surface. Just then, the shark, having finished the bait, was swimming toward him. Yulang threw out a piece of bait, but the shark paid it no mind, closing in on him with alarming speed. Chapter 6. Robot upgrade and resource extraction from the sea. Yulang prepared his stance, spear in hand, calculating the distance before delivering a decisive strike to the shark. With a sharp sound, the shark, upon receiving the blow, turned and swam away, granting Yulang the opportunity to swiftly ascend to the ocean's surface. Continuing to linger would risk drowning, should he escape the shark's jaws. With one more strike against the shark, he finally emerged from the water, gasping for breath. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had swum quite a distance, reaching the opposite side of the small island. He had to manage both the shark and his journey to the island simultaneously. Fortunately, the shark followed a predictable attack pattern, as long as he maintained the right distance. He was entirely safe. Yulang had become adept at countering the shark's assaults, fear no longer a factor. Safely back on the raft, he inquired of Xiaoba. "Can you mine?" "I apologize, master, but Xiaoba currently lacks that capability." Yulang felt a pang of disappointment. The sun was setting, and he decided to postpone mining until the next day. He anchored the raft with a wooden stake and instructed Xiaoba to gather all resources available on the island. The starry sky was magnificent that night, illuminated by a bright moon. Yulang lit a bonfire on the island, drying his wet clothes. After swimming for so long, he lamented the lack of fresh water for a proper bath. He felt like salted meat, his skin crusted with salt. Although his supply of sea fish was dwindling, he had harvested plenty of scallops to roast. A sprinkle of garlic and noodles would have made it perfect, as Yulang enjoyed watermelon and roasted scallops. He watched Xiaoba bustling about on the water, while the two-tiered raft bobbed in the waves nearby. This marked the second night in the new world, and it seemed to be going quite well. At midnight on January 3rd, the system's voice resonated in Yulang's mind. Host detected in a state of wakefulness. "Would you like to proceed with the lottery?" "Yes." "Drawing. Congratulations, you have received one resource collection robot upgrade card." Yulang's eyes lit up. Did this mean Xiaoba could now collect living organisms and mine? If so, his concerns for survival would be alleviated. He summoned Xiaoba back to the rear of the raft and applied the upgrade card. Resource collection robot upgraded to level 2. Subsea and mining functions activated. "Remarkable," Yulang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. While the ability to collect living organisms was not yet available, the capacity to extract resources from the deep sea was even more impressive. Xiaoba's appearance had transformed drastically. It now resembled a colossal, high-tech iron sphere, equipped with mechanical arms that could morph into drill bits, picks, hammers, and more. A large conduit extended from its head, which featured a suction cup for extracting mined resources. Its propulsion was pump-driven, allowing it to submerge, ascend, and maneuver swiftly in all directions. The information display had also changed. Xiaoba, Resource Collection Robot, Level 2. Master, Yulang. Maximum speed, 40 km/h. Maximum depth, 500 meters. Can detect resources within a kilometer. Resource capacity, 1 ton. Xiaoba. Begin mining the nearby minerals and then gather all surrounding resources. Yulang was eager to witness Xiaoba's newfound capabilities. Instructions received. Xiaoba will commence operations immediately. Master may alter commands at any time. With that, Xiaoba's radar scanned the area, quickly locking onto a target before descending toward its destination. A white line appeared on the ocean's surface before vanishing. Impressive, Yulang marveled. Around 8 a.m. Xiaoba collected not only seabed minerals but also all resources within a kilometer radius. Apart from those found underwater near the island, other areas were deep sea, where only floating surface resources could be gathered. Yulang emptied his system backpack, using it entirely for resource storage. Resources recognized by the system could stack up to 100 per group. However, due to the variety of resources, they occupied considerable space. With the backpack nearly full, he crafted several medium-sized storage boxes, each capable of holding 30 identical items, storing watermelons, bananas, and tools he didn't need at the moment. Items with freshness would still decay within the backpack or storage boxes, though the system backpack slowed the process. In addition to previously encountered resources, he also acquired 31 metal ores, 47 iron ores, and 29 copper ores. These ores required a furnace for smelting, but Yulang had yet to research one. He decided to set aside the matter of ores for now, focusing instead on analyzing all new resources to see if he could create new material components. He also aimed to research blueprints for the furnace. With all resources on the island collected, he found no signs of respawn. Nonetheless, Yulang was not ready to depart. The waters were teeming with fish, and he needed to catch more. On the third day in this new world, Yulang's activities revolved around basic survival, battling sharks, fishing, and analyzing resources. He had slain 3 sharks. The first was utilized, while the other 2 were converted to wood by the system. After all, processing sharks was both laborious and unpleasant, and he had ample shark bait for now. Time flew by. By the time Yulang had caught 5 buckets of fish, darkness enveloped the sky. He also analyzed all new materials, leading to further breakdown of the newly acquired components. The wild grass he had previously gathered had yielded dried grass, and now he possessed a single bed. It was, however, quite rudimentary, consisting only of a straw mattress, with no covering. To ensure the wild grass remained useful in the future, he ventured back to the island, harvesting all the taller grass and uprooting some to plant in wooden barrels. However, the island was small, and there was not much grass to be had. After a time of chopping trees and cutting grass, his hands bore small blisters. He decided to avoid heavy labor for the time being. A single blister could be detrimental to his well-being, so caution was prudent. Checking the quantity of new material components in the system on his wrist, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, he just needed to research how to manufacture items. He hoped for a surprise from the lottery the following day. At midnight on January 4th, the anticipated system voice resonated in Yulang's mind. Host detected in a state of wakefulness. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Yes. Drawing. Congratulations, you have received Eye Enhancement Upgrade. Eye Enhancement upgraded to Level 2. Gain detailed information and photographic memory. Yulang was astonished that his eyesight could be further enhanced. He felt that the darkness around him was now clearer, and things he had seen left a profound imprint in his memory. He glanced at the raft. Small raft. Base area 24 square meters. Description: despite its 2-tier design, it remains a raft. Facilities are simple, yet convenient and secure. Under the rules of the New World, it cannot be overturned by waves. A sanctuary for the new humans. Please develop upon this foundation. Source: constructed by Yulang. Function: this is the foundation of survival for new humans in the New World. Chapter 7. Eye Enhancement, Super Intelligent Furnace. Upon delving into the details, it became apparent that the information regarding the origins and functions had been expanded. He retrieved a piece of iron ingot for examination. Iron ingot description: an essential for development in the New World, with a high yield. Source: smelted from iron ore with a significant likelihood of acquisition from metal ores, and a chance to recover metallic items. Function: can be utilized directly by the system in blueprints. Analysis yields hinges and iron reinforcements. Research can produce iron ingot 1. And other materials can yield metal axes and metal spears. Iron ingot 2 can yield iron shovels and iron picks. The information was too lengthy and had been condensed, allowing for selective display. Upon observing the extensive array of crafted items, Yulang was somewhat taken aback. The sheer number of products that could be fashioned from iron ingots was astonishing. Although the specifics of the other materials were not clarified, At least he had a foundational understanding now. Furthermore, he had just realized that he could continue to analyze other components. Since Yulang only utilized one item for resource analysis each time, regardless of success, the resource would be consumed. Thus, after he successfully analyzed a hinge, subsequent attempts indicated, this item has been recorded in the system and cannot be analyzed again. He assumed that the process had concluded, unaware that there were still additional components left to analyze. Even though he received a resource box daily, he currently possessed only 13 iron ingots, the remainder being unrefined iron ore. To validate his hypothesis, Yulang gritted his teeth and extracted 2 iron ingots for analysis. Analysis successful, gained iron reinforcement. A new module, Defense, appeared within the construction section of the system, featuring the iron reinforcement. Iron reinforcement, description, reinforces certain items or structures with iron, enhancing their sturdiness. Manufacturing materials, iron ingot 1 per square meter. It was indeed true. The corners of Yulang's mouth twitched. In this case, he would not only need to research templates but would also require substantial resources for analysis. For the first time, he truly felt impoverished. Moreover, after obtaining iron reinforcement, he aimed to fortify the entire raft. If a shark were to bite, it would at least withstand a few more attempts, as enduring a night of incessantly battling sharks left him utterly exhausted. However, the iron ingots he had were insufficient to reinforce the entire raft, and expanding the wooden raft also demanded a considerable amount of iron ingots. The urgency to craft a furnace was palpable, yet he was unaware of the recipe and thus could not create one. Yulang felt a wave of frustration. Finally, he endured until dawn. At this moment, Yulang stood on the second level, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazing into the distance. The small island had lost its value. It was time to set sail, hoping that the next island would yield furnace blueprints or completed products. Yulang stowed the fixed ropes, pushed off with the oars, and departed from the shore, navigating into the vast ocean. As the island receded into the distance, gradually disappearing from view, a sense of melancholy washed over Yulang. One could only wonder how long it would be before encountering another island, to once again experience the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. As for why he did not remain on the island to develop, it was because the resources there would not respawn, and most items constructed by the system could not be placed on the island. Progressing at sea was the true rule of this world. On the 4th day in the New World, Xiaoba prioritized finding islands, while continuing to gather resources in the same order. Yulang, to tend to the blisters on his hands, refrained from fishing unless necessary to fend off sharks. He decided to experiment with the new materials to research templates. Now that he understood blueprints could be unlocked, he felt less urgency regarding research templates. Aside from wood, a common surface resource, other resources were quite precious and needed to be conserved. Nevertheless, he utilized hay and other readily available materials to develop straw mats, raincoats, and hats. These items would have seemed rather trivial in the previous world. Success brought forth the unlocking of new items, though he did not intend to create them. However, he pondered a question. All these were meant for rainy days. The ocean would not always boast such favorable weather. Observing the open space above him on the second level, which had yet to be roofed, he resolved to wait until he had sufficient iron ingots before proceeding with construction. Thus, the 4th day concluded in a rather mundane fashion. Shortly after noon, as the system was still delivering its message, Yulang eagerly responded, yes. He had been waiting far too long. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 super intelligent furnace. Upon hearing this, Yulang leaped from the floor in excitement. Finally, it had arrived. Oh, lottery gods, how he adored them. Yet, this furnace was quite large. Too expansive for the second level and too cramped for the first. When daylight broke, Yulang dismantled the rope barriers on the first level and expanded it to 6/8. He had no surplus iron ingots to enlarge the second level for the time being. For safety's sake, he positioned the furnace in the center of the raft. The furnace exuded a sense of advanced technology. By placing the items to be smelted in its inventory and adding fuel, it would operate automatically, depositing the finished products into its output section. Super Intelligent Furnace Footprint, 2-3 Description, a super furnace with intelligent control. Though it possesses self-sustaining energy, it still requires some fuel to initiate. Capable of smelting all items with a 100 success rate, though not every item is suitable for smelting. It automatically adjusts heat and time based on the item. Options for single item smelting and mixed smelting are available, with the ability to pause or resume at will. Yulang examined the fuel requirements closely. It accepted various fuels, with wood being one of them. However, the consumption rate of wood was particularly high. Currently, he had no alternative fuel sources, so he had to make do. He placed both ores and wood into the furnace, selecting single item smelting, and then settled in for a patient wait. During this waiting period, he unexpectedly encountered a miniature island. located 975 meters away, with Xiaoba pulling him along. They scoured the island for resources. Initially, Yulang intended for Xiaoba to gather surface resources, but even after upgrading, Xiaoba was still unable to ascend the island. So he had to take matters into his own hands. Although the blisters on his hands persisted, he only managed to gather some small tomatoes and bananas from the island, leaving the trees and wild grasses untouched. Nevertheless, he still ventured into the shallow waters to explore for any new discoveries, collecting some scallops and retrieving a resource box from the seabed. This time, the resource box yielded metal ore 3, glass 1, and a recipe for sea fish potato soup 1. Glass description: a transparent material, suitable for crafting items. Source: smelting sand 5, with a chance to recover from certain items. Function: required for the crafting of numerous items. Analysis: can yield glass cups, standard window glass, and more. Beneath the island, sand was abundant, and Xiaoba had already collected some on the previous island. Yulang had also analyzed several items, though he had yet to smelt them. For those without a furnace, this finished glass would be exceedingly valuable. However, since he now possessed a furnace, the significance of the glass products diminished. The miniature island offered no further notable resources. Yulang left the remainder to Xiaoba. As he collected his spoils, he stumbled upon a new resource: large stones. Analyzing the large stone yielded a double-handled stone pot with a diameter of 26 centimeters. Yulang's eyes brightened. This indicated that he could diversify his meals beyond mere barbecues. Chapter 8. Is the water purifier my ex-girlfriend? Having grown weary of barbecued fare, Yulang found it imperative to change his culinary experience. He excavated a small pit on the island, placing some dried wood and straw within, and propped stones around it to support a stone pot. He poured fresh water into the pot and added the meticulously prepared scallops and kelp. Due to the stove not being a product of the system, lacking an ignition protection feature, it was rather challenging to ignite using a rudimentary lighter. Thus, Yulang resorted to kindling a fire on the barbecue grill before transferring it to the stove. Before long, the water in the pot reached a boil, releasing an enticing aroma. Yulang swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation at the sight of the hot soup. Once the broth was ready, he set the stone pot in a shallow area to cool. The wooden spoon from his utensils now proved its worth, as the warm, fragrant soup filled his senses. The saltiness from the kelp was just right, making the dish delectable. At that moment, Yulang resembled one of those food critics from culinary shows, his eyes sparkling as he savored every spoonful. With a contented belch, he gazed at the empty stone pot. Alas, the freshwater yield was still insufficient. Otherwise, he could have cooked at any time. Although the seawater of the New World was harmless, its taste remained somewhat peculiar. While others struggled to fill their stomachs with grilled fish, Yulang was already enjoying his seafood soup. If the others knew, they might not even savor the fish anymore. The intelligent furnace operated at an astonishing speed, completing the smelting by afternoon. The amount of wood consumed was remarkable, despite Xiaoba's rapid collection efforts. Yulang was left with only 15 pieces of wood after the smelting concluded. Fortunately, the intelligent furnace was primarily powered by automated energy. Had it relied solely on wood as fuel, Yulang would have faced financial ruin to smelt even a modest amount of ore. Indeed, smelting was a luxury reserved for the affluent. Though he felt a pang of regret over the wood expended, the end product made it worthwhile. He acquired 55 iron ingots, 36 copper ingots, 6 obsidian pieces, 4 gold ingots, 2 rare metals, and 1 rare substance. The yield from the metal ore was minimal, so he decided to postpone analysis, as it might be directly usable later. With a base raft measuring 48 square meters, the collected iron ingots were more than sufficient for reinforcement. After reinforcing the raft, an iron frame was added to the original structure. The sharks continued to gnaw at it, but after a few bites, they would retreat, returning intermittently to attack the damaged raft. Yulang discovered that with the iron reinforcements, the sharks required 3 bites to fully destroy the raft, granting him some much-needed time for rest. He placed all the newly obtained ores and sand into the furnace, replenishing it with wood. However, he doubted the wood would last until morning, so he resolved to smelt as much as possible. That night, Yulang chose to rest on the island. After drifting at sea for 5 days, the constant motion had induced a sense of disorientation. Even on land, he felt as though he was still swaying, necessitating a mental and physical adjustment. Sharks would only attack the edges of the raft, even if they aimed to destroy the raft beneath the furnace. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours. The raft was anchored to wooden stakes on the ground, and Xiaoba was also bound to it. Having scavenged all nearby resources, a night of rest posed no significant risk. He instructed that should the raft drift a certain distance from the island, an alarm would sound. His backpack was prepared with several sets of essential resources, ensuring that even if the raft were lost, he could rely on his wristwatch system and the supplies in his backpack to make a comeback. Lighting a campfire, he set his metal axe nearby. Unexpectedly, The grass mat he had previously crafted now served a purpose. It provided a place to sleep and could also be used as a blanket. That night, Yulang released the fatigue of the past few days, sleeping soundly. When he awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning. He quickly glanced towards the raft and saw that both it and Xiao Ba were safely in place, relieving the tension that had been lodged in his throat. Detected host in a state of wakefulness. Would you like to initiate a lottery? As expected, the lottery system eagerly prompted him. Yes. Initiating lottery. Congratulations. Host, you have won a super intelligent water purifier Phew. The system truly exceeded expectations. This wasn't merely a lottery. It felt like a wish pool. Anything desired was granted. He placed the water purifier next to the furnace. Its appearance resembled a doorless white refrigerator, seamless and polished to a mirror's shine. Unnamed super intelligent water purifier dimensions. 1-1 description. Capable of converting any water resource into various standards of drinking water. The higher the grade, the lower the output. And it can produce simultaneously. Different standards of water serve different purposes, with higher grades yielding better effects. Powered by solar energy, ocean currents, air, etc. It intelligently adjusts according to circumstances. Yulang was astonished to discover it could even produce graded water. Could the highest grade be divine elixir? The kind that reverses aging? His imagination was indeed vivid, but the reality was not far from it. Beep. The water purification system activated, prompting the host for a name. Suddenly, a virtual humanoid appeared on the purifier's panel. It was merely a water purifier, yet it possessed an intelligent AI. Yulang pondered for a moment and said, Jing Jing, which means quiet. Naming successful. Relevant image matched according to the host's input. Suddenly, a realistic female figure appeared on the screen, with chestnut waves framing her oval face. Delicate makeup, and adorned in a flowing bohemian dress, her figure curvaceous. While not a breathtaking beauty, she certainly qualified as attractive. Yulang was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the woman. His expression darkened as he sternly remarked, Jing Jing, are you toying with me? This is clearly my ex-girlfriend from the apocalypse on Blue Star. She had cast him aside without hesitation for a man of wealth and status who promised her survival. Now, in this apocalyptic world, no one belonged to anyone anymore. He wondered if she and that man had also arrived in this new world. With an apologetic expression, the girl said, Master, I am truly sorry. This is the result of big data matching. If you dislike it, you can change it. Seeing the remorseful face of his ex-girlfriend only fueled Yulang's anger. In the future, a warning should accompany such big data processes. He wanted nothing to do with this woman ever again. Very well, Master. Please allow me to change my appearance. Yulang contemplated and replied. The character Deji from the game. Changing appearance. Jing Jing's form instantly transformed, sprouting large fox ears, a delicate face, and alluring eyes. Complete with a voluminous foxtail. Yulang nodded in satisfaction. Yes, just like that. Now, introduce your functions. Certainly, Master, Jing Jing replied gently. Jing Jing could currently produce 6 grades of water simultaneously, which included, first grade, ordinary freshwater, containing some impurities, requiring boiling before consumption. Ready to use. Second grade, ordinary drinking water, drinkable directly, yielding 15 liters per hour with a system capacity of 100 liters. Third grade, water for plants, suitable for any plant, possessing special effects, yielding 10 liters per hour with a system capacity of 100 liters. Fourth grade, water for animals, suitable for any animal, possessing special effects, yielding 10 liters per hour with a system capacity of 100 liters. Fifth grade, special drinking water, long-term consumption brings surprises to the body, yielding 500 milliliters per hour with a system capacity of 50 liters. Sixth grade, essence of life, a precious liquid with magical effects, yielding 0.5 milliliters per day with a system capacity of 1 liter. Listening to the various uses of these graded waters, Yulang felt a surge of excitement. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 9. Special drinking water. The water stored within the system remains unaffected by external influences. Should one require water at a specific temperature? All can be adjusted, except for the life essence, which cannot be altered. To draw water, one need only command Jing Jing, who will provide different water access switches according to the varying grades of water. At present, the master must place the inlet pipe. Yulang submerged the inlet pipe into the sea. Jing Jing has now commenced her operations. The master is kindly requested to exercise patience. Yulang inquired, Jing Jing, what exactly is the function of the highest grade life essence? The effects vary according to the individual, yet it is certain to yield beneficial results. Yulang squinted slightly, pondering whether this truly is the elixir of immortality. In response, Jing Jing clarified, this is not the elixir of immortality. Rather, it is a rare special energy. Yulang was taken aback that his musings had been overheard by Jing Jing, who responded earnestly, oh, So it is a special energy. I had thought I might ascend to the heavens. Of course, this was merely a jest on Yulong's part, not to be taken seriously. He stretched lazily and said, Jingjing, I require level 1 ordinary freshwater for bathing. Please set an appropriate temperature. After several dips in the sea, he could only extract a minuscule amount of fresh water from his rations to moisten his clothes for wiping his body, striving to avoid becoming salt-cured meat, which left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Understood, master. A series of mechanical sounds ensued, and a small door opened on the mirror-like surface, revealing a water pipe. The pipe measured only 10 meters in length, but it sufficed for him to take a hot shower at the island's edge. Although he was alone, the thought of bathing in broad daylight while unclothed made Yulong feel somewhat awkward. Moreover, there was no faucet holder, so he had to hold it himself to rinse off. It seemed he would need to construct a bathing area on the raft. After a long day of labor, lunchtime arrived. While others were just managing to fill their bellies with sea fish and potatoes, Yulong's meal had grown increasingly diverse and nutritious. Today's lunch consisted of a banana, 5 cherry tomatoes, a scallop and seaweed soup, and a baked potato. Although he was not particularly fond of barbecuing, a baked potato as a staple was quite acceptable. After satisfying his hunger and collecting the products from the furnace, he added new ores, replenished the wood supply, and continued the smelting process. Once everything was tidied away, the raft set sail once more. The sea remained calm and tranquil. Yulong gazed out at the endless expanse of ocean, murmuring to himself. Thankfully, he had Xiaoba, and now Jingjing added to his company. Although both were robots, they at least provided a sense of companionship. Otherwise, facing survival alone on this vast ocean, contending with the threat of sharks, he could scarcely imagine what his circumstances would evolve into. The future loomed before him like the boundless sea, undulating with the waves, its destination unknown. In the afternoon, Yulong encountered yet another miniature island and swiftly scavenged its resources. It appeared that he would stumble upon a small island each day. While Xiaoba collected materials, Yulong constructed a rudimentary restroom on the raft's lower deck, with a pit that led directly into the sea. He also installed a fence around the pit, serving as a handrail to prevent accidental falls into the ocean. Once he finished, thirst overwhelmed him, and he decided to sample the level 5 special drinking water. With a production rate of 500 milliliters per hour, it was exceptionally high, 10 times that of his rudimentary water purifier. Observing the special water in his cup, which appeared indistinguishable from ordinary water, he took a small sip. It was refreshing and sweet, with a faint, pleasant aroma. After a single swallow, he felt a revitalizing sensation wash over his insides. Gulping down several large cups, he felt his stomach swell. But soon, a furrow formed on his brow as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His stomach, oh, the pain. Clutching his abdomen, he dashed toward the grass on the island, since he had not yet set sail. Using the newly constructed restroom on the raft would surely pollute the surrounding area. Jingjing. At this moment, Yulong felt utterly drained, leaning helplessly against a wooden post. Did you add a laxative to this water? He asked, frustration evident in his tone. He had run to the restroom numerous times, feeling weak and sore. This was far more potent than any laxative. The panel of the purifier showed Jingjing with an innocent expression. Master, the first consumption of this water will yield very noticeable effects, especially since you consumed so much at once. It is an extreme cleansing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yulong replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. He felt no cleansing benefits, only fatigue and discomfort. This state poses no danger to life and will only last 2 to 3 days before improvement occurs, with no lingering effects, so please do not worry. Jingjing smiled, adding, I hope the master will drink it daily. At this rate, a remarkable transformation is imminent. Yulong nearly choked on his own frustration. He would have to endure this for 2 to 3 days. How can I alleviate my current diarrhea? He inquired. You may use the life essence, but given your current condition, a single use of 0.5 milliliters would be required for it to be effective. This represented an entire day's production, and he would have to wait over 6 hours for more. Resigned, he could do nothing but wait. Oh, here it comes again. Yulong's complexion paled. In the future, please inform me of any circumstances of which I am unaware. With that, he dashed toward the island. January 7th, 2000. Drawing lots. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a space planting land 1. A nondescript round wooden basin appeared before Yulong, filled with soil but devoid of any plant life. Space planting land occupying an area of 1 by 1 description contains a 4-dimensional space where plants can be cultivated with a 100 survival rate. Simply stepping onto the land allows entry. Yulong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of a 4-dimensional space. However, at that moment, he lay slumped on his bed, lacking the strength to investigate. Finally, the collection of life essence was complete. Yulong held a delicate dropper, the liquid within emanating a faint iridescent glow. Jingjing, This is safe to consume, correct? He asked, wary of potential pitfalls. Master, the optimal effect is achieved through consumption, Jingjing replied. Receiving this confirmation, Yulong wasted no time in allowing a drop to enter his mouth. The liquid dissolved instantly, refreshing and invigorating. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him, his flesh and blood swelling, and his bones emitting subtle cracking sounds. His weakened body gradually returned to normal. Even the irritation from the dry banana leaves that had rubbed against him began to heal, eliciting a tingling sensation. Soon, Yulong felt revitalized. This was truly the elixir of immortality. Yulong's eyes sparkled as he stared at the water purifier. Just this small amount had restored him to normalcy. If consumed long-term, he quickly quelled those chaotic thoughts. Though it was the early hours of the morning, the unique vitality from the life essence compelled him to explore the four-dimensional land. He stepped into the wooden basin, treading on the soft soil. And the scenery before him transformed instantly. A blue sky with white clouds, warm sunlight, and a patch of fertile black earth lay beneath him, while the rest of the land unfolded into an endless grassland. Yulong suddenly recalled a line of poetry. The sky is vast, the wild is boundless. The wind blows the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. Even without the small island, spending time here would be quite pleasant. Approaching the edge of the land, he attempted to venture onto the grass, only to encounter a transparent barrier that impeded his passage. Ding. Master, upon your first entry into the space, please provide a name. Even the space requires a name. Chapter 10. The four-dimensional land. After a brief moment of contemplation, he named the space Shao Kong, which translates to Little Void. The name was successfully established. A resonant, ethereal female electronic voice emerged from the semi-space. Yes. This four-dimensional space is based on a spatial wooden basin and is unaffected by external environmental factors. However, should the wooden basin be compromised, this four-dimensional space will also face destruction. Therefore, it is imperative for the master to safeguard the wooden basin. The total area of this four-dimensional land is 500 square meters, with the ability to adjust the layout at will. Each section can be individually configured for temperature, light, and more, with grassy intervals replacing the land divisions. Any plant, when properly cultivated, can thrive and flourish, unaffected by its original environmental requirements, and free from pests and viruses, purely green and natural. However, it is crucial to plant correctly. The central control console serves as an inventory operation system, capable of connecting to the master's inventory for retrieval and storage. The explanation concluded. At that moment, the land automatically segmented into 4 plots, with a 1-meter-wide grassy expanse emerging between them. An operation platform rose at the center of the intersection of the 4 plots. Yulong marveled at the impressive nature of this land space. He authorized the inventory on the operation platform, revealing all the plants he owned. Though his cultivated potatoes and wild grasses, as well as the plants in his backpack, were absent. Selecting a watermelon seed, he retrieved it. On the ground beside the operation platform, a banana leaf appeared, upon which several watermelon seeds were placed. Observing the inventory operation platform, Yulong found this method of planting and harvesting quite convenient, since all plants could survive. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he retrieved a baked potato from his backpack. He buried it in the soil. Baked potato quality, 8100 description. Attempted to plant, but the outcome is non-viable. Source, Yulong, baked. Function, food. A reminder appeared. It is essential to plant correctly for survival, Shao Kong cautioned. Yulong chuckled and scratched his head, remarking it was just a test. In the morning, Yulong departed the small island and returned to the ocean's surface, finding himself with little to do. He collected the crops planted in the wooden barrels and re-entered the spatial land. He crafted a hoe and a shovel using the system, planting the watermelon seeds and others. Bananas and cherry tomatoes could not be planted, as they were not seeds. It seemed he would need to dig up banana trees and tomato seedlings next time. Yulong possessed only a rudimentary understanding of planting, which had deterred him from attempting more complex flora before. Now, with this extraordinarily powerful space, he was eager to experiment. He checked the information on the freshly planted potatoes. Potato description, a common crop, its fruit is rich in starch and provides ample energy, with a comprehensive vitamin content among all grains. Maturation countdown, 3 days. Seeing this maturation time, Yulong felt a surge of delight. In Blue Star, potatoes took at least 3 months from planting to harvest, and those planted in wooden barrels required 6 days. Now, the time was significantly shortened, and soon he would have an abundance of potatoes. Oh, joyous day. Wait, what is there to celebrate about potato freedom? Though the spatial land is formidable, watering still requires manual effort. He needed to devise a means to install a faucet to tap into the water produced quietly. However, he had yet to formulate a solid plan, resorting instead to toggling between his backpack for access. Watering with some level 3 plant water instantly reduced the potatoes' maturation time by 3 hours. Further watering yielded no additional changes. Whether this was a one-time permanent alteration or a temporary effect remained to be seen through further experimentation. Yulang surmised that the effects of this level 3 water must be more profound. The system's creations were never so simplistic. After completing his tasks, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Lamentably, he was inexperienced in farming. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 6 p.m. Yet the space remained illuminated as if it were midday. He instructed Shao Kong to guide him out of the space. At that moment, Yulang stood in the wooden basin, but his surroundings had returned to the first layer of the raft. Gazing at the sunset over the ocean, Yulang mumbled, "That four-dimensional space is perpetually bright. Do plants not require night?" Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the four-dimensional space gradually transitioned into night. Yulang stood on the raft, observing yet another miniature island, which Xiaoba had discovered and swiftly approached with the raft. It had efficiently gathered all the resources available in the vicinity, leaving only for Yulang to scavenge the island himself. After completing his tasks, he returned to the vast sea. Lying on the raft, he gazed at the starry night sky, lost in thought, reflecting on the past week. Though it had only been a few days, it felt as though much more time had passed. He was grateful for the lottery system, otherwise survival might have proven exceedingly arduous. He pondered whether the ocean ever ended, whether others existed within it. Tomorrow marked the day he would see the deity again. And he felt a surge of excitement. Would he receive a reward? Simultaneously adrift in the new world's ocean, some newcomers enjoyed lives abundant in resources. Yet, many others faced developmental challenges, loneliness, and despair, leading them to choose suicide. For them, death was indeed a form of liberation. No one knew how long such days would persist, nor could they fathom that this reality represented the best treatment this world had to offer. In the near future, they would all long for the present days. January 8th, 2001, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a super intelligent bodyguard robot 1. A girl of about 10 stood before Yulang, with a round, cherubic face and exquisitely delicate features. She donned a snug black combat suit adorned with a bow, a dagger at her waist, and a pair of energy guns slung across her back. Looking harmlessly at Yulang, she requested, "Please name me, master." Yulang found himself momentarily stunned by the sight of this robot, identical to a human girl. Is this system trying to alleviate my loneliness by providing a real-life companion? But why lowly? That's not quite my preference. Moreover, with such a petite and adorable appearance, she looks anything but fierce. Yulang's emotions were quite complex. "Ming Ming," he replied, meaning cute and adorable. Little did he know, the girl shot him a sideways glance, declaring, "I am quite fierce." Yulang was taken aback. This robot dared to defy his will. Was this even returnable? Yet the girl did not exhibit any further unruly behavior. Her pupils shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, indicating her name had been successfully registered. From this moment forth, Ming Ming would dedicate herself to protecting her master. Kneeling on one knee, her right fist pressed against her chest, she solemnly pledged, "I promise to protect you." Her precocious demeanor made Yulang somewhat uncomfortable. "Call me brother, not master." Seeing her soft and endearing expression reminded him of his younger sister, Yu, during her childhood. Ming Ming responded, "Okay, brother." Ming Ming super intelligent bodyguard robot master. Yulang description, you can safely entrust your back to her. Moreover, never underestimate her. As Yulang perused this information, he suddenly realized a pertinent issue. The items obtained through the lottery lacked visible sources and functions. However, this mattered little, as the system would clarify everything for him. Not being able to see them was of no consequence. Suddenly, a commotion arose. While conversing with Ming Ming, a shark launched an attack on the base raft. However, Ming Ming stood beside Yulang, motionless, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that the darkness of midnight hindered her from detecting the shark? As Yulang approached the base raft under siege by the shark, he observed the creature thrashing in the water, gnawing at the reinforced structure. Ming Ming followed closely behind, remaining remarkably composed. Casting a glance at her, Yulang inquired, "Ming Ming, do you not see it?" "Brother, I see it. A shark," Ming Ming replied in her soft, melodic voice. "Then why do you not take action?" Yulang asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Ming Ming, with her innocent, wide eyes, explained, "I am solely responsible for your protection, and this shark poses no threat to you, so there is no need for me to intervene." Yulang felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. Indeed, she was quite the diligent guardian. Chapter 11. The end of the novice period, there was no choice. He had to take matters into his own hands. After switching to a metal spear, he thrust it fiercely a few times, causing the shark to flee. The more formidable the weapon, the quicker the shark would escape. Yu Lang repaired the makeshift raft and returned to the second level, lying down to prepare for more sleep. However, Ming Ming stood motionless at the edge of the bed, gazing at him like a statue. Yu Lang felt uneasy under her intense stare. After days of solitary drifting at sea, the sudden appearance of a small girl was something he had yet to acclimate to. Ming Ming, please go to the first level, Yu Lang said helplessly. Ming Ming insisted on ensuring her brother's safety, believing that his absence from her line of sight posed a great danger. Yu Lang pulled the straw mat over his face, assuring her, if there is any danger, I will call for you. Now, please go. All right, brother. Ming Ming walked towards the first level, chattering as she went. Since you are the one sending me away, if I can't save you in time, don't blame me. Okay, I won't blame you. Just hurry and go. In his haze, Yu Lang thought he heard Ming Ming huff in indignation. She resembled a human little girl far more than a robot. This could become problematic. At 8 a.m., Yu Lang found himself ensnared in a nightmare. Dreaming of Ming Ming wielding two large machetes, a savage grin on her face as she prepared to dismember him. Suddenly, the vibrating alarm of his wristwatch jolted him awake. He opened his eyes abruptly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yu Lang, congratulations on successfully navigating the novice period. I wonder how your week has been. Echoed a voice from the watch system, accompanied by a swirling mass of ethereal blue mist, a manifestation of the system's deity. It appears you fared reasonably well. The deity mused, seemingly replying to itself. The novice period tests one's survival skills, courage, and ability to confront solitude. If you cannot pass such a simple trial, it signifies that you are unworthy of remaining in this new world. With a dismissive tone, the deity continued, the novice period has concluded, and now, I shall extend a small gesture of assistance to the most unfortunate among you. They are both unfortunate and fortunate. I wonder if they can turn their fates around. Soon, you will encounter some companions, or perhaps adversaries. After drifting alone for so long, will this news not stir a sense of excitement in you? A new round of trials is about to commence. Strive to survive and thrive. With that, the deity began to fade away. Yu Lang remained in a daze for a while, needing time to digest the flood of information received upon waking from a nightmare. So, the tranquility of the past week was merely a consequence of the novice period, granting them a chance to develop in peace. There truly were other newcomers. But the rules of this world had prevented encounters. The trials had a purpose. He wondered what the next challenge would entail. What kind of assistance would be offered to the most unfortunate during the novice period? Would it be akin to a golden opportunity or access to a super-intelligent product? Wait, what about the promised rewards? At that moment, many individuals directed their grievances towards their wristwatches, expressing dissatisfaction. I've toiled tirelessly for a week, anticipating a reward. And now you act as if nothing is amiss? What gives? Perhaps too many were dissatisfied. The deity's voice resonated, addressing everyone. Rewards are allocated based on performance. Hence, the most unfortunate receive assistance. There is nothing wrong with that. If you did not receive a reward, it means your performance warranted none. The crowd was left speechless. What? Is that even possible? Many feigned despair. I'm on the verge of starvation. How could I not receive a reward? I should have been aided. Others lamented. If I had known it would be like this, I would have just laid low and not chased any dreams. Yet, the deity offered no further response. Yu Lang, feeling disheartened, sighed deeply. After all this anticipation, I, the protagonist with a golden finger, have received nothing at all. He had read novels back on Blue Star, where only the main character would possess such advantages, basking in adoration. Yet, now, he found himself neglected, even unworthy of a glance from the deity. His emotions were a turbulent mix. The anticipated rewards were absent, and he had not obtained any new information, leaving him disappointed. On the other hand, he was reassured to know he was not alone in this new world, which brought him some joy. However, with the presence of others comes the inevitability of conflict. And he remained uncertain about how others were faring. Could he safeguard his raft? He possessed many valuable resources. Others would undoubtedly covet them. Yet, Ming Ming should be capable of handling those threats. Still, Yu Lang refused to place all his hopes on others. The path to strength lay in his own growth. Uncertain of the deity's true intentions, he resolved to proceed according to its rules. Somewhere in the vast ocean of this new world, a frail man lay upon a small 4x4 raft, barely clinging to life. His week had been marked by misfortune. He had failed to acquire the materials needed to construct a barbecue grill, and when he finally managed to build one, a shark destroyed his raft, forcing him to consume raw fish. The scarcity of meat and the low success rate of fishing left him often going hungry, and in desperation, he resorted to gnawing on a raw potato, which led to severe vomiting and diarrhea. Dehydrated and lacking sufficient drinking water, he had no strength to paddle or fend off sharks, barely surviving on the meager resources that drifted by. Just as he awaited his demise in despair, He suddenly heard the deity's voice, and something appeared in his system backpack. Upon examining it closely, his eyes regained their spark. "Thank you for your divine grace," he exclaimed, managing to kneel and bow deeply towards the sky. Others in similar predicaments received assistance from the deity. Some were simply unlucky, while others lacked survival skills. In an unknown realm, several wisps of ethereal blue mist congregated. They had not anticipated the survival of so many newcomers from Blue Star. Some exhibited exceptional potential, warranting closer attention. It was said that the cunning nature of Blue Star humans was a hallmark of their existence, and thus, their encounters were highly anticipated. The real drama was just beginning. Beep. New system features activated. Please check them in your system. The wristwatch emitted a notification sound. Yulang quickly reviewed the updates, discovering 3 new functions: chat, friends, and trade. He opened the chat channel, astonished to find it akin to a group chat on Blue Star's messaging platforms. Within seconds, the screen was flooded with a barrage of messages. The system automatically converted spoken words into text, proving far quicker than typing. As Yulang observed the myriad of usernames, he realized that few used their real names, which evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the internet era on Blue Star. Goodness, is this truly a chat? Hello? Is anyone there? Someone is here. Wonderful. I can finally see a glimmer of hope for survival. Heaven knows what I've endured this past week. As someone struggling with social anxiety and reclusiveness, I feel I cannot go on any longer. Social anxiety and reclusiveness? Isn't this life precisely what people like you have longed for? Longed for? What nonsense. Being a recluse is only feasible when you can stay home and have everything you need. But now, all I see is the ocean and sharks. I'm going to lose my mind. Chapter 12, Conversations, Transactions, Friends. Are you all on a raft on the sea? Indeed. I drift on the ocean daily. And I feel utterly nauseated. How do we end up here? God could initially answer us one question. Did you not inquire? I asked, where's this? He responded, the new world. Alas, what a loss. He had already stated it from the outset. I inquired, what chance do I have to continue living? His answer was, the blue planet has perished. Is he truly a deity? Only a god could rescue us from the apocalypse. But what is his purpose? Surely, this is a question no one would dare to ask. Regardless, is there a kind-hearted soul willing to barter me some food? I am on the brink of starvation. I plead for aid. Has it truly been so long that you have not slain a single shark? Though shark meat is not particularly palatable, it would suffice to stave off death. The taste of shark meat. I would rather perish. Catching fish in this sea is exceedingly difficult. I can barely fill my stomach, let alone have any surplus. At last, I have discovered others like myself. They seem to hold a flicker of hope for survival, exchanging scant information and lamenting their grim fates. It is uncertain who initiated it, but soon everyone began to reveal the locations they endured during the apocalypse. This evolved into a quest for friends and family. It became apparent that everyone hailed from the far reaches of the blue planet, yet all were of Huaxia descent, having faced the end of the world prior to arriving in the new world. Yulang's thoughts turned to his family. All perished in the cataclysm. Had they, too, arrived in this new world? He could vividly recall the moment he laid eyes upon his parents' mangled bodies, nearly fainting several times. His 14-year-old sister's remains were never found. His girlfriend had been by his side then, which had given him hope for survival. Little did he know that she would ultimately. Sighing deeply, Yulang withdrew from his reverie. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and he posted a message in the chat channel, searching for his family. He sought Yue, Lili, and their daughter Yu from Zhongyang City, Huaxia. With a limit of one message every 10 minutes, Yulang could only bide his time. However, no replies came. Perhaps this chat channel did not encompass all Huaxia people, or perhaps the messages were scrolling too swiftly. In the end, only a handful found their loved ones, and Yulang was not among them. He refused to relinquish hope, posting messages whenever he could, yearning for his family to see them. Besides searching for his family, he must also focus on strengthening his own capabilities. If he were to find his family, he must possess sufficient power to protect them. The chat channel was open. It would not be long before they would gradually reunite. Humanity, in this current environment, is simply incapable of withstanding the test. He glanced at the trading channel, where most posts sought food in exchange for common supplies. Considering he had a few barrels of fish, he wondered if he could trade for some rare resources, as surely others would part with items of temporary insignificance when their basic needs were unmet. However, his food supplies were not abundant enough to trade freely for common items. He was no benevolent saint. In this uncertain world, every element was fraught with unpredictability. Survival of the fittest was the fundamental rule. Unless it were a special circumstance, he would not interfere in others' affairs. After perusing the offerings, he found nothing worth acquiring and decided to trade his surplus resources. 1 metal axe for 3 metal ores. 5 bundles of hay for 1 metal ore. 1 unit of soil for 1 metal ore. Ding. The listing limit has been reached. Yulang raised an eyebrow. There was a quantity restriction. The metal axe was quickly traded, although metal ores could be retrieved from resource boxes without venturing into the sea. The furnace for smelting ores was not easily obtained and could not be refined into useful resources. Through experimentation, he discovered he could only successfully trade 3 times a day. Thereafter, his listings would be locked, or he could choose to remove them. He had hoped to capitalize on the scarcity of furnaces and engage in substantial trades for metal ores, but it seemed the system had thwarted his plans. Clearly, the deity did not wish for a significant wealth gap among us. Upon discovering this rule, trading became increasingly cautious. However, rentals and trading had no limit on occurrences. Yulang decided to list some temporarily unnecessary or surplus common tools in exchange for essential resources. 1 metal axe, 5 durability, 1 hour limit for 5 logs. 1 simple barbecue rack, 1 hour limit for 10 logs. Yulang closed the system screen, stretched, and descended to the lower deck of the raft. At that moment, Ming Ming was busy tending to the fish in the barrels. Upon seeing Yulang, she cast him a disinterested glance and said, "Good morning, brother." Her tone was entirely dismissive, clearly a sign of sulking. Yulang found this amusing. This robot had far too much personality. Why was it programmed this way? Nonetheless, he saw no point in quarreling with a robot and replied, "Good morning." After surveying the area, he repaired the damaged raft from the shark attack and tended to his basic needs. However, no matter where he went, Ming Ming followed closely. Her unwavering watchfulness was somewhat disconcerting. "Ming Ming, I am quite safe now. You need not follow me so closely," Yulang said, feeling the urgency of nature's call. He forced a warm smile. "I need to take care of something. You may continue to play with the fish. I will call for you if there is danger." "Okay, brother." Ming Ming cheerfully accepted the directive and skipped away, returning to her fish antics. Yulang shook his head, chuckling helplessly. She truly was a child at heart. Just as he unfastened his trousers and squatted down, he felt a chill. Instinctively, he glanced towards the sea below, the waves rolling as usual. Yet, something felt amiss. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Danger seemed to be approaching. He squinted at the ocean, trying to discern the cause of his unease, and gradually, a shadow became clearer. "Oh no," Yulang exclaimed, unable to even pull up his trousers as he leapt to his feet in a flash. Threat detected. Engaging extermination protocol. Bang. The wooden door of the restroom was shattered with immense force. Ming Ming burst in, brandishing an energy gun, exuding an aura of menace. At that moment, the shadow in the sea leapt forth. It was a colossal shark. With its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, Yulang, pressed against the wooden wall, could distinctly smell the foul stench emanating from its maw. Had it not been for his enhanced vision, allowing him to perceive the shark's information beforehand, he would have surely met his end in that instant. Boom. A wave of light struck the shark's head, penetrating through it and creating a gaping hole in the wooden wall. In an instant, the shark was dispatched. The repugnant blood splattered all over Yulang, as if he had undergone a baptism in blood. With a splash, the shark, once ferocious, fell back into the sea, its body a mere blur. Yet, Yulang felt as if he were witnessing a series of freeze-framed scenes, vivid and profound, despite having battled sharks for so long. This was the first time he encountered such an ambush on the raft. Caught completely off guard, he remained shaken. Threat eliminated. Ming Ming stowed away the energy gun. Smiling sweetly, brother can continue with his tasks. Yulang suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily covering his lower body, his face turning crimson from embarrassment. He quickly bent down to pull up his trousers, feigning nonchalance, and calmly stated, "All right. I will continue with my tasks. You may go outside now." Chapter 13. The shark attack. After Ming Ming departed, Yulang realized that the makeshift toilet had become dilapidated and precariously unstable. He sighed deeply after this ordeal. He found himself unable to relieve himself. He couldn't help but wonder if a shark might emerge unexpectedly while he was in the midst of it. How could a shark actively attack a person? Wasn't it only when encountering supply crates that such encounters occurred? Yulang approached the edge of the raft to look for signs of sharks. A beheaded shark floated away, gradually drifting into the distance. At that moment, he spotted another fin rising above the water, heading straight for him. Yulang frowned. Had the shark's respawn rate increased so dramatically? To test his hypothesis, he did not immediately retreat from the edge of the raft. Sure enough, the massive head of the shark broke the surface, lunging towards him. Bang! The shark was beheaded once more and fell back into the water. The threat had been neutralized. Ming Ming stowed away her gun and remarked, "Brother, the edge of the raft is still too dangerous." "It is not dangerous with you here," Yulang replied, gazing at the shark's carcass. "Yes, I promise to protect you, brother. Please feel free to stand." Yulang turned to look at Ming Ming, only to find her face adorned with an unmistakable smirk of pride. Could her expression be any more obvious? Yulong felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed that this little girl needed to be coaxed. Otherwise, she would wear a poker face all day long. However, noticing that Meng Meng carried 2 guns, but only used one, he inquired, Meng Meng, why don't you use both guns at the same time? Each energy gun has limited energy. A third of the energy is consumed for low-level attacks, 2/3 for medium-level attacks. And using all energy enables a powerful attack. She handed the gun to Yulong and pointed to the small screen on the gun. It automatically recharges a third of its energy in 8 hours. Yulong observed the energy pool display, current energy 13, time remaining to full charge 15 hours, 52 minutes, and 30 seconds. If it ran out of energy, wouldn't this gun be akin to a mere stick? He fiddled with the energy gun. Ming Ming was unaware of what a stick was, but she assured him that even without the energy gun, she would protect her brother with all her might. Yes, Ming Ming is the strongest. Yulong returned the gun to her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Ming Ming turned her face away, strutting off with a haughty demeanor. As if you need to mention it. Once turned away from Yulong, her expression transformed into one of triumphant joy. Hee. Without a change of clothes. Yulong had to wash and continue wearing them, feeling uncomfortable in his damp attire. Although Ming Ming was a robot, Yulong was not one to behave inappropriately in front of others. Under the scorching sun, he perused the chat logs. The chat channel buzzed with activity. I was just standing at the edge of the raft collecting resources when suddenly a shark lunged from beneath my feet. Thankfully, I reacted quickly enough to dodge it. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Me too. That shark has suddenly become more formidable. Did you not notice that there are now 2 sharks? 2. I thought there was only one. I've never encountered them at the same time. I had 2 appear at once, gnawing at my base raft. A few names of friends I just added have turned gray. They must have been caught off guard and eaten by this sudden shark attack. Oh my goodness. One is already troublesome enough. Now there are 2, and they are ambushing us. Is there any hope left? Don't even get me started on sharks. Now there are seagulls in the sky. My hydroponic potatoes just sprouted, and the seabirds devoured them. How can these birds eat sprouting potatoes without being poisoned? These seabirds, like the sharks, won't rest until they have consumed every last bit of what I've planted. Moreover, they react quickly. They fly away the moment I approach. The gods have declared that last week was the novice period. Now the real trials begin. O divine beings, save me. At my age, I cannot withstand such torment. The lamentations echoed throughout the chat. Yulong scrutinized the messages. 2 sharks? Seagulls? Carefully scanning the ocean's surface. He indeed spotted seabirds circling above the raft and 2 sharks lurking around it. Thankfully, with the use of spatial land planting, he had no worries regarding the seabirds. Moreover, with minimal need to gather resources himself, and with Ming Ming's protection, the 2 sharks posed no threat whatsoever. Ming Ming's demonstrated capabilities had already earned Yulong's respect. Her quick reflexes, immense strength, and those 2 energy guns were impressive. He just wondered if Ming Ming could accompany him to the island and into the sea. Soon, he encountered a small island. He called Ming Ming over. Ming Ming, I'm going to dive into the ocean. Can you come with me? Ming Ming scoffed dismissively. It's just diving. It's nothing to worry about. As long as my brother can go, I can go anywhere. Indeed, Ming Ming moved effortlessly underwater, even using her energy gun without issue, swiftly dispatching the 2 sharks. Yulong nodded in satisfaction. This little girl was quite formidable, allowing him to relax and enjoy himself in the future. However, her peculiar temperament concerned him. If not for the enforced master-servant relationship of the system, she might have shot him without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Yulong calmed himself. No matter how powerful Ming Ming was, what would he do if she vanished or betrayed him one day? He must enhance his own strength. Yulong had begun to drink level 5 special water exclusively, combined with life essence, eliminating any side effects. Each day, he expelled dark, oily residues from his body. And the long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans he wore were beginning to wear thin. According to Jingjing, this was a reaction of refining the essence and marrow. In just a few days, he could already feel a significant transformation in his body. His speed, strength, reflexes, mental acuity, and sensitivity were all rapidly increasing. Even his eye enhancement, a system reward, had received some augmentation. Now, his punch carried the same force as a powerful strike with a wooden spear. After gathering resources and departing the small island, he soon encountered another tiny island. This time, he could drift by it effortlessly. Well, there are so many islands today. Yulong raised an eyebrow. During the novice period, he typically found one every day, but they were always quite far away, only discovered through Shaba's extensive exploration range. Few others would have encountered islands during their novice phase. He glanced at the chat channel. I found an island. Oh my goodness. I've finally seen land. I discovered and landed on one last week. What's so special about it? What? I haven't encountered an island yet. Please tell me what it looks like. I've been swaying on the raft every day, and I'm about to be seasick. I made landfall. Oh my goodness. I finally set foot on solid ground. I can't stop the tears of excitement. Oh my goodness, there's actually watermelon on the island. What? Watermelon? I always thought those watermelons in the trading channel came from resource crates. It seemed that, as Yulong had surmised, very few people had discovered small islands during the novice period, and now all islands were open to everyone this week. Chapter 14, Encountering Others. Is this a means for us to rapidly gather resources and develop? Yulong stroked his chin, pondering the deity's intentions. However, how are they to procure the underwater resources? It is manageable to fumble around in the shallow waters, but what about the ores deep below? After all, not everyone possesses the ability to see in the depths of the sea. At this moment, a message captured Yulang's attention. Look what I've discovered. Basic swimming goggles. I've also found a basic oxygen tank. Haha, now I can dive into the sea. The shallow waters around the island are brimming with resources. How do you know those are resources? Who cares? Let us haul everything back for analysis. The results will speak for themselves. Yulong narrowed his eyes, intrigued. It seemed they were not only granted an island but also encouraged to explore the depths of the sea. Yet, he wondered if he would encounter the same islands others had already explored. With this thought in mind, he quickly scavenged the resources on the current island, leaving the rest for Xiaoba to handle. The living creatures in the shallow waters were sufficient for his sustenance, so he didn't bother collecting them. Once Xiaoba finished gathering, Yulong set its priority to the island's resources and tied Xiaoba to the raft with a rope, allowing it to lead the way. As Xiaoba collected resources from afar, their speed surpassed that of drifting with the currents. By the end of the day, Yulong had scavenged 7 or 8 miniature islands, created several resource boxes for storage, and continuously fed wood into the furnace to smelt ores. Resources were plentiful, but he still needed to develop research templates. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have won a cosmic-level diving suit 1. The diving suit was entirely gray, resembling a full-body spandex suit akin to Ultraman, with bulging compound eyes that did not hinder his vision whatsoever. Cosmic-level diving suit description automatically adapts to the wearer's physique, allowing for unrestricted movement in water. It shields against cold, heat, and pressure from the external environment. It automatically circulates oxygen, providing a comfortable breathing environment for the wearer. Upon reading the suit's description, Yulong was elated. Its attributes were nearly invincible. The lottery system was certainly generous, granting him protection for his underwater endeavors. No longer would he have to dive in mere undergarments. As dawn broke, he encountered an island and eagerly donned the diving suit. As he zipped it up, the suit sealed itself and conformed to his body shape. His vision and eye enhancement were unaffected, and he breathed and moved with ease, feeling utterly comfortable and oblivious to changes in the external environment. Furthermore, this diving suit was not only effective underwater but also retained its utility on land. A product of the system must be of exceptional quality, Yulong mused. He no longer worried about harsh climates. After scavenging the current island, Yulong prepared lunch. Having gathered a variety of new food items from the numerous islands, he planned to saute shredded tomatoes and potatoes, pan-fry some fish, and make a radish and fish soup. The oil was rendered from fatty fish, imparting a slight fishy scent, but a little sufficed to coat the pan. The salt was filtered from seawater, carrying a hint of bitterness but was better than nothing. Ming Ming squatted beside him, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed Yulong's cooking. Ming Ming, you don't eat, do you? For the past few days on the raft, he hadn't prepared such a lavish meal, so Ming Ming had shown little interest. But now she was witnessing this method for the first time. Since I lack a digestive and excretory system, I cannot consume food. Anything ingested must be regurgitated, she pouted, looking somewhat forlorn. If you wish to try, you may sample a little later. Ming Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once the dishes were complete, Yulong casually glanced towards the raft, and his expression suddenly sharpened. In the distance, a raft was drifting towards the island. It belonged to a new human. Yulong gripped the axe at his side tightly. Ming Ming also spotted the raft, her eyes shimmering with colorful light as she calmly said, "Brother, there is currently no detected threat." Yulong squinted, his expression hardening. He would first observe the other party's demeanor. If it was unfavorable, he would not hesitate to seize their resources. The raft appeared to have a first layer of approximately 50 square meters, but the second layer was considerably smaller, surrounded by a roof and walls made of leaves, awkwardly situated in the center of the raft. It seemed this individual had discovered the limitations of the basic water purifier. As long as they reached 50 square meters, they could construct two, allowing for a more abundant water supply. As the raft drew nearer, Yulong examined its details. Small raft, base area 50 square meters. Description: constructed with the most rudimentary tools, it appears spacious, yet the items and facilities on board are scant. Source: constructed by the new human Yin Qian. From the name, she appeared to be a woman, yet Yulong saw no one aboard. Aside from a few rows of wooden barrels on the first layer, there was nothing else. It seemed all valuable items were hidden on the second layer. The second layer had only one stairway, covered by a grass mat serving as a curtain, preventing Yulang from using his enhanced vision to see inside. Yulang snorted. This person is rather cunning. The opposing raft was carried by the current, colliding with Yulang's raft. Boom. Water splashed, and both rafts shook slightly, with the other raft coming to a halt against the shore. A faint sound of discomfort emanated from the second layer, which Yulang caught. Indeed, they were hiding. A cold smile crossed his lips. However, the occupant did not seem inclined to engage in conflict. Well, that was to Yulang's liking. He had no desire to stain his hands with the blood of his own kind, especially not with Meng Meng's hands. Since the other party remained hidden, he decided to ignore them for the time being. Sitting back down, he began to eat and drink. Meng Meng took a sip of soup and smacked her lips, saying, "Brother, I've never eaten anything, so I cannot describe the flavor." Yulang felt a pang of pity for Meng Meng. "Do you have a sense of taste?" "Yes, but it merely enhances my 5 senses, allowing for quicker reactions." Meng Meng took another large sip. "You lack a digestive system. Where does the soup go?" Yulang inquired curiously. "I possess a special stomach pouch, akin to a container, in which ingested items are stored. The pouch is made of a unique material that preserves the contents, meant for use in special circumstances." "Never spoils?" Yulang tentatively asked. Meng Meng pondered for a moment. "More or less, so I must clean it out regularly. This pouch is even more impressive than a refrigerator. It will surely prove invaluable." Just as they conversed, a gentle female voice drifted from the second layer of the raft. Excuse me, could you spare me some hot soup? I would be willing to exchange resources." Upon hearing the melodious voice, Yulang was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Yin Qian would possess such a lovely voice, and curiosity about her appearance sparked within him. However, this thought was fleeting, and he quickly returned to his composed demeanor. "What resources would you offer in exchange? Aside from food and water, I can provide anything else." Yulang gnawed on a piece of pan-fried fish, 20 metal ores, or other rare items. After a pause, Yin Qian replied, "I don't have that many metal ores, but I do possess blueprints." Chapter 15. Weather changes and the blueprint for a small water purifier. Yin Qian continued, stating that once manufactured, the output would be 5 times that of a simple water purifier. Upon hearing about the blueprint, Yulang felt a surge of excitement. But his enthusiasm waned when he realized it was merely a water purifier. Although it was compact, it paled in comparison to Jingjing. "Do you have any other blueprints?" "I have no need for this one," he remarked. Yin Qian hesitated, wondering if it was because he already possessed one. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and said, "How about a blueprint for a small furnace?" Had this been a few days prior, Yulang would have eagerly accepted it. But now it seemed unnecessary. Noticing that the woman possessed quite a few blueprints, Yulang's interest piqued. "I don't need that either. Do you have anything else?" he inquired. Yin Qian fell silent. "Is that all? Then I suppose I must drink the soup." With Yin Qian no longer engaging, Yulang took the initiative to speak. The second floor remained eerily quiet. Yulang tidied up and returned to his wooden raft, instructing Xiaoba to steer it away from the small island. He wished to avoid any entanglement with that woman. It was not until they were nearly out of sight of her raft that he finally saw Yin Qian emerge from the second floor, heading toward the island. As Yin Qian arrived on the island, she discovered that all resources had been completely scavenged, leaving her somewhat disappointed. However, her development was progressing well. She had ample basic supplies, including a small water purifier and 2 simple ones. Although there was a scarcity of diverse food sources, she had no shortage of roasted sea fish and baked potatoes. Thus far, she had encountered only 2 small islands and had not discovered anything immediately useful. Although she possessed a few blueprints, the lack of complete materials had hindered any progress on them. She had not intended to reveal herself. But seeing a young girl by Yulang's side eased her apprehension. It seemed likely that the child was unable to fend for herself. Thus fate had arranged for her kin to be nearby for care. The fact that Yulang had been able to look after the child for so long, and that the girl appeared to be doing well, suggested that he might not be as malevolent as she had initially thought. Suddenly, Yin Qian noticed the spot where Yulang had just dined, where a large plastic cup held a steaming bowl of radish and sea fish soup, still warm. She touched her chilly abdomen and lifted the hot soup, gazing in the direction where Yulang had vanished. "I had thought you to be insatiable, but it seems you were quite thoughtful." She had remained hidden on the second floor, ready to strike should Yulang come near. "Do not blame me for my wariness. This world," she sighed. Meanwhile, Yulang had scavenged several islands without encountering anyone else, gradually pushing thoughts of the woman from his mind. As he surveyed the undulating sea, a frown creased his brow. It seems the wind has intensified. The sky gradually darkened, and before long, a light rain began to fall. Listening to the patter of raindrops, he organized his collected supplies, thankful that he had built walls and a roof in advance. What is this? In a recently acquired underwater supply box, he discovered a parchment scroll. It depicted a simple outline, resembling a map, but it lacked any scale or dimensions. Only marked with a 6-digit number, 131452. Yulang examined the details. Blueprint for a small island map coordinates. Note: requires navigation for use. A small island? Yulang murmured. And it requires navigation? Everyone is still struggling for basic sustenance and has not yet uncovered any resources related to navigation. Why would the divine bestow this so early? Merely to provide a collection of coordinates? He glanced at the chat channel, noting no one had mentioned finding such a map. Everyone was sharing their experiences from the day. Goodness, I haven't even repaired my roof yet, and it's already raining. After gathering resources for so long, he hoped he had enough to fix the roof. This must be the divine's new trial. Weather changes. Perhaps summer and winter will follow. The weather trials were trivial. The real test lay in human interactions. I have encountered another raft, he exclaimed. At last, I have companionship. Did you not see today's chat channel? Several individuals have already crossed paths. But the outcomes were not as pleasant as you might hope. What happened? Most resulted in one party capitulating, but one individual was coerced into surrendering his resources and refused, leading to his demise. Before his end, he uttered a warning. What warning? Beware of 2 men in black clothing. 2 men? My goodness. They are forming factions so quickly. Yulang found himself in agreement with the notion of weather trials, although he possessed a diving suit that insulated him from the environment. It was prudent to prepare items for heat relief and warmth, just in case. With that thought, he ventured into his spatial land to assess his crops. The vegetable and fruit seedlings he had excavated from the small island had yet to be planted, remaining in the storage box. Now was the perfect time to sow them. The spatial land had an almost negligible presence, and he lacked enthusiasm for planting. He occasionally remembered but quickly forgot. Upon entering the spatial land, he was greeted by a verdant expanse of crops. Potatoes. Description: ordinary crop. Time until maturity: 1 day, 3 hours, 15 minutes. Note: currently in a state of water deficiency, resulting in poor growth conditions, extended maturity time, reduced yield, and diminished quality. Yulang noted that all his crops were suffering from water shortages, a serious consequence indeed. This water depletes far too quickly. Back on Blue Star. A few days without watering posed no issue. However, the accelerated growth cycle here necessitated more frequent watering. He promptly irrigated everything with level 3 plant water. Though the water shortage was resolved and maturity times returned to normal, yield and quality were still affected. He contemplated conducting an experiment to determine how many times he needed to water from sowing to maturity. Perhaps I shall wait until the next planting to find out. He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. After planting the vegetable and fruit seedlings and watering them, he exited the spatial land. The chat channel remained lively. Haha. Today, my potato harvest was bountiful. I grew them hydroponically, and they matured in just 7 days. If it weren't for those pesky seabirds, my potatoes would have thrived even more. What do potatoes matter? I unearthed radishes on the small island today. I envy you. I only picked a few large watermelons and several bunches of bananas. I might just burst from all this fruit. Isn't the upstairs a bit too extravagant? Yulang chuckled softly, pondering whether these individuals would still find their meals appetizing if they realized he could already cook. Never mind, it's best to remain low-key and develop quietly. He posted a message seeking information about Huaxia Zhongyang City, the couple Yue and Lili, and their daughter Yuyu. After patiently waiting a few minutes, just as he was about to close the chat, a private message request arrived, and Yulang's heart leaped with joy. He quickly checked. The sender's name, Lili. Yulang's excitement surged, but upon reading her message, his heart sank. I have lost my memory. All I remember is that my name is Lili. I am from Huaxia Zhongyang City. My husband is Yue, and my daughter is Yuyu. Your name is Yulang. Are you my relative? Yulang suppressed his emotions and carefully pondered her words. Lost memory? Yet you can recall these details, but not me? However, since this information was shared by me, it is not surprising that she can articulate it clearly. The difficulty now lies in the fact that any inquiries I make could be deflected by her claim of amnesia. How do I discern her authenticity now? Chapter 16. Mother Yulang said nothing and directly added the other party as a friend, only to be immediately rejected. Please clarify who you are. Otherwise, I won't accept your request, the other party messaged. After a moment of contemplation, Yulang replied, I am indeed your kin. Adding me as a friend will enable me to assist you. At this, the other party sent a friend request, which Yulang accepted. Upon viewing the profile, he could only discern a name. The other party exclaimed, It is truly wonderful to find my family. In this dreadful place, I am nearing my breaking point. How have you been? Yulang began to believe she might indeed be his mother. I am starving. Could you spare me some food and drink? A young woman on the other end of the chat pleaded pitifully. After saying this, her expression shifted, revealing a devious smile. Hiki. Another fish has taken the bait. There are far too many people seeking their relatives in this world. These are undoubtedly valuable resources. Thankfully, I initially chose a nickname with an absurdly high duplication rate. Drawing upon years of experience in fishing for contacts on WeChat, she had successfully gained the trust of over a dozen individuals, allowing her to live comfortably off the supplies they provided. Noticing Yulang's silence, she added, I lack the strength to converse further if I do not reply shortly. It may mean I am no longer in this world. She was uncertain of Yulang's true identity, as he had yet to reveal who he was. Once the friend request was accepted, they could send voice messages. Yulang, realizing this, responded, It has been a long time since I heard your voice. Please send me a voice message. Lily frowned, letting out a derisive snort. Quite astute, she thought. Most individuals, after such a prolonged search for loved ones, would not suspect any deceit and would readily offer assistance. Even if they soon realized they had been duped and berated her before blocking her, she would still benefit from the exchange, nothing lost. Clearing her throat and practicing her tone, she feigned a hoarse voice to reply, I can't hold on any longer. Please save me. It must be said that Lily possessed considerable talent for performance. It would be a pity if she did not pursue a career as a voice actor. The other party has initiated a trade. Would you like to accept? Lily's eyes lit up upon seeing the system notification. I thought you were clever, but it turns out you were just another fool. Without examining the items in the trade closely, she hastily accepted, fearing the other party might change their mind. Thank you, she forced out, attempting to sound weak. You are not yet friends with the other party and cannot send messages. Lily stared blankly at this message. What is happening? Did they actually remove me? She shrugged it off, reasoning that she had already received supplies, so it was not a total loss. Opening her system backpack, she checked the items from the recent trade. They were small, dark objects, and upon inspecting them closely, her face turned a sickly shade of green. Meatworm excrement. Description, the feces of a meatworm. What a lunatic. Lily cursed under her breath. She had no idea when Yulang discovered her deceit. She believed her act had been flawless. However, she was mentally resilient and hardly fazed by this minor setback, continuing her search for the next target. After blocking Li, Yulang closed the system screen. He scoffed at Li's performance. Neither her tone nor her voice resembled his mother in the slightest. The meatworms were bred by Yulang himself for fishing purposes. Meatworms serve as superior bait compared to others, which is why he kept them. He placed some soil in a wooden barrel, added scraps of wood and fruit peels, occasionally sprinkled some fresh water, and stored them in a dark, damp area, allowing the meatworms to thrive. Lily had unknowingly deceived countless individuals, and receiving a mere handful of meatworm droppings was a lenient form of retribution. In the second week, after the micro-island opened, the number of islands Yulang encountered significantly increased, keeping him busy until nightfall. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a simple kitchen one. Yulang examined the kitchen specifications. It required a footprint of 3 by 3, and he temporarily placed it on the first floor. This was a rustic farmhouse kitchen, housed within a small wooden shed that featured a vegetable washing sink, cutting board, cabinets, and a clay stove with a large iron pot. The cabinets were stocked with a complete array of pots, bowls, and utensils. The tap at the vegetable washing sink was little more than a decorative feature. It could only be used by pulling the silent water pipe over when needed. Although somewhat rudimentary, it was functional and would allow for a wider variety of dishes in the future. The clay stove required wood to ignite, and for those unaccustomed to using it, managing the fire could be quite challenging. However, after many days of practice, Yulang had developed a basic understanding of cooking and fire management. Though his culinary skills were modest and he had a limited repertoire, he resolved to make do. After setting up the kitchen, Yulang went to rest, allowing Xiao Ba to continue searching for islands with the raft. As the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, Yin Qian remained sound asleep, her raft drifting toward a micro-island with the ebb and flow of the waves. This micro-island featured a hill approximately 6 to 7 meters high. On the opposite side of the hill, another raft was already anchored. The two individuals atop the raft were taking a moment to recuperate when they soon spotted Yin Qian's raft. They exchanged a glance, revealing sinister smiles. Ding ding ding. Yin Qian was jolted awake by the alarm set on her raft, gripping her spear tightly. She had no time to turn around before two men suddenly flung aside the grass curtain and lunged at her. Yin Qian screamed and struggled desperately. Had it been just one man, she might have been able to escape, but facing two, her heart sank. The men were caught off guard to find a woman on the raft, igniting a surge of desire within them. Hey, this woman has a nice figure. One of the smaller men said lecherously. The larger man, dubbed Fei Gu, was panting with excitement atop Yin Qian, tearing at her clothing. Annoyed that the smaller man lingered nearby, he barked, "Get out of here. I'm going first." The smaller man could only sulkily retreat to the lower level of the raft. Cursing under his breath, "You always get the good stuff first. I'll just take the scraps, humph. I'll make sure to deal with you when the opportunity arises." The smaller man was forced to follow Fei Ge. There was no way he could contend with him. To resist would only lead to a fate like so many others, becoming a victim of Fei Ge. Listening to the screams of the woman from above and the sounds of Fei Ge's violence, the smaller man began to feel a thrill of excitement as he imagined the unspeakable scenes. He inadvertently glanced at the distant sea and was startled to see a raft swiftly approaching. He quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Fei Ge, someone is coming. They are moving fast." Fei Ge did not respond, remaining engrossed in his struggle with the woman. Chapter 17. The man in black, the slender man, could only reach the entrance of the second floor, anxiously shouting, "Fei Ge, hurry out. The raft is about to arrive." "Damn," Fei Ge cursed, flinging open the curtain and delivering a harsh slap to the slender man, sending him tumbling to the ground below. "What the hell? You're disrupting my plans." He paid no heed to the slender man's fate, instead gazing into the distance, where, indeed, a raft was rapidly approaching. It appeared to be dragged by a large iron ball. "What is that?" Fei Ge had never encountered such a peculiar sight. The slender man scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and trembled as he spoke. "Perhaps that is the reward bestowed by the gods." Fei Ge squinted his eyes, a glimmer of greed igniting within his triangular gaze. "A divine reward, you say? Then I shall gladly accept it." He bound the battered and tear-streaked Yin Qianshan's hands behind her back and secured her to the window frame, stuffing a bundle of hay into her mouth to stifle any cries for help. In that moment, Yin Qianshan managed to preserve her virtue, feeling immense gratitude toward the raft that had unexpectedly arrived. Once they departed, she was determined to escape. Otherwise, when they returned, she would be trapped in hell. Fei Ge and the slender man frantically paddled, maneuvering Yin Qianshan's raft to the backside of the small island, aligning it with their own. They lay in ambush, watching as the raft made landfall. After the large iron ball brought the raft to shore, it ceased all movement. After a brief wait, observing the raft remained still, they surmised that the occupants were likely still resting, prompting them to plan a stealthy attack. Approaching the iron ball, the other side showed no reaction. However, to be cautious, Fei Ge instructed the slender man to board the raft first. With careful steps, the slender man climbed aboard, followed closely by Fei Ge. They found an array of impressive, unfamiliar equipment laid out on the first level of the raft. Both men recognized this to be a grand opportunity. There were too many treasures to ignore. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice startled them. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a petite girl emerging from behind the luxurious equipment, Meng Meng. They were overjoyed. It seemed the owner of the raft was this little girl, making her an easy target to subdue. The sight of Meng Meng's adorable figure stirred some wicked thoughts within the slender man. He lewdly approached her. "Come here, sweetie. Uncle will take good care of you." Recognizing the threat, Meng Meng detested the lecherous man before her and without hesitation raised her gun. Bang! The slender man's head burst like a watermelon, his body collapsing in a rigid heap, twitching a few times before lying still. Fei Ge stood 2 or 3 steps behind the slender man, blood splattering across his face. The sudden explosion in the corpse at his feet left him dumbfounded for several seconds. Yet, as one who had stained his hands with blood, he was no stranger to such sights. Realizing that this little girl was not someone to be trifled with, he bolted, turning to flee towards the island. "Meng Meng, what happened?" Yu Lang, awakened by the gunfire, swiftly lifted the grass curtain to inquire. His gaze fell upon the headless corpse lying on the raft. Akai, deceased. Note: new human, 26 years old, male, without a raft of his own. Yu Lang was shocked for a few seconds before regaining his composure. Having experienced the apocalyptic events on Blue Star, he had seen all manner of corpses. Corpses were not frightening. The living were the true threat. This person posed a threat to me, so I eliminated him. Meng Meng shrugged, then pointed to the island and exclaimed, "Run." Yu Lang observed the fleeing figure, gathering information. Fake a note. New human, 33 years old, male. Possesses some strength, but not formidable. Gazing back at the corpse on the ground, he suddenly recalled someone warning him to be wary of 2 men in black clothing. They were indeed the ones dressed in black. Yu Lang squinted, an aura of killing intent emanating from him. Fortunately, he had Meng Meng. Otherwise, he might have fallen into their trap. Both of these men must die. Otherwise, more would suffer. "Meng Meng, let us go. We must eliminate the other one." Yu Lang leaped to the first level, swiftly pursuing the fleeing man. "The man does not pose a threat. He cannot be eliminated," Meng Meng replied nonchalantly, putting away her gun. Her words nearly caused Yu Lang to stumble, a wry smile escaping him as he realized he had forgotten Meng Meng's attack commands had specific requirements. Nevertheless, he had enhanced his physical abilities and was capable of fighting. If necessary, Ming Ming would surely intervene to protect him. Though Ming Ming stated this, she closely followed Yu Lang as they raced toward the backside of the island. Upon reaching the rear, they discovered two rafts. One, a larger three-tiered vessel, had already drifted 5 or 6 meters from the shore. The man frantically paddled, desperately hoping to escape the range of the little girl's attacks. Yu Lang felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow the man to escape so easily. With a running start on the island, he tightened his legs and leaped forcefully, akin to a spring, vaulting towards the raft. Thud. He landed firmly at the edge of the raft, the motion causing Fei Gu to nervously glance back. What he saw was a man descending from the heavens, landing steadily at the stern of the boat. With a swift motion of his right hand, a spear shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, aimed directly at him. Thud. Before Fei Gu could react, the spear pierced his chest with such force that it penetrated his body, leaving a gaping wound. You. Fei Ji's eyes widened, his words choking on the blood that surged from his mouth as his body uncontrollably toppled towards the sea. He could not comprehend how his adversary had leaped such a distance. Was he an Olympic long jumper from Blue Star? Furthermore, the precision and power of the throw were astounding. He realized he had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Splash. 3 sharks lunged at the regretful Fei Gu, tearing him to shreds in an instant. Yu Lang gazed at the bloodied sea, then at his own hands and legs, astonished by the power he had just unleashed. To think his physical capabilities had become so formidable. Jumping from the shore to the raft and executing a long-distance throw had merely been a spontaneous idea born of desperation. Yet he had succeeded. Typically, Ming Ming handled all dangers, and he had not noticed the extent of his transformation. It seemed he must now seek opportunities to train under Ming Ming's guidance. A sheltered flower could not withstand the storms of life. Yin Qianshan stood by the window, witnessing everything unfold on the adjacent raft. Wasn't he that the man and the little girl she encountered yesterday? Who would have thought the man was so powerful? Yin Qianshan had a favorable impression of them. At the very least, they posed no threat to her. Had they intended to harm her yesterday, she would have had no chance of escape. Bouncing against the wooden wall, she emitted muffled sounds of distress. Yu Lang, noticing the commotion on the raft, saw a woman bound and pleading for help. Realizing this raft belonged to the woman he had met yesterday, he approached Yin Qianshan's room, lifting the grass curtain to find her disheveled and battered. Yin Qianshan was finally rescued, tears of joy streaming down her face. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Yu Lang. Thank you for saving my life. From this angle, Yu Lang caught sight of Yin Qianshan's delicate skin, the sight causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Realizing her disarray, Yin Qianshan hastily adjusted her clothing. My name is Yin Qianshan. I am 20 years old. Please allow me to follow you. Yin Qian steadied her emotions, wiped away her tears, and raised her head to speak earnestly. I am willing to offer you all my resources and do everything within my power, simply to walk alongside you. At that moment, Yu Lang finally beheld her visage clearly. Her jet black hair cascaded to her shoulders, framing a beautifully delicate face. Her dark brows arched elegantly, and her eyes sparkled like clear emerald waters. With a petite nose and soft lips, her fair and radiant skin glowed even without the adornment of makeup, exuding a refreshing beauty akin to a picturesque scene. Yu Lang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How exquisite. Such a natural and refreshing beauty is indeed a rarity. Chapter 18 Yin Qian. Are you willing to do anything for me? Yu Lang raised an eyebrow. As long as it is within my capabilities, I am willing. Yin Qian nodded earnestly. What about clapping for me? Yu Lang let out a cold laugh. Clapping? Yin Qian was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Yu Lang's expression, she quickly grasped the implication. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and in a fit of anger and embarrassment, she straightened her posture. I would rather die. To think this man is such a beast. How naive I have been. Yu Lang stifled a laugh, striving to adopt a lewd demeanor. He was merely testing Yin Qian, after all. She had not yet reached a point of utter desperation. If she were to agree to clap for him solely for the sake of seeking protection, he would certainly not take her in. Yu Lang harbored a deep disdain for those lacking self-respect, akin to his former girlfriend, a woman who had become a thorn in his side. If you cannot clap, what else can you do? Yu Lang pressed further. Observing Yin Qian's delicate features, he doubted her ability to perform any laborious tasks. Even if he were to recruit someone, he had no interest in a freeloader. Yin Qian initially believed Yu Lang would be displeased and take a harsh stance against her, but to her surprise, he appeared somewhat relieved. Although my major is in economics, which seems of little use at present, I can cook, clean, and do laundry. I can manage all household chores. Yu Lang pondered for a moment and asked, Can you farm? I can. Yin Qian replied emphatically. Having lived with her grandparents in the countryside during her childhood, she was capable of handling anything that wasn't overly complex. As their conversation progressed, Yanqian noticed that Yulang no longer harbored ulterior motives, and she gradually lowered her guard. To verify her claims, Yulang led Yanqian back to his raft, instructing her to prepare a meal using the rudimentary kitchen she had acquired that day. Upon stepping onto Yulang's raft, Yanqian was met with the sight of the lifeless body of a small, thin man, causing her legs to weaken and a scream to escape her lips. Despite having experienced the apocalypse on Blue Star, she had never been so close to a corpse. Yulang remained remarkably composed, examining the wristwatch system attached to the body, searching for anything of value. The wristwatch system was affixed to the wrist and could not be removed. He wondered if it would still function if merely the hand was severed. Once the host perished, the wristwatch system would enter a state of abandonment. Achievements and resources that had been unlocked could either be transferred or destroyed. Although the useful items within this system were few, Yulang still opted to transfer what he could to his own wristwatch system. Ding! System transfer successful, imminent destruction. The deceased man's wristwatch system emitted a notification sound before instantly disintegrating into ashes, dissipating into the air. It was a pity that a once promising life had met such a fate. Surely he must have possessed some valuable items. Yulang discarded the corpse into the sea, where sharks swiftly devoured it. He then retrieved a hose from Jingjing to wash down the raft. Yanqian suddenly felt a sense of trepidation towards Yulang, for his demeanor and actions were unsettlingly calm, as if he were accustomed to dealing with corpses. Could it be that he, too, was a heartless killer? Yanqian's mind raced with such thoughts. After handling the situation, Yulang guided the still-dazed Yanqian to the makeshift kitchen. Yanqian was astounded by the comprehensive facilities. Her earlier terror completely forgotten. While others were limited to barbecues, Yulang could enjoy hot soup. She realized the situation was far more developed than she had imagined, complete with a ready supply of fresh water. Finally understanding why Yulang had looked down upon her water purifier blueprints, she pondered the vast disparities that existed between individuals. Regaining her composure, she began to prepare the ingredients Yulang had provided, fully immersing herself in the task of cooking. With such a promising ally, she was determined to secure her position. Yulang sat on a nearby chair, observing Yanqian's adept movements, confirming her competence. The dining table and chairs beside him were items he had devised just days prior, making mealtimes or other activities significantly more convenient. In no time, Yanqian had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, presenting them on the table. Although the flavors were mild, the balance of meat and vegetables was commendable, and the colors and aromas were delightful. Yulang took a bite, genuinely impressed by the taste. If only I had a complete set of seasonings, I could create even more delectable dishes. Standing nearby, Yanqian watched the long-awaited stir-fried dishes, swallowing hard as her stomach audibly protested. Yulang glanced at her and said, "Let's eat together. There's too much for me to finish alone." Yanqian, not one to hesitate, retrieved a pair of chopsticks and eagerly dug in, thinking, even if he doesn't allow me to stay, at least I can enjoy a good meal. Before long, she had cleaned her plate and, after tidying up the kitchen, stood before Yulang, fidgeting with uncertainty as she awaited his response. "I am Yulang, 22 years old. Welcome to be my housekeeper." Yulang smiled slightly, extending his hand towards Yanqian. Yanqian was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't there anything else I need to prove?" "No need for such complications. We have plenty of time for that in the future." "Very well." Yanqian gently shook his hand. She had never expected that a top student in economics would end up as someone as housekeeper. Yet, serving a powerful figure wasn't such a loss after all. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Yulang gripped it firmly, causing her heart to race. Yulang's smile remained unchanged. Yet his words dripped with a chilling warning. "I advise you not to be foolish." Upon uttering this, he released her hand and strode toward the raft's edge. "Come. We need to deal with your 2 rafts." Yanqian stood awkwardly in place, fully comprehending the weight of Yulang's words. She was self-aware enough not to engage in any foolish actions. The raft, soaring high, had 3 levels, each measuring 80 square meters, equipped with abundant supplies and facilities. It was evident that he had partaken in numerous unscrupulous deeds. Among the items was a stew pot that Yulang had yet to encounter, while his kitchenware was complete. The recipes produced merely ordinary food, lacking the unique effects of the stew pot. Truly, fortune favors the bold. With the demise of the raft's owner, it became an unclaimed asset, allowing others to access it. Yulang salvaged everything movable from the 2 rafts, using the system to recycle immovable structures like walls and floors into resources. Low-grade items that were of no use could later be traded. This battle not only yielded abundant resources and facilities for Yulang, but also gifted him Yanqian as a free housekeeper. A remarkable gain indeed. However, it underscored the importance of strength. Had it not been for Ming Ming, and if his physique had not improved, he might have been torn apart by the sharks. With Yin-Qian's addition, Yulang conceived new plans. He intended to recruit more capable individuals to bolster his team. In this unknown new world, survival relied heavily on teamwork. It was impractical to fight alone. One need not fear a formidable opponent, but rather a foolish ally. Henceforth, his choice of companions would be approached with greater caution, for he wished to avoid being betrayed from behind. With an additional person now, he also decided to continue seeking talent and expand the raft while reorganizing its facilities. Chapter 19. The 5-layer raft. Yulang meticulously devised a construction plan to commence the expansion of the wooden raft. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, he enlarged the foundational raft to an impressive 15 by 20 meters, totaling 300 square meters, and reinforced it entirely with iron. Such lavishness in construction had yet to be matched by anyone else. Yulang stood alone in this endeavor. The raft ultimately comprised 5 layers, with each ascending level diminishing in area to ensure mobility and ample light for the layers below. The first level featured only a few wooden walls, adorned with several storage boxes for essential tools and supplies. The location of the restroom remained unchanged. The second level was primarily designated for the kitchen, housing amenities such as a water purifier. The third layer accommodated a forge, research station, and various workspaces. The fourth level contained 6 small rooms, each furnished with a wooden bed, a table, and several storage boxes. Now capable of producing wooden doors and glass windows, he installed them in every room. Though modest, they could be deemed seaside abodes with beds. The 5th level was equipped only with a wooden railing encircling a few tables and chairs, serving as an open-air relaxation area with a view. By the time Yulang completed this impressive construction, night had fallen. Each floorboard and wall had to be meticulously constructed using a system hammer, a task demanding his undivided attention. Yin-Qian, unable to perceive her surroundings in the dark as Yulang could, relied on the flickering campfire on the island, observing his industriousness while engaging in light conversation with Meng Meng. Given that Yulang had embraced Yin-Qian, it was only natural for Meng Meng to welcome her too. The presence of a charming young lady to converse with filled Meng Meng with joy. Is he truly your brother? Yin-Qian, unaware of Meng Meng's true identity, presumed she was merely a young girl endowed with unique abilities. Indeed, he is my brother, Meng Meng replied earnestly, her big eyes sparkling. Then why do you two look nothing alike? Must we always resemble one another? Meng Meng tilted her head, puzzled. Well, I suppose not everyone must look alike. Yin-Qian conceded, contemplating how to delve deeper into Yulang's background through Meng Meng, only to find their thoughts diverging entirely. Does your brother possess any extraordinary abilities? He can see in the dark and seems incredibly strong. He has been tirelessly working since he ate, showing no signs of fatigue. Yin-Qian continued her inquiry with persistence. Extraordinary abilities? I'm not sure about that. My brother simply does what he does, and his skills are ever growing. Meng Meng pondered for a moment. Having completed his construction, Yulang approached them, stretching his sore arms, signaling that they could now rest on the raft. Leading the way, he guided the two of them closely behind. As darkness engulfed her, Yin-Qian could only grasp Meng Meng's shoulder for navigation. It seems I must find a way to procure some lighting fixtures in the future. While it matters little to Meng Meng and me, the darkness could impact you significantly, Yulang remarked. May I ask how you can see in the dark? Yin-Qian mustered her courage to inquire tentatively. Well, one might say it is a reward from the divine, Yulang replied, refraining from disclosing the existence of his lottery system. Yin-Qian nodded, accepting his response. Yulang assigned Yin-Qian to the room on the far right, while he took the room on the far left. Although Meng Meng did not require sleep, he placed her in the adjacent room, allowing her the freedom to choose where to stay. The tranquil night was devoid of any moonlight or starlight. Yin-Qian tossed and turned in bed, her mind racing with the events of the day, rendering her unable to sleep. She harbored some concern that Yulang might enter her room while she was asleep. However, her worries were unfounded. He had no intention of intruding upon her slumber. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received a simple restroom. Yulang had eagerly anticipated this restroom. The anxiety he felt regarding potential shark attacks during his bathroom visits had been quite distressing. Initially, he intended to relocate the restroom to the 2nd level, but had yet to ascertain how to do so effectively. Now, with the complete restroom in hand, his current dilemma was resolved. He promptly arose and positioned the restroom in an appropriate spot on the 2nd level. This restroom featured a wet and dry separation, with an exterior wash basin, a ceramic toilet behind a wooden door, and a shower head. Although it was merely a toilet, it was a far cry from the previous unsanitary conditions. To the right of the restroom was a large water tank. Once filled, all facilities would function seamlessly. However, the tank lacked heating capabilities, necessitating the connection of a water pipe to obtain warm water for bathing. By the time Yin-Qian awoke, midday was upon her. She had only fallen asleep in the early hours and now bore the telltale signs of fatigue. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Yulang, who was engrossed in research on the 3rd level. Apologies, I overslept. I will prepare lunch immediately, she said, concerned that her tardiness on her first day of work might displease him. Noticing her dark circles, Yulang understood her predicament. You should freshen up on the 2nd level at the stern of the boat. If you'd like to bathe, just inform Jing of your preferred temperature. After a brief pause, he added, once you are refreshed, I will introduce you to our new environment before we prepare lunch. All right, Yin replied, bewildered by the mention of a wash area on the 2nd level and the possibility of bathing. Upon reaching the stern of the 2nd level, she stood in awe at the sight of the newly emerged restroom. She recalled that the restroom had been a primitive pit on the 1st level just the day before. In a single night, the wash basin, toilet, and shower had all been furnished. Where had this come from? Could it be another divine gift? Even though Yin Qian previously possessed 3 freshwater purifiers, she had still struggled to bathe properly. Glancing down at her tattered clothing, which exuded a faint odor, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After requesting the water temperature from Jing, she indulged in a refreshing hot shower. Lacking shampoo or soap, she nonetheless emerged feeling significantly cleaner. Once she finished bathing, Yulang guided her from the 1st floor to the top, introducing her to the various facilities and granting her access to some of them. Yin Qian was continually astounded, marveling at how Yulang seemed to embody the very essence of divinity. Upon entering the spatial land, the spectacle before her once again reshaped her perception of Yulang. After witnessing such formidable items, she found herself unfazed. Regarding Jing's water, aside from the level 5 special drinking water and life essence, all others were available for use. Yin Qian felt a flicker of curiosity toward those 2 superior waters, but held no further aspirations, aware of her own status and identity. Having been unable to appreciate the raft's structure in the dim light the previous evening, Yin Qian now beheld the 5-layered raft in its entirety, overwhelmed with admiration. This could scarcely be classified as a raft. It resembled a luxurious cruise ship. While others struggled to survive on mere rafts, she was luxuriating aboard a floating resort. Her decision to cling to Yulang's coattails had proven exceedingly wise. They exchanged contact information, facilitating easier resource transactions and communication. The workload Yulang assigned her was neither excessive nor scant. Each day, she was responsible for preparing 3 meals, cultivating crops, feeding the meatworms, maintaining cleanliness, and, during her spare time, categorizing resources, analyzing supplies, and fishing. Yulang, on the other hand, no longer needed to concern himself with these mundane tasks, focusing instead on resource collection and formula research, occasionally fending off sharks and filtering rare items in the trading channel, most of which he exchanged for metal ores. Metal ores yielded rare substances, which were immensely valuable. With Yin Qian's contributions to trading, he could now conduct transactions 6 times daily. By delegating these trivial matters, he also gained more time to peruse the chat channel. Haha. To my astonishment, I uncovered a map within an underwater supply crate. There are individuals in the chat channel exuberantly boasting about it. Chapter 20. Unarmed Combat with Sharks. What kind of map is this? It is merely a simple diagram marked with 6 digits, which I have deciphered. Whether it is a map remains uncertain. It might well be a passage code or something similar. Your suggestion does hold some merit. Yulang observed that only a few individuals had managed to decipher the map, yet none knew its true purpose. Thus, he remarked in the chat channel, this is a map of an island, but navigation is required to reach it. How do you know? You speak with such conviction. How can we navigate when we can barely find enough to eat? Yulang chose not to respond further. Belief was a matter of personal choice. After gathering several miniature islands over the past few days, he held 5 or 6 maps in hand, merely awaiting the divine intervention of navigation. With all necessary tasks completed, Yulang instructed Xiao Ba to guide the newly constructed raft away from the small island. The raft had now transformed from a small to a medium-sized vessel. Propelled solely by Xiao Ba, moving at a mere 30 yards, significantly slower than before. In adverse weather conditions, progress against the wind was barely manageable. Having never worried about navigation before, Yulang had indeed overlooked this aspect during the expansion. He could only hope for a stroke of luck in acquiring a power system. Yin Qian stood on the 3rd-floor walkway, watching the small island recede into the distance, feeling somewhat dazed as tears blurred her vision. Wiping away her tears, a resolute light ignited in her eyes. She turned and entered the spatial land, determined to prove her worth to Yulang. Thanks to the unique properties of the spatial land, Yin Qian could see the maturation timelines and health statuses of the crops. She noticed that the crops had been planted quite haphazardly and were suffering from a lack of water, with some having overripe to the point of aging. It seemed Yulang was not adept at farming. Believing that digging a hole and burying seeds was sufficient, such a precious spatial land deserved far better stewardship. Yin Qian shook her head in resignation, promptly harvesting the mature crops, watering the parched ones with level 3 water, and planting new seeds. Yulang watched Yin Qian as she diligently toiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction, convinced he had made a wise decision. When mealtime approached, Yin Qian prepared a sumptuous feast in advance. She had set up a separate stove for the stew pot. By simply adding the appropriate ingredients and strictly adhering to the recipe, she could create perfectly crafted dishes. Furthermore, the ingredients themselves possessed energy, significantly enhancing the effects of the recipes. Upon tasting this food for the first time, Yin Qian felt a warm current flowing through her internal organs. Her eyes widened in surprise as she keenly sensed the changes within her body. Who would have thought this recipe could be so extraordinary? And this was merely a recipe for stamina replenishment. She pondered whether there might exist recipes for strength or speed enhancement. Suddenly, the sound of gnawing echoed as 3 basic rafts were attacked by sharks. Yulang observed the 3 sharks, realizing that with each additional person aboard, the number of pursuing sharks would also increase. The previous day, he had fallen into the sea and was devoured by 3 sharks while with 2 others on his raft. This time, he refrained from using a spear to confront the sharks, opting instead for his fists. Having discovered his own transformation yesterday, he instructed Meng Meng to intervene only when absolutely necessary or in dire situations. Meng Meng felt utterly useless and became quite despondent. Yulang took the time to explain, easing her spirits. After all, she was merely a robot. He could choose to disregard her entirely. However, after several days of life and death companionship, his feelings for her deepened, akin to gaining an additional sister. With a firm grip, Yulang clenched his right fist, the joints cracking as a surge of formidable power coalesced swiftly. Boom! His fist struck the shark's head, producing a sharp crack as the shark's skull concaved deeply. Yet, the shark's vitality proved remarkably resilient, despite sustaining such damage. It did not perish but rather sank into the depths, momentarily dazed. Sharks belong to the category of cartilaginous fish, and their bones are not particularly hard. Nevertheless, the force behind Yulang's punch was truly formidable. He could easily dispatch a robust man with such strength. The other 2 sharks were also repelled by a single blow from him. The previously injured shark surged back to attack the raft, but this time, a single punch definitively ended its life. Yulang tightened his fists, feeling the power within. Engaging in combat, complemented by special drinking water and life essence, yielded remarkably evident enhancements. He aimed to elevate his prowess to the point where he could slay a shark with a single punch. However, he lacked any formal techniques, relying solely on brute strength, which could only improve through continuous combat experience. These sharks served as excellent practice for him. He tossed 2 shark baits to attract 2 sharks while preparing to confront the remaining one himself. Donning a diving suit allowed him the freedom of movement necessary for the struggle. Initially, wrestling with the shark underwater filled him with trepidation. As long as he refrained from attacking, the shark would relentlessly pursue him. Only by swimming 50 meters away could he lose its attention, prompting the shark to circle the raft instead. Now, whenever he encountered a miniature island, Yulang would perform a cursory search, while Xiao Ba collected resources. He would challenge the sharks. During the previous week of the novice period, sharks would respawn 10 minutes after being killed. Now, it was reduced to merely 5 minutes. Initially, he focused on evading the sharks' attacks, but gradually he learned to seize opportunities for counterattacks. He dedicated every available moment to training, becoming increasingly adept at slaying sharks in the ocean. As night fell, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. Yulang had programmed Xiao Ba to automatically seek out miniature islands and gather resources before promptly moving on to the next one. Having explored numerous islands without discovering anything particularly noteworthy, he felt no loss regarding materials that Xiao Ba could not collect. Xiao Ba worked tirelessly around the clock, and the supplies continued to accumulate. Yulang had devised a large storage box capable of holding double the capacity of a medium one. Consequently, he reinforced several wooden walls on the first floor, securing the storage boxes in place, effectively converting that level into a warehouse. Now reclining on his bed, Yulang perused the chat channel. He had developed the habit of conducting a lottery every night at midnight before resting. He posted a message seeking his family and checked for any new discoveries from others. To his surprise, he noticed Yin Qian's message in the chat channel, searching for Yin Xiaobua, Zhang Yifan, and the Yin family from Jiangnan City, Huaxia. He had not anticipated that she, too, came from a family of 4. Yulang possessed scant knowledge about Yin Qian, for to him, the past held little significance. The new world represented a fresh beginning. He neither inquired nor divulged information about himself, as their current relationship revolved solely around mutual necessity, coexisting on the same raft without the need for emotional exchange. All that was required was to avoid betrayal. At that moment, Yin Qian discovered Yulang's message as well, gaining a bit more insight into him. She thought back to how he had jumped into the sea to engage in unarmed combat with the sharks, and how she had often felt anxious for him. Yet he consistently managed to turn peril into safety. although they had only known each other for a little over a day. Yulang's demonstrated strength had increasingly piqued Yanqian's interest. Perhaps it was the inherent curiosity of women. After midnight, the lottery commenced. Drawing. Congratulations. Host, you have received Super Intelligent Navigation 1. Chapter 21. The small island Yulang had grown accustomed to the lottery system's seemingly magical capabilities. He now believed it should be aptly named the Wish System, as it provided whatever one desired. The navigation device was a round alloy, slightly larger than the system wristwatch, featuring a small circular screen at its center. Upon touching the screen, it emitted a gentle violet glow. Beep. Initial activation. Please bestow upon me a name, Master. A soft female voice resonated. Yulang, lacking inspiration for names, decided to choose whatever came to mind, as long as it was easy to say. Naming successful. I shall provide quality service for my master, the device replied. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the small screen projected the ethereal image of a young woman, appearing to be around 16 or 17. With a short bob and an animated demeanor. Evidently, after the incident with Jingjing, the system had learned not to automatically assign a data-driven appearance to him. The thought of Jingjing resembling his ex-girlfriend caused him a headache. May I inquire what direction Master wishes to pursue? The young woman asked. Yulang retrieved a small map detailing the coordinates of a small island. I need to go to this location. The device glanced at the map, processing the coordinates 131452. Searching for destination. It vanished, and the screen transformed into a circular compass, its needle spinning rapidly. Having already acquired coordinates for several small islands, some of which were duplicates. This particular coordinate held significance as it was the first he had obtained. Beep. Destination information acquired. The compass faded. And the screen displayed a holographic image of a small island, rotating slowly, allowing a comprehensive view of its terrain, resembling the map precisely. The distance to the destination was 218 kilometers, with a danger index rated at 1. Remarkable. It even indicates the danger level of the destination. This provides some reassurance. Yulang mused. How many levels of danger are there? He inquired. There are currently 10 levels, the device responded. Currently? Does that imply there may be more than 10 levels in the future? Insufficient data. Unable to answer, the device replied. Yulang was curious about the danger levels defined by this navigation system. What is the danger index of our current location? Data detection in progress. Returning to Master. The current danger index is rated at 1. With this knowledge, Yulang understood that the small island was not particularly perilous. While he now had navigation to guide him, he lacked sufficient propulsion to proceed at full speed. Maneuvering Xiaoba to travel over 200 kilometers was quite a hassle, as Xiaoba could only target resources, not directions. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to explore the small island. He might become the first to set foot there and gain first-hand information. At dawn, Yulang directed Xiaoba towards the small island. The navigation device was compact and portable, allowing Yulang to follow its guidance while steering Xiaoba. He commanded Xiaoba to collect resources in that direction. And Xiaoba advanced with the raft. Once Yanqian awoke and prepared breakfast, the two took turns on watch. They encountered a micro-island along the way, prompting Yulang to have Xiaoba descend to gather underwater minerals and resource boxes, ignoring all other resources. After approximately 30 kilometers, he realized they would not encounter any more micro-islands. The weather began to turn gloomy, visibility diminishing. As they approached within 100 kilometers, resources on the sea surface began to dwindle. Fog rolled in, accompanied by light rain. As they neared their destination, the weather worsened, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds and rain lashed the sea, with waves reaching 3 to 4 meters, relentlessly battering the raft. The precarious raft creaked ominously, appearing and disappearing amidst the tumultuous waves. Yulang reassured himself, knowing the raft was protected by the world's rules and would not capsize. He secured loose items to the wooden pillars and tied several ropes to Xiaoba to prevent it from drifting away, reducing its distance from the raft to 1 or 2 meters. The first layer of the raft was often submerged by waves, while the other layers were shielded by wooden walls, providing a measure of safety, though water seeped through the gaps. Yanqian, experiencing such tumultuous waves for the first time, clung tightly to a pillar, her heart racing. In contrast, Meng remained statuesque, calmly observing the undulating sea from her chair by the window. Yanqian had already discerned Ming's true identity as a robot, yet she struggled to accept it, still viewing her as a 10-year-old girl. The waves are growing fiercer. Must we continue? Yanqian expressed her fear of being swallowed by the sea. The waves seemed intent on preventing anyone from approaching the island. And if they did not advance, they would be pushed away from their destination. Rest assured, it's fine. Stay in the room. Do not venture out, Yulang instructed. He donned a diving suit and descended to the second-floor terrace. With resources diminishing on the sea surface, he decided to create his own. Aiming carefully, He tossed some wood onto the water and directed Xiaoba to retrieve it. With each powerful throw, his arm strength had grown formidable, capable of delivering a lethal blow to a shark. As they closed in on their destination, now only 50 kilometers away, the weather began to improve. The winds and rain subsiding. Items in the kitchen were strewn about, and Yin Qian began to tidy up. The floating resources had nearly vanished, leaving Yulong to continue tossing materials to guide Xiaoba. Beep. A significant quantity of unknown resources detected. Xiaoba announced as the destination finally fell within its detection range. Set Xiaoba to pursue the unknown resources automatically. As the sun dipped low in the sky and the winds calmed, Yulong felt a wave of relief wash over him. His arms ached and felt numb, but after sipping a small amount of life essence, he regained much of his vitality. By the time he could discern the outline of the small island, it was already deep into the night. This small island was considerably larger than the micro-islands, occupying roughly 40,000 square meters, with a height of about 50 to 60 meters. As they approached under the bright moonlight, Yin Qian finally got a good look at the island. "This island is enormous," she exclaimed. The size seemed particularly impressive after their encounters with the diminutive micro-islands. In a more typical context, this small island might not seem remarkable. Yulong, having grown weary of micro-islands, felt a surge of excitement over this small island. He instructed Xiaoba to circle the island with the raft, observing the general environment and checking for any unknown dangers lurking in the waters. After scanning the vicinity and finding no threats, he noted several plants and animals he had never encountered on the micro-islands. Choosing a suitable spot to land, he anchored the raft there. It being their first visit to the small island, it was prudent to wait until daylight to explore. Having endured the storm for so long, Yin Qian, despite feeling well, was mentally and physically exhausted. After taking a hot shower, she retired early for rest. After midnight, a notification sounded. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received a simple kinetic device X1. A kinetic device? Yulong sat upright in bed, eager to examine this device. Simple kinetic device. Description: a steam-powered kinetic device equipped with a steering wheel, designed for placement on the first layer of the raft, with a maximum speed of 50 km/h. To his surprise, it was a steam-powered device, a technology long obsolete on Blue Star. Chapter 22. Exploring the small island, Yulong descended to the lower deck of the raft to install the kinetic energy device. After prolonged use, the operational console of Little 8 had become positioned at the bow of the vessel. He made some adjustments, shifting Little 8 to the left. The kinetic energy device consists of two components, a directional control console and a kinetic energy furnace. The console is centrally located at the bow, while two massive propellers emerge automatically beneath the raft. The kinetic energy furnace, being quite large, is situated in the middle of the lower deck, leaning against the wooden wall. Once installed, it automatically configures a pipeline connecting the propellers and the control console. The water tank of the kinetic energy furnace filters the added water autonomously. Much like a fuel furnace, it generates kinetic energy as long as sufficient wood is added. At last, it resembled a proper vessel. Yulong toyed with the steering wheel, thoroughly satisfied. The ocean shall be my playground from now on. After breakfast, Yulong equipped Yin Qian with some weapons, instructing her to fend off any sharks that might gnaw at the raft whenever she had the opportunity. She was to remain vigilant for other dangers and contact him through the system immediately if any situation arose. He then ventured onto the small island with Mei Ming. This island was vibrant with life, finally resembling real land. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the lush grass. Yulong tightened his grip on the spear, holding his breath as he stared intently at the grass, ready for any monstrous creature that might leap forth. Ming Ming glanced around and detected no threats. With her assurance, Yulong breathed a sigh of relief and prodded the grass with his spear. With a flurry, a large creature resembling a rooster burst forth, terror-stricken and fleeing in all directions. Wild chicken description: a creature whose entire body is utilizable, timid and agile, suitable for domestication. Wild chicken. Yulong's eyes sparkled. After feasting on fish for over 10 days, prepared in every conceivable way, he was thoroughly tired of it. The thought of roasted chicken with its caramelized skin, tearing off a leg, the aroma wafting, and a bite revealing a crispy exterior with tender meat inside. Yulong swallowed hard, declaring, "Today, you are mine." Sensing Yulong's burning gaze, the wild chicken fled even faster. Yulong sprinted after it, waiting for the perfect moment to hurl his spear. Whoosh! The wild chicken screamed, leaping suddenly. The spear grazed its wings, embedding itself deeply into a nearby tree root, leaving only a few feathers behind. After several failed throws, Yulong scoffed. "This little creature is quite nimble. I underestimated it." He steadied his breath, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. With a swift motion, Yulong shot forth like an arrow. The wild chicken, startled by his sudden ferocity, froze momentarily in a corner of the forest before squawking and desperately flapping its wings, attempting to escape to a nearby branch. Now's the time. Yulong's right hand became a blur, the spear slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Thud. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the grass. The creature stood nearly a person's height, its front leg impaled by the spear that had pierced the wild chicken. Its blood-red eyes burned with fury, and its long tusks radiated a menacing chill. Wild boar, level 3 description, the dominator of the island. Possessing a tough exterior and immense destructive power. Its entire body is utilizable and can be domesticated. Yulong was taken aback to discover the wild boar's level was 3. It was noteworthy that the current sharks were merely level 1, albeit numerous, with strength capable of dispatching sharks in a single blow. He could only inflict superficial wounds on the boar. The level disparity was indeed significant. The wild boar snorted angrily, its legs tensing as it charged at Yulong. For an ordinary person, such close proximity would be impossible to evade. However, for Yulong, its speed was woefully insufficient. With a deft step, the boar merely grazed past him. Frustrated by its failure, the wild boar turned around to charge again. After dodging a few times, Yulong discerned its pattern. Following each powerful rush, it would pause momentarily, similar to the sharks. This interval lasted merely 2 seconds, yet for Yulong, it was ample time. As the wild boar once more rushed past him, its tail raised, revealing a vulnerable spot. Seizing the opportunity, Yulong thrust his metal spear with force. The spear embedded deeply, piercing the vital organs. The wild boar let out a pained howl, tilting its head and collapsing to the ground, stirring up dust, lifeless in an instant. Brother, your strength has increased again. I didn't even get a chance to strike. Ming Ming pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Due to Yulong's orders, she could only act when he was in peril. It had been quite some time since she had fought, and she felt she was on the verge of rusting. Encountering a wild boar had her quite exhilarated, yet she ended up with no opportunity. Yulong stored both the wild boar and the wild chicken in his system backpack, gently ruffling Ming Ming's hair, smiling as he said, "Soon, we shall head into the sea, and you will take down every shark, one by one." Ming Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bouncing with joy, though she feigned indifference, huffing, "Sharks are simply pitiful. They hardly showcase my prowess. Then you can use your light blade for close combat to reveal your true strength." Yulong pointed to the short blade at her waist. Ming Ming rolled her eyes. "I can defeat them in one move. Why waste time?" It was precisely this mindset that made Ming Ming unable to understand Yulong's preference for engaging enemies himself rather than relying on her. Yulong was momentarily at a loss for words. But on reflection, he acknowledged her point. "All right, you win," he conceded. For now, they decided against gathering resources and swiftly explored the island instead. Aside from the wild boar, they encountered no other creatures that posed a threat. No wonder the wild boar was labeled the dominator of the island. It was the only one with combat capabilities. A solitary ruler. As Yulong and Ming Ming walked along the mountain wall, preparing to return to the raft, Ming Ming suddenly halted, gazing at the overgrown wall of grass. Her brow furrowing slightly as she said, "Brother, I've detected a danger within, something we've never encountered before." A danger never encountered? Yulong felt a surge of curiosity. He prodded the grass with his spear, only to find it pierced through emptiness. Clearing the grass, he discovered a hidden cave. The cave was quite small, only allowing one person to enter while stooping. Peering into the darkness, Yulong could discern nothing, but it seemed bottomless. Perhaps that danger lay deep within. Yulong was aware that such unknown dangers required caution. His current strength was not enough to allow him to act recklessly. Yet, danger often coexists with opportunity, and he couldn't afford to miss this chance. "Ming Ming, you lead the way. If I'm not in mortal danger, you need not intervene." Though this approach felt somewhat cowardly, it was not the time for reckless bravado. "Understood, brother," Ming Ming replied, preparing herself to face the unknown peril. The two entered the cave, walking for a distance as the terrain gradually sloped downwards. The deeper they ventured, the lower the temperature dropped, and the cave was unnaturally silent. After roughly 10 minutes, the space opened up unexpectedly. To their astonishment, they found a cavern the size of a basketball court. In the center of the cavern was a dark pool of water. Atop a raised stone in the middle of the pool lay a glimmering treasure chest. The radiance emanating from it illuminated the dark cavern slightly. Chapter 23, The Mutated Viper and the Treasure Chest. Lo and behold, a treasure chest, exclaimed Yulong, astonished. Without Ming Ming, he would have never discovered this perfectly concealed cave, let alone the treasure chest itself. However, acquiring this treasure would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Where might the lurking danger be? Yulong surveyed his surroundings, meticulously analyzing the various details, and ultimately found a clue at the black water pool. Black water pool description: contaminated water that causes adverse reactions upon consumption. Several dangers reside within. Ming Ming, having scanned the conditions of the black water pool, interjected, "Brother, the danger emanates from this water. Although the pool is not large, one must enter the water to retrieve the treasure." The water was murky and foul-smelling, leaving Yu Lang unable to discern any information beneath the surface. Uncertain of any potential rules or restrictions, he pondered whether sending Ming Ming, the robot, to retrieve the treasure would result in unforeseen consequences. "It is best for me to retrieve the first treasure myself," Yu Lang resolved. Approaching the edge of the pool, he felt an unsettling sensation. He prodded the water with his spear to gauge its depth, finding it approximately waist deep. Donning his diving suit, he slowly entered the water, remaining vigilant as he moved toward the treasure. Meanwhile, Ming Ming stood at the shore, armed and scanning the vicinity with keen eyes, bracing for any eventuality. Everything seemed eerily calm. Just as Yu Lang was but a step away from the treasure, the water suddenly rippled, and several large bubbles emerged, brushing against his body. Though the diving suit insulated him from the external environment, it could not shield him from external sensations. Something lurked beneath the surface. Yu Lang's heart raced. He had no desire to engage with this entity. He merely wished to grasp the treasure and secure it in his system's backpack. With a swift step forward, he unexpectedly stepped upon something slick, causing him to stumble precariously close to falling into the water. In that fleeting moment, a towering splash erupted between him and the treasure, as a basketball-sized blackhead burst forth, revealing a gaping maw that lunged toward Yu Lang. Its speed far exceeded his own. At that moment, Yu Lang felt like a living target, with no avenue for escape. A single bite from the creature would spell his end. In a critical moment, Ming Ming sprang into action. With Yu Lang's life hanging by a thread, a light projectile struck the monster's gaping mouth, exploding from within and shattering its head into pieces. The decapitated creature plummeted heavily into the water. At last, Yu Lang beheld its true form, a serpent as thick as a man's thigh, entirely black, with blood as dark as ink. Its scales glimmered with a metallic sheen, coated in a slippery mucus. Remarkably, this serpentine armor would likely resist penetration even from a metal spear, being not only tough, but also exceedingly slick. Yu Lang accessed its information display. Viper, death, mutation level, 1 description, transformed into an amphibious creature within the black water pool. It has only recently mutated and remains in a dormant state, not yet achieving full mutation level 1 strength, though its speed remains formidable. Its appearance is terrifying, yet its flesh is delectable. Consuming it generally results in adverse reactions. Mutated creatures? Yu Lang marveled. As if ordinary creatures weren't enough of a challenge, now there were mutated beings. Was the divine being intent on complicating matters further? This was merely an incomplete form of mutation. How would one contend with a fully mutated creature? Presently, they were still focused on mere survival, lacking any decent weaponry. How could one possibly slay such a beast? Would they need to pile up heads? Sigh. It seemed the divine being might indeed possess a wicked sense of humor. Moreover, the last few lines about its delectable flesh and adverse reactions left Yu Lang exasperated. Who would dare consume such a bizarre creature? Anyone willing to risk their life for a taste surely had little regard for their own safety. Perhaps a true glutton for punishment. While similar circumstances existed on Blue Star, such as consuming fugu or wild mushrooms, those ingredients could be rendered safe through careful preparation. This mutated creature, however, would likely pose a risk regardless of treatment, entirely dependent on luck. Yu Lang scoffed, yet decided to stow the creature's remains in his backpack. The viper's scales appeared promising. Even if they could not be analyzed, perhaps something useful could be crafted from them. Having dealt with the viper, the treasure was now within easy reach. He eagerly opened the chest, and a brilliant light burst forth, momentarily blinding him. After a few seconds, as the radiance faded, the treasure chest vanished, leaving several items in Yu Lang's system backpack. Medium island coordinates map description, requires navigation to utilize. Small sail description, enhances speed when used on an open wooden raft. Viper stew recipe ingredients, viper meat, ginger. Freshwater cooking tool, stewing pot cooking time, 30 minutes effect, varies based on ingredient quantities to yield different amounts of finished product. Consuming a bowl significantly boosts speed for 1 hour. Long-term consumption may grant permanent speed enhancement. The ingredient's quality affects the extent of speed enhancement. Medium smelter description, greatly increases smelting speed, improves product quality and quantity, while reducing energy consumption. Metal bow template description, researching at the workstation yields a system template. Metal arrow template description, researching at the workstation yields a system template. Viper soft armor blueprint materials, whole mutated viper skin, for gold, 8 rare substances. Description, can be crafted into a breastplate, gauntlets, and shoes. Gazing at these items, Yu Lang expressed his admiration, acknowledging the divine wisdom behind the viper's guardianship of such treasures. With an abundance of valuable items, it was evident that acquiring them had not been an easy feat truly. The contents of the chest were remarkable. Moreover, he'd swiftly obtained the coordinates to a medium-sized island. Yulang's excitement was beyond words. In truth, he had already discovered bamboo on a tiny island and had crafted a rudimentary bow and arrow. Yet the power of the simple bow paled in comparison to that of a metal spear, leading him to store it away after crafting a single set. Now, with the metal bow template in hand, the two returned to their raft to rest, where Yin Qian was preparing a meal. Yulang traded a wild chicken to her for another roasted chicken, while he could hardly contain his eagerness to research the templates he'd acquired. Upon unlocking the templates, he found himself lacking feathers to produce the metal bow and arrows. The simple bow and arrows he had previously crafted did not require feathers. Hence he had not paid them any heed. Upon opening the trade channel, he discovered numerous sellers offering feathers, all of which could be recorded by the system. Where did these people acquire their feathers? Yulang pondered, considering his own extensive experiences. Aside from the wild chicken he had just obtained, he had never encountered any other feathered creatures. Wait, the system couldn't analyze living beings. Those feathers must have been acquired from the treasures. Yin Qian, while handling the wild chicken, mentioned that they had obtained feathers from seabirds, and perhaps the wild chicken could also yield them. Yulang suddenly realized, since acquiring the land space, he had not planted anything on the raft, the seabirds would not come, and he had not hunted any. His brow furrowed slightly. If living beings could not be analyzed and researched, how could seabird feathers be recorded by the system? Sharks and sea fish were excluded, but other creatures, including seabirds and meat worms, could be. However, seabirds could only yield feathers post-analysis, while meatworms could only produce their droppings. Yin Qian, during her own drift, had managed to capture a seabird, which she then analyzed, resulting in her never getting to eat seabird meat, a thought that pained her deeply. If she wanted meat, she should have kept it for herself. Chapter 24, Metal Bow and Arrow. Could it be possible for a flesh-eating worm? He had only previously analyzed sharks and sea fish, leading him to mistakenly believe that the system could not analyze living creatures. After all, he had been living rather comfortably and had not paid attention to such matters. He sighed deeply, lamenting, sometimes prosperity brings its own set of troubles. Hearing this, Yin Qian's hand slipped, nearly causing her to drop the wild chicken. How ostentatious! Yulang observed the nearly featherless wild chicken, his thoughts in turmoil. After all, he could only choose one between the meat and the new resource. Should he analyze the wild chicken? Perhaps it would yield something novel. No, better to eat it. He was already on the verge of nausea from the seafood. And with the feathers all plucked, it seemed unlikely to produce anything worthwhile. Yet, analyzing it still seemed wise, after all. He possessed many coordinates and had the kinetic energy to reach the next small island swiftly. Wild chickens would be plentiful, but the findings from the analysis could offer a competitive edge. Noticing Yulang's furrowed brow as he stared at the wild chicken in her hands, Yin Qian guessed his intentions and handed it over, saying, "Go ahead and analyze it. I'll plant some vegetables on the raft to attract seabirds and make roasted seabird. It should be quite tasty." Food holds significant value in the trading channel, making it more worthwhile to hunt birds than to rely on the wild chicken. Given Yulang's prowess, catching a few seabirds would be no challenge. Upon hearing this, Yulang realized that while seabird meat could not compare to wild chicken, he had to settle for it. He resolved to analyze the wild chicken and hunt birds for himself. Why not test the power of the metal bow and arrow? Given that feathers had little utility, most people failed their first analysis of seabirds. Thus, Yulang exchanged a few ordinary potatoes in the trading channel for some feathers. These ordinary potatoes, which he had long since lost interest in, were stored solely for trade. Yulang successfully crafted a bow and 50 arrows. Weighing the metal bow, he found it quite heavy. Assuming a stance, he drew the bowstring taut, squinted one eye, and focused intently on a small black dot on the wooden pillar. Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air as the metal arrow embedded itself deep into the wood, leaving only a quivering shaft with feathers protruding. However, Yulang's aim was woefully inaccurate. The arrow landed far from its intended target. Noticing Yin Qian's earnest gaze, he could not afford to lose face and forced a smile, declaring, "Excellent. A perfect shot." Yin Qian, unaware of his actual target, genuinely believed him, secretly admiring his skill with the bow and arrow. "No wonder I chose to follow him." Yulang, stroking the bow, stated earnestly, "The power of this metal bow is slightly inferior to that of a metal spear, but it requires far fewer materials and boasts greater range and speed. It serves well as a backup weapon." After saying this, he stowed it in his backpack, intending to practice further when time allowed. He placed the wild chicken on the research table for analysis. Analyzing. Analysis yielded wild chicken feather 1. Wild chicken feather. Description: a beautiful wild chicken feather, suitable for decoration or as a writing instrument. Yulang, seeing this outcome, though somewhat prepared for it, found it difficult to accept the result laid before him. Silently, he placed the wild chicken feather in the storage box, choosing not to dwell on this representation of a wild chicken's meat. Out of sight, out of mind. As for the wild boar and viper carcasses, he would deal with them when he had more time. After lunch, Yulang invited Yanqian to join him on the island to gather resources. Since both the raft and the island were safe, it made sense to collect together, strength in numbers. Though Yanqian had grasped the island's layout during her initial circumnavigation, stepping onto the island's soil still filled her with excitement. With the aid of Yulang's information eye, the two swiftly gathered resources from the island. They found several coconut trees, which Yulang could not uproot. Nor did he possess suitable tools to saw off branches. Thus, he could only take coconuts and some coconut leaves. They also discovered a breadfruit tree, whose fruit has the texture and aroma of bread, a staple in certain countries on Blue Star. The tree's branches and bark could be fashioned into various items, making it a highly versatile plant. However, this tree stood over 10 meters tall. Yulang wished to uproot it, but he lacked the time for such an endeavor. Among other food sources, they found some ginger, mushrooms, bok choy, and rice. The rice was limited to a few dozen plants nestled beside a freshwater pond on the island. With the benefits of space land and level 3 water usage, they could soon achieve mass production, allowing them to enjoy rice in no time. Unfortunately, they lacked tools for shelling. Alas, these matters could be addressed later. Perhaps the next treasure chest would yield such tools. The two worked diligently to gather resources from the island, yet they toiled until nightfall. Naturally, Ming Ming would not assist, finding the task rather dull as she sat idly playing with flowers and grass. After several trips, they finally cleared the island of resources. Yulang stored the supplies in the storage box and said to Yanqian, "Rest well today. Tomorrow, I will explore underwater. You should stay here and organize the resources we gathered today. Plant any crops you can as soon as possible." Yanqian nodded. "What do you plan to do with the wild boar and viper?" When Yanqian noticed the viper in the storage box, she was not particularly surprised. She simply realized it was a mutated creature she had never seen before and pulled it out to examine it. Suddenly, a more than 10-meter-long black snake lay on the raft, causing Yanqian to scream and retreat several steps in fright. She had never imagined such terrifying creatures existed in this world. Seeing her reaction, Yulang quickly touched the viper's carcass and returned it to his backpack, saying helplessly, "This viper can be used to create attribute-enhancing food recipes, but judging by your reaction, it seems unlikely you'll be able to manage it." Who says I can't do it? I can." Yanqian feigned calmness. Although she had always feared snakes, mice, and insects since childhood, this was merely a carcass. What was there to fear? How could she be so timid alongside someone so capable? How could she keep pace with him? Yulang shook his head, saying, "There's no need to force yourself. I say I can, so I will. Tomorrow, I will make it for you." Yanqian's face displayed a determined expression. With that, she headed to the bathroom to wash up. Yulang watched her retreating figure inside. What a stubborn woman. He could see through her facade. She was terrified of the viper, despite her bold words, her legs trembling. Well, if she was so determined, he would say no more, if she wished to pursue it. So be it. After midnight. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Super Anchor 1. Chapter 25, The Shrimp Net Super Anchor. Due to the presence of Xiaoba, Yulang has not developed the habit of using anchors. He checked the trading hall to see if anyone had listed an anchor. Ever since he learned that seabirds could be transformed into feathers, whenever Yulang encountered certain resources, he would first conduct a search. For instance, upon obtaining a viper, he searched for snakes and discovered related resources such as snake meat, snake skin, and snake gallbladder. However, these items were priced exorbitantly, requiring a substantial amount of food, fresh water, or other scarce facilities for trade. Unfortunately, apart from the single viper, he had not discovered any snakes on the numerous micro-islands he had previously explored. It seemed that if one were to speak of luck, Yulang's fortune was rather poor. It was merely the existence of the lottery system that compensated for this shortcoming. Now, while searching for anchors, he indeed found some rudimentary anchors listed for sale. These could only be used in the shallow waters surrounding small islands and were disposable. In contrast, the super anchor he had crafted could be reused indefinitely and deployed in deeper waters. No matter how fierce the winds and waves, the raft would remain steadfast, akin to a divine stabilizer amidst the storms. Truly, the lottery system proved advantageous. As dawn broke the following day, Yulang donned his diving suit and accompanied Ming Ming into the sea. He no longer relied on shark bait to secure a safe opportunity. Instead, he opted to confront each shark individually. Even when 3 attacked simultaneously, he could effortlessly evade and counter their advances. The coastline of the small island was significantly broader than that of the micro-islands, extending over 50 meters. The underwater terrain was more varied and deeper. Yet, Equipped with a diving suit, he could still navigate swiftly along the seabed. He encountered some previously unseen resources, such as clay and seaweed. The abundance of life also included sea shrimp. Continuing his exploration along the coastline, he eventually stumbled upon a concealed sea cave. This cave resembled the one associated with the Viper but was not as deep. Yulang held his breath and prepared for battle. He wondered if another mutated creature awaited them. Meng Meng remarked that the aura was similar to that of the Viper but was not of the same kind. Similar aura? Could it be on the verge of mutation? Yulang speculated. The two entered the cave, one following the other. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from above. But before it could reach Meng Meng, she severed it with her light blade. The severed tentacle writhed, revealing tiny poisonous spines. They both looked upward, astonished to discover that the cave opened to a hidden world above. Swimming upward, they broke the surface into a submerged cavern. On the cave floor lay a treasure chest, gleaming even in the darkness. A treasure chest. Yulang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Another treasure chest. Their expedition to the island was proving immensely profitable. Guarding the chest was a large octopus, teetering on the brink of mutation. Despite its many poisonous tentacles, it posed no challenge to the duo, who dispatched it with ease. Yulang effortlessly claimed the treasure chest, revealing low-level diving suit, oil lamp template, anesthetic tube template, anesthetic agent template, and anesthetic product X3. Anesthesia? Yulang marveled at the items he had uncovered, a complete set of anesthetic tubes. Though not as sophisticated or convenient as a gun, it was still useful. The oil lamp template would allow Yin Qian to see her surroundings at night. Yulang stored the octopus's body in his backpack and returned to the raft with Meng Meng. After failing to uncover any additional unique resources underwater, he entrusted the management of the hull to Xiaoba. He longed to catch shrimp but lacked the necessary tools, so he browsed the trading channel for suitable equipment. It was remarkable how human ingenuity could surprise him. He discovered a tool specifically for catching shrimp, a hand-woven net. However, a shrimp net differed from a fishing net. So he privately messaged the seller, "Hello, can you create a shrimp net? The kind used in the sea." The seller promptly replied, confirming their ability to do so. With a delivery time of 1 day. The total price was 8 fish weighing over 5 pounds and 500 milliliters of fresh water, with half of the payment required up front. Would 3 fish weighing over 3 pounds suffice? Yulang inquired. He had ample fresh water, but would need to catch the fish himself with Yin Qian. And most of the fish did not exceed 5 pounds. For pounds, otherwise it's a no-go. 3 pounds, and I'll give you 5 liters of fresh water. The seller, a young man in his 20s with a distinctive hairstyle, initially intended to refuse Yulang, but upon seeing the volume of water, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's a lot of fresh water." Realizing he had underestimated the value, his eyes sparkled with greed. He replied, 3 fish at 8 pounds and 10 liters of fresh water. Nearby, an elderly man in his 50s, intently weaving a net, overheard the conversation and admonished, "Son, is it really reasonable to ask for so much water? The water we get from weaving is already sufficient for survival. Quit your whining and focus on your work." The young man retorted, feeling fortunate to have merged with a group and now living comfortably thanks to his father's skills. Yet, human desires are insatiable. "Without me, you'd have been devoured by sharks long ago. So mind your own business." The elder chose not to press further, knowing this was his son. After a moment, the young man received a message from Yulang. "All right, but I need it within 2 hours. If so, let's make the trade." Yulang sensed the seller's greed but was untroubled by the offer of ordinary fresh water. As long as he could obtain what he desired, the cost was inconsequential. After all, such handmade items were typically more expensive on Blue Star. Deal. Half deposit up front. The young man added Yulang as a friend, and upon acceptance, they completed the transaction for half the goods. The young man, ecstatic at receiving the supplies, exclaimed, "Wow, so much water. This is enough to wash my hair." His once glorious hairstyle now bore no resemblance to its former grandeur. He was determined to wash it and become the most dashing figure of the sea. He turned to his father, saying, "Dad, I need a shrimp net suitable for underwater use in 2 hours." The elder furrowed his brow. "Son, I've told you it takes me half a day to make one. Make it happen." The young man insisted, "Isn't it just a matter of making it smaller? It just needs to be about the size of our old basin." He didn't specify how big it should be. With a sigh, the elder resigned himself to the whims of his son, realizing they were in for a difficult situation. Meanwhile, as Xiaoba collected resources, Yulang and Yin Qian busied themselves organizing their supplies. Yulang expanded the rear of the raft by a 3x3 area, placing the super anchor upon it. The super anchor was a larger, higher quality anchor with a rope, visually akin to an ordinary anchor but with the distinguishing feature of automatically raising and lowering at the press of a button, saving time and effort. The wild boar had not been analyzed but rather disassembled into its components: pigskin, pig bones, and pork, all valuable resources. Finally, they could enjoy red meat. Additionally, they could render lard, which was far more delectable than fish oil. Chapter 26. The new forces at sea. Yulang skillfully removed the viper's skin, which proved to be surprisingly easy to peel, taking only half an hour to complete. He swiftly crafted viper leather armor. Others might have struggled to gather such rare materials or even to forge the precious substances, but with his super furnace operating continuously, Yulang's stock of rare materials remained ample. The viper leather armor was registered as a protective gear within the system. Once placed in the equipment slot, it would automatically adorn his form. Instantly, Yulang was clad in a complete set of armor, a chest piece, gauntlets, and boots. Each was meticulously sewn with golden threads, the surface of which shimmered with a metallic sheen resembling dark serpent scales, while the interior was lined with soft suede, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The soles of the boots were perfectly balanced between soft and firm, offering a lightweight and comfortable fit. However, the gauntlets extended to cover his entire forearm, making them somewhat inconvenient for daily wear. They were best donned when necessary. Quite impressive, Yin Qian remarked, admiring Yulang's ensemble. I think so too. I'll make you a set when the opportunity arises, Yulang casually responded. To his surprise, Yin Qian froze for a few seconds upon hearing this. You would make me a set of such attire? She inquired, incredulity evident in her tone. The materials for such garments were exceedingly rare, even if one possessed them. Trading them for resources seemed more prudent than gifting them away. What is there to hesitate about? If I have extras, I'll share with you, Yulang stated, having already considered Yin Qian one of his own. Furthermore, given her competence, she certainly deserved some rewards. As he observed her closely, Yulang noticed that Yin Qian had changed significantly since their first meeting. Her skin had darkened, her hands had become rough and calloused, and she bore a deep, inflamed gash on one of her hands. What happened to your hand? Yulang asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Oh, this, Yin Qian replied nonchalantly. I accidentally cut myself while gathering resources on the island yesterday. It's nothing. It will heal soon. Although the wound appeared deep and there were no medicinal supplies available, they could only hope for a gradual recovery. You've worked hard for so long, Yulang said sincerely. Yin Qian was taken aback. What? Just a moment, he said, seemingly struck by a thought. He dashed over to Jing, tinkered for a while, and returned to Yin Qian. Let me see your hand, he gestured. Yin Qian lifted her injured hand, and Yulang gently grasped it. She instinctively recoiled as if jolted by electricity, but he held her firmly. Don't move. It will be fine soon. Yin Qian's heart raced as she perceived Yulang's already striking appearance becoming even more captivating. Was this a scene from a domineering CEO drama? Yulang, oblivious to her blushing cheeks, held a dropper filled with life essence in his other hand. He meticulously applied the essence to her wound, and in an instant, it began to visibly heal, scabbing over and transforming into a scar. With a gentle tug, he peeled away the scar, revealing skin that appeared entirely unblemished, as if she had never sustained a serious injury. This life essence truly is miraculous, Yulang mused, having merely conducted an experiment based on a whim. Witnessing the results validated his hypothesis. Regrettably, the daily production of the essence was low. If used excessively, it could potentially revive the dead or restore flesh to bones. All right, perfect. Yulang released her hand and noticed Yin Qian staring at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. What are you doing? He waved his hand in front of her face. Yin Qian snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing. My wound. Oh, it's healed? She examined her hands repeatedly, astonished that the injury had vanished completely. Could it be due to the life essence Yulang had applied? She found it impossible to focus on anything but him moments earlier. Yulang shook his head in exasperation. You can drink 50 milliliters of level 5 special drinking water every day. With all the busyness, you must enhance your constitution. Yin Qian was aware of the properties of this water. It was something that transcended science. If she could consume it regularly, it would help her keep pace with Yulang. A peculiar emotion blossomed within her. Somewhere in the vast New World ocean, 3 large rafts sailed upon the waves. At the forefront was a 6-tiered raft, measuring 400 square meters. On its first level, 3 individuals on each side strained against their oars, adjusting their efforts in accordance with commands, resembling a human-powered propulsion system. Ascending from the first level were a gathering hall, a kitchen, a workshop, guest rooms, and a garden suite. Approximately 20 people resided aboard this raft. With such a crowd gathered, sharks circled like a deadly shoal, occasionally launching attacks at those near the raft's edge. However, a dedicated enforcement team was present to handle these predators. After all, human encounters in the New World's oceans were rare, and the authorities made every effort to ensure the safety and basic sustenance of these individuals. Life proceeded without fear. The hierarchy within the fleet was strictly defined, with each person diligently fulfilling their roles in pursuit of a better life. At that moment, a man stood in the open-air garden on the highest level, gazing out at the distant sea. He was the occupant of the luxurious garden suite, the leader of the trio of rafts. In his 30s, he wore a white shirt, was tall and slender, standing erect, with a gaunt face framed by gold-rimmed glasses. His piercing eyes radiated a chilling brilliance. He had once been the young heir of a prominent family in Huaxia, having taken over the family business at a young age. Just as he was poised to make his mark, the catastrophe of the Blue Star struck, obliterating his past glory. During the initial phase of the New World, he was among the unluckiest, but at the brink of death, he received divine rewards, propelling him to unprecedented heights. Young Master Ouyang, we have just encountered a small raft with 2 individuals aboard, reported a robust man, whose physique was heavily muscled. This man was Zhou Qiaofei, Ouyang Lei's most loyal and strongest confidant from the Blue Star era. Since the merger of the New World, Ouyang Lei had met Zhou Qiaofei, and much of his rapid advancement could be attributed to Zhou's contributions. One of the newcomers was an elderly man who could weave items from ropes, currently selling his creations in the market. The other was his son, who was utterly inept. Ouyang Lei furrowed his brow. The usual protocol: those with skills join the craftsman department, the inept ones become laborers. What's worth reporting about that? It's just that we discovered he recently completed a substantial trade. Oh, how substantial? Ouyang Lei's interest peaked. The other party is willing to exchange 8 fish weighing over 3 pounds and 10 liters of freshwater for a custom shrimp net, reportedly for use in the sea. Ouyang Lei narrowed his eyes. 10 liters of freshwater for a shrimp net was indeed a significant deal. His primary raft had been expanded to 400 square meters, filled to capacity with a simple water purifier, alongside several smaller purifiers, yet their total daily output barely reached 20 liters. Just how formidable must the other party be? Were they even stronger than himself? He considered himself among the most successful in the New World. Moreover, the other party did not want a fishing net but specifically required a shrimp net for use in the ocean. Had they discovered shrimp, or was it something else? With the presence of powered vessels, the speed of searching for micro-islands had significantly increased, and he had a diving team to gather resources from the ocean floor. Yet, there was nothing that necessitated a shrimp net. Let us meet this person, Ouyang Lei contemplated. 2 hours passed. The individual crafting the shrimp net did not initiate contact with Yulang, prompting him to inquire instead. After a considerable delay, the response came: "It's ready. Let us trade." Chapter 27. The enslaved. The 2 individuals engaged in a transaction, and the shrimp net was indeed prepared. Had it been anyone else, an immediate agreement would have ensued. However, they were unfortunate enough to encounter Yulang. He discerned the details of the net, which was incomplete. Specifications: diameter, 40 centimeters. Depth, 30 centimeters, unfinished, and its purpose remained uncertain. After a prolonged silence, Yulang hesitated to proceed with the transaction, prompting the seller to inquire, "What seems to be the issue? Shall we finalize the deal? This net is clearly unfinished. What is there to trade?" Yulang retorted, feeling irked. Did they presume him to be a fool? The net appeared complete to him. The seller, bewildered by Yulang's insight, was aware that the items for trade could only be viewed in a diminished form within the system interface. The quality could only be discerned upon receipt. "You have half an hour to complete this net," the seller insisted. Yulang found the trading system rather deceptive, having paid half the deposit. He risked losing half of his resources if the seller failed to deliver. He resolved to be more cautious in future transactions, as he had no desire to be deceived. The punk-haired youth who had taken the order glanced nervously at Ouyang Lei and stammered, "What should we do now?" "Quickly finish the net and complete the trade," Ouyang Lei coldly commanded. The punk youth had not anticipated encountering such formidable individuals. Not only had they stripped him of his possessions, but he and his father had also become their slaves. Frustrated, he tossed the net in front of his father, demanding, "Hurry and finish it." His father possessed the skills for a better living, while he was relegated to arduous labor on a boat. This disparity in treatment irked him greatly. After contemplating, the elder took the net and said to Ouyang Lei, "Sir, if I complete this net, may I have my son assist me?" "You lack the standing to negotiate with young Master Ouyang," Zhou Qiaofei interjected. Ouyang Lei gestured for Zhou Qiaofei to remain silent and replied to the elder, "If he possesses the capability, then yes. If not, I can only offer him a position suited to his abilities." The elder eagerly tugged at his son's sleeve, exclaiming, "He has worked alongside me since childhood. He can certainly do it." The punk youth was taken aback by his father's unexpected plea. However, in pursuit of a better life, he hastily nodded in agreement. Yes. I've helped him work since I was little. I can do it." Work? What work could he possibly do? As the only child in a pampered upbringing, he had never even washed his own underwear. Though he lived in a rural area, he was utterly inept at manual labor. Ouyang Lei ceased further conversation, delegating the subsequent matters to Zhou Qiaofei. 20 minutes later, Yulang received a message from the seller. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Due to unforeseen circumstances today, I hope for your understanding. The seller initiated the trade, stating that the fish was no longer necessary. Only the remaining 5 liters of water were required. Yulang chuckled to himself, realizing the seller had some sense. Otherwise, their reputation would suffer irreparably. Should anyone attempt to deceive Yulang, he would ensure their disgrace, rendering them incapable of conducting business thereafter. At last, he successfully acquired the shrimp net. With time still on his side, he planned to catch some shrimp and intended to depart the small island that very night. Tomorrow marked the first day of the 3rd week, and he anticipated meeting the divine. Yet, another message arrived. May I inquire what you intend to catch with this? Is it truly shrimp? Considering the seller's relative prudence, Yulang replied, Indeed. Are there shrimp on a small island? I have never discovered any. It is merely a small island, Yulang concluded, promptly deleting the seller from his contacts and setting out to catch shrimp. Ouyang Lei, upon reading Yulang's response, was utterly astonished. A small island? How is that possible? Although he possessed coordinates for several small islands, he had no means to reach them. How had Yulang managed? Who exactly was this Yulang? Zhou Chaofei promptly initiated an investigation, but due to current limitations, they could only ascertain that Yulang had mentioned a map indicating small island coordinates a few days prior, requiring navigation to access. At the time, no one believed him. Yet it now appeared he spoke the truth, and he must possess navigation tools. Find a way to ascertain the source of his navigation. It would be advantageous to claim it for ourselves. Young Master Ouyang, he has blocked me, the punk youth anxiously reported to Ouyang Lei, who noticed the subtle shift in the youth's address. Ouyang Lei instructed the punk youth to send another friend request. After some time, the youth returned, dejected. I followed your instructions and sent the request, but he has yet to respond. Ouyang Lei waved his hand, signaling Zhou Chaofei to escort them away. Enough, let us go. As the 6th-floor garden was left with only Ouyang Lei, he instinctively tightened his grip on the railing. Yulang, I shall remember you. He was determined to find a way to connect with this individual. What exactly was this small island like? Would the other party profit immensely, leaving him behind in the dust? In the Blue Star, several prominent families were at odds, with the Ouyang family consistently ranking the lowest in strength. Now, in this new world, could they continue to be overshadowed by others? Absolutely not. Yulang was enthusiastically catching shrimp. Although these shrimp were swift, they were no match for him. However, the net was somewhat small, limiting the quantity he could catch at a time. Mingming found it quite entertaining and wished to try her hand at it. Yulang instructed her on the proper technique, but her enthusiasm proved too powerful, and she accidentally tore a hole in the net, causing Yulang to wince in pain. It seemed he would have to seek out that individual for repairs once more. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had arrived, and Yin Qian had prepared dinner. Yulang utilized the clay obtained from the small island to craft bowl forms, then fired them in a furnace, resulting in several earthen bowls in no time. Previously, they had eaten from plastic cups, but now they could finally use bowls. Moreover, with his clay shaping skills, he could create any desired design without needing the system's intervention. Unfortunately, lacking this skill, Yin Qian could only manage to produce a few crooked plates. Yet they possessed a certain artistic charm. Dinner unexpectedly featured snake stew, a dish Yin Qian had reluctantly prepared. Each person received a bowl, but none were eager to be the first to eat. Yulang placed a bit of life essence and special drinking water on the table, saying, Go ahead. If there are any adverse reactions, these will serve as antidotes. Yulang lifted his bowl and sniffed it. It actually smells quite fragrant. He then took a sip. His eyes lighting up, it tasted surprisingly good. Yin Qian gritted her teeth, pinching her nose as she forced herself to take a sip. Resolving that if they were to perish, they would do so together. Yulang continued to drink several more sips, exclaiming, You wouldn't have guessed it was that mutated viper. I would never have imagined. Yin Qian had been trying hard not to envision the terrifying appearance of the viper, but Yulang's comment shattered her composure. Ugh. She covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Although the flavor was pleasant, she could not overcome her mental block. Hearing the sounds of retching from the bathroom, Yulang chuckled helplessly as he picked up a piece of snake meat and savored it. It was tender and delicious. Truly. It was a shame that such a delightful dish was marred by its unappealing appearance. Yulang devoured the entire pot of snake stew, leaving not even Yin Qian's bowl untouched. Since his physical constitution had improved, his appetite had significantly increased, now 4 times what it once was. Thus, the pot of snake stew had merely satisfied his hunger. Indeed, as the recipe indicated, it could enhance speed. Within an hour, Yulang's maximum speed had approximately doubled. In the future, utilizing higher-grade snake meat as the primary ingredient might yield even greater improvements. Xiaoba has successfully gathered all the resources from the island. Upon inspection, Yulang discovered that while the supplies from the small island were plentiful, Their quantity was merely equivalent to that found on 1 to 3 micro-islands. At the current pace, Yulang could collect resources from a dozen or so micro-islands in a single day. In contrast, the small island would require 2 days from departure to completion of the collection. How should one proceed with such a choice? Chapter 28. The various forces recruit enthusiastically. New era, January 15, 2000. 00. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. The host has received a super sale one. Just moments ago, I had unwrapped a small sale from a treasure chest. And now the system has graciously rewarded me with another one. Surely, the lottery system is quite generous. Super sale, description, significantly enhances sailing speed. With greater benefits and favorable winds, and can be deployed or retracted with the press of a button. While the sail lacks distinctive features, it simply increases speed. Yulang has yet to find an appropriate location to place the sail. The optimal spot would be the rooftop, where there are no obstructions. However, without remote control capabilities, deploying or retracting it would require climbing several flights of stairs, which is quite cumbersome. Now that I possess a propulsion system, the sail is less critical. For the time being, I shall set it aside and install it when necessary in the future. At 8 a.m. all inhabitants of the new world eagerly awaited the appearance of the deity, hoping to become the next fortunate recipient of divine rewards. Yet, the deity did not manifest. What is going on? A week has already passed. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. I have been lazing around for a week now. If the deity does not come to my rescue, I fear I may perish. With so many small islands this week, surely I could gather something to stave off starvation. Such individuals are not worth my concern. They merely wish for fortune to fall from the sky. I believe the deity is not so foolish as to reward someone like that. Yulang was uncertain of the reward criteria for this week. But he could not resign himself to idleness. At that moment, he had departed from the small island and, equipped with a propulsion device, navigated away with ease. Much like driving a vehicle, his target, a micro-island, while traveling to a small island, would yield richer resources. The overall quantity of minerals was inferior to that of a micro-island. Furthermore, he sensed that the number of micro-islands would not remain abundant for long, necessitating a prompt search for additional resources. As for medium-sized islands, he planned to postpone that endeavor. Xiao Yuan had rated their danger level as 3, and he needed to enhance his capabilities further. Within approximately 200 kilometers of the small islands, there were no micro-islands. Only by venturing further could he return to a normal route. As he navigated at full speed, he quickly entered the stormy region. Drawing on past experiences, Yulang donned his diving suit and secured himself to the outdoor control panel to prevent being overturned by the towering waves. As he departed from the small island, the acceleration from the winds and waves allowed him to return to the ocean in just a few hours, even affording him the luxury of a leisurely lunch. On the tranquil sea, he instructed Xiao Ba to prioritize the search for micro-islands. Once located, he would merely need to excavate the underwater minerals before continuing on to the next island. As Yulang gnawed on a roasted seabird leg, he perused the chat channel, when suddenly certain messages caught his attention. The Ouyang family had established the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. By joining, one could enjoy internal resources and pricing. Unity breeds prosperity for the future. The Eagle Alliance is currently seeking skilled individuals, offering generous compensation. Alone in an unfamiliar world, do you feel lost and lonely? Join the Chunxiao Pavilion, where charming young men and beautiful young women will welcome you with open arms. A myriad of recruitment information flooded the channel. It seemed that everyone's lives had improved, and they were beginning to develop their own factions. Yan Qian also noticed this information. When one is well fed, desires arise. Yulang remained non-committal. Should we not also establish our own faction? Yan Qian believed that as long as Yulang was willing to develop, it would undoubtedly become the foremost force in the new world. It seemed too troublesome to grow independently. It would be more convenient to wait until they were established and then simply take over. Yulang smirked mischievously. Yan Qian found it hard to believe Yulang was serious. A faction would require at least dozens of members, if not hundreds or thousands. How could he possibly manage that? Though Yulang was fortunate and possessed formidable strength, there were always those stronger than oneself. While he could handle a few individuals, how could he contend with hundreds or thousands? Yulang smiled lightly, suggesting that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Moreover, aside from subjugation, there could also be cooperative relationships. Violence cannot resolve every issue. In his heart, he had already devised a plan for the future, aspiring for his small group to become a significant presence in this world. In the past, he would not have dared to be so audacious. However, after discovering the recipes, mutated creatures, and experiencing a substantial transformation in his own physique, he knew this was the prevailing trend. In the future, everyone would strive for superhuman physiques. And he, having surpassed others by a considerable margin, had the capital to be bold. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly develop one's own hard power rather than merely expanding numbers and waiting for others to surpass him. Only the strong possess a voice. Yin Qian, unaware of Yu Lang's thoughts, merely believed he was jesting. If the day ever came when they had to confront hundreds or thousands of foes, she would follow him unhesitatingly. Then, for the sake of your grand ideals, should we not first infiltrate the enemy's ranks? Know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall win every battle, Yin Qian teased. Yu Lang pondered for a moment. Indeed, that was a splendid idea. To his surprise, Yu Lang genuinely agreed, leaving Yin Qian astonished. Are you serious? Yu Lang gazed at Yin Qian with sincerity. Does my expression not convey seriousness? After locking eyes for 3 seconds, a flush of crimson suddenly spread across Yin Qian's delicate face, her heart racing as she awkwardly retreated into the land space. I won't speak to you anymore. I have work to do. Once inside the space, she hastily covered her flushed cheeks with her hands. He didn't notice, did he? Oh no, it seems I'm growing fonder of him. What should I do? Having remained single for 20 years, Yin Qian had only harbored a crush on a boy during her school years, which ended fruitlessly upon entering university. Those suitors could line up for her. She felt no attraction to any. Thus, she considered herself a novice in matters of the heart. Seeing Yin Qian suddenly dash away, Yu Lang was puzzled. What had happened? They had been chatting quite amicably. Ming Ming sat at the table, propping her chin in her hand, casually remarking, rapid heartbeat, shallow breathing, an unnatural blush, perhaps she is unwell. Yu Lang echoed Ming Ming's words, rapid heartbeat flushing suddenly. Yu Lang's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bird leg. No, could it be? Having had 2 previous romantic experiences, he had some understanding of love. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? After spending so many days together, he had come to regard Yin Qian as a good friend, but transitioning to a romantic relationship still required a touch more time. Though unspoken, the atmosphere between them had grown somewhat delicate. Yu Lang felt a hint of awkwardness, while Yin Qian, upon seeing him, would become flustered and flee. Thus, Yu Lang had no choice but to avoid her as much as possible. Yu Lang and Yin Qian separately joined various factions, most of which required the submission of resources as an entry fee. These resources primarily consisted of food, fresh water, and minerals, if any other special items were possessed. Their value could be assessed to offset the resource requirements. Due to the absence of guild or group chat functions, they could only add the leaders as friends, who would then manage and disseminate information uniformly. This gap in the system led to a rise in opportunistic individuals. After adding friends and submitting their entry fees, some would subsequently block them. Both Yu Lang and Yin Qian encountered several scammers, but they only lost some ordinary food and fresh water, which was inconsequential. The main issue was the frustration of being deceived. Yu Lang meticulously noted the names of these scammers, vowing to settle the score in the future. In a certain part of the New World's ocean, on a raft adorned with an open-air garden, young Master Ouyang, Yu Lang has joined our guild. Chapter 29. Auction news. A voluptuous young woman excitedly spoke to Ouyang lay beside her. Her name was Shinsiyu. 2 days prior, she had encountered Ouyang Lei's team and, possessing both beauty and managerial skills, quickly became his right-hand woman after a liaison with him. She was now responsible for managing the Ouyang Guild, overseeing 3 subordinates tasked with adding members and executing her directives. Naturally, she understood the significance of Yu Lang to Ouyang Lei. Upon receiving the news, Ouyang Lei felt it was both expected and unexpected. Perhaps Yu Lang was merely there to gather information, initially focusing on observation. He paused briefly before continuing, considering whether to cast some enticing bait to see if he could fully win him over. Very well, Shinsiyu responded, ready to devise a series of strategies aimed at Yu Lang. Meanwhile, Yu Lang was reviewing messages sent to him by various faction leaders. After filtering out the frauds, his friend list expanded to include nearly 10 leaders. At that moment, he was inundated with messages from these leaders. Welcome to Chunxiao Pavilion. I am the leader, Chun Yao. Please provide your real name, age, and gender. After pondering briefly, Yu Lang replied, Yu Lang, 22, male. For better service, please provide your physique, sexual orientation, educational background, previous occupations, and current raft size. Yu Lang felt displeased. Are you conducting a census? This is for more precise service. Please understand. And how might you serve me? As you may know, many individuals possess coordinates for small islands, which will soon be accessible. Chunxiao Pavilion intends to establish a settlement on one of these islands, ensuring your utmost comfort and satisfaction. What if the small islands remain closed? Yu Lang inquired, intrigued by the business acumen displayed by these individuals, which seemed formidable in any world. Currently, due to limitations, we only engage in chat business. With a single provision of goods, I can recommend your ideal partner to you. Not interested. We'll discuss it once the small islands are open, Yu Lang replied. subsequently ignoring Chunyao and closing the chat window. In truth, Yulang had no genuine interest in this venture. He was merely curious about the extent of people's imaginations in this world. He moved on to the next leader's message. Hello, welcome to the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. I am the leader, Duoer. The message was accompanied by a voice recording, featuring a sweet feminine tone. After exchanging pleasantries and inquiring about basic information, she got straight to the point. Ouyang Lei is the president of the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. Under his leadership, our fleet has expanded to 3 large rafts, with the largest exceeding 400 square meters. Currently, we have a resident population of 45. Yulang's interest was piqued. The Ouyang Chamber of Commerce was indeed one of the most formidable factions, having attracted so many individuals into its fold. It was evident that one needed considerable strength to command such a crowd, but there was always a possibility of exaggeration. Duo continued, should we cross paths? You could join our family. Our living conditions are exceptional. We have cultivated various fruits and vegetables, an ample supply of fresh water, soft beds, and bathing facilities. Our leisure time is abundant, and you shall no longer be alone. With such advantageous conditions, why would we need to join and share the spoils? Would it not be better to enjoy them ourselves? Yulang questioned, skeptical of their true intentions. Strength lies in numbers. Our achievements are a testament to collective effort. We are creating a paradise where each individual is a hero, ensuring that future generations enjoy the benefits of the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. You would be a founding figure. For those struggling at sea, the allure of such promises was indeed enticing, and most would likely consider the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce's vessel as their goal. However, Yulang remained unfazed. Having anticipated their strategy, boarding their vessel would undoubtedly require a significant contribution of goods. It resembled certain companies that, upon interviewing, would paint an alluring picture, enticing candidates to take loans and spend on training. They would assure that the investment would yield 10-fold or 100-fold returns. Yet, the reality often proved to be a mere deception, with no concern for the candidates once the money was paid. What I need to provide to board your vessel? Yulang sought to confirm his suspicions. 500 metal ores or other facilities and materials, or even information that most people are unaware of, Duo promptly replied. To demand such a quantity was a tall order. Few could produce that much. This was a clear push to exchange for other resources. Information that most are unaware of? Yulang's eyes narrowed, suddenly grasping why the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce was expanding so rapidly. In this new world, access to fresh information equated to a competitive advantage. To board the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce's vessel and partake in their grand vision, most would likely be willing to trade their information. He had an abundance of new information that could easily secure dozens of opportunities to board. However, he had little interest in joining another's vessel. With this thought, Yulang was struck by a brilliant idea to sell information. He would auction off his knowledge, certain that these powerful factions would be keenly interested. I possess some information that you might find too costly, he replied. After a moment, Duo responded, if the information is valuable, you could ascend to a high-ranking position within the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, residing on the main vessel. Yulang, uninterested in her lengthy pitch, interjected. Enough with the grand promises. Let us be realistic. I will auction information regarding the latest developments on small islands tonight at 7 o'clock in the public chat channel. Feel free to join. This was a spontaneous decision, and he needed to prepare for what information to auction. Word of Yulang's announcement reached Ouyang Lei, who let out a cold laugh. It was evident he had something of value. For now, it seemed impossible to win him over, but he would observe the auction tonight. Yulang convened with Yin Qian to discuss their strategy. Ultimately, they decided to exchange information for metal ores. The current scarcity of resource types meant that metal ores were the only useful commodity for him. However, if he didn't sell the information now, it might lose its value by tomorrow. Yulang entrusted Yin Qian with the task of infiltrating other factions, as he lacked the inclination to engage in idle chatter with others. Moreover, in building his own faction, he needed a representative to establish a name, making it impossible to remain undercover. Yulang organized his thoughts and posted a message in the chat channel, tonight at 7 o'clock. I will auction the latest information regarding small islands. The highest bidder within 30 minutes will win, only accepting metal ores, starting at 100, with bids increasing in multiples of 50. To prove the authenticity of the information, I will also include details about rice and wild boar meat. He had searched the trading channel for these 2 items and found no similar offerings. Yulang's announcement detonated like a bombshell in the chat channel. What? Small islands? I can't believe my eyes. He actually went to the small islands. I remember him. He is the one who said the sheepskin scroll contained the coordinates for the small islands. He mentioned needing navigation to reach them. I can't believe he was telling the truth. There are actually rice and wild boar meat on the small islands. Oh my god. I want rice and pork too. Ouyang Lei also witnessed Yulang's message, and upon seeing those 2 new items, A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. He immediately instructed Zhou Chaofei to gather all the metal ores from the other rafts and to halt the usage of metal ores on the main vessel. I must secure this information. Chapter 30. Information trading. At this moment, several other major powers began to gather metal ores. Thankfully, it was merely metal ores. If they sought iron ingots, we would undoubtedly have little to offer. A burly man with a thick beard spoke, who was none other than the deputy leader of the Flying Eagles, known as Eagle Eye. Beside him stood the leader, Zhang Fei. This Zhang Fei was not the legendary figure of lore, but rather a fair-skinned individual clad in a checkered shirt, resembling an IT elite. How can he possibly smelt so much metal ore? We have a total of 10 simple and small furnaces, and we can hardly smelt a significant amount daily. Does he possess even more furnaces than us? Zhang Fei pondered, perplexed. Could there be other uses for the metal ores? Eagle Eye nonchalantly replied, we don't have much metal ore. Do we really want to exchange it for his information? What if we are deceived? Let us first gather and observe. Although the number of micro-islands had increased, they lacked the effortless digging capabilities of Yulang. As the number of people on the rafts grew, so too would the sharks that followed. Venturing into the sea would be exceedingly perilous. However, there was a silver lining. The sharks from our raft would not attack individuals on other rafts. Thus, the diving teams typically resided on a single raft, with only a few members, some dealing with the sharks while others engaged in mining. Searching for micro-islands involved either slowly drifting with the waves, waiting for opportunities, or hastily moving in random directions, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse. Even the most formidable Ouyang Chamber of Commerce could only collect a mere dozen micro-islands daily, far inferior to Yulang's 30 or more. Furthermore, aside from the initial excavation yielding substantial or subsequent quantities diminished significantly, the internal gathering of metal ores among the factions flourished, leading to rising prices even in the trading hall. Yet, everyone remained relatively rational, avoiding a frenzy for the ores. Yin Qian relayed this phenomenon to Yulang, who felt quite surprised. He hadn't anticipated so many people would be interested in his information. It seemed a lucrative day awaited him. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yulang announced, the auction for information regarding the micro-islands has commenced. Only metal ores will be accepted, starting at 100, with increments of 50. The highest bidder within half an hour will win. If no further bids are made within 5 minutes, the auction will conclude successfully. Please provide the ores. The auction begins now. Perhaps it was the novelty of the auction or other reasons, but people ceased their incessant chatter, intently watching the chat channel, eager to see who would be the first bold enough to place a bid. After a brief pause, the first bid emerged. Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, 100. Yulang held a considerable impression of this chamber, as they were among the most adept at painting grand visions. With the first bid placed, others swiftly followed. Chunqiao Pavilion, 150. Flying Eagles, 200. Survivors, 250. As time progressed, the bidding slowed, with Chunqiao Pavilion reaching 700. After a few minutes, no other factions placed further bids. Just as everyone presumed Chunqiao Pavilion would secure the win, Ouyang Chamber of Commerce interjected, 1,000. Truly, they possess deep pockets. Chunqiao Pavilion refrained from increasing their bid. Although their business attracted numerous clients and resources, obtaining such a sum for mere information seemed unwise. As the 5-minute limit elapsed, Ouyang Chamber of Commerce emerged victorious. Their representative was Duo Air. Yulang privately messaged her, congratulating her on acquiring his exclusive information and requesting the ores. On the other side of the ocean, Shensiyu inquired of Ouyang Lei, young Master Ouyang, do you truly intend to provide the ores first? This is our entire inventory. What if the other party is a fraud, or the information is not worth the price? Ouyang Lei was indeed aware that this was their entire stock. Yet ores could still be mined, while information, once lost, could leave them perpetually behind others. Give it. I trust he will not deceive us. We must demonstrate our strength. Ouyang Lei sought a long-term partnership with Yulang, and this was an excellent opportunity. Upon receiving the 1,000 metal ores, Yulang felt immensely satisfied. By his calculations, this should represent the entirety of their inventory. Yet, the other party's unwavering trust, without any inquiries, struck him as peculiar. Yulang addressed Duo Air. The ores have been received. Now it is my turn to trade. Duo Air promptly responded. Please add our president, Ouyang Lei, as a friend. You may speak directly with him. Yulang immediately received a friend request, the sender named Ouyang Lei. Accepting the request, Ouyang Lei initiated the conversation. Hello. I'm Ouyang Lei, president of Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. Please, Mr. Yu, share with me the vital information. Noticing that Ouyang Lei did not adopt a condescending tone, Yulang formed a favorable first impression of him. He then sent the meticulously organized information. The micro-island I visited is over 200 kilometers from my original location. Having traversed a stormy area, The island spans approximately 40,000 square meters, yielding resources such as coconuts, breadfruit trees, and ginger. Further details omitted. With wildlife including wild chickens and a level 3 wild boar, which is quite formidable. The underwater resources are also plentiful. Overall, micro-islands are relatively safe as long as one avoids hidden areas. Hidden places harbor unprecedented dangers, yet they also possess immense wealth. The choice is yours. That is all I can disclose. Upon receiving this information, Ouyang Lei's mind raced. What specifically are these unprecedented dangers and immense wealth? Yulang pondered for a moment before responding. 1,000 pieces of, or are only worth this much information. If you wish to know more, bring something to exchange. Ouyang Lei's expression darkened, thinking to himself, this Yulang truly embodies the essence of a businessman. While Yulang had shared much information, it was of limited utility. The most crucial aspect remained the means to reach this micro-island. Just as he contemplated further negotiations with Yulang, he received another message. However, considering this is my first auction and your willingness to cooperate, I shall divulge a bit more information. Ouyang Lei perked up. Please, go on. I reached the micro-island through navigation. How I acquired this navigation is a secret. Yulang paused before continuing. Also, I advise you, concerning that unknown danger. Unless you possess formidable strength, it is best not to venture there. Should you have any further inquiries, please feel free to pay for consultation. Ouyang Lei perceived Yulang as a shrewd merchant, while Yulang considered himself quite generous. Realizing that Yulang would offer no further information, he closed the chat window. Following this auction, Yulang received a flurry of friend requests and various private messages. Some sought to ally with him, others aimed to extract information without reciprocation, while a few attempted to entice him with flirtation. Overwhelmed, Yulang disabled his social channel, preventing others from adding him as a friend or messaging him. The public chat channel continued to buzz with discussions regarding the previous auction. Could the esteemed leader share some information with us for free? It would aid us in our preparations. Indeed, even a morsel of information would provide some peace of mind. To capitalize on the momentum, Yulang posted a message in the public chat channel. Micro-islands are not as idyllic as many believe. Inherent dangers exist, and strength correlates with reward. Yulang has spoken. Could you perhaps elaborate further? This Yulang is clearly a fraud. His information is ambiguous and undoubtedly false. Indeed. Aside from the 2 items he had previously mentioned, no one could verify the authenticity of his claims. The 2 items we have never encountered in all this time may very well originate from a diminutive island. It is also possible that he was fortunate enough to acquire them from a miniature isle, yet feigns that they were obtained from a larger one. Yulang regarded this dialogue with a dismissive smile. As the day drew to a close and the clock approached midnight, the deity had yet to manifest. Could it be that we have been forsaken? Surely not. What shall we do henceforth? What else can we do but strive to survive and thrive? Alas, life is indeed arduous. After the clock struck midnight, an announcement echoed, lucky draw in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received a Super Radar 1. Detection indicates the presence of existing smart navigation. The Super Radar will merge with it. Ding. Navigation circle has been upgraded. Activating radar functionality. Chapter 31. The divine reward positioned at the bedside of Yulang. A small circular image was projected by the navigation system. Master Xiao Yuan had upgraded, and the radar function could now detect designated targets within a 10-kilometer radius. The targets could be set by the master. Yulang was to set the radar's detection targets. It was unexpected to have drawn the radar function. From now on, exploring nearby islands or other objects would no longer require Xiaoba to choose randomly. The detection targets were set to include all islands and the rafts of others. Yulang promptly acknowledged this. The image of Xiao Yuan disappeared, replaced by a radar screen continuously scanning for targets within the 10-kilometer range. Setup successful. The radar is now activated. The radar screen displayed several green dots and one slowly moving red dot. Green represented islands, while red indicated rafts belonging to others. As explained by Xiao Yuan, clicking on a green dot would present a top-down view of the island, revealing its size. A red dot would show the top view of a raft and its dimensions. The top-down view allowed real-time observation of the target's movements. This resembled satellite radar, albeit with less precision and speed than actual satellite imagery. Yulang pondered and asked Xiao Yuan, can it detect underwater? Yes. It can detect to a depth of 10 kilometers underwater, Xiao Yuan replied. In the history of Blue Star, the maximum depth of descent had only been a little over 10 kilometers. This system might upgrade in the future, possibly increasing the detection depth severalfold. For now, there was no danger underwater, though it could not be guaranteed that this would always be the case, especially with the emergence of mutated creatures. Yulang felt this was merely the beginning. At precisely 8 a.m., the people at sea were busy with their tasks when suddenly, the system wristwatch emitted a beeping sound. startling them. New humans, how has this development period progressed? Accompanied by a swirling mist of deep blue, the voice of the divine resonated. Everyone immediately ceased their activities. Ears perked up to listen intently. The long-awaited deity had finally arrived. Based on this period's performance, I shall provide some assistance to the fastest developing new humans. Some of your performances have astonished me. I wonder if you can maintain your momentum until the end. Next, you will face a new round of trials. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. With that, the divine mist dissipated. Beep. New system features activated. The light screen on the wristwatch flickered momentarily before returning to normal. The system did not elaborate on the newly activated features, leaving users to explore them independently. The public chat channel began to buzz with excitement. This time, rewards were not given to the most unfortunate, but to the fastest developers. It turned out that each period's rewards varied. Oh no, what should I do? I've been idle for a week to obtain this reward. I'm completely out of resources now. Serves you right. I've always said the deity wouldn't be foolish enough to reward those who lack diligence. Stop talking. The trading platform now allows unlimited transactions. The research station has upgraded. The analysis function can now decipher more items. Besides feathers, seabirds can now also provide seabird meat. Chatting with friends now supports video calls. I can finally see what my dear family looks like. What is going on? My personal information shows a grade of D-. Mine is also D-. Some people had already discovered the changes in the system's features this time. Upon hearing this, they eagerly began to experiment with the new functions. Yulang was astonished to see such significant changes in the system's capabilities. A new trial was upon them. What would it entail this time? He checked his personal information, which displayed a grade of D. What did this grade signify? Was it a reflection of current developmental ratings? Congratulations, Yulang, you have received an additional reward. The divine mist reappeared above Yulang's system wristwatch. As the first person to log into a small island and obtain a treasure chest, we shall grant you a reward. Instantly, a golden glimmering item appeared in Yulang's system backpack. Yulang realized, oh, so there are rewards for this as well? With this thought, he conceived a plan. Since he could not obtain the regular rewards each period, perhaps he could strive for other rewards. Even if he currently lacked the strength for a medium-sized island, he still needed to take a look. Yulang carefully examined the item rewarded by the deity. Physical enhancement card, description, increases physical attributes by 1 level upon use. Yulang was momentarily bewildered. Physical enhancement? He quickly connected the dots. Could it be related to the rating in his personal information? He used it immediately and felt his blood surging, as if something had broken through the confines of his body, filling him with strength. This was unlike any previous power. It was a primordial force that instilled fear. A powerful energy coursed through him, and with a roar, he slammed his palm onto the dining table. Boom. The wooden table shattered into a pile of debris under the force of his blow. Yan Qian heard the thunderous sound and rushed out from the kitchen, only to be stunned by the scene before her. Yulang was equally astonished by his newfound strength. Was this truly a power that a human could possess? It resembled the prowess of extraordinary beings from fantasy novels. He checked his personal information again. His rating had changed to C-. It seemed this truly represented his physical rating. Yulang's excitement was beyond words. He finally felt a sense of confidence about venturing to the medium-sized island. Most others were still at D-, while he had reached C-. A 3-level advantage that promised overwhelming strength. In a luxurious outdoor garden, a golden glimmering item suddenly appeared in Ouyang Lei's system backpack. Congratulations, Ouyang Lei. You have received the reward for the previous trial. Ouyang Lei was astonished. He had received a divine reward again. If his initial luck during the novice period could be attributed to divine favor, this time, having developed the fastest with his own strength, he believed no one could claim the title of second best. Thus, this reward was well-deserved. Who would have thought you could win rewards in 2 consecutive periods? Keep up the good work. I hope to see your impressive performance next time. At that moment, Zhou Qiaofei hurriedly approached Ouyang. Ouyang Xiaozhu, I've discovered a new system function that is crucial for our future development. What function? Ouyang Lei asked, intrigued. It's the subordinate function. Zhou Qiaofei elaborated. Currently, everyone can only possess 1 raft and operate it through the system. Thus, our other 2 rafts belong to your trusted subordinates, and they can only trade with us after operating them, which is inconvenient for management. Now that the subordinate function has been activated, there is no need to eliminate the other party. You simply need to recruit them as your subordinates, and you can fully assume control of the resources they obtain and manipulate their rafts. Moreover, you can manage these subordinates within the system should you blacklist and expel them. Their wristwatch system will vanish, leaving them as ordinary individuals without a system. Ouyang Lei revealed a sinister smile. The subordinate function was indeed a remarkable asset. In this world, survival without a system was impossible. By becoming the master, he would wield the power over others' lives and deaths. Chapter 32. Superpowers Ding Dong. Zhou Chaofei received a chat notification from a friend, and upon checking, a smile spread across his face. Ouyang Xiao, our underwater supply team has obtained the navigation blueprint. Ouyang Lei narrowed his eyes, a surge of ambition igniting within him. Humph. Aside from Yilang, I must reach the small island before anyone else. Zhou Chaofei promptly traded the newly acquired navigation blueprint to Ouyang Lei. New World Navigation Blueprint Materials. Iron ingots X25, copper ingots X20, special metal X10. Description. Upon successful manufacturing, the navigation function will be automatically unlocked in the system. After examining it closely, Ouyang Lei furrowed his brow. One of the required materials for the navigation was special metal X10, which he could only refine from a small furnace, and the yield was exceedingly low. Navigation would become a necessity for everyone. If he had sufficient special metal, he could make a substantial profit in the market. He winced at the thought of the 1,000 blocks of metal or he had previously given away. He had not anticipated the navigation arriving so swiftly. If it became available before Yilang auctioned information about the small island, he would not have spent such a hefty sum to acquire it. Yet, one cannot regret what has already been done. He could only look forward. With ample resources at hand, he immediately set about manufacturing the navigation. Ding. System navigation function activated. A notification chimed from the system wristwatch. With the navigation activated, the coordinates in his possession could now be utilized directly. Once used, the navigation would log the target, causing the coordinate parchment to vanish. It seemed that merely knowing the coordinate number was insufficient. A complete coordinate parchment was essential for the navigation to record and guide to that location. Ouyang Lei set his sights on the newly unlocked coordinate, and a floating arrow appeared on his system wristwatch, pointing at the 3 o'clock direction. There was only one arrow, with no distance indicated. Yet it was better than having nothing at all. Excellent. Next, let us explore this small island. Ouyang Lei could hardly contain his excitement. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to check the reward bestowed upon him this time. Opening his system backpack, he discovered the details of the reward item. Simplified kinetic device. Description. Raw materials include water and fuel, kinetic energy derived from steam, with a maximum speed of 30 km/h. Haha. Truly a blessing from the heavens. Ouyang Lei burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Yulang's raft was heading towards a medium-sized island, operating at full power. He had already taken all the metal ore to be refined. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, desperately seeking an outlet. Upon seeing a shark approaching, a surge of fury ignited within him. With a splash, he executed a perfect dive, swimming towards the shark with the speed of a fish. The shark, not to be outdone, opened its massive jaws wide. Boom. Yulang struck the shark's head with a punch. Underwater, without a diving suit, Yulang could only exert 70% of his strength. However, that punch obliterated the shark's head. A burst of crimson blossomed in the water. 2 more sharks surged towards him. Each met with a fatal blow to the head from Yulang's fist. Breaking the surface, he saw the raft still advancing, now more than 20 meters away. With outstretched arms, he swiftly swam back to the moving raft, clambering aboard in mere seconds. At this speed, he would have broken world records back on Blue Star. After a series of intense movements, Yulang still felt a sense of discomfort, particularly in his eyes and brain, as if flames were scorching within. At that moment, his senses heightened significantly, allowing him to perceive many subtle movements around him. Could it be due to leveling up? Yulang speculated. Why are you all wet? Yin Qian emerged from the land space, observing Yulang's appearance. Upon seeing Yin Qian, Yulang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Ziz. Ah. Yin Qian clutched her head, exclaiming in shock. She stumbled, nearly falling. Yulang stood frozen, immediately retracting his focus. Sweat beaded on his forehead. And a terrifying thought struck him. Had he just glimpsed Yin Qian's memories? Yin Qian regained her composure, shaking her head, remnants of a dull ache lingering in her mind. It felt as if someone had been pricking her brain with needles, causing not only pain but also a profound sense of fear. What had just happened? Yin Qian pondered. Yulang did not reveal the truth to Yin Qian, wiping away the beads of sweat and seawater. Perhaps you're just exhausted. You should rest. He then furrowed his brow, inquiring, Yin Qian, does your mother have a fondness for wine-red curly hair and smoke women's cigarettes? Yin Qian was taken aback. How do you know? Yulang chuckled. I dreamt about it. Do you believe me? Yin Qian shot him a skeptical glance, her heartbeat accelerating as she stammered. Did you dream about me? Forgot, Yulang replied, choosing not to continue the conversation as he headed off to bathe. He had made a remarkable discovery but wished to verify it further. Leaving Yin Qian in a daze, she contemplated whether Yulang had truly dreamed of her. After his bath, Yulang approached the handmade cage where he kept the seabirds he had captured. Selecting one, he locked eyes with it. striving to recapture the sensation he had felt when seeing Yanqian. Ziz. A mild electric sensation coursed through Yu Lang's brain. Yet this time, it was too weak. He did not experience that connection to the other's mind. After several failed attempts, a severe dizziness and nausea ensued. Yu Lang hastily drank a cup of special drinking water, which offered some relief, but ultimately, only the essence of life could swiftly restore him to normalcy. Having recognized the significance of the essence of life, he resolved not to consume it unless absolutely necessary, opting to stockpile some for emergencies. Through this episode, Yu Lang discovered he had acquired a form of superpower. This ability manifested automatically after his physique ascended to seethe. By merely locking eyes with another, he could glimpse fragments of their memories. Currently, his power was insufficient, allowing him only to see random snippets. Aside from Yanqian, he could not connect with the memories of the seabirds. Was it because they were not human? He speculated on the reasons for his failures. However, using this ability on Yanqian seemed to cause her distress, prompting him to refrain from employing it. Although Yu Lang was eager to further explore and master this newfound capability, he lacked other subjects to experiment on, leaving him to navigate this journey alone. Returning to normalcy, Yu Lang perused the chat channel. It seems there are many unfamiliar names in the chat channel. Have some people merged again? I must quickly check for friends and family. At that moment, everyone was filled with excitement, issuing missing person notices. Yu Lang also posted his previous inquiry about finding his family and reopened private messaging and friend requests. Before long, several individuals with the same name as Yu Lang found him, but with the new video feature, he could swiftly ascertain if they were imposters. Meanwhile, Yanqian was elated. She had located her mother and younger brother. Her mother and brother had only encountered each other a few days prior and were struggling to survive, barely managing the essentials. Upon discovering that Yanqian was thriving, they rejoiced with cheers. Her mother, Zhang Yifan, with her wine-red curls now faded, wept as she recounted the hardships of the past half-month, her tears flowing freely, while her brother Yin Wan embellished the tale. Yanqian couldn't help but shed tears as well. She shared some of her current circumstances but refrained from disclosing any of Yu Lang's miraculous items. My dear daughter, life has become exceedingly arduous for us. Could you kindly provide us with some sustenance and refreshment? Zhang Yifan, wiping away her tears, implored. Chapter 33. Family. When Yanqian beheld her mother and younger brother, who had both become significantly thinner, her heart ached. However, as she was employed by Yu Lang, the resources on the raft belonged to him, and she felt she had no right to share them. Good daughter, we ask for little. Just spare us some extra food. Want tea? You mentioned that fresh water is abundant for you, so sharing a bit with us wouldn't tea hurt. Her brother mockingly remarked. Didn't Tiu say that Yu Lang is a good person? If he can't even part with a little food, what kind of good person is he? We are your family, not strangers. Yanqian felt a surge of displeasure. Do not speak of him that way. This is not his fault. I will find a way to assist you. Good daughter, your mother is counting on you to save us. After ending her conversation with her family, Yanqian wrestled with her conflicted emotions, uncertain whether to approach Yu Lang about this matter. She had already received immense kindness from him. Would it be too much to involve her family as well? During lunch, she filled her bowl with her portion of food and retreated to her room. Yu Lang, puzzled, inquired, why do you suddenly wish to eat in your room? She, preoccupied with her thoughts, responded perfunctorily, I need some time alone, believing her request was due to him. He chose not to press further. Once in her room, Yanqian kept only a boiled potato for herself and traded the rest of her food to her mother. While preparing a meal, she had discreetly given her family the most basic fresh water, which held little value to Yu Lang. Upon receiving the food from Yanqian, her mother and brother's eyes gleamed with delight. Mother, Yanqian must be living splendidly. In comparison, our existence is hardly better than that of pigs. Yin Wan expressed with palpable jealousy. They were still limited to rudimentary barbecuing, while Yanqian feasted on stir-fried, boiled, stewed, and fried dishes. No worries. We shall live like that one day too, Zhang Yifan scoffed. She knew Yanqian well. She would invariably cater to their needs. Zhang Yifan served her son a generous portion of braised meat. Come on, eat well, and replenish the nutrition we've missed. Their hardships stemmed from both being exceedingly lazy and timid. They were fortunate not to have encountered others, otherwise, they would have been vulnerable to exploitation. The onset of the third phase of the new world had filled them with hope for a better life, with Yanqian representing their future. Meanwhile, Yu Lang realized he had an excess of resources. With the trading channel now unrestricted, he could exchange surplus items for things of value. Even the most basic fresh water could be traded. Although most now possessed various levels of purifiers, it was still in demand. He had no intention of trading away his attribute-laden crops, planning to wait until everyone recognized the significance of physical levels before unveiling them. As Yu Lang listed various items for trade, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Yu Lang has listed a plethora of goods, including abundant fresh water. Just a bit of wood can secure a barrel. A barrel of fresh water? You cannot be serious. Wow. I just checked, it's real. I want to buy it. I haven't tea-bathed in 2 weeks and I'm starting to smell. Oh my. They've sold out. Please, Yu Lang, restock some fresh water. Me too. Yu Lang felt he had priced his goods too low, with a barrel of fresh water costing only 50 pieces of wood or 4 metal ores. Given that his furnace and power system required considerable wood as fuel, his demand for it was second only to metal ores. His supply of barrels was limited. So after this round of sales, he could only manufacture a few more barrels using the system. However, crafting barrels consumed resources like iron ingots, forcing him to raise prices on subsequent listings. Despite complaints branding him a greedy merchant, sales remained robust. After all, no one else in the New World could produce such quantities of fresh water, leading to Yu Lang being dubbed the Freshwater King. In a distant part of the New World, a youthful girl with a cherubic face stumbled upon the fresh water Yu Lang was selling. Upon seeing his name, she trembled with excitement. Struggling to contain her enthusiasm, she messaged Yu Lang, "May I ask, where is your home in Blue Star?" At that moment, Yu Lang was busy sorting resources with Yin Qian. Noticing a flurry of private messages, one name stood out, causing a shift in his demeanor. Yu. He trembled as he opened her chat box and promptly replied, "Zhongyang, Huaxia." They quickly became friends and initiated a video call. Upon seeing each other, Yu could no longer hold back her tears. "Brother, I miss you so much. I thought I would never see you again." Yu Lang's eyes reddened, tears blurring his vision. He had finally reunited with his younger sister, the one who had departed from him during the apocalypse. Upon learning of their family as tragic fate, he believed they would be eternally separated. Yet now, he could see his lively sister once more. In that moment, Yu Lang felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the divine. Choking back his emotions, he asked, "Little Yu, how are you faring?" Yu, merely a 14-year-old girl, had never encountered such survival challenges before. Yet, with a resilient spirit, she gradually learned to navigate her circumstances, ensuring her sustenance. Through tears, she mumbled, "Brother, I am managing all right." She recounted her experiences over the past half-month, which filled Yu Lang with trepidation. "I swear, little Yu, I will come to get you. I will never let you suffer again," he vowed. Though he had no knowledge of her location, navigation was not an option for trading, so he could only assist her in activating the navigation system to meet at a small island. However, given the limitations of her raft, she could not traverse the storm circle alone. What should he do? Yu Lang pondered. It seemed the reunion would have to be postponed for now. The priority was to enhance her overall capabilities. At the very least, she needed a power system to navigate through the storm circle. Yu Lang succinctly shared his experiences with her, omitting details about the lottery system and attributing the miraculous occurrences to divine rewards, brushing over them. Yu, understanding yet not prying, felt genuine happiness for her brother's fortunate developments. Yu Lang then traded a large cup of special drinking water to her, advising her on precautions. He also provided her with a bit of life essence to mitigate any adverse effects from her first consumption of the special water, as her level was still the lowest. He aimed to quickly elevate her status so that she could protect herself even in his absence. In addition to food and water, Yu Lang also traded a set of anesthetic weapons and viper armor obtained from the first small island, along with any metal weapons he had developed that he deemed useful for her. Pouting, Yu protested, "Brother, please don't give me more. I can't use so many things. Keep some for yourself." As a doting older brother, Yu Lang insisted, "Little Yu, you must never go to sea again. Whatever you desire, brother will provide. I have plenty of these items." Fearful of losing his sister again, he resolved to pamper her as much as possible in the days to come. Chapter 34, Navigation Integration Upgrade. Arrival at the medium-sized island. After reaching the medium-sized island, Yu Lang further reinforced and upgraded the raft belonging to Yu. He also fitted it with a small sail obtained from a treasure chest. This enhancement would allow them to escape quickly should they encounter others. Finally, he traded a few barrels of warm freshwater to Yu, ensuring she could enjoy a comfortable bath. Yin Qian watched Yu Lang rummaging through supplies, feeling an intense envy. He was also happy for him in his quest to find his family. "If only I could receive even half, no, a mere tenth of such care, I would feel content." Thoughts of his mother and younger brother flooded his mind, and he could only spare a portion of his rations for them. The comparison deepened his sense of despair. "Mother, I am sorry. It is my inability that has led us here." Yu Lang's thoughts were entirely consumed by his sister, dedicating all his time to video calls with her except for when he needed to relieve himself. He could never tire of looking at her. "Little Yu, I have finally seen you again. From now on, I will protect you well, and I will ensure you suffer no harm." Suddenly, a fierce determination flashed in Yu Lang's eyes. Whoever dares to harm you will surely regret entering this world. Thus, the first day of the third phase of the new world passed by. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have gathered essential maritime facilities, which will undergo integration and upgrade. Yu Lang was astonished. He never expected to be able to integrate and upgrade these scattered components. Integration and upgrade in progress. Completed. At that moment, the navigation device beside Yu Lang emitted a series of beeps. He immediately pressed the screen. The image of Xiao Yuan projected forth. Master, Xiao Yuan has successfully upgraded. The radar, navigation, energy, sail, and anchor are now combined into one. The energy system has been upgraded to a multi-energy source, with a maximum speed increased to 80 km/h. In the future, you need only command Xiao Yuan for any assistance. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Yu Lang felt an overwhelming joy. From now on, he could command Xiao Yuan to perform various operations without needing to run about personally. Previously, when sailing, he had to rush to the stern to drop the anchor whenever he needed to stop. A smaller raft was manageable, but as it grew larger, the back and forth running became quite cumbersome. At this moment, Xiao Yuan projected a holographic model of the entire raft. Due to the sail not being placed, certain functions are missing. Please choose an appropriate location to install the sail. Now that Xiao Yuan was operational, the placement of the sail could be based on effectiveness rather than distance. Ultimately, he decided to place it atop the raft. With all facilities in place and functioning properly, Xiao Yuan was ready to receive commands. Besides coordinates, what other targets can you pursue? Yu Lang pondered the limitations of Xiaoba and wondered if Xiao Yuan had any as well. Replying to the master, it is also possible to target based on distance, direction, or any object within radar range, allowing for multiple routes and durations to be planned. Can we target a tiny island? If Xiao Yuan could do this, Xiaoba would only need to focus on resource collection. The radar could discover anything within range. Receiving a positive affirmation, Yu Lang felt reassured. From now on, a mere command would allow him to go wherever he wished. He couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Little Yuer, brother will come to get you soon. On the other side, Ouyang Lei, having gained energy, found his already swift travel speed significantly enhanced. He had been tirelessly heading toward his destination since yesterday, having traveled roughly 700 to 800 kilometers without sighting any islands. However, based on the information provided by Yu Lang, he felt he was nearing his goal, as all resources at sea had vanished. Indeed, after another hour or two of sailing, Ouyang Lei finally spotted the silhouette of a massive island. The crowd erupted in cheers. Well, we have finally arrived. This island is enormous. As Ouyang Lei's team drew closer to the island, his brow furrowed deeper. The distance to this island was several times greater than the distance Yu Lang had traveled to reach his own. Furthermore, the journey had been calm, with no signs of any violent storm circles. Why does this not match what Yu Lang described? Zhou Chaofei, Ouyang Lei's confidant, was well aware of the information Yu Lang had shared. He speculated, perhaps the small islands were not open to outsiders last week, and the storm circle served as a natural barrier. Now that they are open, the storm circle is unnecessary. After contemplating this for a moment, Ouyang Lei acknowledged that this was indeed a possibility. However, if there were no dangers, then that was even better. Zhou Chaofei led the group onto the island to explore, and they indeed found abundant resources, albeit some differed from Yu Lang's descriptions. Regarding enemies, it was as Yu Lang had said, a massive wild boar. However, it was merely an ordinary boar, possessing only brute strength and speed, with no other special abilities. Having been on the battlefield as a mercenary, Zhou Chaofei quickly identified its weaknesses and swiftly dispatched it. With the threat eliminated, Zhou Chaofei returned to the raft with the boar, while the others remained on the island to gather additional supplies. Ouyang Lei, intrigued by the island, followed Zhou Chaofei ashore. Upon reaching the previous team's location, they found no one present, only half-gathered supplies and a tangle of grass. Zhou Chaofei immediately sensed danger, positioning himself protectively in front of Ouyang Lei. In the underbrush, a pair of blood-red eyes greedily watched the two. With the upgraded navigation system, Yu Lang's speed toward the medium-sized island significantly increased. An 80 km/h pace appeared almost like flight to outsiders. He had set off yesterday, initially encountering a few rafts, but after entering the 500 kilometers surrounding the medium-sized island, he had not seen another soul. He encountered a storm circle once more, this time with a hurricane even fiercer than the last, producing waves as high as 5 to 6 meters. Throughout the journey, resources from the micro-islands and the sea dwindled to nothing. Now accompanied by Xiao Yuan, Yu Lang could relax on the raft. As he approached the medium-sized island, he realized the distance to it was several times greater than before, and its area was over 100 times larger. This was a colossal rocky island, with peaks soaring high into the sky and lush forest at its base. From afar, he could hear various eerie sounds emanating from the island. He instructed Xiao Yuan to maintain a safe distance from the island's edge and to conduct several reconnaissance circles. The medium-sized island was rated at level 3 for danger, necessitating increased caution. As the sky was still early, Yu Lang confirmed the raft's safety, then borrowed the Viper armor from Yu Yu once more. Unfortunately, he still lacked a suitable weapon. Yu Lang glanced at the metal spear in his hand and the metal bow on his back, feeling something was missing. He then cast a sidelong look at Ming Ming's energy gun. Ming Ming quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "This weapon is bound to Ming Ming. Others cannot use it." Yu Lang shot her an exasperated glance. "I was just looking." As before, Yu Lang and Ming Ming ventured onto the island to explore, leaving Yin Qian to guard the raft. Once they ensured the island and raft were safe, they would allow Yin Qian to join them in gathering resources. Yin Qian had also risen to D rank, surpassing most individuals, but it was still insufficient for confronting level 3 dangers. The two entered the forest, where the dense canopy only allowed scattered sunlight to filter through. The weather felt increasingly warm, and Yu Lang wiped the sweat from his brow. "I don't feel a thing," Ming Ming teased, playfully chasing a butterfly. "Who could compare to you?" Yu Lang retorted, realizing that even if Ming Ming were to ignite, she would remain oblivious to any sensations. Threat detected. Suddenly, Ming Ming shoved Yu Lang aside, drawing her blade and swiftly striking the ground just a step ahead of them. Hiss. Threat eliminated. The swift action was merely the blink of an eye. Yu Lang then saw the spot he had intended to step on, a slender snake, camouflaged like a dry twig, had been cleaved in two and writhed in agony on the ground. Withered branch snake. Mutation level 1. This creature excels in ambush tactics and possesses a potent venom. Should one fall victim to its bite, without an antidote within 10 minutes, death is inevitable. Analysis reveals a certain probability of acquiring snake meat, venom, fangs, gallbladder, and skin. Research indicates that combining 3 fangs with other materials may yield. Chapter 35. Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. Since the recent upgrade of the research platform, Yu Lang's keen eye can now perceive detailed biological analyses and research information. He was taken aback to discover the rapid emergence of mutated creatures, and even more so by their maturity. Previously, on the smaller islands, mutated beings merely guarded treasure chests and had not fully transformed. Now, fully mutated creatures roamed freely, no longer confined to their former duties. This serpent, if one did not observe closely, could easily be mistaken for a withered branch. Its potent venom raised concerns about whether the remnants of its life essence would be effective. Gazing into the depths of the forest, Yu Lang understood that the path ahead was far more perilous than those trivial encounters on the previous islands. He heightened his senses to their utmost, holding his breath and proceeding with utmost caution. Whenever he encountered supplies, he collected them promptly. Traversing such a vast island again would prove exceedingly troublesome. Yin Qian had advised him to remain within the relatively safer peripheries. Occasionally, he encountered first-level mutated creatures, which he effortlessly dispatched and stored in his backpack. Besides the mutated beings, ordinary creatures still inhabited the island, all around level 5. Given Yu Lang's current level, unless ambushed, he could easily triumph in direct confrontations. Suddenly, a chat notification from a friend caught his attention. It was from Yin Qian. The abruptness of her message raised alarm. Did something go awry on her end? Yu Lang opened the chat, and a frantic voice from Yin Qian reached his ears. "Yu Lang, come back quickly. A monster is attacking the raft." "What kind of monster?" he inquired. "A gigantic octopus emerging from the sea." Yu Lang furrowed his brow. Could it be that even the depths of the ocean harbored aggressive mutated creatures? Without further hesitation, he and Ming Ming hastened back to the raft. On their return journey, he received another message, prompting him to quickly check the chat. To his surprise, it was Ouyang Lei, whose words seemed to be spat out through clenched teeth. "Damn it. Yu Lang, I will not rest until we settle this." Yu Lang felt bewildered, unsure of the cause of Ouyang Lei's rage. "If you're unwell, seek treatment," he replied. Ouyang Lei's anger intensified upon receiving the response. Before him lay Zhou Chaofei, bloodied and unconscious, his left arm and forearm missing. They had encountered a remarkably swift giant serpent on the island, capable of launching a paralyzing venom from a distance. Concealed in the grass, it attacked with venom, and those struck became immobilized, allowing the creature to consume them whole. Ouyang Lei's resource-gathering team had been utterly decimated, with even his strongest ally, Zhou Chaofei, succumbing to the serpent's curse. In a desperate bid for survival, he had to sever his own left hand to cover Ouyang Lei's escape back to the raft. Fortunately, the giant serpent remained within the forest, allowing them to narrowly escape. Ouyang Lei recalled the exorbitant price he paid for the information, which ultimately proved worthless. He had thought he possessed all the knowledge, only to suffer significant losses. This debt, he decided, would be placed squarely on Yu Lang's shoulders. "The information you provided was entirely erroneous. Not only did I waste a fortune, but I also suffered greatly because of it. You'd better prepare yourself. Ouyang Lei cursed at Yulang, abandoning any semblance of decorum. Erroneous information? How could that be? Yulang's brow furrowed further. Stop playing dumb. Return my resources. And the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce may spare your life. Huh. Fool. Yulang promptly blocked Ouyang Lei. He suspected that Ouyang Lei was merely performing theatrics, attempting to reclaim his resources. Ignoring the matter, Yulang focused on reaching his raft. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lei, realizing he had been blocked, erupted in fury, cackling menacingly. Just wait. Yulang soon arrived at the shore, where he could see massive tentacles extending from the depths, entwining the raft and damaging its wooden structures. Shallow Sea Octopus. Level 1 Mutation. Description: a creature that enjoys attacking beings or objects near the shore, possessing immense strength and the ability to regenerate severed limbs. How dare you damage my vessel? Tonight, I shall feast on grilled octopus. Yulang exclaimed, charging toward the raft like an arrow released from a bow. He swiftly donned his diving suit and submerged into the water. Splash. Like a water bullet, he arrived before the octopus's enormous head. Sensing danger, the octopus lashed out with its tentacles, but Yulang adeptly evaded them. In a swift motion, he swung his axe downward. Thwack! One tentacle was severed from its body. The octopus retaliated, yet Yulang continued to dispatch its appendages one by one. With only 2 tentacles remaining, the creature dared not attack further and hastily retreated into the deep sea. Where do you think you're escaping, grilled octopus? Yulang leaped, pursuing the creature. On the raft, Yanqian anxiously watched the water below. Suddenly, a splash erupted on the surface, and Yulang returned unharmed. The difference between C and D stages of physicality was like night and day. If he continued to advance, he might truly ascend to divinity. As night fell, he decided to postpone further exploration until the next morning. Through today's battles, Yulang had gained a clear understanding of his strength and realized he no longer required the Viper armor, which he would return to his sister. For now, it was more important for her to have it for her own protection. Yulang, look at the public chat channel, Yanqian urged, a hint of anxiety in her voice. What now? Yulang checked the chat channel and let out a cold laugh. The Ouyang Chamber of Commerce was intent on pursuing him relentlessly. He saw that Ouyang Chamber members were flooding the chat with the same message. Yulang is a fraud. We, the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, spent a fortune on his misleading information about the small islands, which caused us significant losses. He refused to return the resources and insulted our chamber. Everyone, recognize Yulang as the fraud he is, a scoundrel. We, the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, will not rest until we settle this with Yulang. Whoever provides real information about Yulang will receive a reward. As the walls came crashing down, Yulang, once basking in glory during the auction, now found himself in utter disgrace. The insults poured in like an unending tide. What should we do now? Yanqian asked. Concern etched on her face. At that moment, Yu also noticed the upheaval in the chat channel and approached Yulang for clarification. No need for words. Let my strength silence them, Yulang scoffed. I have my own tasks for tomorrow. I have no time to deal with this. After which, he stretched lazily and returned to his room. Yanqian observed Yulang's retreating figure, contemplating whether she should speak in his defense. Yet, she realized that such intervention would only exacerbate the situation, so she refrained. Just then, Zhang Yifan sent a message to Yanqian. I just saw the chat channel berating someone named Yulang. Is your boss named Yulang too? That's him. But he is not a fraud. There must be some misunderstanding. While I cannot explain it to others, I can at least clarify it with my family. Yes, I know he must be a good person, Zhang Yifan flattered, though her mind was concocting other schemes. Mom, are you sure it's that Yulang? Yanwan lay on her bed, feeling aimless and bored. Zhang Yifan nodded. It is him. Upon hearing this, Yanwan sprang up from her bed. What about the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce? I have my plans. Do not worry, Zhang Yifan replied with a greedy smile. We will reap the benefits from both sides. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received Eye Enhancement. Eye Enhancement upgraded to level 3. This time, the system did not specify what had been enhanced. Yulang looked around, but he did not notice any changes. It seemed he would have to explore the effects himself. After Yulang finished his ablutions and was ready to embark on the island, he was suddenly halted by Yanqian, her eyes brimming with tears. With a thud, Yanqian knelt before Yulang once more. Her voice choked with emotion as she implored, Please, I beg you, save my mother. Chapter 36. Saving Lives. Yulang furrowed his brow, disliking this method of soliciting help, which carried an element of coercion. He helped Yanqian to her feet, his expression stern, warning her not to kneel before others casually. Yanqian was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Yulang to voice such a concern right away. Throughout her life, she had only knelt before her parents and Yulang. It was not that she lacked resolve, But in Yulang's presence, she found herself instinctively acting this way. All right, let us discuss this in detail. Yulang softened his tone. It happened like this. Yin Qian adjusted her emotions and recounted the events of the past few days to Yulang. Earlier that morning, her younger brother, Yin Wan, had unexpectedly initiated a video call. Upon connecting, she was startled to see Zhang Yifan, pale and in agony, her left knee swollen and blackened, seemingly poisoned. We were on a tiny island gathering supplies when Mom was suddenly bitten by a venomous snake. Yin Wan exclaimed in earnest distress. How could there be venomous snakes on such a small island? Yin Qian was bewildered. If there were snakes, they were typically harmless and non-aggressive. Who knows? But there are. Yin Wan cursed, lamenting that had they known the island posed a danger, they would have refrained from going there, waiting for Yin Qian to provide assistance instead. Yin Qian, you're the only one who can save Mom now. But I don't have any antidotes, Yin Qian replied, equally anxious. Zhang Yifan, her voice faint, pleaded, Qian. My dear daughter, you could ask your boss for help. He might have a solution. Let me try first. Yin Qian was reluctant to reach out to Yulang. She traded her 50 milliliters of special drinking water to Yin Wan, retaining some for herself to wash the wound. Seeing the liquid, which appeared no different from ordinary fresh water, Yin Wan was infuriated. Can you provide something useful? We don't need fresh water right now. Just follow my instructions. Yin Qian insisted, unwilling to elaborate further, assuring him that the water had healing properties. Hesitantly, Yin Wan complied with her guidance. After Zhang Yifan drank it, she felt an immediate sense of refreshment. The pain in her wound subsided somewhat, but no further improvement occurred. The toxin continued to ravage Zhang Yifan's body. Isn't this too little? Yin Qian, give us more to try. Yin Wan shouted. No, there is none left, Yin Qian admitted, genuinely out of stock. How can that be? Are you unwilling to share? Yin Wan expressed his skepticism. Qian, is this water from your boss? Zhang Yifan speculated. Upon Yin Qian's slight nod, Yin Wan exclaimed, you should ask your boss for more. If we don't save Mom soon, she'll die? If he refuses, use seduction. You two have been alone together for so long. I refuse to believe he has no interest in you. You. Yin Qian was incensed. Qian, your mother's life depends on you. While recounting her tale, Yin Qian had not elaborated on her mother and brother's words, leading Yulang to assume that Yin Qian's family shared her industrious and kind nature. Knowing she had found her family, Yulang felt a sense of joy for her, understanding the pain of being without kin. Why didn't you say this sooner? Yulang remarked, feeling that Yin Qian bore too much on her shoulders, attempting to manage everything herself. I didn't want to trouble you, Yin Qian mumbled, her gaze lowered. Too timid to meet Yulang's eyes, resembling a child aware of her misstep. Since you've boarded my ship and joined my team, you are now my responsibility. My teammate. Yulang quickly corrected his wording to avoid misunderstandings. This is for you. Yulang retrieved a vial of 0.5 milliliters life essence from his backpack, applying it to the wound. A mere ordinary snake venom would not require such a quantity if treated promptly, but given the delay, it was necessary to use this much. The amount he provided took a day to collect, and he felt a pang of regret. Yet, saving Yin Qian's mother's life was worth the sacrifice. From now on, for your daily meals, aside from the regular food, you may prepare extra portions for them, and they can use fresh water freely. Yulang paused before continuing. As for other supplies, we shall discuss later. At present, Yulang possessed an abundance of resources, rendering him indifferent to the expenditure, though he did not wish to be seen as a philanthropist. Yet, in the near future, he would come to regret today's decision, feeling that even a single grain of rice offered was excessive, and that perhaps he should have let her perish today. Yin Wan applied the life essence to their mother's snakebite, and as the last drop was used, miraculous healing began to occur. The blackness of her leg receded, revealing its natural hue, and the swelling quickly diminished, returning to normal. Both mother and brother were astonished by this extraordinary effect, their eyes wide in disbelief. Oh my! Is there truly such a wondrous thing in this world? Qian, what on earth is this? While they had suspected the essence was no ordinary substance due to its radiant glow, they were unprepared for its astonishing efficacy. Yin Qian, having witnessed Yulang's previous treatment of her wound without careful observation, now marveled at the miraculous results firsthand. This is called life essence, an exclusive item from my boss. I rarely come into contact with it. He granted it to me to save your life. Yin Qian quickly regained her composure. Having encountered so many miraculous items in Yulang's possession, she was no longer surprised. Sister, if this were sold, think of the treasures we could acquire. Yin Wan's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was only when he had ulterior motives that he referred to Yin Qian as sister. Qian, how much life essence does your boss possess? Can he spare more? Yin Wan continued. This meager amount is too stingy. Zhang Yifan's eyes sparkled with greed. Please refrain from asking for more. This belongs to someone else. Yin Qian replied, her irritation palpable. He saved your life, and you dare complain? Seeing Yin Qian genuinely upset, Zhang Yifan hastily retracted her greedy thoughts, sweetly saying, "All right, my dear daughter, it was my mistake. Seeing such a miraculous item for the first time, I naturally wanted to inquire more, so please don't hold it against us." Zhang Yifan was now brimming with vitality. Yin Wan, about to make a sarcastic remark, was swiftly pulled back by Zhang Yifan, who gestured for him to remain silent. Yin Qian sighed, realizing that anyone encountering such a miraculous item would undoubtedly have questions, and thus she chose not to pursue the matter further. "Mom, let us leave it at that. Our boss has agreed to provide you with daily meals. I will prepare 2 servings for you at mealtime." Zhang Yifan beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank him for me, and tell him he is my great benefactor. I will forever hold this in my heart." After ending the video call, Zhang Yifan and Yin Wan exchanged glances, immediately understanding they shared the same thought. "Mom, Yin Qian's boss is incredible." Yin Wan marveled. "Are we truly living in the same world as him? Regardless of the world, he is still but a man, and thus possesses his vulnerabilities." Zhang Yifan scoffed. "Oh, by the way, Wan, did you record the video?" Upon witnessing the extraordinary effects of the special drinking water, they conceived this idea. When Yin Qian next provided them with the special water, they could record the entire process and send it to the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce for compensation. To their surprise, they had stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Yin Wan chuckled. "Of course I recorded it. The content is explosive. We can exchange a greater variety of items now." Chapter 37, The Trap. At this moment, Yu Lang had returned to the medium-sized island to continue his exploration. This island was rich in resources, featuring many he had not encountered before, such as cotton, rubber trees, and medicinal herbs. He quickly filled his system backpack, intending to trade the materials with Yin Qian, but found the transaction impossible. Both needed to be within a certain range of the raft. Thus, Yu Lang had no choice but to return to the raft, empty his backpack, and come back again. Upon returning to the raft, he placed the materials in the storage box. This time, Yu Lang decided to take Yin Qian with him, as 2 individuals could carry more supplies. Even though he was fast, it was still more efficient with 2. Having understood the basic situation of the small island, he felt confident in protecting Yin Qian. As for the raft, after defeating the giant octopus, he had ventured into the sea for a while and used the radar several times, finding no further threats. With Xiaoba securing the raft, it remained stationary. In the early stages, the back and forth trips were quite swift, and even with dangers, he could manage. "Come, I'll carry you," Yu Lang said, crouching down with his back facing Yin Qian. "Huh?" Yin Qian was puzzled. "I'll move faster if I carry you." With Yu Lang's current level, carrying weight while running was not an issue. Yin Qian did not refuse again, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she leaned against Yu Lang's back, clutching his shoulders. A soft touch against his back made him tremble slightly, and he felt a bit awkward. He had almost forgotten about this. However, in order to quickly gather resources from the island, he had to suppress his emotions and not indulge in that softness. Yu Lang swallowed hard, firmly supporting Yin Qian's legs. Before she could react, they shot off like an arrow. "Wow, so fast!" Yin Qian exclaimed, instantly wrapping her arms around Yu Lang's shoulders. Yu Lang caught a whiff of her faint fragrance, which momentarily distracted him, but as they ran, he channeled his emotions, and the heat within him gradually subsided. Yu Lang possessed a photographic memory, enabling him to quickly return to the previously harvested area. He set Yin Qian down and panted, "Stay close behind me and gather resources. Don't wander off. This place is different from the others." Yin Qian nodded obediently, following Yu Lang closely, fearful of making a mistake. Despite their busyness, an awkward atmosphere lingered, prompting Yin Qian to break the silence. "Thank you, Yu Lang. My mother's injury has completely healed." "It's nothing," Yu Lang replied nonchalantly, more concerned about Yin Qian than her mother. He couldn't bear to see her sad. Perhaps he had already come to regard her as a teammate and good friend. The 2 fell silent again as they continued gathering resources towards the center of the island. "Watch out," Yu Lang shouted, swinging his weapon above Yin Qian's head, cleaving a venomous snake in 2. This time, however, the information he received changed. Flying branch snake, level 1 mutation, a snake capable of momentarily flying between trees. Its venom can induce hallucinations. Analyzing. Researching. Weakness. Like other snakes, its weakness lies in its 7 inches. A hit here guarantees death. Grasping this spot renders it incapable of attack. Yu Lang noticed the snake's corpse glowing faintly with a bluish light at its weak point. It turned out that this enhancement allowed him to see the weaknesses of his foes. This ability might not hold much value for ordinary humans, but for mutated creatures or others like him with advanced physiques, it would be a decisive advantage. It felt almost like cheating. Seeing Yu Lang staring blankly at the snake's corpse with a silly smile made Yin Qian anxious. She tugged at his sleeve, asking, Yulang, what's wrong? Yulang snapped back to reality, waving his hands. Nothing, nothing. I was just thinking of something pleasant. He continued moving forward. After that, any danger they encountered was swiftly dealt with by Yulang. Yanxian found herself enamored with this strong man who could protect her, especially since he was also handsome. Throughout their journey, her eyes sparkled with hearts, sending shivers down Yulang's spine. They returned several times to store materials. This time, upon re-entering the small island, they reached the foot of a mountain, which had no visible path. Yulang took the lead, intending to circle the mountain's base to find a way up. However, after only a few steps, Yanxian accidentally stepped into a hidden pit and fell. Ah, Yanxian, Yulang exclaimed, reaching out but failing to catch her. This pit was exceptionally well concealed. While Yulang narrowly avoided it, Yanxian was not as fortunate. Below lay a deep tunnel, its destination unknown. Ming Ming, why didn't you give a warning this time? Yulang shouted in frustration. Ming Ming tilted its head, perplexed as to why Yulang was upset. The last time was the first encounter with such danger. I needed to gather data. But this time, the danger is not significant for you. You should at least give a warning. Based on my calculations, you would not fall into this trap, so I deemed a warning unnecessary. Yulang wanted to say more but found himself at a loss for words. Ming Ming was designed this way, a cold, robotic entity focused solely on his protection. With little time to ponder, Yulang jumped into the pit after Yanxian. After spending so much time together, he could not bear to be without her. She had become his caretaker and confidant, a role he could completely trust. Even if others could replace her, they could never occupy the same place in his heart. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the New World's ocean, Zhang Yifan was plotting a significant scheme with Yin Wan. They divided their tasks, with Zhang Yifan having already joined the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce and contacted the person in charge, claiming he had information about Yulang. To verify that Zhang Yifan was not trying to deceive for rewards, the official in charge asked what he knew. Zhang Yifan, aware of the explosive nature of the video, decided it was only for the president of the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce to see. However, not everyone could become friends with the president. He first needed to present some information, stating that Yulang had visited a small island, endured a storm, and discovered some powerful creatures previously unseen. The official reported this matter, and Ouyang Lei quickly added Zhang Yifan as a friend. Only he and a few trusted individuals were privy to this information. Although Yulang had deceived him, Ouyang Lei had also confronted Yulang, yet the latter had not disclosed this information publicly. Perhaps he was adhering to business ethics. Or perhaps he was simply a fraud, speaking lies that did not warrant disclosure. Zhang Yifan and Ouyang Lei exchanged a few simple words before connecting via video, while Yin Wan played the recently recorded video on the side. Although the video could be shared, it lacked editing capabilities. The playback paused when it reached the moment Zhang Yifan used the essence of life to heal his wounds. Ouyang Lei's eyes widened, eager to see more. Zhang Yifan smiled. President Ouyang, this is what Yulang provided us. How much do you think this is worth in resources? How do I know this is definitively from Yulang? Ouyang Lei remained skeptical. Regardless of whether you believe it's from Yulang, isn't this item worth your attention? So, what do you desire? Ouyang Lei's fascination with this object has far surpassed that of Yulang. Should he obtain it, his trusted aide, Zhou Chaofei, would not only have the prospect of regrowing severed limbs, but, at the very least, could regain his health. Even with just one hand, he would still be capable of accomplishing tasks that others could not. Chapter 38. The millipede. A sharp pain surged through Yanxian as she gradually opened her eyes, greeted only by a faint flicker of light. The surroundings were dark and damp, the musty odor overwhelming her senses. How are you? Yulang inquired, brandishing a torch. Though unaffected by the darkness, Yanxian required light to navigate the obscurity. As her memories flooded back, she hastily examined her body. She was riddled with bruises, a throbbing pain at the back of her head, and an unsettling dizziness that made her feel nauseous. It seemed to be merely a mild concussion, nothing too serious. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand. Where are we? She wondered aloud, suspecting they had stumbled into yet another treasure hideout. Yulang, holding the torch, briefly surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves in a relatively spacious earthen cavity, having fallen from an opening above, approximately 20 meters from the ground. This subterranean chamber featured 5 tunnels branching off in various directions, and with his keen observation, along with Meng Meng's insights, he discerned that only one tunnel held promise. Come, I'll carry you, Yulang said, noticing Yanxian's unsteady gait. He crouched down, motioning for her to climb onto his back. Without hesitation, she complied. Meng Meng led the way, while Yanxian clutched the torch, ensuring they stayed close behind. As they ventured deeper, the tunnel constricted until they could only pass sideways, pressing against the damp earthen walls. After nearly 20 minutes of navigating this tight space, they emerged into a vast underground forest. It resembled a root system of a forest above ground, densely tangled with intertwining plant roots. The forest was eerily silent, yet concealed an unsettling atmosphere. Root system forest, a realm buried deep underground, home to formidable biological entities. Yulang cautioned his companions to tread carefully. As the root system was inhabited by various life forms, their nature, friend or foe, unknown. However, based on past experiences, he surmised they were likely to encounter mutated creatures. By this time, Yanxian had regained her strength and insisted on walking. She feared that depending on Yulang might hinder his movements in case of danger. Yulang stepped cautiously. The ground felt soft and sticky, a testament to the decay that had accumulated over countless years. Suddenly, a few small insects, only about 2 inches long, emerged from the putrid matter, scurrying away in alarm. Millipede, level 1, a small creature with astonishing reproductive capabilities. While not particularly fast, it possesses venom that induces excruciating pain. Do not harm them, otherwise, they will retaliate en masse. Weakness, avoiding harm ensures safety, with exceptions. Yulang held his breath, scrutinizing the tiny crevices around him. Indeed, he spotted numerous millipedes hiding within, just as Yanxian and Ming Ming were about to proceed. Yulang swiftly raised a hand to stop them. Do not harm them, he warned, his expression grave. If we injure even one, the rest will swarm us. We must be extremely cautious. This entire place is teeming with them. If we are overwhelmed, we may be trapped here forever. Yanxian swallowed hard, nodding gravely. To offer a glimmer of hope to those who ventured here, the root system forest had preserved a narrow path, approximately half a meter wide. This path appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding environment, except for the absence of millipedes. With Yulang leading the way, Yanxian followed closely, and Ming Ming brought up the rear. While the path was safe, the overhead roots posed a potential threat, as millipedes could be lurking among the branches. Both Yulang and Yanxian navigated carefully to avoid the dangling limbs, while Ming Ming, petite in stature, remained unconcerned. After a few minutes, Yulang spotted a massive spherical formation of vines, emanating a soft golden glow from within its interstices. A treasure chest, he exclaimed, noticing that this vine ball revealed an astonishing piece of information. Vine space, a small area formed by intertwined vines, containing treasure and an exit from this place. This space is guarded. Yulang was elated to discover the exit lay within. However, his excitement quickly turned to concern. The vines were tightly entwined, and accessing the treasures would necessitate damaging them, which could harm the millipedes traversing the vines. Furthermore, there was a guardian to contend with. Even without harming the ordinary millipedes, engaging the mutated creatures could inadvertently endanger others. How could this dilemma be resolved perfectly? Yulang shared the situation with his companions. Ming Ming, as expected, offered no helpful advice, but Yanxian proposed, "Don't you have that tranquilizer? We could incapacitate the mutated creature." Yulang's heart leaped at the idea, only to be dashed as he smacked his forehead in frustration. "I already traded the tranquilizer set to Xiaoyu. Besides, I'm not within the Raft's range to make a trade now." With a steely resolve, Yulang declared, "Then we shall confront it head-on. We must aim to eliminate the Guardian in one decisive blow." Prepared for battle, Yanxian, lacking combat capabilities, wielded a torch in one hand and a large machete in the other, striving to keep pace with Yulang. As Yulang approached the vine space, it suddenly transformed. Hiss! A white millipede, as thick as a grown man's arm, emerged from behind the vine space. Millipede King, level 3, the ruler of the Millipede clan. Capable of commanding other millipedes. Weakness, relatively weak in combat. Defeat it before it can summon reinforcements. Before Yulang could fully absorb this information, the Millipede King began to summon its kin. Damn, that summoning speed is astonishing. Yulang's muscles tensed, and he gripped his spear tightly, hurling it toward the Millipede King. To his surprise, the king dodged swiftly, its multitude of legs working to its advantage. Cursing under his breath, Yulang threw the spear again. But this time the Millipede King retreated behind the vine space, rendering Yulang's strength ineffective. In no time, it rallied the surrounding millipedes, enveloping the vine space entirely. A tide of millipedes surged toward Yulang and his companions. Yanxian clenched her fists, cold sweat trickling down her back, her legs trembling slightly. Would this day mark their demise in this forsaken place? Though Yulang's heart raced, his hands remained steady. He quickly ignited several torches, waving them at the nearest millipedes. "Yanxian, take this," he shouted, handing her another torch. "These millipedes fear fire. Let us hasten toward the vine space. Only by defeating the Millipede King can we ensure our safety." Threat assessment in progress. Ming Ming was evaluating the incoming swarm. Recognizing that while a single millipede posed little danger, their current numbers spelled certain doom for them all. Furrowing her brow, Ming Ming realized their present weaponry was insufficient to eliminate the throng. As the trio neared the vine space, the millipedes continued to multiply, forming a mound about the height of a person around them. A few unfortunate ones strayed into the torch's reach, igniting and releasing the acrid stench of scorched flesh. This incident has provoked the attack protocol of the common millipede, inciting them into a frenzied state. A few have already leaped onto the three individuals. Yanqian could not help but let out a scream. The bites left not only small punctures in her flesh, but also an agonizing pain emanating from the wounds. It is truly excruciating. If childbirth is akin to a level 10 pain, then this torment must be a level 20. Within mere seconds, Yanqian's complexion had turned pale, and she was on the verge of losing consciousness. Chapter 39. The exit, yet she persevered, refusing to succumb. She absolutely could not be a hindrance to Yulang. Yulang's condition was scarcely better, but his remarkable willpower enabled him to stifle his own discomfort with muffled groans. Meng Meng, indifferent to the leeches clinging to her, swiftly dispatched those on Yulang with her radiant blade. Gritting his teeth, Yulang hoisted Yanqian onto his back and sprinted towards the vine space. Suddenly, in a critical moment, Yulang stumbled over a thick vine, which was obscured by the leeches, and went unnoticed in his frantic dash. Just as he and Yanqian fell into the ocean of leeches, a thunderous boom erupted. Meng Meng fired a shot into the mass of leeches before them, expending the full energy of her weapon. The force of the shot rivaled that of a small missile, incinerating all leeches within a 10-meter radius to ashes. The sheer energy caused Yulang and Yanqian to be flung backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Thankfully, the energy gun appeared to have a protective function, sparing Yulang from injury. Yanqian, sheltered by Yulang's back, emerged unscathed as well. As Yulang attempted to rise, his hand brushed against something hard. He instinctively pulled it, revealing an oddly shaped longsword. Without pausing to examine it closely, he gripped it reflexively. With his other hand, he grasped the disoriented Yanqian, hastening towards the vine space. When they were merely 3 or 4 meters from the vine space, Meng Meng called out from behind, "Brother, I'm opening the vine space for you. Hurry and find the exit." Another deafening explosion reverberated. This time, the blast was farther from Yulang. Thus he and Yanqian were not thrown off balance. The vines entwining the space and the leeches surrounding it were reduced to ash, yet the treasure chest remained intact. Yulang summoned all his speed, darting into the vine space, his hand brushing against the treasure chest as he stowed it in his system backpack. Upon the chest's disappearance, a hole opened beneath it, still shimmering with a faint golden light. The exit lay here. Overjoyed, Yulang urged Yanqian to jump in first, followed by himself, with Meng Meng last. As he prepared to leap, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just 2 or 3 meters from the exit, the massive white leech's king lunged at Meng Meng, ensnaring her tightly, its enormous jaws sinking into her head. "Meng Meng!" Yulang shouted, desperate to save her. But a swarm of leeches surged toward him once more. "Brother, hurry and go. Don't worry about me." Meng Meng's face, marred and partly metallic from the bite, bore a smile. "It's my duty to protect you. As long as you are safe, I can fight without restraint." It seemed she felt no pain. Breaking free from the leech's king, she wielded her radiant blade against the white leeches. "No." Yulang rushed forward, taking Meng Meng's small hand. At this gesture, a flicker of emotion sparked in her previously emotionless eyes. Together, they leaped into the exit, while the remaining leeches surged toward them. As blinding golden light flickered before their eyes when they regained clarity, the trio found themselves back at the edge of the small island. This exit appeared to be a teleportation array. The sky was painted with fiery red hues as the sun set, casting an orange glow over the world. A soft sobbing sound reached Yulang's ears. It was Yanqian, weeping with pain. Without Meng Meng's protection, she bore dozens of leech bites, her flesh mangled, and the intense agony caused her to weep and faint, only to awaken again in torment. Yulang fared slightly better, suffering only a dozen bites. And with his C-grade resistance, he could endure the agony a bit longer. He quickly administered some life essence to Yanqian. Soon, the excruciating pain began to fade, and her wounds slowly healed. Yanqian finally felt as if she had returned to life, drenched in blood and cold sweat. The harrowing experience had been akin to a hellish torment she never wished to endure again. Yulang also consumed some essence, and due to his unique condition, he quickly returned to normal. Fortunately, the leech toxins were not lethal, merely causing great discomfort. Otherwise, a small sip of life essence would not suffice for salvation. Once his body was restored, he turned his gaze to Meng Meng. At that moment, she had undergone a drastic transformation. Much of her body now revealed a metallic nature. Particularly her face, with its disfigured features, was devoid of her former innocent charm. "Meng Meng, you." Yanqian gasped, realizing for the first time that Meng Meng was, in fact, a robot. No wonder her behavior had sometimes seemed unusual. "Meng Meng, are you all right?" Yulang inquired anxiously. "My external skin is damaged, but my core remains unaffected," Meng Meng replied calmly. "Can this damaged skin heal?" Yin asked. Yes, just like the energy gun. As long as my core is intact, I can recharge and self-repair. At the current charging rate, I will return to my original appearance in 10 hours. Upon hearing this, both Yu Lang and Yin Qian felt a sense of relief. Upon closer inspection, Meng Meng's skin was indeed regenerating gradually, having narrowly escaped. Yu Lang took a deep breath of fresh air, realizing the true peril of level 3. It was then he noticed that he still held the longsword in his hand. This sword was entirely red, emanating an eerie glow. Its elongated shape resembled a twisted serpent, and it could be wielded like a whip in certain positions. The material was unknown, yet it retained a hint of warmth. Flame sword description. Originating from an unknown world, it possesses immense fire elemental power. Upon the death of its original master, the first person to wield it automatically becomes its new master. From an unknown world? It appears to have had a master. Yu Lang swung the flame sword a few times. It felt remarkably light. Yu Lang, did you obtain that sword from the treasure chest? Yin Qian, still in a semi-conscious state, was unaware of the details. I picked it up. Picked it up? You found a finished product on a medium-sized island? Both Yin Qian and Yu Lang shared this question. In the new world, one could only scavenge loose resources. Weapons like this could only be obtained from chests. Perhaps this was a new rule for islands of medium size and above, Yu Lang speculated. After all, in this world, anything was possible. Yu Lang swung the sword at a nearby tree, and astonishingly, the blade transformed from serpentine to straight. With a swift motion, a tree trunk as thick as a bowl was severed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. He then struck a large rock, cleaving it effortlessly in two. The blade showing no signs of wear, still exuding sharpness. Such a fine sword. Just what I needed. Yu Lang thought, thrilled to have a suitable weapon. However, its shape-shifting nature required further exploration to master its transformation. Yet, Yu Lang found it curious that after using it, its information still did not indicate he was its new master. Never mind, it likely doesn't recognize its master easily. I'll study it further later. He stowed the sword in his backpack and opened the treasure chest obtained in the vine space. Acquired. Power energy device. Description. An energy device installed on a ship. Fueled by burning coal, with a maximum speed of 60 km/h. Fragment of Divine Miracle 7. Description. From the Divine. Chapter 40. Shark Upgrade. Fragment of Divine Relic 7. Description. Originating from the remnants of the Divine, this relic harbors celestial power. Collecting all 17 fragments grants a serendipitous encounter. Iron Ship Unlock. Description. Upon direct use, the system unlocks the Iron Ship tier. By consuming the requisite materials, one can upgrade the wooden vessel to an iron ship. To Yu Lang's dismay, there were merely 3 items. He felt the treasure was hardly worth the peril he had faced to obtain it. The chest was so deeply concealed that he nearly lost his life. Only to be rewarded with this? While the power system boasted a top speed of 60 km/h, impressive for others, it still paled in comparison to his small round boat. The efficacy of the divine fragment could only be discerned once all pieces were gathered. For now, it was merely an item occupying precious space in his inventory. As for the Iron Ship Unlock, Yu Lang was somewhat unclear about it. The system prompted him, please first upgrade the Raft to the wooden ship tier. He scrutinized his personal information in the system once more. Yu Lang, physique. C. Survival basics. Raft. Was this the essence of survival basics? Yu Lang furrowed his brow. He had assumed that survival in this new world revolved solely around the raft, but the prospect of upgrades was a startling revelation. If a medium-sized island could yield an iron ship, could it be that a small island would provide a wooden ship? It seemed he must venture to a small island to seek out treasure. Yu Lang felt a tinge of helplessness. Those who could acquire such items surely possessed considerable strength and would not part with them lightly. Yin Qian, hearing Yu Lang's musings, nodded in agreement. Yes. Venturing to a small island seems safer. Taking advantage of the current lack of navigational aids, they should hasten to explore more small islands. Yu Lang stretched, determined to conquer this island by tomorrow. Having oriented himself, he hoisted Yin Qian onto his back and made his way back to the raft. After vanquishing the large octopus, no other creatures had assaulted the raft, and now both the raft and Xiao Ba rested securely on the shore. Yu Lang connected with Yu via video, exchanging reassurances of their safety. Little Yu, today I opened a treasure chest and obtained a power system, but it requires coal to operate. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the island to search for coal mines, he shared joyfully, omitting the day's dangers to spare his sister's worry. Once you install the power system, we can meet at last, she exclaimed. But what if I encounter others who attempt to steal my belongings? Yu's brow furrowed in concern. She too had withheld certain truths from Yu Lang. Today, she had stumbled upon a 7-tiered raft with approximately 7 or 8 individuals aboard, their excited shouts echoing from afar. Terrified, she hastily unfurled her sail to catch the wind, but the oppressive heat and light breeze forced her to paddle vigorously, all the while wary of potential shark attacks. Seeing Yu with a sail only intensified their pursuit. Fortunately, 2 other rafts appeared, seemingly allied, though their tiers numbered only 5 or 6. They were more than capable of confronting the 7-tiered vessel. Yu's raft, consisting of merely 3 tiers, was modest in size, and its tightly sealed structure revealed little of value. Thus, the 2 rafts paid her no mind and sped toward their target. In the chaos of battle, Yu seized her chance to escape. Reflecting upon the day's events, she felt a lingering dread. She refrained from informing Yu Lang, believing he could offer no assistance and would only worry. Yu Lang, upon hearing her concerns, offered a gentle smile. Should they dare to rob you, I assure you, they shall face dire consequences. But fret not. Once you reach a small island, encounters with others are exceedingly rare. Throughout his time traversing small and medium-sized islands, he had never encountered another soul. Even when he did cross paths with others, his power system had allowed him to swiftly outpace them. Moreover, Yu Lang had rarely encountered anyone since his arrival, seemingly possessing an innate ability to evade others. After dinner, Yanqian fashioned a grass vest and a short skirt from snake teeth and grass matting, as her shirt and pants had been ravaged by insects. With the weather growing increasingly warm, her makeshift attire was refreshingly cool, albeit somewhat coarse. She had discovered cotton on this medium-sized island, but it was not yet fully matured. So she transplanted it into her land space to continue growing, hopeful for a future harvest that might yield something useful. Feeling the heat of the day, Yu Lang sought a moment of respite with a cold water bath. He noticed Yanqian working on her vest and skirt and approached with curiosity. What are you crafting? Clothing, she replied succinctly, sharing her aspirations of one day transforming the cotton into fabric for garments. Yu Lang glanced at the tattered areas of her clothing, noticing how her skin had healed beautifully under the effects of the life essence. Yanqian instinctively shielded her chest with her hands, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Look at you. Your own shirt has its fair share of holes. Should I make you a grass vest as well? Having faced life and death together, their bond had deepened considerably. It was only now that Yu Lang noticed his own exposed skin in an awkward manner. Feeling a bit bashful, he covered himself with a hand and conceded, all right, go ahead. Suddenly, a shark launched another attack on the base raft, providing Yu Lang with an excuse to extricate himself from the situation. This shark is relentless. Recently, Yu Lang had become less eager to repel the encroaching sharks. With his significantly enhanced strength, the sharks were no match for him, rendering them beneath his contempt unless he found himself with an abundance of free time. Upon confronting the shark that was gnawing at the base raft, he noted that it had grown considerably larger since their last encounter. Shark Level 2 description. Weakness, eyes, head. To his surprise, the shark had leveled up. It seemed that the growth of the raft paralleled that of the sharks. But what exactly was the mechanism behind this shark's upgrade? Yu Lang squinted thoughtfully. With a swift punch, he struck the shark's head, delivering a fatal blow that sent its carcass plummeting into the depths. He patiently awaited the shark's respawn. In the interim, he observed other sharks swimming by, all at level 2. 5 minutes later, the respawn shark was also level 2. Given that even small islands had begun to manifest dangers, it was only logical that the sharks would also evolve. Yu Lang recalled Yanqian mentioning that her mother had been bitten by a venomous snake on a small island. At first, he had been skeptical. However, as he glimpsed others in the public chat channel sharing similar tales, it became evident that this was a new peril associated with the 3rd phase of challenges. What other dangers remained undiscovered? Meanwhile, Ouyang lay rested on the shores of a small island, lacking the formidable strength of Zhou Chaofei to contend with the large snakes that roamed the land. Reluctant to abandon the island's resources, he dispatched others to explore the depths of the sea. The ocean was fraught with its own hazards, yet they were comparatively less daunting than those on the island. Among them was an electric eel, patrolling the waters. Its range of vision was limited, and it posed no threat to the rafts. Thus, those aboard the rafts could coordinate with those submerged to gather resources from the sea. However, in their haste to collect, they were oblivious to the treasure chests hidden beneath the waves. Chapter 41. The Lan family Ouyang lay stood vigilantly by Zhou Chaofei's side. In a previous world, losing an arm could be managed with timely medical intervention, posing no mortal danger. Yet in this dire situation, devoid of any medical facilities, Zhou Chaofei resorted to biting down hard as he cauterized his severed arm with a red-hot iron, striving for an urgent sterilization and to staunch the bleeding. Ouyang Lei held Zhou Chaofei in high regard, and witnessing his agonizing plight intensified his animosity towards Lang. Ouyang, young master, the Lan family has responded. Shensiyu exclaimed excitedly to Ouyang Lei. What was their reaction? Ouyang Lei's expression remained grim, betraying little emotion. They watched the video and immediately expressed interest in a transaction with us. The Ouyang and Lan families had maintained a business relationship throughout Huaxia, being among the more amicable of the prominent families. The Ouyang family had benefited from their ties with the Lan family. Yet Ouyang Lei was reluctant to acknowledge that the Lan family possessed greater strength. Shortly after the third phase of the trial commenced, they discovered the Lan family's recruitment information. After thorough investigation, it became evident that their influence in the New World surpassed Ouyang Lei's. Was it inevitable that the strong remained dominant? This thought irked Ouyang Lei. But for the sake of future development, he reached out to them. However, upon learning it was the Ouyang family, they displayed considerable disdain. When asking for assistance to treat Zhou Chaofei, they continually delayed. Ouyang Lei had just received a video from Zhang Yifan and her son, and he immediately initiated a trade. With a cold chuckle, Ouyang Lei mused, "I knew they would find this intriguing." However, by the time they finally responded, Zhou Chaofei's self-treatment had already concluded. At this point, Ouyang Lei sought not only medicinal provisions, but much more. Upon adding Lan Zhongwei, the head of the Lan family, as a contact, the latter quickly inquired, "Where did you acquire this video? Do not concern yourself with its origin. Provide me with what I desire, and I shall disclose the source of the item featured in the video." Ouyang Lei replied icily. "Very well, what do you want?" Lan Zhongwei, well aware of the Ouyang family's history, felt discontent at the audacity of a mere pup barking before him. "I know you possess medicinal supplies, so I require healing ointments, along with a medium-sized water purifier." Ouyang Lei speculated about the water purifier, believing the Lan family, having explored small islands, would surely have one. Regarding medicines, the Lan family had once commanded a vast industry in Huaxia, primarily focused on the cultivation and production of pharmaceuticals, and thus were quite knowledgeable in this domain. They had also explored a small island where they discovered medicinal crops, utilizing most for cultivation while reserving a portion for common medicinal preparations. The Lan family had publicly announced this to showcase their strength, so Ouyang Lei was not surprised that Lan Zhongwei was already aware. "Medicines are not an issue, but I do not possess a medium-sized water purifier, nor do I have any other medium-sized items," Lan Zhongwei stated. In truth, the Lan family had obtained 2 medium-sized water purifiers during their recent expedition to the small island. However, such rare facilities were not to be shared with others, swiftly disrupting Ouyang Lei's request. "Then I also require 2,000 metal ores, plus 5 furnaces of small size or above." Ouyang Lei's most pressing needs were these 3 essentials: freshwater, metal ores, and furnaces. Indeed, these were the very necessities that the entirety of the New World was lacking. "No," Lan Zhongwei firmly rejected. "You have merely provided me with a piece of information. You do not truly possess these items, thus they are not worth so much. I will acquire them," Ouyang Lei asserted confidently. "Here's the deal. Provide me with the medicines and 1,000 metal ores, and I will share the information regarding that item. Once I have secured it, we can negotiate a fair price." Ouyang Lei coldly laughed, envisioning a future where the price would far exceed their current negotiations. Lan Zhongwei, being a shrewd businessman, was not one to let others take advantage. Medicines and 500 metal ores. Ouyang Lei felt exasperated. Even the head of the family was haggling with him. 800, not a penny less. Agreed, Lan Zhongwei conceded. Ouyang Lei had hoped to reclaim the 1,000 metal ores he had lost, but unexpectedly found himself at a loss of 200. The two then engaged in further secret discussions, each acquiring their desired items. "Very well, I shall await your life essence. Once you obtain this item, the price I offer will surely satisfy you. Prepare your resources in the coming days." Ouyang Lei chuckled softly, feeling as though he had truly secured the life essence. Meanwhile, Zhang Yifan and her son had just finished the meal traded from Yin Qian and were seated on their respective wooden beds, discussing the tasks Ouyang Lei had assigned. Several small storage boxes provided by Ouyang Lei were filled with abundant provisions and basic resources. "Mom, how can we obtain life essence once more?" Yin Wan furrowed his brows. "Should we let a snake bite you again?" "Pa, what are you thinking?" Zhang Yifan scolded, smacking Yin Wan on the head. "Oh, Mom, I was wrong," he cried, rubbing his head. "Being too frequent would raise suspicions. In a few days, I'll pretend to be ill." "Smart thinking, dear," Zhang Yifan replied, proud of her own cleverness. As one ages, ailments naturally accumulate. It was simply unavoidable. The two chuckled together, oblivious to the large wooden raft, towering 5 or 6 stories high, gradually approaching them. Lottery in progress. "Thank you for your patronage." Yulong was left bewildered, blinking in confusion. "What? Thank you for your patronage? What does that even mean?" The system offered no response. Realizing he had won nothing, Yulong sighed. "Great. My wish lottery system has malfunctioned." Yet, he mused. Such was the nature of lotteries. He had been winning daily, nearly forgetting the possibility of not winning at all. His previous high success rate had indeed been extraordinary luck. "Fine, I'll give you one more chance. I expect a win tomorrow." That night, Yulong found himself unable to sleep. It appeared reliance on the lottery system was unwise. The following day, Yin attempted to trade food with her mother and brother, but no one accepted. No one answered her video calls either. An unsettling wave of anxiety washed over her. Yet, there was little she could do but wait in silence for the other party to reach out. What has happened? Yin pondered, her brow furrowing with worry. Her greatest fear was that her mother and the others had encountered a ruthless adversary, reminiscent of the one she had faced, Fei Changshan. The haunting memory of that experience still plagued her dreams. Chapter 42. Herbs Yulang instructed Xiaoba to venture into the sea for resource collection, while Yin Qian organized the gathered materials at home, and he himself continued to explore the island. The only uncharted territory remained the towering peak that loomed above the landscape. Upon entering the forest and reaching the foot of the mountain, Yulang circled the base once more, searching for a path upward. He returned to the entrance of the root forest tunnel, only to discover that it had vanished without a trace. It appeared that as soon as the treasure was taken, this instance would conclude. Reflecting on this, Yulang felt a shiver of trepidation. Had Ming been left in that root forest yesterday? Would she have been trapped there forever? As Yulang scoured the mountain's perimeter, he suddenly noticed a section of rock that differed from the surrounding stone, appearing in a striking black hue. Open pit coal mine, small. Description: a relatively easy-to-extract coal mine, though with limited reserves. A surge of joy filled Yulang's heart. This meant he could utilize the energy system. Just yesterday, he had mentioned the need to find a coal mine, and now, one had truly appeared. However, he soon faced a dilemma. Although he possessed a pickaxe, extracting the coal single-handedly, even from a small mine, would take an eternity. He decided to first ascend the mountain and assess the situation, making a mental note of the location. Not long after, he indeed discovered a narrow path, seemingly a natural formation, just wide enough for 2 feet to tread side by side, leading up the mountain's face. Yulang and Ming ascended cautiously along this path, occasionally demonstrating their climbing skills. During another leap into the air, Yulang spotted several clusters of red grass growing on the cliffside. Blood-congealing grass. Description: a herb capable of solidifying blood. Analysis: hemostatic herb research. Combining 2 with other materials yields a low-level healing potion. 5 with other materials produces a freezing blood poison. Yulang promptly uprooted them and stowed them in his backpack. To his surprise, he had found herbs. If their medicinal properties proved effective, he could significantly reduce his reliance on life essence in the future. Moreover, this healing herb could be transformed into a poison with the right materials. With detailed information accessible to him, his research would be more precise, avoiding wasted resources. The Lan family had also acquired some herbs, but they had squandered a considerable amount in the research phase. As Yulang continued upward, he stumbled upon several more unique herbs, all of which he collected. By the time he reached the summit, he had gathered 7 or 8 different types of herbs, though most were in limited quantities. Some of these herbs existed on Blue Star, while others were unique to this world, possessing special effects, such as the initially discovered blood-congealing grass. This herb would need to be cultivated to see if it could yield seeds or increase its yield. While Yulang had experience with simple plants, he was entirely unfamiliar with herb cultivation. He shared his findings with Yin Qian, who was pleasantly surprised to learn of the herb's existence, having assumed that medicinal supplies could only be obtained from treasure chests. "You will be responsible for expanding the yield from now on," she said, furrowing her brow, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "I can manage growing crops, but herbs? I can only give it a try." Although they possessed spatial land, these plants required proper cultivation to thrive, with appropriate temperature and humidity settings to shorten maturity time and significantly enhance yield. "Let's start planting and gradually figure it out," Yulang concluded, believing that as long as they could survive and harvest some produce, it would suffice. Yulang finally reached the mountain's peak, suddenly sensing impending danger. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding an attack. Upon regaining his footing, he was confronted by a massive eagle, its wingspan stretching 2 to 3 meters. It swooped past the spot where he had just stood, its claws gleaming like iron hooks. Giant eagle mutated level 3 description: exceptionally keen senses, agile. With exterior feathers remarkably tough, its claws can pierce iron. Weaknesses: eyes, inner feathers. Yulang swiftly drew his flame sword from his backpack, intently observing the giant eagle's trajectory. What a formidable adversary, he mused, recognizing it as another level 3 creature. While the Centipede King was also level 3, its strength relied on the swarm, whereas this eagle possessed substantial power on its own. With Ming trailing closely behind, she narrowly avoided the eagle's ambush. Her energy gun had been depleted yesterday, leaving only 1/3 of its charge, which she assessed would not inflict significant damage on the eagle, thus she refrained from firing. The eagle, having missed its strike, circled in the air before launching another assault on Yulang. As it neared, he rolled again to evade its claws. Before the eagle could fly away, Yu Lang pivoted, swinging his sword at the creature. At the same moment, Meng Meng unleashed a blade of light toward the eagle's wing. With a sharp sound, both attacks landed simultaneously. The flame sword cleaved through one of the eagle's claws, while Meng Meng's light blade severed half of its wing. The giant eagle, propelled by inertia, continued its flight but crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters. It writhed in pain, attempting to rise, but to no avail. After struggling for a while, it finally succumbed, glaring viciously at Yu Lang and Meng Meng. Seeing that the eagle could no longer pose a threat, Yu Lang examined his flame sword, marveling, incredible. It sliced through that iron-like claw with ease. With the sword in hand, he felt emboldened against lower-level mutated creatures, approaching the fallen giant eagle. He delivered a decisive strike to its head, ending its life, and collected its scattered remains into his backpack. At that moment, the flame sword began to emanate a crimson glow, trembling slightly, accompanied by the faint sound of flames crackling. Yu Lang felt the sword growing hot, quickly becoming uncomfortable to hold. Just as he was about to discard it, a sharp pain shot through his hand. The flame sword had burned him, leaving his palm bloodied and raw. The sword had recognized its master. Suddenly, a faint voice emanated from the blade. Yu Lang, startled by the sharp pain, loosened his grip. Yet the sword clung to his hand as if glued. He gazed in astonishment at the flame sword, which had absorbed the eagle's blood and now his own. The blade glowed a vivid red, with heat-distorted air swirling around it. Despite the pain in his hand, Yu Lang found no way to remove it. Enduring the agony as he gritted his teeth. Chapter 43, The Sword of Flowing Flame. Moments later, the sword of flowing flame cooled, its crimson glow extinguished, and it fell to the ground with a soft thud. The burns on Yu Lang's hand began to heal rapidly, soon returning to their former state. As if nothing had transpired, Yu Lang stood in a daze for a moment before regaining his composure, picking up the sword of flowing flame once more. He noted that, aside from being slightly redder, it had not changed in any other way. Had he truly recognized its ownership? He swung the sword casually a few times. Whoosh! The air remained tinged with a fiery red light in the wake of his movements. He directed the sword toward a large boulder in the distance, and to his astonishment, the sword transformed into a blazing whip, striking the stone with tremendous force. Boom! The boulder shattered as if it had been struck by cannon fire. Yu Lang swallowed hard. This sword was astonishing, far beyond anything one might expect at this stage. It seemed implausible that the divine would grant such an overpowering artifact. For the deity had always advocated fair competition. This felt more like a stroke of luck, akin to winning a lottery with a golden finger. Yet, the sword bore no indication of its origin, suggesting it may simply be a special boon bestowed upon the fortunate by the divine. Once he had gathered his wits, Yu Lang surveyed the landscape atop the mountain. The summit was remarkably flat, with few trees, offering a clear view all around. Beneath a large tree at the center, he discovered a nest constructed from dry branches. It must belong to the giant eagle. Yu Lang approached the nest to investigate, and found it contained a treasure chest along with some animal bones and furs, but little else. Opening the chest yielded the following. Special water purifier. Description: produces 100 milliliters of fresh water per hour by purifying seawater. Drinking this fresh water will have special effects. Flintlock. Description: a long firearm that uses gunpowder, capable of inflicting significant damage. Gunpowder template. Materials: sulfur, nitrate. Description: gather the materials and use a research station to unlock the gunpowder template, which can be employed in all firearms. The wealth of resources on this medium-sized island was truly astounding. Even a firearm had been uncovered. Yu Lang examined the special water purifier with a furrowed brow. Special effects? Could it be akin to the unique water produced by Jingjing? If the effects were indeed similar, it would imply that others could eventually attain his physical level. His current supply of special drinking water was just sufficient for his needs. With this purifier, he could compensate for Jingjing's inadequate production. Subsequently, Yu Lang scoured the mountaintop further and discovered 2 varieties of special herbs. Wind Heat Cold Herb. Description: can treat wind heat colds. Analysis: wind heat cold herb remnants. Research: combine with 2 of other resources to create a compound cold remedy. Anesthetic herb. Description: can induce anesthesia when applied externally or ingested. Analysis: anesthetic herb remnants. Research: different quantities yield varying degrees of anesthetic potency. Combining 2 with other resources can produce anesthetic needles. Previously, Yu Lang had obtained an anesthetic cylinder, and the anesthetic agent within required this anesthetic herb as one of its ingredients. If he lacked life essence, then acquiring these special herbs from the medium-sized island would be the best alternative. Yu Lang pondered as he stroked his chin. However, to upgrade to a wooden ship, he must first venture to a small island. At that moment, with daylight still ample, Yu Lang made his way to the coal mine to manually excavate. He had to admit that mining was an exceedingly tedious and exhausting task. Until now, all mineral resources had emerged from the micro-sized islands, handled entirely by Xiaoba. So Yulang had never personally engaged in mining before. He toiled until afternoon, yet a considerable portion of the mine remained unexcavated. Wiping the sweat from his brow and taking several large swigs of water, he decided to abandon the effort. The heat of the day was particularly oppressive, making it difficult to endure even with his special drinking water. It seemed that upon entering the third phase, the weather grew increasingly hot, with no rain in sight. Yulang hastily returned to his raft, where Yanqian burst into laughter at his disheveled appearance. He was now covered in soot. His white t-shirt transformed into a black one, with only a few areas still revealing their original color. "Did you go coal mining?" Yanqian teased. Not having informed her of his mining endeavors, she was entirely unaware. "You guessed correctly. I did go coal mining." Yulang brandished a lump of coal before her eyes. "Oh, well, you should wash up and eat something quickly," Yanqian replied. She was aware that Yulang had previously acquired a power propulsion system intended for Yu. With the discovery of coal, Yu could now venture to the small island. She and Yulang would soon reunite. Perhaps she might even borrow the power propulsion system to bring her mother and brother over as well. Yet, she hesitated, pondering whether it was wise to do so. After all, this was Yulang's vessel, and having her mother and brother aboard would undoubtedly cause him trouble. Moreover, Yanqian was acutely aware of her mother and brother's shortcomings. During her time on Blue Star, she had already sacrificed much for her family, only to receive little in return. Yet, she could not abandon them entirely. They were, after all, her family. Having failed to contact her mother and brother all day, she feared they might have encountered some peril. Today, Ouyang Lei had dealt with the enormous serpent through fire, securing resources from the small island. After leaving, he had attempted to reach Zhang Yifan and her son, but received no response. He had entrusted them with the task yesterday, providing them with ample resources. To suddenly vanish today, could they be yet another pair of con artists? As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the painful experience of being deceived by Yulang, causing his lips to twitch in frustration. "Damn it, am I really so easily fooled?" he muttered through gritted teeth. His fists clenched so tightly that his fingers nearly drew blood. "It's a pity I can't execute a pinpoint strike right now. Otherwise, I would dash to Yulang's side and crush that brat to dust, thus alleviating my burning resentment." However, his foremost concern now was the Lan family. After all, he had boasted that he would demonstrate the life essence to them in a few days. But with Zhang Yifan and her son missing and Yulang's whereabouts unknown, Ouyang Ming's emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and uncertainty. Somewhere in the vast ocean, 5 large rafts drifted upon the surface. On the highest deck of the leading raft, a group of individuals sat in a circle, at the center of which was a mother and son. The woman, in her 40s or 50s, sported a mane of wine-red curls, while the young man, in his late teens, was dressed like a member of a K-pop boy band. They were none other than the captured Zhang Yifan and her son. "Please, spare us. We know nothing more," Zhang Yifan pleaded, tears staining her cheeks. "As long as you procure the life essence for us, we will grant you a chance at survival," a middle-aged woman with short hair stated, her expression devoid of emotion. "All right, I will certainly help you." Zhang Yifan could hardly fathom being captured by such a formidable force. Not only had they seized her resources, but they had also compelled her into servitude. Although she had seen messages from Ouyang Lei and Yanqian, she had no means to respond. All she could do was present that video as leverage to save her life. Chapter 44. The elixir of life coveted by many. Zhang Yifan was bewildered by how this group could rapidly amass such significant power in such a short time, seemingly surpassing even the Ouyang Merchant Association. It appeared that, despite everyone starting from the same line in this new world, the disparities were still vast. Individuals like Zhang Yifan and her son, who were filled with trepidation for their lives, naturally submitted to such formidable forces. The promise was clear. If they could procure the elixir of life within 3 days, they would no longer toil as the most menial laborers and their basic needs would be assured. A middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses spoke with a professional smile. "Very well. I shall fulfill this task." Zhang Yifan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Her life and that of her son lay firmly in the hands of others, leaving no room for dissent. Moreover, completing this task would not only safeguard their lives but also secure them a position within this burgeoning power. "Wang Ming, you shall follow up on this matter," instructed a young woman in her late 20s, with ear-length hair and a face that radiated an aura of distance. Clad in a gray business suit, she exuded an air of sharp competence. She was Wang Qingzi, the leader of this entity. Wang Ming, the middle-aged man with glasses, accepted the order and departed with Zhang Yifan and her son. Once Wang Ming had left, Wang Qingzi continued to discuss this unexpected development with the others. "What are your thoughts on Yulang and the elixir of life?" The short-haired middle-aged woman seated beside Wang Qingzi was the first to speak. "This Yulang is the freshwater brother, possessing a vast supply of fresh water. Others chimed in with their opinions. While we currently have no shortage of fresh water, we cannot sell it in barrels as he does. We have also purchased a considerable amount from him. He must have received a divine reward, granting him facilities to increase freshwater production. However, it remains unclear which of the two rewards he obtained it from. Wang Qingzi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as she pondered. I suspect his elixir of life was also produced by that facility. Although our fleet has increased, and we have acquired many auxiliary laborers, these resources are random. Finding Yulang now seems nearly impossible. If he ceases to provide Zhang Yifan and her son with the elixir, what alternatives do we have to obtain it? A hush fell over the room as everyone exchanged glances, unable to provide an answer. Locating a specific individual depended solely on whether the system would unlock the corresponding functionality. For now, let us observe the situation and seize any opportunity to cultivate a rapport with the freshwater brother, Wang Qingzi concluded. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would be prudent not to antagonize someone possessing such extraordinary capabilities. Let us set this matter aside for now and discuss the future development of the Wang family. After dinner, Yulang ventured into the sea once more to retrieve treasure chests from beneath the waves. Xiaoba could obtain underwater resource boxes but was unable to acquire treasure chests, as the latter were not classified as resources within its programming. The underwater treasure chest was guarded by a mutated level 3 electric eel. Within a certain radius of the eel, it emitted high-voltage electricity, causing currents to surge through the surrounding waters. This is easy. Brother. Mingming flickered with electric sparks, her movements abruptly ceasing as her body rapidly sank. The Yulang's diving suit insulated him from the electrical currents. Mingming, being a robot, exhibited a strong reaction to the electricity. Mingming. Yulang grasped her arm and hoisted her onto his back. Mingming, what is wrong? His heart raced with anxiety at the sudden change in her condition. He swiftly dispatched the electric eel, secured the treasure chest, and returned to the raft with Mingming. Setting her down on the open deck, he anxiously patted her small face. Mingming, please wake up. Her eyes were devoid of life, vacant and expressionless, resembling a lifeless doll. Yan Qian also noticed Mingming's state and inquired with concern, what happened to Mingming? She became like this after encountering high-voltage electricity, Yulang replied, his brow furrowed, utterly at a loss for what to do. Robots typically relied on chips or similar components for information transmission, and the high voltage could have short-circuited or interfered with this process. As a man of science and engineering, Yulang understood some principles. Yan Qian, equally anxious, attempted to reassure him. It's all right. Mingming is so powerful, she surely won't be affected by such minor currents. After all, she is your protector. If she could be easily defeated, how would she be able to safeguard you? Yulang recognized the comfort in her words, yet the reality remained uncertain. Mingming could not possibly be invincible. She must have her vulnerabilities. If that were not the case, he could rely entirely on her to reach the pinnacle of success. Then it would simply be game over, and he would win without further effort. I should dry Mingming off and keep her as dry as possible, he decided. Yan Qian bent down, attempting to lift Mingming, only to find her unexpectedly heavy, rendering her immovable. Mingming is so heavy, she exclaimed in surprise. Yulang, however, felt no burden as he effortlessly cradled her in his arms and carried her to her room. With no change of clothes, Yan Qian could only dry Mingming's hair. Having completed these tasks, the two fell into a contemplative silence beside Mingming. Yulang gazed at her rigid little face, memories of their past flooding his mind, from the moment he won her in a lottery, to her assistance in vanquishing shark after shark, and finally, her sacrifice in the rooted forest to save them. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to well in his eyes. He was genuinely terrified that Mingming might remain in this slumber indefinitely. Yan Qian observed Yulang's sorrowful countenance and chose not to disturb him, sitting quietly in his company. Yan Qian harbored her own worries. She had managed to contact her mother and younger brother. Earlier that afternoon, they had reached out unexpectedly. When she connected with them via video, seeing them safe and sound lifted a tremendous weight from her heart. It turned out they had encountered a burly robber and had narrowly escaped his clutches. Oh, Yan Qian, you have no idea. Mom was nearly scared to death, Zhang Yifan lamented, tears streaming down her face. Fortunately, we had one on. Without him, your mother would surely have become a slave to that man. Zhang Yifan's hair was disheveled, her clothes torn with large rips, while Yan Wan bore swelling bruises on his face. Yan Qian understood their characters well enough to trust that they would not harm themselves for the sake of a mere handful of resources, thereby believing Zhang Yifan's words. Little did she know, their injuries had been inflicted during their capture by the Wang family. Sister, all our resources were taken by that man. We couldn't retrieve anything while fleeing for our lives, Yan Wan confessed, displaying an unprecedented expression of regret. Alas, those resources were so hard-earned by you. Now they've fallen into someone else's hands. In hindsight, I should have fought back. Yin Qian consoled him, as long as you are safe. That is what truly matters. I will ensure you receive more resources later. The expressions on Zhang Yifan and her son's faces brightened with surprise. Really? They asked. Yes. I'll send the resources your way shortly. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, Zhang Yifan erupted into a fit of violent coughing. She covered her mouth and, after a moment, found her hand stained with blood. She feigned nonchalance, concealing her hand, yet deliberately allowed Yin Qian in front of the camera to catch a glimpse of the blood pooling in her palm. Mother, what has happened to you? You're bleeding. Yin Qian's eyes widened in alarm, filled with concern. Chapter 45. Coal mining indeed. As Zhang Yifan anticipated, Yin Qian was exceedingly worried. It's nothing, just a slight cough. 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 Zhang Yifan continued her performance. At that moment, Yin Wan shouted from the side, Mom, stop pretending. You've been beaten so badly, your internal organs must be injured. Yin Wan emotionally recounted the words he had prepared earlier to Yin Qian. Hearing this, Yin Qian felt her heart tighten. We must urgently save Mom with the life essence. Otherwise, she will surely die. Life essence? Yin Qian began to piece together the situation. Could it be that these two were colluding to deceive her? Were they coveting the life essence? Cough, cough, cough. It's fine. Even if you can't obtain it, every day that Mom lives is a blessing. Zhang Yifan continued her fervent act. Meanwhile, Yin Wan kept shouting, relentlessly applying pressure on Yin Qian. Let me speak with the boss and see if he is willing to give it. Yin Qian found an excuse to delay the matter. Seeing her relent, the two ceased their pressure. At this moment, Yin Qian gazed at the dazed Ming Ming, her thoughts in turmoil. What if they were truly injured? Never mind. I will observe their condition for a couple of days first. Yulang adjusted his mood. Waiting idly was not a solution. Whether Ming Ming would awaken again depended on her own will. Yet, life must go on. Yulang instructed Yin Qian to occasionally check on Ming Ming's condition while he attended to other matters. He opened the treasure chest beneath the sea and obtained medium excavation system facility, description, capable of excavating mineral resources from the seabed or land. Perhaps due to the many valuable items already found in the treasure chests on the island, this underwater chest yielded only this one item. Nevertheless, this solitary item filled Yulang with immense joy. While the lottery system was lackluster, the treasure chest proved quite generous. Today, after nearly a full day of coal mining, he had only managed to extract a meager amount, and the task was monotonous and exhausting. With the excavation system now in hand, it perfectly compensated for the absence of little aid on the island. Yulang briefed Yin Qian briefly before he once again ventured into the forest. Arriving at the coal mine, even as dusk approached, it did nothing to diminish Yulang's fervor. As long as there was sufficient coal, the power system for you could be fully utilized, alleviating any immediate concerns about running out of coal. This small coal mine's resources should suffice to support you on a small island. After setting up the excavation system, the coal mine was immediately enveloped by an unmanned mining machine, which included a cockpit. It turned out it was not fully automatic. Human operation was still required. Yulang entered the cockpit and adjusted the operating system. The system was straightforward and quickly manageable. Once activated, Yulang operated it much like a traditional excavator to extract coal. The mined coal needed to be absorbed using the mining suction function to store it internally. As the mine deepened, he could monitor the situation within the mine through the operating screen, and the excavation head would automatically adjust its length according to depth. Thus, Yulang only needed to remain in the cockpit above ground to complete all mining tasks. When he finished mining, it was just past midnight. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the grid laying system. Additionally, a new grid setting appeared in the construction module of his wristwatch system, divided into circuit and pipeline options. This marked the first instance of a lottery system reward integrating with the wristwatch system. Circuit? There was currently no energy available, so it was of no use. Pipeline? Yulang pondered what would require piping. Only when using the water from the purifier would piping be necessary. Otherwise, there seemed to be no other need. Installing the pipeline would eliminate the need to move the purifier's water hose back and forth, making life more convenient. A useful addition indeed. Now, he hurried back to the raft, intending to set up this system later when time permitted. Upon returning to the raft, Yulang found Ming Ming still lying motionless in the same spot, while Yin Qian dozed nearby. Sensing Yulang's return, she immediately awoke. You're back? Is the mine all excavated? Yes, it's all done. We can set off for the small island now. Little Yuan, analyze these coordinates. Which one is the closest? Yulang returned to his room and asked the navigation AI, Little Yuan, to review the 20 or so coordinates for small islands he had in hand. After a quick scan, Little Yuan began its analysis and soon provided an answer. Coordinate 248956 is the closest, at a distance of 1,235 kilometers. Is the nearest still over 1,000 kilometers away? Since Yu's navigation was standard and did not display distance, they could only filter based on the distances Yulang provided. Alright, little Yuan, set course for coordinate 248,956. Let us depart. Yulang issued the command. Possessing an eidetic memory, Yulang had memorized all the coordinates. He planned to hand over these coordinates written on parchment to Yu, so she could record them in her navigation system and travel to the same destination as him. The voice of little Yuan echoed throughout the raft, searching for destination. Beep. Destination information acquired. Distance to destination, 1,235 kilometers. Danger index, level 1. Current maximum speed, 80 kilometers h. Under normal circumstances, arrival is expected in 15 hours. Calculating the time, Yulang estimated they would arrive around 4 or 5 this afternoon. He took the coal he had mined to analyze it, obtaining coal blocks, kerosene, and coal gas. Coal gas? Yulang examined the coal gas in his backpack. Coal gas description can only be moved and stored via the system. If extracted directly, it will dissipate into the air. Source, analyzed from coal mine. Yulang sent a message to Yu. Due to her vigilance towards the world, her sleep was light, and she quickly replied, "Brother? Why are you still awake so late?" Yulang initiated a trade with her, offering the power system, some coal blocks, and the coordinates for 248956. The navigation system had been prepared the very day he first contacted his sister. Yu, head to this coordinate now. Once the power system is activated, sail in that direction and unfurl the sails, then you can rest. Brother, how do you know all this so clearly? Isn't your navigation system different from ours? Yu asked, intrigued. Have you never seen a pig run, nor tasted pork? Spend more time in public chat channels, and you'll learn everything. Yulang chuckled lightly before continuing. If you operate at full power, no one will be able to catch up with you. So just sail with peace of mind. Okay, I'll go set up the power system now. All right, brother, that's it. You should rest. As the first light of dawn broke, the sun's rays enveloped the world. It's only 6 a.m. Why does it feel so hot already? Yes, it's getting hotter by the minute. Yesterday was bearable, but today is unbearable. It must be close to 30 degrees Celsius. So hot, even the water feels warm. I miss the days of cool breezes and ice-cold water. Yulang also distinctly felt the change in weather. Even with his bare arms, a slight movement caused him to sweat profusely. Yin Qian, awakened by the heat that morning, felt somewhat better after taking a cool shower. She wore the grass mat clothing she had crafted herself. While the grass mat outfit was certainly not as comfortable as cotton, it felt rather stifling to wear. There was no alternative. Yin Qian had to change back into her own clothes. Though there were a few rather awkwardly placed holes, at least she was still wearing her undergarments, preventing any complete exposure. The heat was unbearable, and Yin Qian could no longer afford to be concerned about any semblance of embarrassment. Beep. The system has successfully rebooted. Both individuals heard the adorable voice emanating from her room. Chapter 46, Mingming's weakness as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Mingming's delicate visage. Her skin shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Moments later, a voice emanated from within her. Beep. System reboot successful. The sound resonating from Mingming's room filled both Yulang and Yin Qian with elation. Yulang rushed into her room, where he found Mingming reclining on her wooden bed, her eyes sparkling with vibrant hues. After a brief moment, her eyes returned to normal, regaining their former brilliance. She blinked and sat up. Mingming, are you all right? Yulang inquired with urgency. I'm fine, she replied, tilting her head in puzzled curiosity. Brother, why do you and sister Yin Qian look at me with such expressions? Seeing Mingming restored to her usual self, Yulang sighed in relief. All was well. Yin Qian approached, sitting beside the bed and gently embracing Mingming. We were worried about you since you were unresponsive yesterday. Caught off guard by Yin Qian's sudden embrace, Mingming froze for a moment. Gradually, she raised her arms stiffly to return the hug, closing her eyes to savor the comforting scent of Yin Qian. However, after a mere 2 or 3 seconds, she released her hold and leapt from the bed, stretching languidly. My weakness is electricity. If the voltage exceeds a certain threshold, my system enters a short-circuit state. In this state, I require external energy to provide me with kinetic power for self-repair. Upon hearing this revelation, Yulang and Yin Qian exchanged knowing glances. The sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating their understanding. No wonder Mingming had shown no reaction the previous night. She needed sunlight as her external energy source. However, there is a limit to the voltage I can withstand. The worst-case scenario could lead to my self-destruction. This statement rekindled Yulang and Yin Qian's concerns. After all, if a mere level 3 mutated creature could induce a short circuit in Mingming, what would happen when faced with more formidable mutated beings? What voltage could lead to your self-destruction? Yulang asked. 1 billion volts. Both were taken aback by this figure. Given that ordinary lightning can exceed 100 million volts. Does that mean a single bolt could cause your self-destruction? Yes, it could be said that way. Ming Ming nodded in affirmation. Yulang suddenly recalled their passage through the storm zone, where lightning had flashed ominously. Fortunately, due to the world's rules, they had not been struck. However, he could not guarantee that they would always be so fortunate. It seemed that during any thunderstorm, Ming Ming would have to remain on the wooden raft. Yin Qian voiced Yulang's unspoken thought. Upon hearing this, Ming Ming pouted, "But my duty is to protect you, regardless of the weather. Duty comes first." Yulang affectionately ruffled Ming Ming's hair. "You must live well to protect me." Humph. Ming Ming turned her head away defiantly. Yet, internally, she experienced a shift. She suddenly longed to spend eternity with her brother. This desire transcended mere duty. At that moment, Yulang's wooden raft sped swiftly toward a nearby small island. Meanwhile, Yu navigated toward the same destination, guided by her navigation system. Yulang observed via radar that numerous rafts traversed within a 10-kilometer radius. Most were traveling in pairs, while occasionally larger groups formed powerful teams. With the sea calm, their progress was relatively slow. These rafts also seemed to be heading toward the small island. Yulang opened the public chat channel to check for any new messages. "Hey, have you noticed that the number of micro-islands is dwindling?" "Indeed. In the last phase, I encountered several daily. Ever since the third phase began, the count has diminished, and yesterday I only saw 2 or 3. You're fortunate. I haven't spotted any today." Forget about micro-islands. Even ordinary resources have become scarce on the sea. Could it be that we're being forced to head toward small islands? That's a possibility. Yulang, having not visited a micro-island in a while, was unaware of the current situation. Thankfully, he had amassed considerable resources from micro-islands the previous week, including a quantity of metal or unmatched by small or medium islands. He then noticed others discussing the state of small islands. Today marked the 5th day of the third phase, and many had already ventured onto small islands. Only powerful teams could slay mutated creatures to acquire resources, while weaker groups either perished entirely or were left with only a few survivors. Finding hidden treasure chests and defeating the guarding mutated beasts to obtain the items within was a rarity. Brother Danshui was right. Small islands are not as wonderful as one might think. They are truly terrifying. Certainly, there is a formidable creature patrolling both above and below the water on the island. Our group of 5 was ambushed by that creature, leaving me as the sole survivor. I should have heeded Brother Danshui's warning and remained vigilant. Brother Danshui had ventured to small islands days before us. He must know more. Calling Brother Danshui. Calling Brother Danshui. Seeing the chat flooded with calls for him. Yulang replied, "I didn't say much at the time. I've already sold most of the information exclusively to the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. Since I've sold the information, I cannot divulge any further details." After the third phase commenced, Yulang had not revisited any new small islands. Coupled with the feedback from Ouyang Lei, he suspected that the small islands had undergone changes. Thus, he refrained from sharing indiscriminately. However, when others heard his words, they praised his business ethics while simultaneously critiquing the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. If the Ouyang Chamber knows the information, why don't they share it? Exactly. If you don't disclose any information for others to evaluate, how can you unilaterally dismiss Brother Danshui as a fraud? Meanwhile, Ouyang Lei sat at home, feeling the pressure mounting. He, along with several trusted aides, was organizing all subordinate personnel in their rafts. After analyzing the suggestions from his aides, he decided to elevate some capable individuals to higher positions. Shin Siyu, noticing the public chat discussions, felt incensed. Does Yulang intend to oppose us deliberately? Upon hearing Yulang's name, Ouyang Lei immediately set aside his tasks to grasp the situation. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking. He realized the magnitude of the situation. Let us publish the information he provided verbatim, exposing how outrageous it is. Shin Siyu promptly instructed the chamber's leaders to arrange for this matter. Instantly, the public chat screen was flooded with messages from the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. We, the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, will now disclose information valued at 1,000 metal ores. Word for word. Note, the source of this information is Yulang. Yulang stated, "The small island I visited was over 200 kilometers from my initial location, and I passed through a storm zone along the way." Upon reading the Ouyang Chamber's statements, many shared the same skepticism. I have also been to small islands and encountered no storms on my journey. Indeed, aside from a level 3 wild boar, there was a remarkably powerful creature. We were utterly annihilated by that beast. Chapter 47. The magnate Yulang sells ice water once again. Everyone rallied behind the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. During their conversation, Yulang grasped the current situation of the small island. It turned out that a mutated creature had emerged both above and below the water, functioning as a patrol entity. However, amidst the chatter, no one mentioned the existence of treasure chests, leaving uncertainty about whether any remained on the small island. It became clear that Brother Freshwater was indeed a fraud. He deceived people out of numerous metal ores, and his information was utterly worthless. How could he still call himself Brother Freshwater? He ought to be called a swindler. Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, please provide us with accurate guidance. Yes. The Ouyang Chamber of Commerce is the one to discern truth from falsehood. In an instant, many individuals requested to join the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. Ouyang Lei, momentarily elated, took the opportunity to enlighten the crowd. The formidable creature was identified as a mutated being, significantly more powerful than ordinary creatures of the same level. Ouyang Lei had already slain a giant mutated snake and, after analyzing it, obtained its detailed information. He shared the findings regarding the mutated snake's flesh and skin in the public chat channel. Other teams had also defeated mutated creatures but chose to keep this information concealed. Ouyang Lei had unwittingly stirred a tempest. Not only were ordinary people astonished, but even other major factions began to take notice of the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce. Heavens! A mutated creature indeed. What does it look like? Is it edible? Such a precious entity, surely they wouldn't consider consuming it. Given they have no shortage of food, they lacked Yulang's discerning eye and could only perceive the basic information. Yulang understood full well the potential effects of consuming this mutated creature, while he remained indifferent to the opinions of these fickle individuals. He was determined not to let the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce surpass him. Therefore, he borrowed some items he had previously traded to Yu and posted them in the public chat channel: Viper Skin, Viper Soft Armor Chestplate, Viper Soft Armor Gauntlets, Viper Soft Armor Boots, Anesthetic Cylinder, Anesthetic, Medium Furnace, Metal Bow, Metal Arrows, Oil Lamp, Medium Island Coordinates. The lengthy list of items exploded like a bomb in the chat channel. Now it was Ouyang Lei's turn, along with all the other major factions, to be astounded. After a few seconds of stunned silence in the chat channel, a flurry of messages erupted. Brother Freshwater had also slain a mutated creature. He even acquired armor, 3 pieces at that. Surely, this must be a tall tale. Is he misappropriating someone else's item information? The chat channel only permitted the disclosure of one's own possessions. To slander others, one must have a good excuse. And an oil lamp. How long for an oil lamp? No more fumbling in the dark at night. Me too. I actually have a fear of the dark. Brother Freshwater even revealed the coordinates of a medium island. He must have already ventured there. Great Magnate, please take me along. Allow me to be your subordinate. I beseech you to accept me. Upon witnessing this extensive array of information, Ouyang Lei's eyes glinted with greed. Yulang, oh Yulang, I must possess all your resources. Simultaneously, the Lan family, who had made a deal with Ouyang Lei, and the Wang family, who had captured Zhang Yifan and her son, were equally astonished by Yulang. They had initially thought that possessing life essence was already impressive, but they had not anticipated such an abundance of valuable items. Judging by these possessions, Yulang's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Whether to monopolize his resources or seek a mutually beneficial collaboration required careful consideration. Yulang looked at these fickle individuals with a dismissive smile. He had set his profile to prevent others from adding him as a friend or sending him private messages. Otherwise, he would surely be inundated. Thus, I will clarify one thing regarding the previous information. I entered the small island during the second phase, a period when the gods must have placed a barrier over it, and the storm circle I mentioned refers to that barrier. With the third phase of the small island now fully open, the barrier has naturally been lifted. These individuals disregarded Yulang's words, believing him to be correct. After all, his prowess spoke for itself. There was no need for him to be a fraud. Indeed, it validated Yulang's earlier assertion. Let strength silence them. The Magnate speaks the truth. It must be so. We believe in the Magnate. Instantly, Yulang's title transformed from Brother Freshwater to Magnate. He continued. Let me advise everyone. Aside from using recipes to create mutated creatures, do not attempt to consume them. Eating them may lead to adverse effects or nothing at all. But do not gamble. If you wish to eat, adhere strictly to the recipes. Others, upon hearing Yulang's warning, were not overly concerned. After all, if the food was properly processed, it was safe to consume. Besides, some, intrigued by Yulang's caution, were even more tempted to experiment. All right, I am weary. Shortly, I will be listing a batch of ice water for direct consumption to quench your thirst. Supplies are limited, and it will be first come, first served. Yulang stretched and moved his body. Ah, the Magnate has ice water. I am on the verge of heat stroke. Magnate, could you please reserve a cup for me? I fear my reflexes are too slow to grab one. I have already succumbed to heat stroke. I implore the Magnate for a cup. With temperatures hovering around 30 degrees Celsius, the inhabitants of the New World were feeling unbearably hot. At this moment, a cup of ice water was akin to a lifesaver. Yulang closed the chat channel and utilized the system to manufacture numerous plastic cups, filling them with ice water set to a refreshing 10 degrees Celsius. This water was standard drinking water of level 2, capable of producing 15 liters per hour. Since Yin Qian primarily used it, there was little depletion, resulting in Jingjing's 100-liter capacity being filled to the brim. Ultimately, he prepared 1,000 cups of ice water, exchanging them entirely for wood. Due to his recent stays on the small and medium islands, Xiaoba was unable to gather resources from the sea, and he hadn't cut down any trees on the islands, thus wood had become scarce. As soon as the listing went up, it was instantly snatched up. The magnate is truly benevolent. He only requires wood in exchange for ice water. I happen to have an abundance of wood. Magnate, you are my idol. Is there any more ice water available? I am willing to offer double the amount of wood. I will provide 3 times the wood. I possess 3 cups of ice water, each for 2 metal ores. Why don't you go and grab it? The magnate only requires wood. Yet you have the audacity to offer metal ores. Apologies, but it has already been sold out. Indeed, scalpers abound everywhere. Yulang could not concern himself with these scalpers. Since the quantity was limited, he let them be. Although Jingjing had configured the capacity for instant cup filling, Yulang still had to collect them one by one. It took him over half an hour to prepare all 1,000 cups. The drinking ice water would be listed tomorrow, and later he would post some non-drinkable ice water. Ding! A raft is swiftly approaching. Xiao Yuan's voice suddenly sounded. Yulang checked the radar and indeed saw 3 small red dots approaching him. It appeared to be a small team. Chapter 48. Surrounded, Yulang examined the details of the opposing party. 3 rafts, the largest measuring around 400 square meters, with the other 2 also exceeding 300 square meters. Their speed was approximately 30 kilometers per hour, and at the current distance, they would meet in about 5 minutes. Should we take evasive action? Yin Qian inquired from the side. No need. If they dare to target me, they should first consider whether they possess the capability. Yulang replied with a cold snort, utterly unconcerned. His mind was solely focused on reaching the small island. He longed to reunite with his sister. Both parties were advancing at full speed, and soon they could discern the condition of each other's rafts. Yulang noted that the 3 rafts were stacked 4 to 5 layers high, indicating their strength was not particularly formidable. Captain, there's a very fast raft ahead. Heading in our direction. A young man, resembling a lean monkey, reported to a man around 40 years old, who was rotund and gnawing on the leg of a seabird. With grease glistening on his lips, he asked, how fast can very fast be? They comprised the 3rd Brigade of the Lan family. And this corpulent middle-aged man was none other than the brigade leader, Lan Xiang. Lan Xiang had always been a high-ranking member of the Lan family in Huaxia, allowing him to receive assistance from them to rapidly expand his team in the New World, even if he could not encounter the main figures of the family. The energy system on his leading raft was provided by the Lan family, having previously visited a small island. They were now en route to their next destination when they unexpectedly encountered Yulang. Upon seeing Yulang's raft moving swiftly, Lan Xiang's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, intercept that raft. Yes. The lean monkey received the command and relayed the information to the combat personnel on the 3 rafts. Instantly, the 3 rafts aligned side by side, connected by several thick iron chains. Armed men stood at the edges of each raft. It would be ideal for Yulang's raft to enter their encirclement. If not, they planned to use their self-made harpoons to ensnare it. Each harpoon was tied with a rope, making it difficult for Yulang to escape. Yulang observed their movements and understood their intentions, scoffing inwardly. It seems they intend to ensnare us. Should we change direction? Yin Qian furrowed her brow, a hint of worry in her voice. We haven't encountered anyone for a while. Since they've come to deliver themselves, let us see what sort of goods they are. Yulang replied with a sly grin. Having conversed extensively in the public chat channel today, he felt good and was somewhat eager to meet others. Initially, he intended to ignore them and focus on his journey, but since they had come to him, he was inclined to take a look. After drifting alone at sea for so long, interacting with others was indeed necessary, provided he possessed the strength to protect himself. Having slain numerous ordinary and mutated creatures, he was now ready to confront humans. He wondered how their physical attributes compared to those of mutated beings. Yulang was already rolling up his sleeves, a trace of excitement flickering across his face. His physical strength was currently at C-, and if he were to engage in unarmed combat with a level 3 mutated creature, the giant eagle, his strength would be fairly matched. However, with the assistance of the flowing flame sword and Ming Ming, he could easily overpower the giant eagle. He glanced at Yin Qian's physical level. She had remained at D for many days. After consuming numerous servings of mutated viper stew, she should soon rise to D. Although she initially refrained from eating the viper stew, after Yulang explained its benefits, she decided to try it and was captivated by its exquisite taste, now preferring it even more than Yulang. Yin Qian, prepare your weapon and stay in the land space. Do not come out. I will assess the situation first. Yulang instructed before descending to the lower deck with Ming Ming. Yin Qian was quite puzzled by Yulang's approach, given their current speed. A slight evasion could easily avert the conflict. Nonetheless, she complied with his command, wondering if he had his own motives. Little did she know. Yulang merely wished to meet others and test his skills. Yulang did not alter his course or reduce his speed. He charged directly between the two rafts. With a tremendous force, the three rafts collided violently. Boom. Several iron chains snapped, and Yulang's raft finally came to a halt. Aside from Yulang and Ming Ming, everyone else was thrown into disarray, some even tumbling into the sea, where they were swiftly devoured by lurking sharks. Screams and curses echoed relentlessly. Lanxiang, resembling a rolling ball, tumbled from the front of the raft to the back. By the time he managed to rise, he was already bruised and battered, spitting out blood. He cursed, "Does this lunatic not know how to slow down?" They had previously captured numerous rafts with this formation, but other rafts would reduce speed. Avoiding major conflict to negotiate. Is he a madman or just blind? The lean monkey climbed to his feet, cursing as well, seeing that the opposing raft had fallen silent. The lean monkey spotted a young man and a little girl standing on the lower deck. His heart leaped with joy, and he shouted, "Brothers, charge. Bind everyone inside. Damn it. Let us beat him up first. All right. I'll make sure he doesn't recognize his own mother." Although many bore injuries upon hearing the lean monkey's command, they surged forward with renewed vigor, brandishing their weapons and shouting as they leaped onto Yulang's raft, charging at him and Ming Ming. Yulang's gaze sharpened, and he dashed forward like an arrow, delivering a punch to every intruder on his raft, striking their chests and sending them crashing into the sea. He did not exert his full strength. He only intended to inflict minor injuries. The lean monkey, preparing to board the raft, witnessed his comrades being flung overboard one after another, causing him to hesitate momentarily, retreating to his own raft when others were not paying attention. Charge. Reward those who capture them. Though the lean monkey's body retreated, his voice remained boisterous. "Supervisor Ho, this guy is too formidable. We can't even approach him, let alone board his raft." After witnessing his teammates being effortlessly dispatched, the others finally grasped the disparity in strength between the two sides. "Then let's not leave anyone alive. Kill them all," the lean monkey shouted hoarsely. Without hesitation, the others drew their ranged weapons, hurling spears, shooting arrows, or using any throwable weapon at Yulang and Ming Ming. Yulang narrowed his eyes, a fierce intent to kill igniting within them. Their willingness to resort to violence without hesitation suggested they were no strangers to murder and plunder. Although Yulang's physical strength had reached C-, he was not invincible. With a dozen opponents simultaneously launching weapons at him, a slight miscalculation in evasion could result in injury. Chapter 49. Blue Xiang Yulang wielded the flowing flame sword, swirling it rapidly around himself. The residual crimson glow of the sword enveloped him. Yet he could only fend off the weapon attacks within a 180-degree arc in front of him, relying on Ming Ming for protection behind. Suddenly, a threat emerged. Ming Ming drew her light blade and sliced down all the weapons that were hurled at Yulang from behind. However, her actions did not cease there. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Ming Ming darted through the crowd like a phantom, leaving behind a profound silence in her wake. In the blink of an eye, those who had thrown weapons at Yulang stood frozen in place. Puff, puff, puff. A crimson line appeared around the necks of 5 or 6 individuals, their heads suddenly tilting, blood gushing forth as they were decapitated. Was this even human? The hearts of the onlookers raced. They were typically the ones overpowering others. Yet now, without comprehending how the attacks occurred, 5 or 6 of their comrades lay dead, and the assailant was merely a little girl. The scene instilled a profound terror within them, their minds blank in an instant. "No, forget about that man. Let's focus on eliminating this little girl." The thin monkey shouted in a panic, retreating towards the interior of the raft. Others hesitated, daunted to advance any further. They were formidable, but if they couldn't defeat her, they would all perish. The thin monkey shouted again, urging, "We must take a risk. It is our only hope." Hearing this, the others steeled their resolve and charged once more towards Ming Ming. They had reached a point where only one could survive. If they did not fight, they would merely await death. As the others began to rush towards Ming Ming, a metallic spear suddenly whistled through the air, piercing the crowd and shooting towards the back of the raft. Clang. The thin monkey was impaled through the chest by the metallic spear, a gaping wound left behind. The spear continued on, piercing through the wooden wall behind him and vanishing into the depths of the sea. Blood gushed from the thin monkey. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before life left him. Witnessing this, the others gulped deeply, their legs retracting in hesitation. They glanced towards the direction from which the spear had been thrown, spotting the young man responsible. Yulang raised an eyebrow at the crowd, daring them to come forward if they were unafraid of death. With the thin monkey now dead, their morale plummeted. Thud! Someone's legs buckled, and they knelt down. Thud! Thud! One by one, the others followed suit, their eyes filled with despair and terror. Please, Great One, spare our lives. They bowed their heads, their foreheads bleeding as they continued to plead. On the uppermost level of the raft, Blue Xiang had observed everything with clarity from the beginning. He was currently in a video call with the head of the Blue family, Blue Zhiwei, and thus everything was visible to him as well. Both were profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. Yet, Blue Xiang felt a greater sense of regret. Had he not checked the calendar before venturing out today? Encountering such a vengeful spirit. Who is this person, Blue Xiang? Blue Zhiwei's brow furrowed. Such power was beyond even the Blue family's capabilities to confront. I do not know. I only saw his remarkable speed and thought he must possess something valuable, which is why I attempted to stop him, Blue Xiang lamented. His face a portrait of remorse. Bang. The door to the room where Blue Xiang stood suddenly shattered, revealing Yu Lang and Ming Ming. Blue Xiang crumpled to the ground, urgently summoning the bodyguards around him. Stop them. Yet, these bodyguards were mere coerced subordinates, lacking true loyalty. Upon witnessing the overwhelming prowess of Yu Lang and Ming Ming, they understood they could not contend and remain frozen, not one of them daring to advance. Do you all wish to be expelled from my ranks? Do you wish to forfeit your system? Blue Xiang was exasperated by the sight. However, the bodyguards remained unmoved, with one even respectfully clasping his fists towards Yu Lang at the entrance. Great One, please spare us. We were compelled to become his subordinates. Yu Lang regarded them with an impassive expression, nodding slightly to acknowledge his understanding. He walked slowly towards Blue Xiang, each step causing Blue Xiang's heart to race. He felt a warmth beneath him, realizing he was so frightened he had wet himself. Noticing Blue Xiang's cowardice, Yu Lang furrowed his brow, remarking, "So you are the leader here?" "No, I am not," Blue Xiang stammered, raising his wrist to reveal the system, still in a video call with Blue Zhiwei. "This man is our true leader, the head of the Blue family, Blue Zhiwei. I am merely a squad leader." Blue Zhiwei was taken aback by Blue Xiang's attempt to shift blame, momentarily speechless. Yu Lang glanced at the craven Blue Xiang, then turned his gaze to Blue Zhiwei, coldly inquiring, "The Blue family? Is it truly formidable?" Blue Zhiwei felt awkward. While Blue Xiang was indeed his squad leader, he had not participated in these events. "Since you have not participated, what would your thoughts be if I were to eliminate him?" Yu Lang placed the flowing flame sword against Blue Xiang's neck, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Please, Great One. I merely sought to stop you and invite you to join us. The one who intended to harm you was the thin monkey, the very person you just killed with your spear. I truly did not wish to kill you," Blue Xiang wailed, tears and mucus streaming down his pig-like visage, now appearing even more grotesque. Yu Lang frowned, finding the man insufferably noisy. He tightened his grip on the sword, causing Blue Xiang to roll his eyes back and faint. "Great One, may I inquire your name? Could you grant the Blue family some grace and spare him? I shall ensure strict management of my team going forward. Such acts of robbery shall never occur again," Blue Zhiwei implored sincerely. After all, they had invested considerable resources in nurturing the third squad, and losing it so easily was deeply frustrating. "You need not concern yourself with my name. Simply know that your standing means nothing to me," Yu Lang retorted coldly. "What do you desire? I will exchange his life for something." "I'm afraid not. Should he die, everything here becomes mine. So there is no room for negotiation?" As the head of the Blue family, Blue Zhiwei also possessed pride. Thud. "Please, Great One, spare him." The other bodyguards knelt in unison, begging Yu Lang for Blue Xiang's life. "If he dies, we will be expelled from the system and left to perish in this new world." Yu Lang narrowed his eyes, contemplating deeply, then spoke earnestly, "Then you shall all become my subordinates. For Blue Xiang must die today." Yet, there were many innocents among these individuals and on the 3 rafts. They should not accompany Blue Xiang to his doom. Upon hearing Yu Lang's words, the bodyguards froze for a moment, then their faces lit up with joy. To become the subordinate of such a powerful figure is indeed an honor. Puff. Before anyone could react, Yu Lang swiftly executed Blue Xiang, sending him to his demise. "Great One, why did you kill him? What shall become of us, his subordinates?" Chapter 50. The subordinate with the demise of Lan Xiang. His system became unclaimed, and the video with Lan Zhiwei abruptly ceased. On the other side of the screen, the final image of Lan Zhiwei showed Yu Lang's sword piercing through Lan Xiang's chest. Overwhelmed by shock, Lan Xiang fell into a state of unconsciousness, passing away without any struggle or outcry. Clenching his fists tightly, with his knuckles cracking, Lan Zhiwei gritted his teeth and vowed, "Whoever you are, you shall pay dearly for this." He sent the freshly recorded video to his assistant, intending for all senior members to memorize Yu Lang's visage. Until they possessed sufficient strength to confront him, they must avoid any conflict and devise a meticulous plan against Yu Lang. On Lan Xiang's raft, several bodyguards stared in astonishment at Yu Lang. They had just been discussing accepting him as their subordinate, and before the transition from Lan Xiang was complete, He had already killed him. What should they do now? Boss, we should be able to transfer upon death. Yu Lang had previously undergone a transfer and was experienced in such matters. He knelt beside Lan Xiang, manipulating the latter's system to transfer Lan Xiang's resources into his own. Indeed, this transfer resulted in not only Lan Xiang's basic resources, but also the acquisition of his friends and subordinates. During the handover, Yu Lang received a system prompt. Inheriting friends and subordinates will notify the other party. Yu Lang chose to inherit the subordinates, but did not take on the friends. Consequently, Lan Xiang's subordinates received the system notifications. Ding. Your captain has changed from Lan Xiang to Yu Lang. New captain protection mechanism activated. All subordinate system functions temporarily disabled. In reality, only 20 minutes had passed since the encirclement of Yu Lang. Apart from the frontline personnel who witnessed the entire capture, others had merely caught a glimpse at the start when the intense collision occurred. However, they were quickly rebuked by the overseers and returned to their posts. The thin monkey had encountered other rafts multiple times, so everyone had long since grown accustomed to it. Thus, they missed the pivotal moment that would alter their fates. When the system messages arrived, a wave of confusion swept over them. Each person could only hear their own system notifications, leading to bewildered glances exchanged amongst them. Did you receive the system message? Yes. What is happening? Our master is turned into someone named Yu Lang. Not only the enslaved individuals, but even the overseers were bewildered by the events unfolding. The thug sitting idly on the raft's lower deck quickly grasped the situation upon receiving the notifications, sinking into despair. Were these two individuals demons? Would they seek revenge upon us? Those who had added Lan Xiang as a friend also received system notifications. Ding. Your friend Lan Xiang has permanently disappeared. Most who had added Lan Xiang were high-ranking members of the Lan family, and they had yet to receive the news from Lan Zhiwei, leaving them utterly shocked. Just as they were about to inquire about the situation, Lan Zhengwei's assistant disseminated the news. As the truth unfolded, their hearts remained turbulent, akin to encountering a cheating player in a game who utterly annihilated them. A young man and a little girl had effortlessly breached the defenses of the three groups. It was simply unfathomable. Besides Lan Xiang, no one else could be contacted. This was the protective mechanism following the transfer of subordinates. It seemed he had not only acquired the resources of the three groups, but also all subordinate personnel. Though the three groups were not the most powerful among the Lan family, they had nonetheless expended considerable resources. Now, it was as if they had woven a garment for another. The upper echelons of the Lan family engaged in fervent discussions. At this moment, none felt the sting of loss more acutely than Lan Zhengwei, who could do nothing to prevent the three groups from handing themselves over. The bodyguards also received the information and stared wide-eyed at Yu Lang. So, it was indeed possible to transfer even after death? Typically, when they encountered a captain, the transfers were conducted by Lan Xiang while he was still alive. Hence, those who were not privy to these operations had always believed that death rendered one incapable of transferring subordinates. Witnessing this outcome, they finally felt reassured. Boss, I sincerely pledge my loyalty to you. From now on, I shall follow your lead, spoke a dark-skinned, rugged-looking bodyguard adorned with elaborate tattoos. Yu Lang noted his information. Wei Yingwu, 31 years old, a new breed of human, physique D. He appeared to be the head of the bodyguards and had been the first to defy Lan Xiang's orders. Others quickly followed suit, expressing their willingness to follow Yu Lang. Yu Lang shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. Accepting them as subordinates was a mere convenience. Boss, in this new world, strength in numbers is paramount. Yu Lang waved his hand to interrupt Wei Yingwu. We'll discuss this matter later. Yu Lang glanced at the subordinate function and found the option to send a group message. He composed a message and sent it to all subordinates. I am your new captain. Please assemble on the main deck. Moments later, Yu Lang arrived on the deck, accompanied by Wei Yingwu and the other bodyguards. The remaining crew members, eager to understand the situation, had already gathered on the deck. Upon seeing only a young man and a little girl descend, they noticed the absence of Lan Xiang, prompting a flurry of speculation among the crowd. Yu Lang cleared his throat and spoke with a penetrating voice. Lan Xiang has been slain by my hand. To prevent you from becoming systemless, I have assumed the captaincy. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lan Xiang is dead. How could that be? Didn't he have Wei Yingwu? Did one person truly kill Lan Xiang? Could Wei Yingwu be in collusion with him? Perhaps. Look at how Wei Yingwu follows closely behind him. It seems suspicious. With his enhanced physique, Yu Lang's senses were sharpened, allowing him to overhear their discussions. However, he remained unfazed, as these individuals were inconsequential in his eyes. Yu Lang bellowed, silence. The crowd immediately ceased their chatter and turned to face him. Though you are my subordinates, I shall grant you full system functionality and will not hinder your development. You may pursue your ambitions as you wish, but should I learn of any heinous deeds you undertake, I will expel you from my ranks without hesitation. I will provide each of you with basic resources to ensure your survival. Whether you choose to develop independently or in collaboration is entirely up to you. With that, Yulang dispatched basic resources to all subordinates through the system, sufficient for them to reconstruct a small raft at sea. Additionally, he provided fresh water and food to prevent them from starving or dehydrating in the short term. However, unexpectedly, most began to panic. I don't want to develop independently. I haven't survived on my own for so long. How is this any different from sending me to my death? Chapter 51. The stubborn ones. The first layer of the wooden raft resembled a chaotic mess. These individuals had long been subjugated by Lan Xiang, living in fear of him. Suddenly, a young man appeared, claiming to have taken Lan Xiang's place. Lacking first-hand experience of Yulang's abilities, they harbored deep-seated doubts. Moreover, Yulang not only offered them freedom but also provided them with resources to start anew. Thus, they perceived him as a soft target. Showing no interest in understanding how he had usurped Lan Xiang's position, a few audacious overseers, who typically boasted of their authority, began to jeer at Yulang. A stout man with a face full of flesh glared, nostrils flared, pointing at Yulang. You are Yulang, right? We've been on this ship for so long. And you expect us to leave just like that? On what grounds? Another robust youth chimed in. And you only offer us such meager supplies? Is this a charity for beggars? This sentiment ignited a wave of indignation among the crowd. Yes, why should we just leave? We are the ones surviving on this raft. If you're going to give us something, at least provide adequate resources. Yulang frowned slightly. Having done a good deed, he found himself becoming a target of resentment. It seemed that being overly generous was not a viable strategy with these people. He regarded the two leading instigators with cold eyes. Information on the stout man, fat brother. 28 years old, a new human, physical level D. Information on the robust youth. The maritime version of Wu Yinzu, 23 years old, a new human, physical level D. It was astounding that they dared to be so brazen with such lowly status. Did they not notice the D-level bodyguards standing obediently behind them? Yulang shook his head, pondering whether these individuals were simply foolish or blind. What do you wish to do? Yulang asked with a mocking smile, eager to see just how greedy they could be. Sensing Yulang's concession, fat brother raised an eyebrow. If you want us to leave, you must compensate us according to our subordinate ranks with appropriate resources. Fat brother was not foolish. He understood that only by rallying the support of the stronger individuals on the raft could he gain leverage. Hearing this, the other overseers quickly chimed in. Yes, we have our ranks and abilities. We cannot be compared to these commoners. Guo Yingwu softly added behind Yulang. This fat brother has his own little faction, but he has always obeyed Lan Xiang, which is why we have ignored him. Yulang nodded, acknowledging the situation. Understood. Boss, should we intervene? No need. This is my affair. At that moment, Yin Qian, having not received any updates from Yulang, proactively inquired. Upon receiving a reassuring reply, she emerged from her spatial land. Arriving at the first layer of the wooden raft, she noticed a dense crowd on the adjacent raft, seemingly gathered for a meeting. As she descended, her presence caught the attention of those at the back of the crowd, who began turning to look at her. Yin Qian's shirt and jeans had been transformed into a crop top and hot pants, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her long, slender legs were delicately fair, and her ponytail framed a fresh, fairy-like face. Having consumed a special type of water for an extended period, her physique and demeanor had significantly improved. The crowd was momentarily captivated by her beauty. After 20 days adrift in the New World, the women they had encountered had become tanned and rough, with any semblance of attractiveness claimed by Lan Xiang and the scrawny overseers. Such a sight was rare not only in the New World but even back on the former Blue Star. Gradually, the crowd began to converge around Yin Qian. She furrowed her brows, uncertain whether they were foes or friends, her body tensed and prepared for a swift escape. After all, facing such a multitude, she had no hope of overcoming them. Yin Qian, come here. Just as she was on edge, Yulang's voice called from behind the crowd. They parted to create a path for her. The revelation that this stunning beauty was associated with Yulang caused a stir. How fortunate was Yulang? What was their relationship? The implications were clear. Yulang gestured for her to approach. Come here. Upon seeing Yulang, Yin Qian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She took a deep breath and walked towards him under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yulang, what is happening? She whispered as she reached him. I inadvertently acquired some subordinate personnel, and now these 3 rafts are ours, Yulang replied nonchalantly, devoid of any visible excitement. Really? Yin Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such a swift acquisition in merely a few minutes. Fat brother, having been captivated by Yin Qian's beauty from the moment he laid eyes on her, was nearly drooling. He wiped his mouth and grinned lewdly at Yulang. And we want this woman to serve us for a few days. Yin Qian glared at the stout man in fury, ready to retort. But Yulang gestured for her to let him handle it. I see you truly do not grasp your current predicament, Yu Lang said with a mocking smile. Now, what else do you desire? As he approached Fat Brother, his eyes were like ice, exuding a chilling aura. Seeing that Yu Lang stood alone and that Gui Yin Wu remained silent, Fat Brother's confidence swelled. He believed he could dispatch this seemingly frail young man in a matter of 3 moves. We want this woman to accompany us for a few days and a fair distribution of all supplies on the ship. Yu Lang nodded. Is there anyone else who shares this sentiment? Step forward. As Yu Lang so readily acquiesced, most of the overseers stepped forward. Young man, we should settle this amicably. Indeed, with so many of us, you cannot possibly withstand our might. However, before they could finish their sentences, Yu Lang moved like a phantom, swiftly passing before them. When he came to a halt, the sword of flowing flame in his hand had already executed its deadly task. Fat Brother's eyes went blank as a crimson line appeared across his neck. He struggled to speak, but could not. Blood erupted forth in an instant. With a thunderous crash, Fat Brother's heavy body fell to the ground, blood pooling around him, lifeless. The other overseers who had stood in solidarity crumpled as well. Those who had so recently been shouting threats were now lifeless corpses. The crowd, witnessing the sight of a dozen corpses, was struck with unimaginable shock. They had not even perceived when Yu Lang had made his move. It was as if he had danced through the air, and they had turned into bodies. Screams erupted, and cries of panic filled the air as people scattered in terror. Return if you do not wish to die. Yu Lang inhaled deeply, his voice booming. The crowd froze, trembling, before hesitantly returning to the vicinity of the corpses. They finally comprehended that this seemingly delicate young man was not a mere kitten but a formidable lion. If you wish to avoid joining them, obey my commands. My patience is limited. Chapter 52. The Lan family planting system. Yu Lang's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the crowd. Who among you is most familiar with these 3 rafts? The onlookers turned their attention towards a young man in his 20s. He hesitantly raised his hand, stammering, I am Lan Xiaofei, the Internal Affairs Manager. The Lan family is divided into external and internal affairs. The external manager is known as Slim Monkey, while the internal manager is Lan Xiaofei. A member of the Lan family. Yu Lang nodded. Very well. Please summon a few more knowledgeable individuals to show me the interior of the rafts. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaofei thought, could it be that I am to remain and assist him in management? He quickly brushed aside his negative thoughts and began rallying useful personnel. In the end, he selected 3 individuals. Yu Lang instructed Gui Yin Wu and the other bodyguards to arrange for the remaining people to depart while he followed Lan Xiaofei to inspect the interior of the rafts. They first examined the main raft, which consisted of 5 levels. The first level was an open space primarily designated for the kinetic energy system and some newly acquired unclassified resources. The second level housed a dining area and recreational space. The third level contained rooms for the management staff, alongside leisure facilities. The fourth level was dedicated to the cultivation of herbs and industrial facilities like furnace research stations. The fifth level comprised the quarters of Lan Xiang and a pharmaceutical processing room. The other 2 rafts featured 4 levels each. With a similar layout, the first and second levels were identical. The third level contained crew quarters, and the fourth level of one raft was for growing crops, while the other cultivated various plants and medicinal herbs, devoid of any industrial facilities. During the tour, Lan Xiaofei shared the history of the Lan family, providing Yu Lang with a fundamental understanding. He was astonished to learn that the family's influence could still thrive in this new world, remarking on the incredible fortune of these individuals to encounter their kin and swiftly expand their power. Yu Lang pondered that strong individuals tend to maintain their prowess regardless of their surroundings, as they possess a transcendent way of thinking. After the tour, Yu Lang was profoundly impressed by the Lan family's planting system. Each type of plant was meticulously categorized, with detailed records maintained. Under the current limited conditions, they had ingeniously constructed indoor greenhouses using resources such as banana leaves and established rudimentary irrigation systems. He noted that some mature crops boasted a quality rating exceeding 95. The ability to cultivate such exemplary crops at sea without arable land left Yu Lang in quiet admiration. For someone like him, a novice in gardening, this was nothing short of miraculous. Who cultivates these herbs? Yu Lang inquired with curiosity. He was in search of someone capable of herb cultivation, and if this individual proved to be talented, he might consider recruiting them. Lan Xiaofei pointed to a middle-aged man beside him, saying, Young Fan, our family's most accomplished planting expert. Young Fan, taken aback, repeatedly waved his hands in modest denial. Lan Xiaofei flattered him, without you, how could we harvest so much food and herbs? You are the greatest contributor to our team. Young Fan, flattered by the praise, responded with pride, indeed. All my energy has been devoted to this endeavor. However, Yu Lang found their sycophantic exchanges distasteful, thinking to himself, this individual possesses capability, but his demeanor is unappealing. I shall observe further. Where do these herbs originate? Yulang asked, noticing the limited variety in the absence of the unique herbs he had encountered on a medium-sized island. Some were found on a smaller island, while others were cultivated by the family and distributed to us, Lan Xiaofei replied. How many small islands have you encountered in total? We have only come across one thus far. We are now on our way to the second. Initially, we lacked a power system, which delayed our journey considerably. The group arrived at a patch of newly matured herbs, and Yang Fan proudly pointed to them, stating, These are my latest cultivation efforts. They are ready for harvest. Yulang frowned slightly, observing that the quality of this batch was inferior to the herbs he had previously seen, only achieving a rating of 85 or higher. To the untrained eye, these herbs appeared similar, but Yulang could discern the detailed quality metrics, revealing the underlying issues. You claim these are your latest crops? Were the previous ones also your handiwork? Yes, I cultivated them, Yang Fan responded, his gaze shifting uneasily, which Yulang detected. It seemed there was more to the story than met the eye, Yulang mused. He fixed his steely gaze upon Yang Fan and said coldly, There is no need for concealment. Confess the truth. Yang Fan stammered, glancing anxiously at Lan Xiaofei. I do not know how to explain. Lan Xiaofei, noticing Yang Fan's gaze, grew anxious and exclaimed, Don't look at me. Just answer whatever he asks. Seeing that Yulang showed no signs of anger, Yang Fan composed himself and replied, Previously, I cultivated them in collaboration with another individual named Yun Min. He is a planting master from our Huaxia, renowned for his ability to cultivate various difficult-to-grow plants. Even the agricultural department of the Huaxia Engineering Institute sought his assistance. Unfortunately, Yang Fan sighed. He had a son later in life, but the child was frail and ill. At the age of 5, he arrived in this new world with his father. In the second phase, he encountered Lan Xiang and joined the Lan family to assist with planting. After harvesting a batch of herbs, the family used them to create a medicinal pill. Coincidentally, his son fell gravely ill, and it was rumored that this medicine might cure him, so he implored the Lan family for aid. However, the medicine was too precious, and it was uncertain whether it could save his son, so the family ultimately declined. In his frustration, he ceased to involve himself with the family's planting affairs and remained by his son's side. Recognizing his abilities, the Lan family chose to confine him in the guest room on the 4th floor. Yang Fan glanced out the window, sighing deeply. His condition has worsened. He may have already passed. Let us go see him, Yulang exclaimed. He had heard of Yun Min, a man who had successfully cultivated numerous challenging crops for the nation, earning accolades but remaining indifferent to fame, engrossed in his research, even neglecting personal matters. Only as he approached old age did he finally have a son. Lan Xiaofei promptly led Yulang and the others to the 4th floor of the main raft. They arrived at a middle guest room, its door tied shut with a rope from the outside to prevent anyone from exiting. Upon opening the door, a foul stench assaulted them, causing the group to recoil several steps. Clearly, the father and son had been living in this room under deplorable conditions. Inside, there was only a bed and a set of table and chairs. Yun Min was seated against the wall, tightly clutching his son, his hair disheveled, eyes vacant, and his face streaked with tears as he mumbled incoherently. The sight led the onlookers to realize that the boy had surely passed away. Yen Qian felt a pang in her heart, her eyes welling with tears. She grasped Yulang's arm, her voice trembling. Yulang. Yulang gently patted her hand, offering comfort. Do not despair. There is still hope. Chapter 53. The Cloud People. Although Yulang's voice was not loud, it resonated with everyone present. How could this be? The child appeared to be lifeless. How could he save someone whom even the Lan family could not rescue? Amidst the murmurs of confusion, Yulang entered the room alone and closed the door behind him. Everyone, including Yin Xiaming, waited anxiously outside. Approaching Yun Min, Yulang extended his hand, intending to take the child into his arms. Hand him over to me. He can still be saved. From the moment he laid eyes on the little boy, Yulang understood the gravity of the situation. The child was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. But he had not yet drawn his last breath. As long as there was breath, Yulang could use his life essence to restore him. Yun Min remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Yulang's presence. Not wishing to further agitate him, Yulang gently lifted Yun Min's chin and quickly administered a special drink. With the liquid consumed, Yun Min's consciousness began to clear, and he held the child tighter, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? Your son can still be saved. If you do not give him to me, there will be nothing I can do. Yulang replied earnestly. Yun Min's emotions surged. You must be sent by them to use my son as leverage to make me comply. But your son is on the verge of death. What good would he be to me as leverage? Yulang pointed to the child. Only I can save him. If we delay any longer, he will truly perish. Finally, Yun Min glanced at his child and reluctantly released him. Yulang took the child into his arms and immediately dripped the entirety of his limited 1.5 milliliters of life essence into the boy's pale, blue-tinged lips. Moments later, the child's complexion brightened and his heartbeat and breathing stabilized. Due to long-term illness and malnutrition, he was frail and emaciated. Even though the life essence restored his bodily functions, he would need proper nourishment to regain his strength. Yulang laid the little boy on the bed and opened the door, allowing sunlight to flood the room. As the child's eyelashes fluttered, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing dark, bright orbs filled with hope for the future. Upon seeing Yunmin by the bedside, a tender smile broke across his face as he sweetly called out, "Daddy." He felt as though he had merely taken a long nap, and all the pain he had endured was but a dream, leaving him unscathed. Overcome with emotion, Yunmin rushed forward to embrace the little boy, weeping, "Xiaohai. My little Xiaohai, I thought I had lost you forever." The utterance of "Daddy" from Xiaohai not only brought tears to Yunmin's eyes, but left everyone else astounded. How could this be? Yunhai was alive, and he looked nothing like a sick child. The gazes directed at Yulang shifted from fear to reverence. Yanqian also wept tears of joy for the father and son. "Yulang, thank you." Yulang scratched his head, puzzled. "Why do you thank me?" Yanqian wiped her tears. "It's nothing. I just wanted to express my gratitude." Though Yulang's exterior may seem cold and distant, he possessed a gentle side. Suddenly, Yunmin knelt before Yulang, bowing deeply. "Thank you. You are my savior." Yulang hastily helped him to his feet. "Please, do not do this. It was merely a small effort on my part. My benefactor, if you ever require my assistance, I will be at your service. I would even risk my life to help you. Your life must be preserved to accompany your son. Do not sacrifice it for me." "Uncle, thank you." The little boy chimed sweetly. Yulang ruffled his hair. "You must eat well and exercise to strengthen your health." "Yes, I will ensure I take good care of my health." Yunmin looked at his son with a pang of concern, aware of his fragile condition. Having narrowly escaped death this time, he wondered if luck would be on their side again. Seemingly sensing his father's worries, Xiaohai assured him, "Daddy, I used to struggle to breathe and felt so weak, but now I feel perfectly fine, without a single ailment." "Really?" Yunmin feared his son was merely comforting him. "Yes, Daddy, I'm not lying," Xiaohai insisted, growing anxious. He leapt from the bed and began to hop around. "Look, I'm really better." Seeing his son so lively was unbelievable for Yunmin, who turned to Yulang. "Benefactor, what kind of medicine is this? Is Xiaohai truly completely healed?" Yulang smiled. "Just call me Yulang. This remedy is my unique formula, capable of curing all ailments. Xiaohai will grow up as healthy as any normal child." Yunmin wiped his tears and grasped Yulang's hands tightly. "Thank you, great benefactor." "No, thank you, Yulang." Suddenly, others who witnessed the miraculous event knelt before Yulang, pleading, "Great Yulang, please grant us your miraculous remedy as well. I suffer from heart disease. I have tumors. I am battling cancer." Yulang found the scene amusing. "I have run out of that medicine." Just then, a commotion arose from the adjacent room. Yulang noticed Lan Xiaofei's face turn pale. "Who else is in the other rooms?" Yulang narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. Well, Lan Xiaofei stammered, "They are women favored by the management. Those who refuse to comply are locked away for their pleasure." Yunmin glared fiercely at Lan Xiaofei. "If it were not for my son, I would never associate with such people." Feeling Yulang's cold gaze upon him, Lan Xiaofei trembled, collapsing to his knees. "Great one, this was all Lan Xiang's idea. Without his permission, we wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Yulang ignored him and walked toward the other room, opening the door. A foul stench mixed with decay assaulted his senses, nearly making him retch. The sight within filled him with rage. These people were engaging in unspeakable acts. Yanqian followed closely behind, her eyes covered by Yulang as he led her away. "I will handle this," Yulang stated coldly to Lan Xiaofei. "Dress them and let them out." With Yanqian at his side, Yulang departed, followed closely by Yunmin and his son. Upon reaching the first level of the raft, they discovered that only a few people remained. Yulang observed as a handful of individuals rowed away on the makeshift rafts he had constructed, heading toward the vast sea. "Brother Lang, only a few are reluctant to leave the raft," Guo Yingwu reported to Yulang. Indeed, Yulang had already formulated a plan for the 3 rafts. He intended to take all transportable resources while leaving behind the fixed structures and any useless furniture. He would auction off the entire completed raft, as he had no interest in residing in someone else's dwelling. "I will auction these 3 rafts. You all may leave," Yulang announced to those who remained. "Auction?" Guo Yingwu pondered for a moment. "Brother Lang, I wish to purchase a raft." Chapter 54. Guo Yingwu was accompanied by a group of over a dozen individuals, comprising men, women, and children, all gazing at Yulang with hopeful eyes. Guo pointed at them and said, "Brother Lang, we have been living on this raft for quite a while now. We know each other well and consider ourselves a family. Despite the relentless oppression from Lan Xiang, we regard this place as our home." Yu Lang comprehended their sentiments but was not a philanthropist. He aimed to maximize the raft's value. What do you offer in exchange? Yu Lang inquired. We do not seek your resources, and any resources we acquire in the future will be shared with you equally, they replied. And what if you obtain rare items? Yu Lang probed, eager to ascertain their limits. Those too will be yours. Guo Yingwu responded without hesitation, his thoughts reflecting. We are your subordinates. Even if we refuse, you could forcibly take what you desire. It is better to provide you with a satisfactory answer. Yu Lang understood that their compliance stemmed from a coercive master-servant relationship. Which of these 3 rafts do you wish to claim? If possible. We would prefer the main raft with the propulsion system, but its value is beyond our means, so we would settle for any of the other 2 ordinary rafts. Guo Yingwu candidly expressed his desires. Before Yu Lang could respond, Lan Xiaofei descended from the upper floor, accompanied by the women who had been imprisoned, with Yang Fan and 2 others trailing behind. The 5 women, clad in oversized garments, bore disheveled hair and vacant stares, clutching their clothes tightly to their chests. They appeared to be in their teens or early 20s, their former beauty still faintly discernible, while 3 of them seemed relatively normal. The other 2 were already exhibiting signs of madness. Yu Lang suddenly regretted allowing those perpetrators to leave too soon. They should have faced their due punishment. Upon reaching the first floor, the women trembled at the sight of the lifeless bodies of the management sprawled across the ground. After a moment of shock, they erupted into maniacal laughter, rushing towards the corpses to unleash their fury with fists and feet. The 2 deranged women pounced upon the body of Fat Brother, savagely gnawing at his face. To alleviate their pent-up rage, Yu Lang tossed several axes before them. One of the more lucid women seized an axe and swung it down mercilessly, severing Fat Brother's lifeline. The others quickly followed suit, using the axes to vent their wrath upon the remains. Yin Qian turned away, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene any longer. Yumin hastily covered Yunhai's eyes, turning him away as well. Some onlookers, unable to stomach the horrifying spectacle, succumbed to nausea and began to vomit violently. Guo Yingwu, aware of the actions of these individuals, felt powerless to intervene, being a subordinate of Lan Xiang. Apart from Yang Fan, Lan Xiaofei, and a few bodyguards, others trembled, their legs weak with fear. Observing the spectators' reactions, Yu Lang smirked inwardly, noting that there were still some among them who were vulnerable. Once the women had vented their frustrations, the ground was littered with remnants, with not a single corpse left intact. They gradually rose, bloodied and resembling vengeful spirits from hell, their eyes fixed on Lan Xiaofei and the others, axes clenched tightly in their hands. A chill ran down the spines of Lan Xiaofei and her companions, causing them to instinctively take several steps back. Guo Yingwu, were you involved in this? Yu Lang queried. No, Guo Yingwu replied succinctly, providing no further explanation. Yu Lang scrutinized him, discerning the truth in his eyes. Then bind those who participated and bring them to the women. Yu Lang's command resonated throughout the crowd, and the perpetrators, aware of their impending doom, hastily fled. I don't want to die, Lan Xiaofei cried out. I was wrong. Please spare my life. They initiated this, and I merely followed suit. Others pleaded, echoing their cries for mercy. Guo Yingwu was taken aback by Yu Lang's fierce sense of justice, feeling a newfound respect for him. He signaled to several trusted aides, who nodded in agreement, and they pursued the fleeing individuals. Before long, they apprehended the escapees, binding them with ropes and tossing them into a room on the 2nd floor. Upon returning to report to Yu Lang, they escorted the women to the same room. It wasn't long before the anguished screams of Lan Xiaofei filled the air, followed by a chorus of cries from others, which gradually diminished. Shortly thereafter, Guo Yingwu descended with the women. With clarity still present, the 3 women knelt before Yu Lang, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. At last, we have avenged ourselves. Since the women had not been present when Yu Lang discussed future arrangements for the subordinates, he reiterated his previous statements. They had not anticipated the chance to see the light of day again and to carve out their own paths. Thank you, Brother Lang. We will leave at once. The 3 women took hold of the 2 deranged ones, resolved to face their future together. I will provide you with some water shortly. Ensure the 2 who are unwell receive extra. I will share the necessary precautions when I give it to you. Yu Lang intended to provide them with special drinking water, hoping to restore some of their sanity and strength. Their journey ahead would depend on their own resilience, and he could assist them only to a limited extent. Thank you, Brother Lang. The women were unaware of the true nature of the water Yu Lang mentioned, mistaking it for ordinary fresh water, and thus did not pay it much mind. Using the already established system, the women rebuilt a 2-tiered raft and, with paddles in hand, departed from the place that had been their living hell. The 3 rafts returned to a semblance of calm. Yu Lang turned to Guo Yingwu and said, I can grant you 1 raft, but I do not require your resources. Yu Lang was uncertain whether there were any flaws in the subordinate system, such as a lack of control beyond a certain range. Thus, even if they exchanged resources, it would not be long before they developed a sense of rebellion, turning into a liability. Finding potential in Guiyangwu, Yulang decided to extend a gesture of goodwill, perhaps securing future assistance. Guiyangwu, astonished, responded, "You are giving it to us? Without requiring resources?" "Indeed, but I will need you to accomplish 3 tasks for me." Guiyangwu, serious, replied, "3 tasks? I would gladly risk my life to fulfill even 10. Just 3, but I have not yet determined what they will be. I will approach you when the need arises." Yulang had faith in Guiyangwu's integrity. He would uphold his promise. Guiyangwu clasped his hands together, affirming, "As long as I live, I shall assist you." Yulang nodded. "Then this main raft with propulsion is yours." Not only Guiyangwu, but others took a moment to comprehend the significance of Yulang's words. "Boss, thank you so much. Boss, we never anticipated you would gift us the main raft. Boss, you will forever be my captain." Utilizing another's possessions, especially a raft with a mere propulsion value of 30. To win hearts is not a loss in trade. Of course, his primary interest lay in Guiyangwu, while the rest were of lesser significance. Gratefully, Guiyangwu expressed his thanks, and Yulang's objectives were met. He provided Guiyangwu with some essential resources, after which Guiyangwu bid farewell. Yang Fan joined their ranks. While his skills were not on par with Yunmin's, he was still regarded as a top-tier planting master. Their next destination remained the small island they initially intended to visit. Chapter 55. The Cloud People joined once Guiyangwu had departed. Yulang and his companions returned to their wooden raft, leaving only the Cloud People father and son behind. Believing that Yulang would soon facilitate their departure, Yunmin eagerly interjected, "Brother Lang, may I join you? I can assist you in cultivating crops." Yulang, taken aback, quickly waved his hands. "Uncle Yun, please do not call me brother. You may simply refer to me as Yulang or Xiaolang. Moreover, I have already decided to welcome you into my team." Upon hearing this, Yunmin was overwhelmed with joy. "Is that true? I cannot thank you enough, Xiaolang." He grasped one of Yulang's hands with heartfelt gratitude. "You not only saved Xiaohai but have now offered us a new life. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." Xiaohai, understanding and sweet, took hold of Yulang's other hand and smiled brightly. "Thank you, brother Xiaolang." Yulang crouched down, playfully ruffling the child's hair. "Weren't you calling me uncle before? Calling me uncle makes me sound old. Brother is much better." The child playfully stuck out his tongue, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Yulang then transferred the creatures and plants from the other 2 rafts, allowing them to be stored directly in his backpack, with each raft occupying a single slot. His captain's panel activated upon receiving the Blue Sky system, revealing 3 modules: affiliated personnel, resources, and information. In the affiliated personnel module, he could view detailed information about all affiliated members and assign them positions, setting their system permissions either collectively or individually. Most importantly, there was an option to expel affiliates. The crew complied with the captain out of fear that he might utilize this option. Being expelled meant the system wristband would remain, but access would be locked, rendering it useless. To date, no one had discovered how to bypass this system lock. Affiliates could also recruit other unaffiliated individuals, but this required the captain's approval, maintaining ultimate authority in his hands. The resources module displayed the resource information obtained by the affiliates, allowing Yulang to grant certain affiliates limited access to resources. For instance, he had granted Guiyangwu the highest operational authority on the main raft, excluding himself. The information module facilitated mass messaging or private chats with affiliates. Currently, he had a total of 35 affiliates, establishing himself as the leader of a small faction. Yulang instructed Xiao Yuan to set sail for the small island he had previously arranged to meet with Yu. As the raft sped along, Yin Xin went to prepare a meal while Yulang took the Cloud People father and son on a tour of the raft, explaining the basic conditions and operational methods of some facilities. The rooms were arranged next to Yin Qian's, since Yunhai was only 5 years old. It sufficed for him to share a room with his father. Yun Min, like Yin Qian, was astounded by Yulang's miraculous facilities and the modern kitchen and bathroom. When Yulang had gifted the main raft to Guiyangwu, Yun Min had been puzzled and felt it was a loss. However, after observing for some time, he noticed only a few small plots of land with a few potato seedlings left to be devoured by seabirds. "Xiaolang, you cannot cultivate good produce with land like this, yet I see your kitchen is filled with an abundance of vegetables and fruits. Did you harvest them freshly from the island?" Yun Min inquired, perplexed. Yulang chuckled. "These plots are merely to attract the seabirds. Now, allow me to take you to the place where you will be busy in the future." He led the Cloud People father and son to a plot of land within the spatial realm. "This is it," Yulang said with a mysterious smile. "Ah, just this piece of soil?" Yun Min exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he needed to bring over the cultivation equipment from the 2 rafts. "Come up," Yulang prompted. stepping into the soil basin. Before Yunmin could react, Yulang's figure flickered and vanished. Xiaolang, Yunmin called out anxiously, clutching Yunhai as he stepped into the spatial land. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a completely different world. Before him lay an expansive land filled with lush fruits and vegetables, alongside various other plants. While the outside world was unbearably hot, this place was refreshingly cool and comfortable. After a brief explanation from Xiao Kong, Yunmin was utterly captivated by the spatial land. Incredible! This world possesses such marvelous soil. He marveled, wandering around, examining the soil's texture and the vegetables produced. Yunhai hopped about, curiously exploring everything around him. Once given operational privileges, Yunmin, possessing an exceptional talent for cultivation, quickly acclimated to the surroundings and began to work. Yulang had already transferred all crops from the 3 rafts into storage, enabling Yunmin to retrieve the previous crops directly through the central control panel. Overjoyed, Yunmin immersed himself in his work. Xiaolang, I wish to study here for a while. You may leave for now, he said, his hair disheveled and his body emitting a strong odor. Yulang chuckled, Uncle Yun. Perhaps we should take a break? No, I am quite energized, Yunmin insisted, a stark contrast to his earlier despondency. Xiaohai chimed in, Brother Xiaolang. My father becomes oblivious to everything when he is cultivating. Then you should accompany me outside, Yulang suggested, but Yunhai replied, No. I want to stay here and help Daddy, wishing to spend more time with his father. Yulang, understanding, departed from the spatial land. By now, it was afternoon, and Yulang finally found the opportunity to contact his sister, Yu. However, when he called out to her with excitement, he received a system response. You are not yet friends with the recipient and cannot send messages. Yulang's expression grew serious as ominous premonitions clouded his mind. 2 hours earlier, Yu's raft sped towards the designated small island at full throttle. Since entering the island's territory, she had encountered no one else. As time passed, she relaxed her vigilance and returned to her room for a brief rest. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by a tremendous tremor. Cautiously peering through the window, she discovered 3 rafts surrounding her, connected by several iron chains, akin to a fish caught in a net. To minimize her target profile, Yu's raft was only 3 tiers high, with the base measuring barely over 100 square meters. Consequently, a few men swiftly approached her door. Bang! They forcefully broke in. 4 burly men stormed into the room. Amid Yu's screams, they swiftly bound her. Who would have thought there was only a little beauty here? This raft may be small, but it holds quite a few treasures. One of the men with a scruffy beard remarked, pinching Yu's cheek with a lecherous grin. She must still be a virgin, haha. Dama, don't be reckless. Be careful, or the captain will have your head, warned another, slightly leaner man. Indeed. All beauties must first be vetted by the captain, a yellow-haired man chimed in. Pa, the mouse spat. You all know our captain is one who can only start fires for the officials, but won't light lamps for the common folk. He won't play with these beauties, nor will he share them with us. Let's hurry and leave before we face the consequences. The group, with the terrified Yu in tow, returned to their raft. Upon reaching the highest tier of their main raft, they found themselves in an open-air garden. A tall, slender man clad in a white shirt sat upon a chair, engaged in a video call. Upon witnessing the capture team entering with a new quarry, he terminated the call, raised his head, and adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles with a flick of his middle finger against the bridge of his nose. Is this the sole occupant of the raft? In response, the leader, Ouyang, was informed, we have only discovered this young girl. Chapter 56. Yu captured the oppressive heat rendered even the presence of 2 youthful maidens fanning Ouyang lay with banana leaves insufficient for comfort. His shirt was thoroughly soaked with perspiration, clinging uncomfortably to his skin, which contributed to his growing irritability. Had it not been for the report indicating the remarkable speed of this particular raft, he would have preferred to delegate this matter entirely. How old are you? Ouyang lay appraised Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, only to be taken aback by her stunning appearance. Yu possessed exquisitely delicate features, exuding a pure charm, and her body, having just begun to mature, hinted at the nascent allure of womanhood. Clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt and blue athletic pants, with her hair styled in a bun, she resembled a typical student. Surely, she must be the belle of the school, Ouyang lay mused, finding this an unexpected delight. Yu shot him a glance of disdain, remaining silent. Ah, she has quite the personality, he thought, while he acknowledged her beauty. His interest in youthful maidens was rather limited. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he stroked his chin, contemplating the prospect of indulging in a nurturing game. Yu's hands were securely bound and surrounded by vigilant guards. Any notion of liberation through self-harm was rendered futile. Ouyang lay gestured for Dama to bring Yu closer, activating her wrist system. He did the same with his own system, initiating a subjugation protocol. When Yu did not refuse within 5 minutes, the process was deemed successful. All of her information and resources were now accessible to Ouyang Lei. The subjugation system differed from the death transfer system. It was akin to surveillance and control rather than inheritance or replacement. Thus, Yulang remained oblivious to her subjugation. Yu, a lovely name, but at just 14, she is rather young. Ouyang Lei pondered while scrutinizing her. Now, tell me, how did you acquire your power propulsion system? From what he understood, small islands typically operated on steam power derived from wood. Yet, Yu possessed not only a power propulsion system but also a coal mine and numerous unfamiliar items. How did you, a solitary individual, procure such resources? Ouyang Lei resumed his seat, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Do not claim divine favor. Such rewards are granted one at a time. Yu felt a wave of relief. Today, Yulang had borrowed her viper armor in an attempt to outshine others in the public chat, sparing her from having it seized now. She also possessed a special drinking water, invisible to others, who merely regarded it as ordinary fresh water and paid no heed to it. Though only 14, Yu exhibited a remarkable composure. After an initial moment of panic, she had organized her thoughts and devised a plan. The deity rewarded me in the first week by transporting me to an island hundreds of times larger than a micro-island. Yu feigned a pitiful demeanor to lower Ouyang Lei's defenses. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lei frowned, questioning how a deity could reward her with an island rather than items. Go on, he urged, his skepticism evident. Wiping away a tear, Yu continued, there is no danger on that island. I could gather all its resources. But only for an hour. Ouyang Lei scrutinized her anew, thinking, this girl is incredibly fortunate. I found a supply crate containing this sail, the power propulsion system, and coal. There are multiple supply crates on the island, while the other items are merely ordinary, and the food was foraged from the island. Yu's narrative was so convincing that not only Ouyang Lei but the others were momentarily taken aback. Once she finished recounting her tale, Ouyang Lei remained somewhat skeptical, opting to inspect the US system again. There were no friends or private messages. The navigation recorded only the coordinates of a small island, and the trading platform displayed records of exchanging ordinary goods for food. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Such a pristine system, yet so rich in resources, suggested her words might indeed hold truth. Yu sighed in relief, thankful for her cleverness. After Yulang had provided her with so many supplies, she had already prepared her narrative. Should the raft be suddenly commandeered by others, she would immediately remove Yulang from her friend list, which she had done moments before Mao and his companions burst in, without leaving a trace, aware that she was in enemy hands. She understood Yulang could offer no assistance and would only worry. If her captors discovered Yulang's existence, they would surely leverage her to threaten him, and he would undoubtedly come to her rescue. This was an outcome she wished to avoid. Having already faced death once in Blue Star, she had grown indifferent to the concept of life and death. Upon confirming Yu's situation, Ouyang Lei ceased further conversation with her, instructing through the system for Shinsiyu to arrange her subsequent tasks. He specifically advised her to be well-trained, as she would be of use in the future. Shinsiyu chuckled lightly, acknowledging, I seem to be becoming your madam. In short order, Shinsiyu was followed by 2 bodyguards, elegantly sauntering towards Yu. After escorting her away, Shinsiyu incessantly praised Ouyang Lei, elaborating on the development of the Ouyang Trading Company and painting grand visions for Yu. Ultimately, she led Yu to the kitchen. You will work here, washing vegetables and dishes, she stated, her previous warmth replaced by a cool demeanor. You are now an affiliate of our Ouyang Trading Company. Even if you manage to escape, if we revoke your affiliation, you will lose access to your system. In this new world, survival without a system is impossible. She pointed to a young woman in the kitchen. You teach her the ropes. The woman, aware that dissent was not an option, merely nodded. Work diligently, and if you have any new ideas, feel free to approach me, Shinsiyu concluded, swaying her slender waist as she departed. The kitchen bustled with activity, leaving Yu and the woman standing in place. The woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, possessed an elegant demeanor, exuding the grace of a refined lady, though a subtle sadness lingered in her expression. She untied Yu's bonds with a gentle sigh, lamenting, it's a pity to be targeted at such a tender age. Unaware of the conversation between Ouyang Lei and Shinsiyu, Yu assumed the woman referred to her capture. Sister, my name is Yu. May I ask how to address you? She inquired gratefully. Just call me Fong Fong. The woman replied, managing a strained smile before turning to attend to other kitchen tasks. Follow me, and we'll work together. As long as you avoid severe mistakes. The living conditions here are tolerable. Yu discerned that Fong Fong bore some inner turmoil, but felt it inappropriate to pry further. Thus she accompanied her in learning kitchen duties. Yu also attempted to operate her system, discovering that aside from the ability to store items, all other functionalities were rendered inoperative. Her singular aim now was to survive. She firmly believed there would come a day when she would reunite with her brother. Yu Lang was in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Yu had inexplicably removed him from her friends list. What could have transpired? He paced back and forth on the raft, devoid of appetite even for dinner. Continuously checking his friends list, he found a US name absent. What on earth had happened? Had she been captured by someone else? Chapter 57. Each with their concerns, Yu Lang gradually calmed down, pondering the reasons behind the situation. If it were not an inadvertent deletion, based on his understanding of his sister, she would undoubtedly consider the pros and cons of any matter thoroughly and would shoulder all burdens for the sake of their family. Since she opted to remove her friends, it must be for my benefit. It is likely that she has been compromised by someone who wishes to use her as leverage against me. In this world, personal coordinates have not yet been activated. So to protect my sister's life, I must comply with any demands they make. Furthermore, the adversary could easily express dissatisfaction without justification, and it would be Yu who suffers the consequences. One must admit that Yu Lang and Yu's thoughts were remarkably aligned. He quickly deduced her motivations. A glint of cold determination flickered in Yu Lang's eyes as his fingers cracked ominously. In this precarious situation, relying on his sister's actions was indeed risky. Should his identity be revealed, it would only place her in greater peril. Thus, Yu Lang refrained from seeking Yu in public chat channels, hoping instead that she would reach out to him through some means. At that moment, Yun Min and his son were still busy in their land space, while Ming Ming sat by the window, lost in thought. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast, yet it was only Yin Qian who sat there in solitude. At this juncture, her brother Yin once sent a message. Sister, have you secured the essence of life? It has been a full day. Mother, has tea eaten anything today? Only sipped a little water. We had a bit of trouble here, so I couldn't ask the boss. Yin Qian had no intention of asking Yu Lang for help. This reasoning was the truth. She was unaware of how much essence of life Yu Lang still had in reserve, especially since a significant amount seemed to have been used to save Yunhai today. After all, only 0.5 milliliters were produced each day, truly a rare commodity. Then send him the video of Mother's condition. He is such a kind person and will surely help us upon seeing her like this. Yin once suggested. I really cannot bring myself to ask him. I will inquire in a few days. Seeing Yu Lang's concern for his sister, Yin Qian felt equally anxious for him. A few more days? Mother cannot hold on that long. You must ask him now. I will send you some special drinking water to help his mother for the time being. At that moment, Zhang Yifan also messaged Yu, her voice frail and punctuated by violent coughing. Cough, cough. Qian Qian, that water of yours is of no use for Mother's current condition. Cough, cough. Only the essence of life can save me. Cough, cough. Zhang Yifan coughed with great effort, while Yin Wan beside her gave her a thumbs up, mouthing, Mother, it's a pity you aren't an actress. You're a natural performer. Yin Qian felt deeply conflicted. She was worried about her mother's health. Yet given the present circumstances, she simply could not bring herself to ask Yu Lang for assistance again. After finishing her conversation with Zhang Yifan, Yin Qian returned to her room, burdened by her thoughts and completely devoid of appetite. By the time Yun Min and his son emerged from the land space, it was already past 10 at night. Since the land space always remained in daylight, they had lost track of time and were oblivious to the fact that night had fallen. Only when their stomachs grumbled in hunger did they finally decide to exit. They were met with an enveloping darkness outside, accompanied by a wave of heat that caused them to break into a sweat. Previously, on the raft in Lanxiang, they would light torches at night to illuminate the area, though they required constant replacement. However, Yu Lang's raft was equipped with numerous oil lamps. While each lamp emitted a softer glow than a torch, the sheer number of them created a warm, sun-like effect. Yun Min curiously inspected one of the oil lamps and, upon sniffing it, discovered it was kerosene. Oil lamps were already a rare commodity. Where did this kerosene come from? Of course, Yun Min had no knowledge of Yu Lang's mining endeavors. Yu Lang had extracted kerosene from the coal mine, having previously kept the oil lamps idle due to a lack of fuel, only igniting them today upon obtaining kerosene for the first time. When Yun Min and his son greeted Yu Lang, who sat at the dining table with a furrowed brow, Yu Lang merely offered a casual response and then returned to his thoughts. Naturally, Yun Min understood that Yu Lang harbored burdensome concerns and refrained from further disturbing him. Seeing the lavish spread on the table, Yun Min and Xiao Hai, disheveled and dirty, felt they could not sit down to eat in such a state. They headed to the bathroom to wash up. The oppressive heat made a cold shower a refreshing relief. This marked the first time since arriving in the new world that they enjoyed a truly invigorating bath, leaving them feeling utterly refreshed, even clearing their pores. After spending a considerable amount of time in the shower, they emerged, and with scissors, tidied their hair and beards, even giving Xiao Hai a little grooming. They instantly transformed their appearances. Due to the intense heat, they wore their clean clothes, which quickly dried on their bodies. This weather is unbearable. We might as well stay in the land space, Yunmin remarked, sitting opposite Yulang, gazing at the table full of dishes but hesitating to eat. Resorting to awkward small talk instead, Yulang merely replied, I am fine. If you find it too warm, you may retreat to the land space. Eating too little is not good for your health. Noting Yulang's heavy heart, Yunmin chose not to inquire further and, along with Xiaohai, picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Wow, this is incredibly delicious, Xiaohai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. They remained silent during the meal. Yunmin gently patted Xiaohai's shoulder, whispering, actually, I wanted to shout that too. The food was indeed far more delectable than anything they had tasted on Blue Star. As they devoured the meal, they were cautious not to eat too much, especially since Yulang and Yin Qian had not yet touched their food. In the end, the two could only hold their bowls, watching the remaining dishes longingly, swallowing hard. Yulang, noticing their eager expressions, chuckled and said, Uncle Yun, if you still want to eat, go ahead. Yin Qian and I want to be joining you. Xiaohai eagerly reached for a pan-fried yellow fish. Brother Lang, are you serious? Yulang nodded. We have plenty of food, so eat up. Hearing this, the two swiftly finished off the remaining dishes in a whirlwind. They leaned back in their chairs, belching contentedly and patting their full bellies. Daddy, I'm so full. It's the first time I've eaten this much, they exclaimed. We must thank Brother Lang. This was the most delicious meal they had enjoyed since arriving in the new world, and they felt pleasantly stuffed. In the midst of a lottery, congratulations to the host for obtaining a four-dimensional livestock space 1. Yulang placed this livestock space beside the previously acquired planting land space. Both land spaces were contained within similar wooden basins filled with soil, the only distinction being the particularly lush grass thriving in the livestock basin. The emergence of the livestock space suggested that they could capture wild boars and wild chickens for domestication in the future, with the enhancement of their physiques. Both he and Yin Qian found their appetites increasing. In just a few days, they could consume all the wild boar and vipers available. As everyone else rested, Yulang found himself unable to sleep and decided to explore the livestock space. Chapter 58. The Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce. The livestock space bears a resemblance to the planting space. However, the ground here is entirely covered with lush grass, reminiscent of a vast prairie. Welcome, Master, to the four-dimensional livestock space. I am Xiaokong, and you may command me with any needs you have, echoed Xiaokong's voice in the air. Xiaokong, were you not situated in the planting land? How did you find yourself here? Yulang inquired. Having not received any notification of the merging of the two spaces, I inherently encompass the four-dimensional livestock space. It simply remained dormant until now, Xiaokong replied. Oh? Are there any additional functions yet to be activated? Yulang sensed that Xiaokong must possess some hidden talents and hoped for a glimpse of them. This is something you must explore on your own. Xiaokong's emotionless tone shattered Yulang's expectations. Very well, then. Please provide me with a brief introduction on how to utilize this livestock space. There's no need to cover the aspects that are identical to the planting space, Yulang said resignedly. Certainly, Master. To ensure a comfortable habitat for the creatures, the livestock space spans an area of 10,000 square meters, allowing for flexible adjustments in land layout and size, as well as alterations to the soil quality in specific zones, such as transforming it into sandy ground or ponds. Each partition can have its own temperature, light, and more. Simply place the creatures within the designated areas and provide them with appropriate food and water at regular intervals, and they will thrive freely. Yulang nodded, acknowledging the simplicity of the operation. Can mutated creatures be housed here? He wondered, believing their meat to be more delectable and wishing to cultivate some. That is not permitted. Xiaokong's response brought disappointment to Yulang. It seemed he would need to explore various islands more frequently to obtain additional mutated creatures. Should others learn of Yulang's thoughts, they might come to revere him and seek his guidance, while everyone else struggled to combat mutated creatures and wished never to encounter them. Yulang was already contemplating how to slay more. The disparity between individuals was indeed immense. Yulang proceeded to partition the grassland, transforming one section into a seawater pond intended for the cultivation of marine fish. Although he had some sea fish and barrels on the raft, the barrels were too confined to sustain many. With future tasks multiplying, he would have less time to fish, and these would serve as a reserve for sustenance. After segmenting the ordinary grassland, a bamboo fence automatically appeared, enclosing the area. This bamboo fence appears rather flimsy. Can it really contain wild boars? Yulang expressed skepticism. Rest assured, Master. As long as you can place the creatures within this space, they will be contained, Xiaokong assured him. Oh, does my ability dictate the limitations here? One might say the capabilities of the space are boundless. It solely depends on how much you can utilize. Your words make it seem as though I am rather feeble. Yulang replied with a wry smile, realizing they were essentially communicating the same sentiment. Having grasped the essentials, Yulang transmitted himself to the livestock space. Instantly, a wave of heat enveloped him, reminiscent of being transported to Africa. Is it this sweltering? Yesterday's heat was bearable, but today verges on intolerable. Opening the public chat channel, he discovered it was already past midnight, yet sleep eluded everyone, who were all lamenting the oppressive heat. Today is even hotter than yesterday. Is this heat going to persist, turning us into desiccated husks? This must be a divine trial to test our endurance against heat. Help! I've suffered heat stroke. I feel dreadful. Where is the esteemed Yulang? He promised to provide ice water later, yet it is already the middle of the night. Stop calling for him. We've been summoning him all day with no response. Yulang smacked his forehead. There has been so much to do today that I forgot about selling ice water. A merchant must uphold integrity. Approaching Jingjing, he collected 20 barrels of ice water. I have a limited supply of ice water, only 20 barrels available, so please act swiftly. After posting this message, the ice water was swiftly depleted. Yulang, how did you arrive so promptly? I scarcely had time to comprehend the situation before it was all gone. Decades of singlehood have endowed me with swift reflexes. Please, Yulang, restock some ice water to save us. Collecting ice water takes time, so I can only bring out 20 barrels at a time, Yulang replied. Everyone understood. Yet the few dozen barrels he offered were but a drop in the ocean for such a vast market. Those fortunate enough to acquire the ice water hurried to consume it, lest it soon turn tepid. My head aches and my throat is sore. I fear I may have caught a heat-induced cold. The Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce sells medicine. The Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce dominates the market. But their prices are exorbitant. We common folk can hardly afford it. Greetings, everyone. I am the head of the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce. By contributing a small amount of resources, you can join our ranks and purchase medicine at a discount. Is that truly the case? I wish to join. Me too. The Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce was established by Lan Zhiwei, who had harvested a bounty of ordinary herbs from small islands, cultivated them, and subsequently processed them into pills or medicinal broths. While not instantly effective, they could alleviate ailments. Yulang was already familiar with the history of the Lan family through Lan Xiaofei, thus he recognized the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce. The herbs he had obtained from the Lanxiang Raft had yet to be planted. None in Yulang's group possessed medical knowledge, even if the herbs were harvested. They would be unable to concoct effective remedies. Only specific herbs could be utilized directly. Therefore, he had no intention of planting ordinary herbs without sufficient land. The special herbs had been planted just yesterday and would require at least 2 days for harvest. The following morning, Lan Zhengwei gazed contentedly at the revenue generated from recent medicine sales. Their products could be exchanged for metal ores or other rare items. Although the prices were set high, for the sake of health, people would go to great lengths to procure them. If only we had that planting master from the third group, our yield could have increased significantly. Lan Zhengwei sighed, lamenting the abundance of medicinal herbs planted by the third group that could yield substantial profits if converted into medicine. And the power systems. Alas, it truly pains me to think of it. Master, we have made contact with the individuals from the Lanxiang ship. A subordinate entered to report to Lan Zhiwei. Among those once regarded as allies, only this individual could be reached. The others had turned monochrome, indicating their demise. Are they confirmed to be under that man's control? Lan Zhengwei inquired solemnly. Indeed, after he eliminated Lanxiang, he directly assumed control of its system, and all subordinate affiliations have been transferred to him. Who on earth is he? Lan Zhiwei clenched his fists, eager to uncover the truth. Yulang. Yulang. Lan Zhengwei's pupils dilated in shock. He recalled Ouyang Lei mentioning that Yulang possessed the essence of life. So it was this young man whom Ouyang Lei sought to eliminate. Haha. Lan Zhiwei let out a cold chuckle. Yulang. I never imagined that you would be the one to decimate our third group. Just how many valuable assets do you possess? What are your vulnerabilities? After a moment's contemplation, Lan Zhengwei questioned his subordinate. As subordinates, they should be under the control of the system. How did you manage to contact him? That is precisely what I was about to explain. The subordinate recounted the experiences of the survivors in detail. Chapter 59. The calculated scheme. After the protection period for the new captain expired, Yulang revoked their social permissions, likely to prevent them from recording videos or disseminating information. Their permissions were only restored this morning, which is when I received his message. Lan Zhengwei nodded noncommittally. Indeed, if he were to commit murder and a video showcasing his prowess were to be made public, he would undoubtedly encounter a multitude of troubles. However, it was unexpected that Yulang would release these individuals, who had been so painstakingly gathered. With his strength, he could have easily assimilated the 3 groups and expanded his influence. There are several noteworthy points. Yulang's physical level has reached C-, and he possesses a particularly strange weapon that can cut through iron like mud. Moreover, his teammate, a young girl, appears to be even stronger than he is. She has already ascended to stage C. No wonder she is so formidable. Lan Zhiwei couldn't help but marvel. As far as everyone knows, the highest level attainable is D. Take, for instance, Guo Yinwu, the bodyguard beside Lan Xiang. He is at level D, which has allowed Lan Xiang to sustain the 3 groups. Yet, upon witnessing Yu Lang, he chose to surrender unconditionally, indicating an immense disparity in strength. What happened next? Lan Zhiwei inquired further. When he left, there were still some people on the raft. So I am unaware of what transpired afterward. Well, you may go now. Lan Zhiwei had grasped the general situation following Lan Xiang's demise. He deduced that Yu Lang was not a cold-hearted individual. As long as one's weaknesses are exposed, victory is assured. A sinister smile crept across Lan Zhiwei's lips as he connected to Ouyang Lei's video call. At that moment, Ouyang Lei was in his room, shirtless and enjoying breakfast. To combat the heat, he had arranged several large basins of fresh water throughout the room, occasionally splashing water on the walls and floor. At least this made the space less stifling. Yu was one of those responsible for sprinkling water and fanning the air. Due to the intense heat, few were eating. And since Ouyang Lei was short on help, Seethe had sent Fong Fong to bring Yu to assist him. Ding ding ding. Ouyang Lei's system emitted a notification sound. He was surprised to see that it was a video call initiated by Lan Zhiwei. Typically, he was the one contacting Lan. Today felt rather unusual. Moreover, for the past few days, Ouyang Lei had been unable to reach Zhang Yifan and her son, and thus could not acquire the essence of life he sought, leaving him troubled about how to report to the Lan family. Ouyang Lei answered the video call. Lan Zhiwei appeared somewhat more amiable than before. Do you have any information regarding Yu Lang? I recall you were gathering data on him for a while. Ouyang Lei did not expect that Lan Zhiwei would open the conversation by inquiring about Yu Lang. Yu, who was nearby sprinkling water, was startled to hear her brother's name mentioned. Why was he seeking information about her brother? She was aware of the enmity between Yu Lang and Ouyang Lei. Yet what had transpired between this man and Yu Lang? Yu strained to listen closely, not wanting to miss a single detail. In addition to the essence of life I mentioned previously, Yu Lang possesses many other valuable items. Ouyang Lei was reluctant to divulge the answer directly, always hoping to negotiate for a favor. Lan Zhiwei, being a cunning old fox, recognized Ouyang Lei's intent and smiled. We are on the same side now. I understand you need medicine. I will prepare a tray for you shortly. Ouyang Lei chuckled in response. Thank you, Master Lan. Lan Zhiwei then gave a few instructions to his assistant, who promptly executed the transaction in the system. Given the sweltering weather, I will send you additional cooling and heat relief medicine, Lan Zhiwei said with a smile. Ouyang Lei quickly received the medications from the assistant. Thank you, Master Lan. I truly appreciate it. Ouyang Lei feigned modesty but accepted everything without hesitation. After a prolonged exchange of pleasantries, Ouyang Lei finally revealed the information he possessed. This information had been relayed from Yin Qian to Zhang Yifan, who then passed it on to him. Thus, not much information was divulged. The only detail being that Yu Lang had an inexhaustible supply of fresh water, an abundance of food, special drinking water, and the essence of life. Is there any information about him personally? Although Lan Zhiwei coveted Yu Lang's treasures, without locating him, even the finest possessions could not become his own. Ouyang Lei pondered carefully and realized that Zhang Yifan and her son had not mentioned any details regarding Yu Lang himself. Young, handsome, and kind to others. Ouyang Lei managed to articulate these few words with great difficulty. Unfortunately, those were the only descriptors he had gleaned from Zhang Yifan. Standing nearby, Yu nearly burst into laughter at the description of her brother. She struggled to suppress her mirth, tightening her small lips. Little Yu? What is wrong with you? Fong Fong noticed Yu's unusual behavior and asked with concern. She feared inadvertently provoking Ouyang Lei, which would be disastrous. I'm fine, really. Yu waved her hands dismissively, attributing her discomfort to the heat. Observing Yu's flushed cheeks, Fong Fong suggested, perhaps you should rest for a while. I can handle things here. She attempted to seize the basin of water from Yu. At that moment, Yu knew she could not leave. She had to hear every detail of Ouyang Lei's and the other man's scheming. I'm perfectly fine, nothing else wrong, Yu insisted, evading Fong Fong's grasp. Ouyang Lei noticed the commotion and glanced in their direction. Fong Fong, seeing this, quickly ceased her actions and returned to her duties. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video, Lan Zhiwei frowned. Is there truly no other information? Having seen Yu Lang's visage, Lan Zhiwei acknowledged that he was indeed quite youthful and handsome, though he was reluctant to concede it. None. Upon hearing this, Lan Zhiwei felt a profound sense of loss. Ouyang Lei had been embroiled in conflict with Yu Lang, yet the information he obtained was less than his own. How unfortunate to have provided him with so many medications for nothing. Noticing Lan Zhiwei's displeased expression, Ouyang Lei asked, Master Lan, why the sudden interest in Yu Lang? Lan Zhiwei sighed, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to succinctly inform Ouyang Lei about the situation with the three groups. The crux of the matter was that Yu Lang had slain their leader, Lan Xiang, and seized all their resources. Both men now harbored murderous intent towards Yu Lang. United in their resolve, whenever the opportunity arose, they would ensure Yu Lang met his demise. They conversed freely, showing no concern that others might overhear their plot. As only their trusted confidants had social capabilities, everyone else remained disconnected. Even if someone attempted to escape, should the captain discover them, they would be promptly expelled from the affiliation, rendering the system merely a decorative feature. Upon hearing their conspiracy to kill Yu Lang, Yi was filled with dread. This meant her identity must remain undisclosed. Achoo! Yu Lang, engaged in laying out the piping system, felt a chill on his back and sneezed. Looking up at the sky, he saw the blazing sun scorching everything. This wretched weather! Yu Lang cursed under his breath. Chapter 60. The merchant Yu Lang expertly configured the final pipeline connection within the water purification system. Once confirmed, he swiftly established the connection between the purifier and various facilities. The pipes, crafted from a deep black metal, elegantly traversed the walls and ceilings, presenting a reliable installation method that did not obstruct movement. Now, the water supply in both the kitchen and bathroom was immediately available for use. At this moment, Yin Qian was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen when she heard Yu Lang call out from outside. Yin Qian, the kitchen faucet is ready for use. Skeptically, she turned on the faucet, and to her astonishment, with a couple of spluttering sounds, refreshing water gushed forth. Wow! She exclaimed in delight. Yu Lang, how did you manage this? I now possess a grid system that enables me to install pipes and circuits, Yu Lang replied with a smile. Omitting the fact that he had won a lottery, Yin Qian, understanding his penchant for innovation after living together for so long, refrained from pressing further. If he claimed it was a divine reward the first time, how could he explain subsequent occurrences? She trusted that Yu Lang would never let her down. Meanwhile, the Yun family was exploring a newly unveiled livestock space. Little Lang, you are truly remarkable. I took a short nap, and you conjured up something akin to the planting space. Yunmin speculated whether the divine had granted you special privileges. This is the livestock space, designed for raising animals. I have granted you access. You may enter, Yu Lang explained. Wow, we can actually raise small animals inside. Little Hai clapped his hands in excitement. I adore puppies. Can we raise puppies in there? Yu Lang chuckled. As long as we can catch a puppy, we can raise it. Little Hai tugged at Yunmin's hand. Dad, let's go take a look. Yunmin nodded at Yu Lang and led Little Hai into the livestock space. Yu Lang stepped out onto the terrace, where he could discern the outlines of small islands on the horizon. After dealing with the Blue Sky Merchant Association and encountering Yu Yu's disappearance yesterday, his journey to the small island had been postponed until now. This marked Yu Lang's second landing on the small island, 8 days since his last visit. Unlike before, this voyage was calm, devoid of storms. It seems that, as Ouyang Lei suggested, I sold a piece of false information, Yu Lang remarked self-deprecatingly. He opened the public chat channel and found that everyone was discussing the weather. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to roast. One person complained. I saw a tiny island and paddled over, and my skin got sunburned. Another chimed in. Don't even get me started. I went out to fend off the sharks attacking my raft yesterday, and now I look like an African. Handcrafted sun hats for sale. Protect your face from sun damage. Search the trading hall if you're interested. Handcrafted sunscreen available, ensuring your skin remains as smooth as a peeled egg. Refreshing soup for sale. A Blue Sky product, guaranteed quality. The sweltering heat made everyone reluctant to venture outside, preferring to stay in the slightly cooler confines of their rafts. However, certain circumstances necessitated going out, leading to the emergence of various handmade products. The ingenuity of the laboring populace shone through, as they crafted numerous items that were typically found only on Blue Star, despite the scarcity of resources. Yu Lang found several of these items intriguing. Sunscreen? Should I buy some for Yin Qian? Although he lacked expertise in cosmetics, it appeared promising. Yin Qian, having stayed indoors recently, found her fair skin tanned several shades darker due to the relentless sunlight streaming through the windows. Just as Yu Lang prepared to purchase the sunscreen in the trading hall, he noticed a number of people disparaging those buying it. What utter nonsense! That so-called sunscreen is just a lump of mud. Exactly. It's dark, gritty mud that feels uncomfortable on the skin and cracks in minutes, forcing me to waste precious fresh water to wash it off. Yu Lang felt embarrassed, relieved that he had not made the purchase. The only effective means to prevent sunburn when going out now seemed to be wearing a diving suit. At this point, the ordinary drinking water supply was full, and Yu Lang filled another 1,000 cups of fresh water. Iced water will be available for sale in 5 minutes. Prepare accordingly, as quantities are limited and sales will cease upon depletion. Each cup is priced at 2 metal ores or 20 pieces of wood. Yu Lang has turned into quite the merchant. Prices have gone up, One person exclaimed. In this weather, I could trade a cup of iced water for plenty of cool water. 2 metal ores isn't steep at all. Just yesterday, it only cost 10 pieces of wood. And now it has doubled. Oh, I should have bought that cup for 2 metal ores yesterday. This time, Yulang allowed ample time for preparation, enabling people to engage in casual conversation. His initial public sale had been a grand opening, while today marked a return to standard pricing, albeit with even icier offerings. Yulang responded to the chatter, noting that the price increase was a result of his calculations. Most individuals now had their own small teams and were living without worries, safely mining metal ores from the small island. Even if the quantity of ores on the small island had diminished, they could still extract at least 20 each time. Only 2 ores? Not too costly. These metal ores won't yield much. Indeed, while they were crucial in the early stages, our facilities are largely complete now, and their practical use has diminished. Trading them for life-saving water holds greater value. Metal ores could be refined into rare materials and metals. As Yulang understood, the need for these rare substances would only increase. He had to prepare in advance. Currently, most people possessed only rudimentary furnaces and were unaware that metal ores could be refined into rare metals and materials, nor did they recognize their significance. He considered himself fortunate to have begun collecting resources early. Thus, he opted to exchange most of his metal ores while retaining a small portion for wood. Indeed, I think wood is essential. Resources on the sea are dwindling, and wood is becoming scarce. Absolutely. We still require a significant amount of wood for our raft. Repairing and expanding the raft, as well as producing fuel, necessitated ample wood. Hearing this, Yulang also recognized the importance of wood. He surmised that upgrading from a raft to a wooden ship would likely require wood, prompting him to stockpile some. His current need for fuel was limited to the furnace and the upgraded navigation system. Both facilities could utilize multiple energy sources, not restricted to wood alone. The navigation system required a substantial amount of wood only during full-speed travel. However, the furnace continuously refined metal ores, consuming immense fuel, leaving little wood remaining. Therefore, he had switched the furnace's fuel to coal blocks, which were more durable. Yet, coal was also in limited supply. So he intended to reserve some wood as backup while hastily extracting more mineral resources. He needed to quickly obtain the blueprints for upgrading to a wooden ship on the small island. As Yulang gazed at the approaching small island, he mused silently. He was uncertain whether these mineral resources could be found on the small island, but he was confident that they would certainly be present on the medium-sized island. Thus, exploring the medium-sized island would prove far more valuable. After placing the iced water for sale, it was instantly sold out. However, the trading platform would deduct a 10 commission, leaving him with just 440 metal ores and 600 pieces of wood. This is far more reliable than selling information. Once trading was opened without limits, Yulang had lacked the time to manage it properly, entrusting the task to Yan Qian, who sold some surplus food and ordinary freshwater during her free moments. Income can merely be regarded as a supplement for household expenses. With the sweltering heat prevailing, the only source of ice water currently available is the Yu family. If not now, when will one have the opportunity to earn? Resolute in his decision, Yulang, through a conversation with friends, summoned Yan Qian and the father-son duo of Yunmin to the water purifier on the 2nd floor. I have called you here for an important matter, Yulang stated solemnly. Chapter 61. Fame brings controversy. Several individuals nodded in agreement, indicating their readiness to assist. Yulang proceeded to elaborate on his plan to sell ice water. Thus, my arrangement is as follows. Yan Qian will be in charge of receiving level 2 ordinary drinking water, while Uncle Yun, you will handle level 1 ordinary fresh water. I have set the temperature to 1. Level 1 water will be stored in wooden barrels, priced at 100 pieces of wood per barrel, whereas level 2 water will be dispensed in plastic cups, sold for 2 metallic ores each. Uncle Yun, as my subordinate, you can directly access my inventory to manufacture the wooden barrels. Yan Qian, being an independent system, you will transfer the plastic from my inventory to your backpack and then create the plastic cups. After issuing his commands, Yulang paused and added, Yan Qian, on second thought, perhaps you should refrain from selling the ice water. Why? Yan Qian inquired, puzzled. Your undercover role in other guilds would be compromised should you engage in selling water. Yulang realized the implications of her undercover status. Although its significance was not evident at the moment, it might prove useful in the future. Very well. I shall prepare the water and store it in the storage box until you have time to sell it collectively. Yulang nodded in agreement with this arrangement. Brother Xiaolang, what about me? Xiao Hai raised his small hand, curious since Yulang had not assigned him a task. You will assist your father. Yulang smiled gently. Although Xiao Hai was merely 5 years old, he possessed a wristwatch system, yet many tasks still eluded his independent completion. Perhaps this was the intent of the divine in placing him by his parents' side. However, unbeknownst to Yulang at that moment, Yun Min was wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation, finding the task of selling water too simplistic. Thus, he taught Xiao Hai how to utilize the system's functions, entrusting the entire water-selling endeavor to the young boy. This was a matter for another time. After completing his instructions, Yun Min announced in the public chat channel, "My companion, Yun Min, will also be selling ice water shortly, with an increase in sales frequency and quantity. I hope everyone will support us." Wow, the esteemed Yu Lang actually has a companion. I wish to join Yu Lang. Yun Min sounds familiar. Could he be the foremost agricultural expert from Huaxia? I heard Yun Min is responsible for cultivating herbs at the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce. We must ensure our names are unique in this new world. It must be the same person. Has Yu Lang poached from the Blue Sky Chamber? Or were they merely boasting before? Upon hearing that Yu Lang was selling ice water, the president of the Blue Sky Chamber, Lan Zhiwei, summoned all members to rush and purchase. They secured only a modest quantity, a little over 20 cups, most of which were kept for themselves, with a few allocated to the management. Observing Yu Lang's interactions, Lan Zhiwei was infuriated to see Yun Min's name mentioned, especially as others speculated that he might be exaggerating. Seething with rage, he thought, "This Yu Lang has killed my people, stolen my resources, and now forces me to bear the blame. Truly, he is beneath contempt." Had Yu Lang heard such words, he would surely have leapt to confront him. The audacity of a thief accusing another of thievery was astonishing. What is Yu Lang even worth? He has killed our Blue Sky Chamber's people, plundered our resources, and driven our subordinates to the sea. The individual known as Yundan Fengqing stirred up a tempest with a single statement. Yu Lang, possessing a remarkable memory, recalled that this individual was indeed from the third group of the Blue Sky Chamber, and his departure had been uneventful. What transpired? Did Yu Lang truly kill members of the Blue Sky Chamber? Have they crossed paths? How many followers does Yu Lang command to have seized resources from the Blue Sky Chamber? What is the meaning of driving away subordinates? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Captivated by this explosive news, Yundan Fengqing, one of the few surviving members of the third group, had proactively reached out to the Blue Sky Chamber to relay this information. His messages in the chat channel were instigated by Lan Zhiwei, who directed him to conceal the darker aspects of their attempts to capture Yu Lang. The other subordinates, having been dismissed, harbored resentment towards Yu Lang and naturally lent their voices to Yundan Fengqing's narrative, painting Yu Lang as utterly despicable. A handful defended Yu Lang, but their voices were quickly drowned out. Observing these prattlers, Yu Lang scoffed. Fame indeed attracts controversy. Does the Blue Sky Chamber wish to be humiliated by me? When introducing Yun Min to others, Yun Min also noticed the chatter within the channel. Infuriated by the slander, he declared, "I am Yun Min, saved by Yu Lang. The scoundrels of the Blue Sky Chamber should cease their disparagement of him." Somewhere in the vast ocean of the New World, a fleet of 5 wooden rafts sailed towards a nearby small island. On one raft, in the kitchen, a young woman idly scanned the public chat channel, finding it her sole form of entertainment. Captured by the Blue Sky Chamber at the onset of the third trial, she had become a maid, relegated to menial tasks. Deprived of the social system, she could only gaze at her 100-plus friends and repeatedly reread their conversations. She reminisced fondly about the days spent engaging with them, particularly as they provided her with abundant resources. Now, witnessing the vibrant discussions in the public chat channel stirred excitement within her. Suddenly, she learned of a conflict between the Blue Sky Chamber and an individual who had killed their members. She recognized this person. They had exchanged brief messages. "Yu Lang, how dare he send me such a troublesome message?" This woman was none other than Li, who had previously impersonated Yu Lang's mother. Earlier, she had observed the Ouyang Chamber acquiring information about Yu Lang in the chat channel. However, being bound to the Blue Sky Chamber as a subordinate, she could not communicate with others, rendering her unable to inform anyone. Now that the Blue Sky Chamber had clashed with him, she pondered whether the information she held might be of use against them. Her eyes narrowed, determination set in. Whatever the outcome, I shall give it a try. Even if my information proves futile, I stand to lose nothing. Gazing at her disheveled surroundings, a smile crept across her lips. If she could elevate her position even slightly, she would escape this wretched existence. Chapter 62. Return to the small island. Yu Lang set foot on the land of the small island. Having previously visited a medium-sized island, he now regarded this place as scarcely worthy of mention. Standing at the water's edge, gazing at the distant horizon, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. If you had not encountered misfortune, we would have already reunited here. He could only suppress his inner anxiety, repeatedly assuring himself that Yu was certainly safe. Transforming his worry into motivation, he planned to thoroughly explore the island during the day, investigate the underwater terrain at night, and set sail anew by morning. It was still early morning, yet the sun's rays were already scorching. To protect himself from sunburn, Yu Lang donned a diving suit, wrapping himself tightly from head to toe. Should any other visitors arrive on this small island, they would undoubtedly mistake him for some kind of bizarre creature. Ming Ming, the robot, was unconcerned about environmental factors like heat or cold and followed Yulang closely, resembling a little tail. The pair ventured into the thicket, this time with Yulang leading the way. Compared to his previous visit, Yulang's physical condition had improved significantly, making him more than capable of handling the creatures that inhabited the small island. He and Ming Ming swiftly traversed the entire surface of the island, taking mental notes of resource distributions and special resources. While exploring the dense vegetation, they startled a pair of wild chickens hidden within the grass. Yulang did not need to use his spear. He focused his energy and lightly tapped his toes. The chickens, sensing a shadow approaching, spread their wings to flee. With a swift motion, Yulang captured one, its desperate cries echoing as it struggled before finally resigning itself to its fate. The other chicken, not having fled far, was likewise captured with ease. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from the underbrush. A furious wild boar, tusks bared, charged toward Yulang. He smirked. It seemed that the wild chickens and the wild boar were fated to appear together. How fortuitous it was to deal with them all at once. Since these creatures were creations of the divine, even living beings could be stored in his backpack. Yulang stowed the captured wild chicken and prepared to confront the boar. This boar was merely a level 3 ordinary specimen, but Yulang did not intend to kill it. Rather, he aimed to knock it unconscious and carry it away. As the boar charged, Yulang deftly sidestepped its rush, delivering a powerful punch to its head as it passed. The impact sent the boar staggering 2 or 3 meters away, clearly dazed. Yulang gauged its resilience, having only exerted 40 of its strength. Though the wild boar was momentarily stunned, it possessed a robust vitality, meaning its daze would not last long. Thus, Yulang hastily stored it in his system backpack. Done. He dusted off his hands. If only it had been a mutated wild boar. Yulang had realized that even without the requisite recipes for mutated creatures, his special potable water and life essence would suffice. As long as he regularly consumed this water, directly consuming mutated creatures would pose no adverse effects. However, Yin Qian and the others could only drink the special water and should consume only those mutated creatures for which they had recipes to ensure safety. Just as Yulang secured the wild boar in his backpack, a chill ran down his spine. Swiftly, he crouched down and executed a roll away from his previous position. A towering black panther, over 2 meters tall, pounced where he had just stood. Its powerful frame glistened with sleek, dark fur and blood-red eyes gleamed with a predatory thirst. It appeared that these creatures preferred to attack Yulang rather than Ming Ming, who sat nearby, playing with flowers and grass. Perhaps they sensed that Ming Ming was not a suitable target. The panther, realizing its ambush had failed, let out a low growl, crouching to gather its strength before leaping once more. Black Panther level, 1 mutated creature description, a predator of the jungle, exceptionally agile and powerful. Weakness, heart. Yulang scoffed. How audacious for a mere level 1 creature to act so brazenly. He swiftly drew the sword of flowing flame and lunged at the oncoming panther, delivering a piercing thrust. The blade penetrated its forehead, impaling its skull. It let out a wretched scream as it fell, thrashing on the ground, black blood splattering everywhere. To Yulang's bewilderment, the wound on its forehead and the back of its head rapidly coagulated, healing at an astonishing rate. Soon, it stood unsteadily, shaking its head as if nothing had happened. Incredible! It was as if it had consumed life essence. Yulang was astonished. He had always managed to deliver a fatal blow to mutated creatures, thus never witnessing their self-healing abilities. It seemed that only by targeting their weaknesses could he secure a swift victory. Seeing Yulang's formidable prowess, the panther quickly retreated into the nearby foliage. Since it had appeared, Yulang thought, it might as well stay. He licked his lips. He had never tasted panther meat before. The panther sensed an overwhelming aura behind it and fled with increased urgency. To others, it seemed as if the panther was a gust of wind. Yet, Yulang pursued relentlessly, seizing the opportunity to hurl a metal spear at its heart. The spear struck true, rupturing its heart, and the panther fell lifelessly to the ground. Yulang stored it in his backpack and, upon examining the area where the panther had fallen, noticed something peculiar about the vegetation compared to the surrounding terrain. Digging through the soil, he uncovered a metal plate. Lifting it revealed a dark passage leading underground. Passage to the unknown description, contains treasures and dangers. Upon seeing the passage's information, Yulang concluded that the treasure must lie within. Ming Ming, let us venture down. This passage resembled the first one, leading to a cavern the size of a basketball court. However, it lacked a pond or vipers. Instead, a mutated bat, roughly the size of a basketball and at level 2, flitted about. It seemed that after fully opening the small island, not only had the surface level increased by 1, but the guardians of the treasure had also been upgraded. In the darkness, the mutated bat moved with ease, attacking intruders. It bore a virus. A mere scratch or bite would result in infection. However, given its lower level, the virus would not spread among humans, though the afflicted would suffer a grim fate. For others, this creature would pose a significant challenge. Yet, Yulang, possessing the ability to see in the dark and with a physical prowess that dwarfed the level 2 mutated creature, swiftly targeted the bat's weaknesses. In mere moments, he dispatched the viral bat and claimed the treasure chest. Opening the chest, he discovered. Chapter 63 Ultraman. Upon opening the treasure chest, Yulang obtained medium water purifier template, small anchor, wooden wall, roof, window, stair templates, large machete template. He felt somewhat disheartened. While these items may have been valuable to others, they held no appeal for him at present. He stowed them in his backpack and exited the cave. Continuing his exploration of the island with Ming Ming, Yulang discovered some ordinary herbs as well as previously unseen resources, corn, dragon fruit, and mangoes. Other vegetables and fruits of superior quality already occupied his planting space, so he refrained from harvesting. He had not planted coconut trees, having already consumed all the coconuts he had gathered previously. Thus, this time, he uprooted the coconut tree entirely. Although his physique had reached C-. Pulling out a tree still proved quite laborious. Yulang stretched his sore arms, feeling unsatisfied with his strength. He yearned to grow stronger. Perhaps one day he could lift an aircraft carrier single-handedly and cleave mountains with a mere wave of his hand. After efficiently collecting these new resources, he quickly returned to the raft with Ming Ming. Observing Xiaohai alone by the water purifier, filling barrels with ice water, he inquired, "Xiaohai, where is your father?" Xiaohai, busy with his task, turned upon hearing the voice behind him and beheld a figure resembling Ultraman. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he became flustered, exclaiming, "Oh, Ultraman." Realizing he had not yet removed his diving suit, Yulang was about to explain when Xiaohai dashed over, his eyes filled with admiration. "Ultraman, are you here to save us?" Not wishing to shatter Xiaohai's delightful illusion, Yulang played along. He crouched down and gently replied, "Yes, I have come to rescue you. Where will you take us? To your planet?" Xiaohai asked, brimming with excitement. "No, it is best for you here. I have entrusted this task to your older brother, Xiaolang, who will protect you from now on." "Xiaolang? Is he also Ultraman?" Xiaohai tilted his head in curiosity. "He is not Ultraman, but I have bestowed upon him the powers of Ultraman. Now, I must take my leave," Yulang said while patting Xiaohai's head. "You must work hard too." Xiaohai nodded vigorously. Yulang chose not to prolong the conversation with Xiaohai, heading upstairs to his room to remove his diving suit before descending once more. As soon as Xiaohai spotted Yulang, he rushed over, asking, "Xiaolang, did you see Ultraman?" He went upstairs. "Oh, Ultraman, I saw him. He returned to his planet after entrusting me with the task of protecting you," Yulang replied with a smile. Xiaohai gazed at Yulang with adoration. "You are amazing, Xiaolang." Meanwhile, Ming Ming was perplexed by Yulang's actions. She was unfamiliar with the concept of Ultraman and chose not to ask. With a huff, she ran off to play elsewhere. Yulang turned his attention back to Xiaohai, asking, "Why are you the only one filling water? Where are your father and sister Yanxian?" "My father assigned me the task of filling and selling water while he went to plant crops," Xiaohai said, frowning. "Sister Yanxian just cooked, but I noticed she seemed upset and has gone back to her room." Yulang could only smile wryly at the fervor with which the villagers embraced agriculture. "Have you sold any water?" "It's simple. I've sold 56 barrels today, earning 5,600 wood," Xiaohai replied proudly. "That's fantastic." Yulang praised him before entering the planting space to find Yunmin. He intended to hand over the day's harvest for planting. Upon entering the planting space, he was taken aback by the neat organization, clear categorization, and robust growth of the crops. Since entrusting the management of the planting space to Yanxian, he had rarely visited, with his last trip being just yesterday when he brought Yumin for a tour. The transformation since then was astonishing. Indeed, specialization brings excellence. Yulang marveled. This led him to ponder whether he should find someone specialized in animal husbandry to manage the livestock space. However, he decided to address that matter later. He would recruit suitable individuals as they emerged. Yulang handed over the day's plants to Yunmin. Seeing the uprooted coconut trees, Yumin was taken aback. Without the ability to extract them from the system backpack and plant them himself, he was unsure how to proceed. "Don't worry, Uncle Yun. I will plant these trees. Just guide me on how to do it," Yulang assured him. Yunmin sighed in relief and pointed to a designated area of soil. "Just plant them here." Yulang placed 3 coconut trees into the designated area and realized that the entire cultivable land seemed to have expanded. Upon closer inspection, he found that Yumin had meticulously divided the land requirements for each crop, ensuring ample spacing for growth. With so many crops, 500 square meters of land would indeed prove insufficient without this careful planning. "Uncle Yun, you truly possess remarkable patience. This meticulous division must have taken ages." Yulang expressed his admiration. Yumin waved his hands dismissively. It's not all my doing. I merely proposed the idea, and little Khan helped me implement it. He gazed at the flourishing crops, reminiscing, if only we had such fertile land in our homeland. Yu Lang proceeded to sell the ice water prepared by Yanxian, earning a significant amount of metal ore. He then checked the public chat channel, noting that discussions regarding his relationship with the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce had long since quieted. After all, Yumin had personally come forward to refute the rumors and expose the chamber's malfeasance, prompting a renewed resistance against them. However, the chamber's supporters were numerous, capable of distorting the truth, leading to a near stalemate in public opinion. Closing the chat channel, Yu Lang glanced upstairs. Hearing that Xiaohai was feeling down, he contemplated checking on her but ultimately decided against it. She seemed burdened with concerns these past few days, perhaps due to her monthly cycle. It would be best to let her have her solitude. After lunch, Yu Lang donned his diving suit in front of Xiaohai. His excitement surged as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Xiao Lang, you really are Ultraman." With his diving suit on, Yu Lang prepared to venture into the sea. This time, he did not intend to bring Ming Ming along, as there might still be electric eels lurking in the waters. The island was relatively small, posing no significant dangers. Yet, it is often the perceived absence of danger that conceals the most peril. During this dive, he nearly lost his life, an experience that haunted him with dread whenever he recalled it. Meanwhile, at the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce's main raft, a young woman leaned against Blue Jouet, directing his attention to her system screen. Her appearance and figure were quite ordinary, which elicited no interest from Blue Jouet. Yet, she persistently flirted with him, causing considerable discomfort. "Master Blue, look at this chat I had with Yu Lang. It must be of use to you, right?" she said, leaning closer with a coy voice. This woman was Li Li. Attempting to draw closer to Blue Jouet, she found herself rebuffed as he subtly shifted away. "I've received the information. You may leave now." Li Li, undeterred, leaned closer and inquired, "If this information proves valuable, I hope that Master Lan might consider rewarding me." Lan Jouet signaled to a subordinate nearby, who promptly escorted Li Li away. Lan Jouet did not express whether the information was indeed useful, leaving Li Li no choice but to comply and be taken away. As she watched Li Li's retreating figure, Lan Jouet let out a cold snort, muttering, "What a shameless creature." A fleeting smirk crept across his lips as he mused, "Yu Wei, Li Li, Yu, ha ha ha, these are the family members Yu Lang hold in such high regard. Ha ha." Chapter 64, The Giant Crocodile I Will Not Cease Until You, or Your Family, is Vanquished. Lan Zhengwei's face twisted with fury. He accessed his contacts, notifying the leaders of the 2nd and 4th Regiments. Investigate if there are individuals by the names of Yu Wei, Li Li, and Yu in your ranks. The reason for not searching the world channel was that the world only merged once at the commencement of each testing period. To locate individuals, one must search in the 3 days preceding each phase. If they remain unfound, it signifies that they are not in the same realm, and there is no need to perpetually broadcast for them thereafter. Yu Lang had not disseminated any search notices recently, leaving uncertainty about his findings. However, to err on the side of caution, Lan Zhengwei decided to conduct an internal search first. If they were not present, he would then focus on those boarding his vessel. After all, he could not have his family under control while simultaneously threatening Yu Lang. "Master, their IDs may not correspond to their actual names. How shall we proceed?" The leader of the 2nd Regiment replied to Lan Zhengwei. Lan Zhengwei furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Many individuals adopted pseudonyms for their IDs, such as Dragonflying Phoenix Dancing or Family of Morning Love. Those who used their real names were indeed a rarity. "Let us search by their actual names first. We will reassess if we find nothing," he instructed. He accessed the captain's system, searching for the names among his personnel. No results found. Upon seeing the system's response, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Moments later, both regiment leaders messaged him, confirming they could not locate the 3 individuals. With a resounding clap, Lan Zhengwei slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Just as he conceived a strategy against Yu Lang, it was thwarted so swiftly. Ding! Another message arrived from a friend. It was from the captain exploring the island. "Master, we have discovered a highly concealed tunnel." "A tunnel?" Lan Zhengwei inquired, his brow furrowing. "What lies within?" "We are uncertain, but it feels perilous. Thus, I am requesting reinforcements," the captain replied, his voice tinged with worry. Lan Zhengwei turned to a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man beside him. "Huang Lei, summon your elite team to assist." The mere sight of Huang Lei revealed his prowess. "Yes, master," he affirmed, his voice resonant. He then addressed the individual standing on Lan Zhengwei's other side. "Brother, you are in charge here for the time being." This individual bore a striking resemblance to Huang Lei, albeit with a slightly lighter complexion and a more relaxed demeanor. His name was Huang Ting. "Brother, go without worry. I will handle everything," Huang Ting reassured. lightly thumping his chest with his right fist. In contrast to Huang Lei's composed demeanor, Huang Ting exuded a roguish charm. The brothers, once champions in free combat, were known for their fierce techniques and underhanded strategies. After being banned from professional leagues, they ventured abroad to engage in underground fights, where they achieved remarkable success. When Huang Lei was nearing death in the New World, he fortuitously encountered Lan Zhiwei, who saved him with medicine. Since then, he had been loyal to Lan Zhiwei. Later, he found his brother Huang Ting, and together they formed an armed faction to protect Lan Zhiwei. They were responsible for ensuring safety on the raft and dealing with the mutated creatures on the island. Presently, both brothers had a physical rank of D, making them exceptional abilities, aside from the abnormal Yu Lang. With Huang Lei's departure, Lan Zhiwei's interest in the newly discovered tunnel peaked, leading him to temporarily set aside his affairs with Yu Lang. Once Huang Lei and his team entered the tunnel, he initiated a video call with Lan Zhiwei, allowing him to observe the ensuing events in real time. Meanwhile, Yu Lang had descended beneath the sea, now beset by 4 sharks. It appeared that Yun Min and Xiao Hai could be considered as one entity, as only one additional shark had joined the fray. The 4 ordinary level 2 sharks were no match for Yu Lang. Splash, 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 splash. For blood blossoms erupted in the ocean. The sharks respawned every 5 minutes, typically 100 meters away from humans, alleviating Yu Lang's concerns about sudden ambushes. He swiftly swam through the water, targeting the mutated creatures that roamed the depths. Soon, he spotted a level 1 electric eel patrolling near the deep sea. Compared to the level 3 electric eel from the medium-sized island, this one appeared significantly weaker, both in range and voltage. Perhaps Meng Ming could withstand it, Yu Lang mused. Yet, it is unwise to take such risks, though merely capable of causing a short circuit. One could never predict unforeseen complications. Undeterred by the electric eel's currents, Yu Lang, clad in a diving suit, swam directly towards it. Upon noticing Yu Lang approaching, the electric eel intensified its electric discharge. Splash! The electric eel was like a stationary target before Yu Lang, who effortlessly pierced its heart with a single thrust of his sword. The Black Panther, recognizing its defeat, fled, whereas the eel remained oblivious, allowing Yu Lang to strike. With the electric eel's corpse secured in his backpack, Yu Lang turned to seek the treasure chest location. As anticipated, it remained well concealed, nestled within a crevice of a massive underwater boulder. Yu Lang pushed aside the obstructing aquatic vegetation and squeezed through. The entrance was narrow, permitting only one person at a time, but once inside, he discovered a vast expanse. Following this thoroughfare, he gradually emerged above the water, arriving at an underwater cavern. In the center of the cave lay a dazzling treasure chest that emitted a blinding light, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. He closed his eyes and shook his head to regain focus. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, and after a few moments, reopened his eyes. The chest's luminosity had normalized, revealing a colossal crocodile, approximately 10 meters long, sprawled before it. Its skin had a metallic sheen, resembling a suit of black armor. He had not noticed this crocodile earlier. Could the previous radiance signify the respawn of a mutated creature? This was the first time he encountered such a scenario, prompting him to ponder deeply. Strangely, he could not access detailed information about this giant crocodile. What made it so exceptional? Yu Lang's unease grew as he observed the motionless giant crocodile, its eyes occasionally flickering, confirming its vitality. What am I afraid of? No matter how formidable it is. At most, it is merely a level 3 mutated creature. This is a small island. It cannot harbor excessively powerful beings. Resolutely, Yu Lang decided to strike first. Sensing Yu Lang's intent to kill, the crocodile suddenly sprang to life, jaws agape, lunging at him with alarming speed. Its powerful movements shattered the surrounding boulders, and with each step, the ground trembled beneath it. Humph! Quite the strength. Yu Lang scoffed, gripping the flowing flame sword tightly. The sword responded to his aura, growing intensely hot, almost scalding him. Yu Lang furrowed his brow, but maintained his grip on the hilt. As the crocodile charged towards him, Yu Lang deftly sidestepped, evading the attack, and swiftly thrust the flowing flame sword towards its eye. Swoosh! The blade pierced the eyeball, driving deep into its brain. Roar! The crocodile violently shook its head, flinging Yu Lang away. Boom! Yu Lang crashed against the cavern wall, feeling a surge of warmth in his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 65, Dreams Come True dressed in a diving suit. Any blood he coughed up had to remain within the confines of his attire. Fortunately, the diving suit featured an automatic internal circulation system that filtered out any bloodstains. Yu Lang staggered to his feet, only to discover that the gigantic crocodile had indeed perished. Was it truly dead? He found it hard to believe, cautiously clutching his chest. He approached and confirmed that the colossal creature was devoid of life. Upon touching the crocodile's body, it was automatically stored in his system backpack. He then approached a treasure chest and opened it, receiving Life Essence Extractor. Description: capable of converting seawater into miraculous life essence, yielding 10 milliliters daily. Facility Upgrade Card. Description: can elevate any facility by 1 level. Wooden Boat Unlock. Description: upon direct use, the system unlocks the wooden boat tier, allowing the upgrade of a raft to a wooden boat with the consumption of materials. Yulang was utterly astonished by these 3 items. Goodness! The life essence extractor could actually be obtained. It was known that his life essence had been acquired through the lottery system. The daily production was a mere 0.5 milliliters, while this new extractor promised 10 milliliters daily. A 20-fold increase. How terrifying a figure that was. Yulang struggled to articulate his emotions at that moment. With such an abundance of life essence, did he now possess the ability to resurrect the dead? This journey had not only granted him a wooden boat, but also the means to produce life essence. As for the facility upgrade card, he had already contemplated its application. Ecstatic, Yulang hurried back to the raft, approaching Xiaoba. Xiaoba had not been operational for quite some time, as resources near the small island were scarce, and none were available when closer to the land. Currently, he had only instructed Xiaoba to gather resources from beneath the island. Most of the time, Xiaoba remained idle at the control panel. Yulang decided to use the facility upgrade card on Xiaoba. Uncertain if it could be applied to facilities acquired through the lottery system, he thought it prudent to try. If it failed, he would apply the upgrade card to the research station instead. Resource Collection Intelligent Robot upgraded to level 3. Land Collection and Excavation function activated. Hearing the system's notification, Yulang nearly leaped with joy. Oh my goodness! He would no longer need to mine manually. He had merely hoped to unlock the collection function for the island. But it turned out that the mining function had also been activated. Xiaoba's appearance remained unchanged, still resembling a high-tech iron sphere with mechanical arms. Xiaoba, go collect wood from the island, and once that is complete, dive into the sea to gather underwater resources, Yulang commanded. Instructions received. Xiaoba will commence work immediately. The master may alter commands at any time. With that, Xiaoba's radar scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto a target. At that moment, Xiaoba was quite close to the sandy beach. Buzz, a pair of mechanical long legs extended from beneath the iron sphere, stepping towards the island. Creak, creak. It moved toward the trees, where its mechanical arm seized a trunk, uprooting the entire tree and storing it within its compartment. Yulang merely needed to analyze the tree to obtain various resources such as wood, leaves, and bark. If he opted for a direct system recycling, he could only retrieve wood, and in lesser quantities. Watching Xiaoba tirelessly swing its arms, Yulang's spirits soared. He hummed a cheerful tune as he ascended to the 2nd level, where he found Xiao Hai still selling ice water, while Yin Qian had prepared a meal and called Yulang to eat. Yulang, come eat. I made your favorite grilled squid. Yin Qian smiled, her expression devoid of any hint of worry. Are you all right? Yulang asked, concerned that she might be putting on a brave face. Yin Qian looked puzzled. What do you mean? As Yulang gazed into Yin Qian's enchanting eyes, he felt a jolt of electricity rush through him, causing his heart to race. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. He quickly redirected his attention to the plate of grilled squid. The squid, cut into small pieces and skewered on bamboo sticks, had been pan-fried and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. The aroma was intoxicating, a long-lost delight for Yulang. He took a seat and fixated on the dish. Furrowing his brow, how did we come by the seasonings? I don't recall finding these on the island. Yin Qian chuckled softly. I gathered them when I went to the island, so of course, you wouldn't know. Since there were only a few, I planted them, and they just ripened. With this explanation, Yulang ceased his inquiries. Eating was the priority. He grabbed a skewer of grilled squid and took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is unbelievably delicious. Perhaps it had been far too long since he had savored something so delectable, as he devoured it eagerly, mumbling, have you all eaten? Seeing Yulang's unrefined eating manner, Yin Qian couldn't help but giggle. Don't worry, there's plenty of squid left to fill you up. You needn't concern yourself with us. She chuckled, covering her mouth as she returned to the kitchen to busy herself once more. After satisfying his hunger, Yulang gathered everyone at the shoreline. He activated his wrist system and employed the recently acquired wooden boat unlock. The 5-layer wooden raft floating on the water suddenly radiated a golden light, causing everyone to unconsciously shut their eyes. When they reopened them, the 5-layer raft had transformed into a 4-layer wooden boat. The bottom layer, now submerged in water, was purely wooden, while the previous iron reinforcements of the raft had vanished entirely. Everyone stared at the wooden boat in wide-eyed amazement. Yulang, how did you do that? Yunmin asked in astonishment. The previous raft leaked water between the gaps, but now that's no longer a concern. Yin Qian said happily. Xiao Hai gave Yulang a thumbs up. Brother Yulang, you are incredible. But wait, there's more. Watch this. Yulang then utilized the iron boat unlock. In an instant, the wooden boat transformed into an iron vessel. The crowd was left speechless, astonished by this series of events. Simply remarkable. Let us board and take a look. Yulang beckoned everyone to ascend the vessel via the staircase. Ding. Just as Yulang stepped onto the iron ship's deck, he received a message from a friend and casually glanced at it. Yu? It's a message from Yu. Brother, I've had a bit of trouble these past few days, but it's all been resolved safely. Yulang was elated and eagerly inquired, Where are you now? I'm about to arrive at our designated island. I can already see its outline. Unable to ascertain if any boats were nearby, Yulang activated the radar system and indeed discovered a raft approaching the island at a speed of 60 km/h. The raft was approaching from the opposite direction, out of Yulang's line of sight. Great. I'm coming to get you, Yulang exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he directed Xiao Yuan to navigate the boat in Yu's direction. As Yulang observed the raft drawing nearer, he could finally make out the silhouette of the person he had longed for daily. Before the boat could reach the shore, Yu leaped from the raft and threw herself into Yulang's embrace. Brother, I missed you so much, Yu cried joyfully. Yulang tightly held his sister, his eyes misting over. I missed you too. We shall never be apart again. Yes. Yulang rested his chin atop Yu's head, inhaling her fragrance. Wait, why does it smell a bit unpleasant? He always provided Yu with ample water for washing, so how could she still smell this way? Furrowing his brow, Yulang glanced at the top of Yu's head. Her hair was dense, dark, and glossy, without a single flaw. Yet, once he detected the odor, it seemed to intensify. Crack! A sharp pain surged through Liang's hand. He raised his hand to discover that, unbeknownst to him, he had once again grasped the sword of fiery flames. The blade glowed a deep crimson, emanating waves of intense heat, accompanied by a faint, melodic hum. Chapter 66. The phantom-eyed flower beast Yulang released Yu and stepped aside, gazing at the slightly trembling, flowing flame sword in his hand. What is wrong with this sword? Yulang furrowed his brow. He concentrated, attempting to return the sword to his system backpack, but it seemed glued to his hand, showing no signs of budging. Brother, what is wrong? Yu asked, puzzled. Nothing. It's just that this flowing flame sword feels off, Yulang replied, feeling a sharp pain in his hand, yet unable to detach the sword. Yin Qian and the others approached, eyeing the peculiar sword in his grasp. Just throw it away. It's too ominous, Yin Qian suggested, frowning. Perhaps we should help you, one of them offered. As they drew closer, the foul stench intensified. Yulang instinctively covered his nose and took a few steps back. Don't you smell anything foul? He asked, but they exchanged glances, shaking their heads. No. What foul smell? Yulang's brow tightened, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Something is amiss. He scanned his surroundings but found nothing unusual. It was only his vision that seemed compromised. He could not discern any detailed information regarding Yin Qian, Yu, the raft, or his iron ship. Everything was shrouded in obscurity. The flowing flame sword burned fiercely, causing Yulang's hand to tremble uncontrollably. Hiss. Was that the scent of roasted meat wafting from his palm? His head spun, and the scene before him rippled like water. The others continued to approach him, their faces etched with concern. Yulang, what is wrong? Xiaolang, are you okay? Yulang clutched his head, feeling as if it might split open. The faces around him began to blur. Ah! Yulang shouted. The flowing flame sword erupted into a fiery tongue, coiling up his arm. Suddenly alert, Yulang opened his eyes wide. Crack! The scene before him fractured like spider webs. Crack! The fissures expanded rapidly. Bang! Yin Qian, Yu, Meng Meng, Yin Min, Xiaohai, and the vast sea, along with the iron ship and wooden raft, all shattered like glass, splintering into pieces. In an instant, everything plunged into darkness. After a few breaths, a glimmer of light emerged. Yulang gradually discerned the true scene before him. He was still within the treasure chest cave, not far from the water's edge. As if he had just come ashore. Yet, he clutched the scalding flowing flame sword. Did this sword awaken me? He hadn't summoned the sword upon landing. Despite wearing a diving suit that isolated him from environmental influences, he still felt the sword's heat, his palm aching. Could this sword be more powerful than the lottery system? Yulang felt astonished. Looking deeper into the cave, a glimmering golden treasure chest remained at the far end. However, a more pressing matter emerged. A more than 1 meter tall, carnivorous flower-like mutated creature was slowly advancing toward him. The carnivorous flower gaped wide, its mouth lined with long, sharp teeth, exuding an indescribable stench. Above its gaping maw, a single, enormous irradiated golden light. The foul odor he had sensed in his hallucination emanated from it. Phantom-eyed flower beast mutated creature level 1 description. A rare mutant carnivorous flower beast. Its innate strength is weak, but the radiance of its eye can swiftly immerse individuals in the world of their deepest desires. Once escaped from the illusion, one will not re-enter it. However, upon sight of its eye's glow again, one will lose control of their own body. Weakness, the eye. As Yulang traversed the world of illusions, The light from its eye was fixed upon him, preventing any chance of escape. Yu Lang internally cursed. This is bad. I've encountered a rare monster. He attempted to regain control of his body, but found himself utterly immobile. Cold sweat trickled down his back and forehead. He had underestimated the situation. As the phantomite flower beast drew closer, the stench thickened, suffocating him. Though its movements were sluggish, if left unchecked, it could still devour him. Was he truly destined to perish here today? Yu Lang was immensely reluctant. How could a mere level 1 mutated creature take him down? It was utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, on the raft, Ming Ming was watching Xiao Hai prepare ice water. Suddenly, her eyes burst forth with a spectrum of colors. "Brother is in danger," she exclaimed. Her voice urgent. Splash. Before Xiao Hai could react, Ming Ming leapt through the open window, plunging into the water like a cannonball, vanishing instantly. Ming Ming, what's wrong? Xiao Hai rushed to the window, shouting at the sea where Ming Ming had disappeared. Yin Qian, lost in thought, heard the commotion and hastily leaned out to look down. The water surface still rippled with lingering circles. Xiao Hai, what happened? Yin Qian called out. Ming Ming said brother is in danger and then jumped into the sea. Yin Qian's brow furrowed. Yu Lang is in danger? Ming Ming would not act unless in dire circumstances. Could it be? Yin Qian's heart raced, her legs trembling slightly. Yu Lang, please don't let anything happen to you. She prayed fervently to the sea. At that moment, Yu Lang was mere steps away from death. This was the first time he experienced the agonizing sensation of slow demise. Even encounters with the viper or swarms of centipedes had not instilled such dread. Calm down. Don't panic. Yu Lang continually reminded himself, his mind racing. The wristwatch system was unresponsive, unable to summon aid. His body wouldn't move, rendering his weapon useless. Even the flowing flame sword could not respond to his thoughts. Thoughts conveyed? Currently, the only items he could summon were those within his backpack. For instance, weapons stored there could be instantly equipped or retrieved with mere thought. The same applied to other items. However, he could not see all contents of the backpack. He had to rely on his memory to summon them. To view all items, he would need to access the wristwatch system. But for someone with Yu Lang's photographic memory, this posed no challenge. He considered what else might be usable in his hands. Yu Lang meticulously recalled every item within his backpack. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes. This should work. He patiently awaited until the phantomite flower beast was merely 2 meters away, then shouted in his mind. Wild chickens. Wild boars. Come forth. Cluck, cluck, cluck. 2 wild chickens appeared in midair before Yu Lang, flapping their wings in a panic as they flew towards the approaching phantomite flower beast. The wild boar, having been knocked unconscious by Yu Lang, fell directly to the ground. Boom. The wild boar was colossal, and the distance to the phantomite flower beast was minimal. The boar landed heavily, crashing down upon it. Puff. The creature's eye was smashed flat, a pool of black liquid spilling forth, the golden glow gradually fading. Yu Lang's body finally regained sensation. However, the wild boar, having been jolted awake, shook its head, surveying its surroundings, and spotted its adversary, Yu Lang, before charging at him. Yu Lang felt fortunate that he had not placed the wild boar and chickens into the livestock space due to his haste. He was even somewhat grateful to the boar. Without it, he might have met his end today. Thus, he raised his fist, preparing to strike the wild boar unconscious once more. Thud. Before Yu Lang's fist could reach it, the wild boar's head exploded. Blood and flesh splattered all over Yu Lang. What was happening? Yu Lang seemed somewhat dazed. Chapter 67. I wish to consume the illusionary eye beast. The threat has been eliminated. A cheerful voice emerged from behind. Turning around, Yu Lang saw Ming Ming, half submerged in the water, holding an energy gun. She stepped onto the shore and noticed the wild boar slowly recovering from its pulverized head, her brows slightly furrowing. Bang! She fired directly at the wild boar's heart, extinguishing its life entirely. Yu Lang felt immense joy at the sight of Ming Ming, who had come to his rescue. However, his joy turned to bemusement as he realized that the wild boar he intended to domesticate had been reduced to a heap of flesh. Ming Ming, what brings you here? He asked. I had a premonition that you were in danger, so I came, she replied, noticing the remnants of the illusionary eye beast beneath the wild boar. But it seems you are no longer in peril. Thank you for saving me, Yu Lang said, gently patting her head. Seeing Yu Lang smile and converse with her eased Ming Ming's heart. Yet, she sensed she had defied orders. The moment she witnessed the wild boar attacking Yu Lang, she understood that it was not the danger she had foreseen. She had not assessed whether the wild boar posed a lethal threat to Yu Lang. She merely shot it down. That shot was merely an attempt to rectify her mistake. Does this count as disobeying orders? She pondered, recalling the program implanted in her during creation that forbade disobedience. Now, she had acted in ways not accounted for in her programming. What could be the reason for this? Am I malfunctioning? Ming Ming wondered. Yu Lang collected the bodies of the wild boar and the illusionary eye beast into his backpack. And he also recaptured the 2 panicked wild chickens. Approaching the treasure chest, he silently prayed. Having narrowly escaped death, he hoped for an upgrade to a wooden boat. If not, at least something of value. Upon opening the treasure chest, he obtained sturdy shield template, wolf fang hammer, medium furnace template, mutated creature vegetable soup recipe. Yu Lang felt disappointment wash over him. Aside from the recipe, the other items were of little use to him. Nevertheless, these templates could be crafted and sold, and such products were rare in the market. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact that at least they could be sold, which was better than a fruitless venture. Hearing Xiao Hai's account of the events, Yin Min immediately set aside his crops and returned to the raft. At that moment, Yin Qian and Yun Min were anxiously waiting on the first layer of the raft. With a splash, Yu Lang emerged from the water with Meng Meng. Seeing Yu Lang in good spirits lifted a weight from everyone's hearts. Yu Lang looked at the trio and could now see their detailed information. Reflecting on the scenes from his hallucination, he felt a wave of emotion. Yu Lang, are you all right? Yin Qian rushed over, her concern evident. I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong? Yu Lang replied, removing his diving suit. Yin Qian scrutinized him closely and, upon seeing no abnormalities, sighed in relief. Ming Ming said you were in danger. We were truly worried. Xiao Hai tugged at Yu Lang's clothing. Yes, we should bring Sister Ming Ming next time. Yu Lang had briefly introduced Ming Ming to the father and son, so they understood her capabilities. It's fine. It's good to challenge myself. I will be more cautious in the future, he reassured them. Little Lang, what exactly did you encounter in the sea? Can you share? Yin Min inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Oh, it was nothing much. It went like this. Yu Lang recounted his experience, leaving the others on edge. He presented the corpse of the illusionary eye beast for everyone to see. Ugh. They all covered their noses tightly. This smell is unbearable. Can this even be eaten? Yu Lang considered for a moment and replied, it should be edible. After all, stinky tofu smells terrible but tastes delicious, right? On another part of the sea, on a small island, Huang Lei, Blue Jinwei's bodyguard, led an elite team to slay the vipers in the cave. Although they lost a few men, the treasure they obtained made it worthwhile. We hit the jackpot, Blue Jinwei exclaimed, laughing maniacally as he examined the items from the treasure chest. No wonder there are no supply boxes on this small island. They've all turned into treasure chests. The items he acquired were similar to those Yu Lang obtained after killing the viper. Among them were viper armor blueprint, snake stew recipe, medium furnace, and small sail. However, he also received earthen stove, small stew pot, crossbow template, and crossbow bolt template. Currently, very few had discovered treasures in this new world, and they were predominantly from powerful factions. Nonetheless, among the individuals merging, he was the first to discover it, aside from Yu Lang. Immediately, he transmitted the information about the treasure location to the leader of Team 24 and recorded the process of Huang Lei slaying the viper for them. The guardian of the treasure chest is a secondary mutated creature. We must confront it with our utmost strength. Spare no effort. Blue Jinwei warned the two leaders. But our weapons are all close-range, cold weapons, and we have some metal bows and arrows we purchased from Yu Lang. Without a powerful team, we may struggle to handle it, the leader of Team 4 analyzed. After all, we lack strong individuals like the Thunder Brothers, the leader of Team 2 added. Blue Jinwei promptly shared the details of the crossbow template and crossbow bolt template he obtained from the treasure chest with the two leaders. We have acquired a crossbow superior to Yu Lang's metal bow and arrow. Haha. Blue Jinwei laughed triumphantly, relishing the fact that he finally had something to outshine Yu Lang. 666. Master, with this, we will undoubtedly become the rulers of the sea. The two leaders cheered, showering Blue Jinwei with compliments. Now that everyone is equipped with cold weapons, check the trading platform for any better weapons or armor. Yes. Yes. After resting for a while, Yu Lang placed the wild chickens and the seabirds and fish nurtured on the raft into the livestock space. He designated an area for the seabirds, allowing them to soar in their designated space or freely across the entire livestock area. Unlike the planting space, animals needed to be captured rather than personally caught. He simply instructed Xiao Kong, and it would teleport the animal directly to the item slot on the operation table. What a convenient design. Otherwise, capturing ferocious beasts would indeed be quite troublesome. Yu Lang gazed at the flying sea birds with satisfaction. Exiting the livestock space, he utilized the mutated creature vegetable soup recipe. The system unlocked the recipe, and the stew pot he possessed also gained access to this recipe information. As long as Yin Qian obtained the rights to use the stew pot, she could prepare the dishes bound to Yu Lang's system. Yu Lang had already analyzed the illusionary eye beast, obtaining its meat, seeds, and illusionary eye orbs. Illusionary eye beast seeds. Description: these seeds can infinitely reproduce illusionary eye beasts, and you will become their master. Illusionary eye orb. Description: obtained from analyzing the illusionary eye beast, capable of inducing hallucinations. Yulang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at these two items. This is incredibly powerful. It's as if I could command an army of illusions. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, he called to Yin Qian, tonight I wish to taste the dish from the newly acquired recipe. Let us use that illusionary eye beast for it. Yin Qian hesitated, as the illusionary eye beast was notoriously foul-smelling. Yulang discerned her thoughts. I have already processed it into meat. I smelled it, and it's not that pungent. With that reassurance, Yin Qian felt comfortable and hurried to the kitchen to prepare. Yulang then took all the templates he had obtained to the research table for use, registering them in the system. He has realized that as more individuals venture onto the small islands, their lack of combat prowess necessitates the urgent acquisition of weaponry to combat the mutated creatures. Thus, he intends to launch a significant sale of arms and armor today. Otherwise, if others begin to unveil such items, his own offerings will lose their value. Chapter 68. Bulk Sales in addition to template weapons. Yulang also possessed finished weapons such as the Wolf Tooth Hammer, which boasted no durability and could be used indefinitely. He brandished the Wolf Tooth Hammer, which was distinct from the typical mace. It was a 1-meter-long iron rod topped with a spherical iron ball the size of a basketball, covered in sharp spikes. With a swift motion, he swung it a few times in his hand, noting its considerable weight, which felt quite manageable. He called over Yin Qian and Yun Min, saying, "This weapon is for your self-defense. While axes and machetes require precise angles, this one can be swung directly, making it more convenient." The two observed the unconventional weapon with skepticism, prompting Yun Min to inquire, "Yulang, are you serious?" Yulang replied earnestly, "Do I appear to be joking? Give it a try." He handed the Wolf Tooth Hammer to Yun Min. Yun Min reached out to take it, but protested, "I'm a technician. I don't need this weapon." Crash. Before he could finish, the hammer slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. Everyone was astonished. It had looked so light in Yulang's hands. Doubting his own strength, Yun Min gripped the handle tightly and attempted to lift it. His face flushed crimson as he exerted every ounce of his strength, managing to barely lift it off the ground. Although he was a technician, he was also accustomed to farm work, and his strength was no small matter. Crash. The Wolf Tooth Hammer fell to the ground once more. This is impossible," Yun Min exclaimed, conceding defeat. Yulang, sensing the underlying reason, turned to Yin Qian and urged, "You give it a try." Yin Qian also gripped the handle with both hands, straining to lift it. Though she found it heavy, she was at least able to swing it once with considerable effort. It seems this correlates with your physical fitness levels. You are currently at D rank, while Uncle Yun is at D-, Yulang concluded. In the future, we will encounter greater dangers, and our enemies will grow stronger. So you must prioritize improving your physical fitness. He expressed concern over the disparities in their levels. Even if he was invincible, having weak teammates could easily lead to disaster. Yin Qian and the others understood the advantages and disadvantages, agreeing with Yulang's assessment. From now on, each of you can consume 2 liters of special drinking water daily and maintain a diet rich in prescribed food. The water produced by the special purifier will be used for food, and if supplies run low, we will supplement from Jingjing's production. However, we must ensure that Jingjing always maintains a stock of over 50 liters. Currently, they had an advantage over others, as while others could only rely on prescribed food to level up, they could further enhance their capabilities through special drinking water and life essence. Jingjing could generate 12 liters of special drinking water daily, and the medium purifier, obtained from the medium-sized island, could produce 2 liters per day. Utilizing all of it would still leave them with a surplus. In the event of danger, they should seek refuge in the 4-dimensional space and communicate any issues via chat. Understood, everyone responded. Their greatest assistance to Yulang would be to avoid causing him any trouble. Once Yulang had finished instructing them, he equipped everyone with the newly crafted, large machetes, which were lightweight yet possessed considerable lethality. He then opened the trading hall to see what weapons and armor were currently for sale. The offerings consisted mainly of ordinary cold weapons, kitchen knives, axes, spears, and simple bows and arrows. The weapons found on small islands had mostly been absorbed by the larger factions. Suddenly, Yulang noticed someone selling crossbows and crossbow bolts. It appeared that someone had also obtained a treasure chest. I must hasten to list various items for sale. Once he had prepared his inventory, he announced in the public chat channel, "In half an hour, I will list a batch of items. Quantities are limited, so act quickly." The items included medium furnace, X100, medium purifier, X100, large machete, X200, simple shield, X200, metal bow, X100, metal arrows, X1000, drinking ice water, X1500, and oil lamp, X100, which already contained oil sufficient for 20 minutes of illumination but would need to be refueled afterward. It was not that Yulang lacked the desire to produce more items for sale, but rather that he simply did not possess the necessary resources. Aside from the ice water, each item required between 3 to 20 iron ingots, with some demanding 2 to 5 rare metals, along with other materials. He had even added some kerosene to the oil lamps he crafted. Having produced so many items, he had nearly depleted his stock of iron ingots and other scarce resources. Yulang still had metal or left to smelt, but could only sell what he had prepared. The medium furnace and medium purifier were exceedingly rare at present, obtainable only from treasure chests on small islands. Thus, when Yulang sold them, he needed to exchange them for a significant amount of metal ore and rare metals. Wow, Yulang's stock is truly impressive. How did he amass so many resources? The oil lamp. He finally has oil lamps for sale. I must grab 10. He even has medium furnace and medium purifier. Good heavens, I only have one of each from a small island. This large machete combined with a shield should be effective against mutated creatures. I can finally replace my axe. But he requires rare metals. We've barely mined any in all this time. I must buy ice water. Once Yulang's announcement was made, the sweltering crowd instantly forgot their discomfort. Various factions promptly dispatched orders for a purchasing frenzy. Lan Zhengwei, who had been gleeful over his acquisition of crossbow bolts, suddenly felt dwarfed upon seeing Yulang's offerings. How on earth did Yulang acquire so many items? Ouyang Lei, soaking in a cold water barrel, was consumed with jealousy at Yulang's bounty, speculating that he must have obtained a template to be able to produce such a vast array of goods at once. Zhang Fei, the leader of the Eagle Alliance, instructed his spies placed within other factions to investigate how one might acquire a template. The Wang family had been pressing Zhang Yifan and her son to procure life essence. But days had passed without news. Now, with Yulang's plethora of goods, their envy was further inflamed. Spring Dawn Pavilion, Sea Overlord, United Society. Almost everyone was keeping a watchful eye on Yulang's sale, each with their own motives. Amidst the fervent discussions, half an hour passed, and Yulang listed his items. These were scarce commodities. Even though many perceived Yulang's prices to be high, within mere minutes, all items had sold out. After deducting platform fees and the cost of his items, Yulang had profited over 30,000 metal ores and 1,400 rare metals. Not bad, not bad. The market isn't saturated yet. I should be able to sell another wave or two. The medium purifier would no longer have area restrictions. Those with capital would need to possess a substantial number of purifiers to accommodate larger populations. The demand for metal bows and arrows would decline due to the availability of crossbows, so they might not need to sell them next time. Clearly, any items released in the future must be brought to market immediately. As Yulang organized his thoughts, contemplating what other matters remained unaddressed and what items had yet to be utilized, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, it was already past midnight. Drawing lots. Chapter 69. Farewell to you. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the lighting system. Yulang's wristwatch system has activated the lighting section in the construction menu. Various lighting facilities are available, including crystal chandeliers, standard bulbs, colored lights, and neon signs. Currently, there exists an electrical circuit and lamps, but power is still lacking. Yulang assessed the situation. Without electricity, these fixtures would merely be ornamental. He decided to rest, thinking it would be best to install some lights tomorrow, as they would serve well as decoration, ready for use once the power system was established. After returning safely from the depths of the sea, he had sent Xiaoba to gather underwater resources, which would be completed by dawn. At that point, they would set sail for the next small island. At daybreak, various factions began distributing the items they had obtained from Yulang. News of Lan Zhengwei acquiring a treasure chest had leaked from unknown sources, and not only were the major factions aware, but ordinary people were also discussing it. Rumors circulated that a hidden treasure chest on the small island could yield exceptional items, and those treasures possessed by the esteemed Yulang had emerged from such chests. Indeed, I have heard that the treasure chests contain all manner of items. However, I also heard that guarding the chests are highly evolved mutated creatures. Without sufficient strength, one cannot hope to succeed. The chests may hold recipes, including those for mutant creatures. Consuming such dishes could rapidly enhance one's physical constitution. What? One can actually increase their constitution? I thought it was fixed. Can mutated creatures also eat? Perhaps it is best not to consume them. I recall Yulang advising against direct consumption, lest misfortune befall us. High temperatures can sterilize anything. There is nothing that cannot be eaten, and at one tea lead to death. As our number of micro-islands dwindles and surface resources become scarce, it seems we are being compelled to gravitate towards small islands. Therefore, let us all strive to enhance our physical capabilities to confront mutated creatures. Others who intended to rely on micro-islands for development also began steering towards small islands. The major factions, familiar with the small islands, meticulously searched for hidden treasure chests. Even the treasure chests concealed beneath the waves began to be uncovered. Furthermore, They made a discovery unnoticed by Yu Lang. The greater the number of people on a raft, the more resources could be harvested from the island. Indeed, if resources were insufficient, how could one sustain such a large group? The weather today was exceedingly hot, and Yu Lang's barrels of ice water remained in high demand. To ensure that more individuals could access the ice water, Yu Lang implemented an ID purchase limit, allowing each person to buy only 1 barrel of ice water per day, while they could purchase only 3 cups for drinking. Most people relied on Yu Lang's ice water to endure the sweltering temperatures. At this moment, Lan Zhui was soaking in a specially designed water barrel. Having concluded his previous tasks, suddenly, he recalled matters concerning Yu Lang's family and decided to consult his ally, Ouyang Lei. He had initially intended to inquire the day before but had forgotten after discovering the treasure site and acquiring the treasure chest, followed by purchasing items from Yu Lang. Check if you have anyone named Yu Wei, Li Li, or Yu among your associates. If not, ask your friends or others. What does this mean? Ouyang Lei inquired from his cool water haven. These are Yu Lang's family members. Perhaps they have become affiliated with you. Oh, Ouyang Lei's expression shifted to one of understanding. I must search thoroughly. He glanced at the 3 names. Yu? That name seems familiar. He swiftly opened the list of affiliated personnel and searched for the names. Yu. Ouyang Lei discovered her name on his list of affiliates. He excitedly sprang from the water, bursting into laughter. Ha! Yu Lang, your family is in my grasp. Meanwhile, Yu Lang was heading towards the next small island, engaged in the installation of the newly acquired electric lights. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, an inexplicable sense of dread creeping into his heart. He furrowed his brow, pondering the cause of this disturbance. Restless and agitated, he could not discern the reason. Abruptly, he received a private message. Since Yu had gone missing, he had enabled the private messaging feature to ensure he would not miss any distress signals from her. He opened the message, finding the sender, Shinsiyu, offering information about Yu. Do you want to know about Yu? Add me as a friend. Upon seeing Yu's name, Yu Lang's heart raced. Finally understanding the source of his earlier unease, he promptly added Shinsiyu as a friend, who accepted his request swiftly. Where is Yu? Yu Lang inquired, wary that this person might be a fraud. Yu is, of course, in our possession. Who are you? Yu Lang narrowed his eyes. Old friends. Yu Lang mentally filtered through all those with whom he had passed grievances, suspecting the Ouyang Merchant Association and the Blue Sky Merchant Association the most. How can I be certain that Yu is truly in your hands? Yu Lang asked skeptically. After a brief pause, the sender shared a video. Upon viewing its contents, Yu Lang's eyes widened, a fierce rage igniting within him. He saw Yu being relentlessly slapped by a woman. Each resounding slap felt as though it struck at Yu Lang's very heart. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, but found himself powerless to rescue her. Forced to bear witness to the torment of his beloved sister. Speak. What do you want? Yu Lang struggled to maintain his composure. We want you dead. The sender's messages conveyed a deep-seated hatred towards Yu Lang. Even if I die, how can I trust that you will spare Yu? Yu Lang would not act foolishly. If you die so easily, that would be too kind for you. What must I do to ensure her release? Give us all your resources. Very well. But how can I be assured that after giving you everything, you will let her go? Yu Lang needed to guarantee his sister's safety. You currently have no other options. Boom. Yu Lang's fist smashed into the wall, creating a large hole. He was filled with fury, yet found no avenue for its release. If you dare to harm her, even if I cannot find you now, someday we will cross paths. I am so frightened. All right, I agree. But I must connect via video. I want to see Yu is safe. After a moment of silence, the reply came, sure. Once the video call was established, Yu Lang finally beheld his sister's condition. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes torn, her body marred with bruises, and her cheeks swollen. Little Yu, how are you? Are you all right? Yu Lang asked with urgency. Yu Lang, don't worry about me. We are merely cousins. Our relationship is not that close. If you ignore me, I want to hold it against you. Yu spoke nonsensically, touching her bruised face and tugging at her disheveled hair, appearing somewhat deranged. Yu Lang understood her intent. Yu did not refer to their kinship to downplay their bond in front of others. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Trust me, Yu Lang reassured her. Yu nodded, yet muttered, well, if I die, I die. It's nothing of great consequence. Yu Lang had yet to finish speaking when the video abruptly cut off. The sender quickly messaged, all right, it has been confirmed she is safe. Now transfer your resources. Very well. Yu Lang resolved to comply. He began to trade away metals, rare materials, wood, and other items already known to the world. Ouyang Lei, upon witnessing Yu Lang's genuine transaction of these supplies to him, erupted into triumphant laughter. Ha! Yu Lang, I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. Shin Xian, serving as Ouyang Lei's subordinate, received the supplies, which would ultimately be stored in Ouyang Lei's inventory. Yu observed the avaricious expressions on their faces and thought, "Just wait. My brother will surely come to rescue me." Chapter 70. Long-term benefits. As Yu Lang provided resources, he instructed the navigator, Xiao Yuan. Proceed to coordinates 189,757 at maximum speed. He had just finished a video call with Yu, who had secretly shared the coordinates with him. This was made possible by the deep bond between the siblings, who had once devised a numerical code while gaming. A simple gesture was all that was needed to convey the number. Unexpectedly, this code now held life-saving significance. During the video call, the Yu appeared somewhat frantic and flustered. She was actually transmitting vital information. Last night, in front of everyone, Ouyang Lei had ordered the navigation team to head to a new small island, and Yu happened to be present. She had been anxious about how to relay this crucial message, and this morning she was captured. Ouyang Lei pressed Yu for details about her relationship with Yu Lang, but she vehemently denied it. Consequently, Ouyang Lei unleashed his entourage, who brutally assaulted Yu. Regardless of her familial ties to Yu Lang, once he witnessed her wretched state, he would surely understand. To everyone's shock, upon seeing Yu Lang immediately faltered. Nevertheless, she ultimately conveyed the coordinates to him in full. A voice from the raft announced, "Searching for destination. Beep. Acquiring destination information. Distance to destination, 579 kilometers. Danger index, level 1. Current maximum speed, 80. If no special circumstances arise, arrival is expected in 7 hours." Yu Lang felt a pang of anxiety. 7 hours? Despite the reduced distances between the small islands, he wished he could fly there immediately. He had no way of knowing if the coordinates represented Yu's current location, her point of departure, or something else entirely. Thus, reaching the destination as swiftly as possible was imperative. In a windless environment, this is the maximum speed achievable through pure propulsion, Xiao Yuan explained. What else could Yu Lang do but wait patiently? All right, let us depart quickly. Understood, master. Yu Lang was still engaged in a transaction with Shinsiyu. He had not traded away all his supplies, but the quantity he offered was enough to astonish both of them. Ouyang Lei watched as countless resources were logged, his hands trembling with excitement. What in the world? Just how wealthy is Yu Lang? Young Master Ouyang, should we inform the Lan family head? Shinsiyu inquired. Ouyang Lei scoffed. Only we few can know about our acquisition of Yu Lang's sister. If Lan Zhui learns of this, he'll certainly demand his share of the resources. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for us to devour this substantial cake ourselves? To prevent others from discovering this matter, Ouyang Lei had already cleared his room, leaving only himself, Shinsiyu, Yu, and Shou Chaofei, who was left with merely an arm. You see, with Yu in our grasp, we have secured a long-term benefit from Yu Lang, a veritable feast. Shinsiyu exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around Ouyang Lei's. Ouyang Lei, overwhelmed by her flotation, lifted her chin, gasping for breath. Let us first have Yu Lang bring forth the essence of life, and then I shall attend to you. Shinsiyu, feeling weak, nestled into Ouyang Lei's embrace, teasingly suggested, to celebrate this joyous occasion, shouldn't we indulge in some new delights? Ouyang Lei leaned closer, whispering, How would you like to play? Shinsiyu, blushing, playfully punched his chest. Oh dear, there are others present. Ouyang Lei glanced at the other two, gesturing toward Yu. Zhou Chaofei, take her away and confine her to a room. Keep a close watch on her. She is our long-term benefit and must not be compromised. Zhou Chaofei complied immediately, escorting Yu away. Laughter echoed from Ouyang Lei and Shinsiyu behind them. Yu spat inwardly, disgusted by the shameless couple. How brazen they were to flaunt their antics in plain view. Meanwhile, Zhou Chaofei was accustomed to such scenes. He glanced at his bandaged elbow, eagerly anticipating the essence of life from Yu Lang. Even if it couldn't restore lost limbs, it would be a tremendous boon for rapid healing. Shinsiyu had already requested the essence of life from Yu Lang. It had received no response. The oppressive heat only intensified the tension between the two. Dressed in scant attire, as passion ignited within them. Oh well, since Yu Lang cannot escape, let us celebrate a bit early. Ouyang Lei, unable to contain his desire, scooped up Shinsiyu, and together they plunged into a large wooden tub filled with water. In such sweltering conditions, applause would surely lead to heatstroke. As it turned out, their aquatic escapades brought forth unexpected delights, and the two quickly found their rhythm. Amidst the flames of passion, they reveled in bliss. Yu Lang received a message from Shinsiyu. First, hand over the essence of life. Doubt clouded Yu Lang's mind. How did they know about the essence of life? Could Yu have revealed it? Impossible. She would never voluntarily disclose information that others were oblivious to. He shook his head, dismissing the notion. He pondered deeply. When he revived Xiao Hai, only Yang Fan had been present, but he hadn't known what it was called. He had also given some to Yin Qian's mother to save her. Could it be that Yin Qian had informed her mother, who then leaked it? The Yun family later learned that it was the essence of life. Had they divulged that information? Or could there be a traitor among my ranks? As this thought crossed his mind, Yulang shook his head. Having spent so many days together, he knew their hearts well. None would betray him. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Could they have been coerced? Returning to the present, Yulang addressed Shin Siyu. I've long since run out of such a rare item. After waiting in vain for a reply, he ceased to concern himself with them and entered the livestock space, summoning the Yun father and son. When they arrived, they found Yulang feeding a wild chicken. In a casual tone, he asked, Uncle Yun, are there any important people in this new world? Yunmin paused, momentarily perplexed by the sudden question, before responding honestly. My family has all passed away, including Xiao Hai's mother. I've been engrossed in my work. With few relatives or friends, so Xiao Hai is the most important person to me. Xiao Hai grasped Yunmin's hand, nodding yes. My father is also the most important person to me. Is something wrong, Xiaolang? Yunmin inquired. Yulang smiled, tossing another meat worm to the wild chicken. Nothing. Just curious. If there are important people, we could bring them over to be with you. Yunmin sighed wistfully. Ah, if only Xiao Hai's mother were still here. I neglected her for work, and now I wish to make amends, but there is no chance left. After the Yun father and son departed, Yulang summoned Yin Qian and posed the same question. Upon hearing it, Yin Qian's expression grew heavy. Her lips parted as if she wanted to speak but struggled to find the words. Yulang's heart tightened. Could it be her? Chapter 71. Who could it be? Yin Qian remained silent, as did Yulang, who was eager to hear what she had to say. Ultimately, with a determined bite of her lip, Yin Qian mustered the courage to speak. Yulang, my parents and younger brother are the most significant people in my life. I have only managed to locate my mother and brother. There has been no word from my father. However, my mother and brother have been pleading for help these past few days, and I have struggled to find the right words to approach you. Yulang furrowed his brow in concern. Pleading for help? I thought we had already rescued her from the snake bite. Yin Qian shook her head. That rescue was indeed successful, but something occurred afterward, and now she requires your life essence. Yulang narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. Life essence again? Yin Qian recounted the events concerning her mother and brother to Yulang. Did you provide him with the specifics about the life essence? Yulang fixed his gaze on Yin Qian. I merely mentioned that it is rare and could save his life. Advising them to apply it externally and take the rest internally, I did not elaborate further. Yin Qian met Yulang's scrutinizing gaze without any concealment. Connect with them via video now. I need to ascertain certain details. Yulang understood that the crux of the issue lay with Yin Qian's mother and brother. He needed to discover who else was privy to this information, as those individuals were likely the ones who had captured Yu. Ouyang Lei? Or perhaps Lanjue? Yulang instructed Yin Qian on several matters, and she proceeded to connect with her brother, Yin Wan, through video. Sister, have you obtained the life essence? Yin Wan's face, though slightly weary, was brimming with excitement. It was not mealtime, and Yin Qian initiating the call suggested good news. No, I wish to check on Mother's condition. Yulang stood in the periphery of the video frame, able to observe the situation on the screen while remaining unseen. He sought to identify any inconsistencies between the mother and son. Look, just look. Yin Wan's demeanor shifted abruptly, his impatience evident as he directed the camera toward Zhang Yifan. Have you not seen her deteriorating condition over the past few days? Do you still doubt that our mother is gravely ill? Zhang Yifan lay on a wooden bed, her cheeks gaunt, her breath faint. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yifan suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, covering her mouth with her hand. When she revealed her palm, it was stained with a significant amount of blood. Mother. Yin Qian felt a surge of guilt. She had been concerned that they were deceiving her, but it appeared that their plight was genuine. Yulang shook his head. Regrettably, the video does not allow for a detailed examination of their circumstances. Wan. Have you encountered any other small islands recently? If so, you must take a break on one. Drifting on the sea daily will only worsen Mother's condition. Yin Qian advised. Stop worrying about islands, Yin Qian. Hurry and bring the life essence to save Mother. Yin Wan exclaimed, agitated. Let me assess the safety of the waters around you. You've been confined to the raft for too long without any awareness of your surroundings, Yin Qian insisted. Upon hearing her words, Yin Wan's heart sank. Did she sense something? What is there to see outside? It's too hot. Do you wish to roast me alive? Yin Wan replied, flustered. Just a quick glance won't hurt. Are you hiding something from me? Yin Qian began to suspect that something was amiss. Gritting his teeth, Yin Wan relented. Fine. I'll show you. He approached the window and rotated the camera a full 180 degrees. See? There is nothing. Although only the stern of the boat was visible, Yulang discerned that the waters they inhabited bore no resources. It was inconceivable that Zhang Yifan and her son could have scavenged every last resource. They must have entered the vicinity of a small island. However, Yin Qian had mentioned that they lacked navigation. How did they reach a small island? Yulang conjectured that they had been captured by someone who had not retrieved their raft but instead had tethered it to their own, allowing them to deceive Yanqian into procuring the life essence and other provisions. The veracity of Zhang Yifan's illness remained undetermined. I need to see the bow of your boat. Yanqian remained intent on clarifying their surroundings, oblivious to the changes in the marine environment. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yifan coughed violently again. Yanwan hurriedly poured her a glass of water, propping her up to drink slowly. Qian, I feel so unwell. Zhang Yifan gasped in pain. The mother and son were overwhelmed with despair, as they had yet to receive the life essence. The individuals overseeing them were losing patience, providing them only a few roasted potatoes and a bit of fresh water each day, ensuring they would not perish in the short term. All the resources and food Yanqian had traded were confiscated. Fortunately, the special drinking water Yanqian had traded appeared indistinguishable from ordinary fresh water. The overseers allowed them to consume only this limited supply. Thanks to this special drinking water, their health remained somewhat stable. The blood Zhang Yifan coughed up was derived from the shark blood administered by the overseers, though it was exceedingly foul. They could endure it if it meant obtaining the life essence. Yanqian gazed at her frail mother, her heart aching. Yet she felt powerless and could only continue to probe for information on behalf of Yulang. Mother, our boss is currently searching for someone named Yu. Have you seen her? If you can provide any information that aids our boss, he will surely reward you handsomely, perhaps even granting you the life essence. Zhang Yifan and Yan Wan immediately racked their brains. Yu? I don't think we've heard of her or seen her. What about Shinsiyu? Yanqian inquired again. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads, completely oblivious. From their expressions, Yulang gleaned the answers he sought. It appeared that those who had captured Zhang Yifan and her son were not affiliated with those who had captured Yu. This group operated with a greater degree of subtlety compared to those who had taken Yu. If they had resorted to blatant violence to coerce Yanqian, she would not have concealed this matter for so long. As for the identity of those who had captured Yu, there were too many possibilities to consider. After all, he had previously posted a missing persons notice on the World Channel, which could have been noted by others with ill intentions. Yulang felt a headache forming and decided to exit the livestock space, leaving the remaining matters for Yanqian to handle. Regardless of whether Yanqian's mother was genuinely ill or feigning illness, Yulang was unwilling to part with any more life essence. No one could compare to his own family. He needed to preserve the scant 1 milliliter of life essence he had collected over the past few days, just in case something befell Yu. Yulang glanced at the time. There were still 4 hours and 32 minutes until they reached their destination. He received another message from Shinsiyu. Stop pretending. Hurry and trade it over. After Ouyang Lei and Shinsiyu had engaged in their manipulative game, they took a brief respite before continuing to extort Yulang. Are you not aware that the life essence is limited? I have already exhausted it saving Yunmin's son. Yulang asserted with feigned seriousness. Moments later, Yulang received another video. In the frame, Yi was bound to a pillar. The woman who had previously assaulted her holding a small knife, menacingly tracing it across her face. The woman remained faceless, only the back of her head and her hands visible. She cackled. Tell me, if I were to make a few cuts on her face, could the life essence restore her? You should hurry and bring the life essence, lest she suffer further. The woman patted Yu's cheek. Look at this delicate, beautiful face. She mocked. Yi remained silent, eyes closed, presenting an air of stoic sacrifice. In her heart, she had long been weeping inconsolably. Brother, I am afraid, come rescue me. Chapter 72. Bestowing life essence upon another, Yulang was seething with rage, his body trembling with fury. He yearned to traverse time and space, to dismantle that woman piece by piece. Yet, that singular desire was all-consuming. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relent and trade 0.5 milliliters of the precious essence. He had initially contemplated using a special water to deceive, but if discovered, it would only endanger Yu, and he could not risk her safety. Shinsiyu received a dropper and presented it to Ouyang Lei, who, upon seeing it, could hardly tear his gaze away. The liquid within the dropper shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, unmistakably extraordinary. Indeed, this was the very potion featured in Zhang Yifan's video, reputed to possess miraculous restorative properties. Beside them, Zhou Chaofei could not suppress a gulp. He instinctively touched his elbow, which was wrapped in makeshift bandages crafted from torn clothing. Bound to a pillar, Yu watched her brother offer such a rare treasure and felt a mix of pain and gratitude. Ouyang Lei, without hesitation, passed the life essence to Zhou Chaofei. Take this, Chaofei, he urged. Though Zhou Chaofei had prepared himself for this moment, he was deeply moved. Kneeling on one knee and clasping his fist in a solemn gesture. Thank you, young master Ouyang. After all these years, I consider you a brother. Ouyang Lei helped him rise, his words sincere. Without Zhou Chaofei, his power would not be as firmly established. Despite Zhou Chaofei's current incapacitation, The formidable subordinates he had trained still obeyed his commands. By securing Zhou Chaofei's loyalty, that strength could still be harnessed for his own gain. Truly, I envy you, young Master Ouyang, for receiving such a precious gift, Shen Siyu remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. She then urged, you must try it at once. We must see if it truly possesses such miraculous effects. Her curiosity was insatiable. She wondered if such wonders existed in the world. Yes, do try it now. If the effects are truly remarkable, we can always ask Yu Lang for more. Ouyang Lei smirked. Zhou Chaofei spoke little more, unwrapping the bandage from his elbow. As the binding fell away, the grotesque wound beneath was revealed, already treated with a thick layer of salve provided by the Lan family. He rinsed the medication away with cold water, exposing the ghastly injury. Despite the treatment, the heat of the weather had led to signs of inflammation, and the pain was excruciating. Gritting his teeth through the agony, he carefully dripped a few drops of the life essence onto the wound, fearful of waste. All eyes were fixed upon the wound, and indeed, the vibrant red flesh began to heal rapidly, forming scabs. However, due to the insufficiency of the essence, it could only achieve partial closure. Zhou Chaofei then poured the entirety of the life essence onto the injury, leaving but a single drop, which he emulated from Zhang Yifan's demonstration and placed in his mouth. It was said that for optimal results, one must apply it both internally and externally. As the onlookers gasped in astonishment, the dropper vanished upon dispensing the last of the essence, and the wound fully scabbed over. After a brief pause, no further healing occurred. It appeared the life essence was insufficient. Ouyang Lei remarked, though he had witnessed the miraculous effects in the video, seeing it firsthand was still astonishing. Zhou Chaofei's injury had healed considerably, yet pain persisted, requiring further recuperation. Young Master Ouyang, let us request more from Yu Lang. Shen Siyu exclaimed excitedly. Ouyang Lei sneered. If he can so easily part with it, it indicates he has an abundance. He instructed Shen Siyu to demand more, warning that if he played tricks, Yu would suffer the consequences. Understood. Shen Siyu grinned menacingly at Yu. Soon, Yu Lang received a message from Shen Siyu, requesting more life essence. Do not overreach. Yu Lang replied darkly. Moments later, he received a video. He hesitated to view it, yet he was compelled to watch. The screen revealed a woman brandishing a small knife near Yu's face, taunting, with so much life essence, you refuse to part with any. How audacious. As she spoke, she slashed the knife with a vicious swipe. Yu let out a small cry. A deep gash ran from the corner of her eye to her chin. Blood streaming forth, vivid and alarming. Oops. Slipped my hand. The woman laughed derisively. Look at that wound. It's quite severe. What shall we do? In this heat? If not treated promptly, it will surely mar her beauty. Yu cried out, Brother, don't worry about me. They will never let me go. Nor will they spare you. Just pretend I'm dead. The video abruptly ended. Yu Lang clenched the last 0.5 milliliters of life essence in his hand. Realizing these individuals would never be satisfied. Even if he had no essence to offer, they would continue to torment Yu to satiate their twisted desires. Hurry. Bring the life essence. We will allocate some to treat Yu, Shen Siyu messaged. Yu Lang responded directly, what I just sent you is my final stock. To be honest, this life essence is a reward from the divine. I receive 0.5 milliliters daily in the 3rd phase. If you want more, you must wait until tomorrow. He had no intention of relinquishing this last portion, fabricating an excuse. Very well, I shall wait. You best not deceive me, or I won't hesitate to carve you into pieces. Ouyang Lei pondered for a moment before instructing Shen Siyu to convey another crucial demand. Let me see your raft. Shen Siyu promptly initiated a video call. Yu Lang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request. If they saw the treasures on his raft, it would spell trouble. However, there were too many items to conceal in a short time. The incessant ringing of the video call notification was relentless, akin to a death knell. Delaying any further would surely raise their suspicions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Shen Siyu and her companions, noticing Yu Lang's reluctance to accept the video call, began to harbor doubts. Young Master Ouyang, I believe Yu Lang is hiding something, Shen Siyu suggested. It's unfortunate we cannot see his backpack and inventory. Ouyang Lei concurred with her assessment, insisting on viewing his raft and the number of rafts he possessed. If he refused, they would ensure Yu suffered until he complied. However, just as they were losing hope, Yu Lang finally accepted the video call. Subsequently, Yu Lang showcased his raft to Ouyang Lei through the video. It was a modest 4-tiered raft, spanning over 300 square meters. The first level was an open space, the second housed a dining area, the third contained sleeping quarters, and the fourth featured a research station alongside several medium-sized furnaces. Ouyang Lei and his companions scrutinized the seemingly simplistic raft, their suspicions mounting. It appeared devoid of valuable items. If he had hidden treasures, could he truly have stashed them away in such a brief span? His raft seemed inferior to theirs. Perhaps it was merely a supplementary raft. They surveyed the surrounding sea. At Shinseiyu's behest, Yulang gave a panoramic view of the ocean surrounding him. It was an expanse of endless water, devoid of any other rafts. What was amiss? Yulang clearly possessed abundant resources. Why was his raft so rudimentary? Ouyang Lei and his companions exchanged glances, an unsettling feeling lingering in the air, though they could not articulate their suspicions. Chapter 73. Arrival. After demonstrating the raft to them, Yulang turned off the video, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yin Qian and the others had hidden themselves, remaining silent, and Yulang had not allowed Shinseiju to see them. Once the video was off, he gathered everyone together. In the haste of the moment, he had not explained the situation. Now, they were all eager to inquire. Yulang, what on earth is happening? Yes, why did you suddenly change rafts? They stood on the raft they had obtained from Lanxiang. Yulang retrieved his raft from the system backpack, and they returned to the original raft, instructing Xiao Yuan to speedily head towards their destination. Fortunately, they had not sold the two rafts. They were proving useful now. Yulang was grateful he had not rushed to profit from selling the rafts to enhance realism. He had even crafted several medium-sized furnaces and water purifiers, temporarily placing the research table nearby. He explained everything to them, clarifying both his and Yu's current circumstances. Bang! Someone slammed the table in anger. How can there be such people? They are nothing but bandits. Yunmin exclaimed furiously. What about Yu now? Yin Qian expressed her deep concern. I cannot save her at this moment. She must hold on by herself, Yulang replied, his heart aching. We are currently heading towards her. If I can find her, I will undoubtedly rescue her. Yulang gazed out the window, his tone somber. For more hours. Beep. Yulang received a message from Shinseiju. At this moment, not only Yulang but also Yin Qian and the others were keenly interested in what demands she might raise next. Where did your ice water come from? After the excitement of acquiring abundant resources and life essence faded, Ouyang Lei and the others finally remembered the most crucial item that Yulang had not provided them, ice water. Yulang pondered for a moment and replied, this is also a reward from the divine. The third phase's trial is the heat, so the divine rewards me with ice water to help me endure it. At a fixed time each day, my system backpack receives ice water sent by the divine. Ouyang Lei and the others felt a twinge of jealousy. Again with the divine? They had thought their consecutive rewards in the previous two phases were fortunate, only to find that Yulang was even luckier than them. Ouyang Lei did not doubt Yulang's claim, as he had just seen Yulang's raft in motion, indicating that the ice water was not sourced from the island. Even if Yulang possessed a machine capable of producing ice water, it mattered little. They could simply have him give them all the water. From now on, all the ice water must be given to us. You cannot sell it to anyone else. Shinseiju insisted. Fine, as long as you treat Yu well. Yulang's response appeared to concede entirely, but he was actually biding his time. Once he encountered these individuals again, not only would he reclaim his possessions, but they would also have to repay him doubly. Ouyang Lei obtained a significant amount of ice water transferred from Yulang. After locking Yu away once more, they celebrated with a toast using the freshly acquired ice water. Haha, this Yulang is now completely within our grasp. Shinseiju laughed triumphantly. Young Master Ouyang, I have a question that has been on my mind. Zhou Chaofei hesitated to ask. Speak, Ouyang Lei replied, in high spirits, taking a hearty sip of pure ice water. Typically, when they managed to procure Yulang's ice water, they had to mix it with regular fresh water for optimal enjoyment. Now, drinking it straight was utterly delightful. Zhou Chaofei continued, why don't we reveal ourselves in front of Yulang? Why not let him know we captured Yu? Ouyang Lei always enjoyed employing strategies, and Zhou Chaofei often found it hard to predict his thoughts. Ouyang Lei chuckled lightly. It's precisely to leave him with nowhere to vent his frustration. That sensation is the most unbearable. Even if he grows stronger in the future, he will have no justification to oppose us. He is in the light while we remain in the shadows. This is the best state of affairs. He paused and added, so, starting today, we will publicly befriend him, erasing all past grievances. A sinister smile crept across Ouyang Lei's face. He could never have imagined that his friend would turn out to be his greatest enemy. Wonderful. Shinseiju lightly nudged Ouyang Lei, her eyes sparkling. Young Master Ouyang, what a brilliant scheme. Zhou Chaofei nodded in appreciation. Indeed, young Master Ouyang is extraordinary. Ouyang Lei basked in their praise, laughing heartily. Let Yulang work for us. Cheers. Beep. Yulang received another message, his heart tightening. This time, however, it was not from Shinseiju, but from an acquaintance he had previously added, the head of the Ouyang Merchant Association, Duoer. Mr. Yulang, greetings. Regarding the previous misunderstanding with our association, our president sincerely apologizes and asks for your forgiveness. Yulang was momentarily taken aback upon reading this message. What was this all about? Before he could respond, the sender sent another message. Mr. Yulang, if you do not believe us, please add our president as a friend. They will personally extend their sincerest apologies. Yu Lang replied, "There is no need. I, Yu Lang, am not a mere dog that you can summon and dismiss at will. Whatever your reasons may be, please do not disturb me further." He promptly blocked and deleted Duoer, muttering, "This Ouyang Merchant Association is behaving like a lunatic, changing its tune every day." He speculated that the heat must be affecting Ouyang Lei's demand for ice water. Duoer reported the situation to Ouyang Lei, who sneered, "Well, he certainly has some backbone. I shall see how long that lasts." By the afternoon, Yu Lang could finally see the outline of the target island. He opened the radar, but no other raft information was displayed. Had Yu already departed? Or had she not yet arrived? Yu Lang furrowed his brows in concern. Once he reached the small island, he discovered it showed no signs of recent landings. However, aside from instances where both parties landed simultaneously, generally, solitary visits to a small island indicated it had not been developed. After waiting for a while, the radar still failed to detect any rafts. "Yu Lang, is the information you provided accurate?" Yin Qian inquired. Yu Lang's brows knitted together in a deep frown. "It must be accurate. We just need to wait a little longer." The opposing power system, even utilizing Yin Qian's firepower, could only muster a mere 60. And the coal he had supplied to Yu was limited, unable to sustain her for long. For now, they could only wait. Yu Lang gazed at the boundless sea, engulfed in anxiety. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ouyang Lei was plotting against Yu. His hatred for Yu Lang was intense. Not only had Yu Lang caused him severe losses, but his remarkable progress and acquisition of numerous valuable items had also ignited feelings of jealousy and resentment within him. Despite the resources Yu Lang had provided, he still felt a sense of discontent. If he could not eliminate Yu Lang, then he would target his sister. Ouyang Lei smirked wickedly as he opened the door to Yu's confinement and stepped inside. Chapter 74. War with the Ouyang Merchant Association. The room where Yu was imprisoned lacked windows, the only source of light streaming through the crevices of the wooden planks, revealing the passage of day and night. As dusk descended outside, she found herself wondering when her brother would arrive. Gently, she touched the wound on her face, a sharp sting coursing through her. These captors would undoubtedly continue to use her as leverage against her brother, and she feared what new forms of torment awaited her. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a man entered. He addressed someone outside, instructing them not to let anyone disturb them before closing the door behind him. "Well, how are you faring in here?" The man, Ouyang Lei, sneered with a lewd grin. "What do you want?" Yu retreated, her body taut with apprehension, knowing that something dreadful was about to unfold. "Nothing much, just hoping you'll cooperate with me to spare yourself further suffering," Ouyang Lei taunted, unbuttoning his shirt as he advanced. "If you dare to touch me, my brother will not let you go." Yu retorted defiantly, pressing herself against the wall, realizing she had nowhere to escape. Ouyang Lei scoffed dismissively. "Your brother? Huh, he will never find me. Don't be so confident." Yu's voice trembled, betraying her fear. "I won't waste time chatting with you any longer. Come to your uncle's embrace." Ouyang Lei's tone turned sinister. "He will take good care of you." With that, he stripped off his shirt and lunged toward her. "Get away!" Yu screamed, swiftly crouching down and slipping through the gap, the dim light barely illuminating her escape route. Although visibility was low, she had become familiar with the room during her long confinement. Ouyang Lei's attempts to seize her ended in failure as he stumbled in the darkness. "You're quite nimble for a little girl," he panted, sweat beading on his brow. The stifling air only heightened his excitement. With his physical prowess at AD rating, and Yu just reaching the same level, he felt confident in his advantage. He adjusted his stance, squinting to predict her next move. With a sudden leap, he lunged forward. This time, Yu was caught in his embrace. She screamed and fought desperately against him, but his arms encircled her like a vice. In a moment of defiance, she sank her teeth into his arm. You little brat, how dare you bite me?" he roared, slapping her fiercely across the face, the blow reopening her wound and sending blood gushing forth. Stunned, Yu spun away and lost consciousness. In her haze, she felt Ouyang Lei, like a ravenous beast, tearing at her clothing. "Brother, save me." Yu's heart sank in despair. Meanwhile, Yu Lang had been waiting for what felt like an eternity, refreshing his radar repeatedly. At last, he detected 3 large rafts within a 10-kilometer radius, heading directly toward the small island where he was located. "Finally, you have arrived." Yu Lang spoke coldly. "Xiao Yuan, make haste toward those rafts." "Understood, master." Xiao Yuan replied promptly. Yu Lang's raft sped across the water. Though the enemy rafts would soon reach the island, he did not wish to delay even a moment longer. Standing at the bow with the sword of Lu Yan in hand, his gaze was fixed ahead. "Those who harmed you, you would pay with their lives." At that moment, Ouyang Lei held Yu tightly, poised to strike. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted his actions. Before he could respond, Zhou Chaofei called from outside, "Young Master Ouyang, A 5-tiered raft is approaching at incredible speed. How fast could that possibly be? Ouyang Lei grumbled, still restraining Yu. It appears to be moving at 80 knots, Zhou Qiaofei reported. Ouyang Lei pondered. Our firepower is only at 60. Where did they get such speed? This could be a formidable opponent. We must intercept them. Yes, Zhou Qiaofei affirmed, preparing to leave, but Ouyang Lei called him back. Bring all our strongest fighters. Do not underestimate them. They may be exceptionally powerful. Ouyang Lei warned gravely. As Zhou Qiaofei departed, Ouyang Lei's unease grew, and the heat within him began to subside. He recalled what Lan Zhiwei had said about Yu Lang, who had also possessed remarkable speed. Could it truly be Yu Lang? It seemed too coincidental. No. He must not let his guard down. Ouyang Lei donned his shirt, seized the now somewhat conscious Yu, and exited the room. At that moment, Yu Lang's raft was only 100 meters from the enemy's vessels, both sides able to discern each other's positions. Yu Lang observed that the 3 rafts were linked by iron chains, forming an effective barrier. Could this be the work of the Blue Sky Merchant Association? They used a similar tactic during the ambush, he recalled. The memories of his previous encounter with the Blue Sky Merchant Association flooded back. Those who had sought to harm him and Ming Ming, the management that had overstepped, and the rescue of Yu Hai and his father. Women. A chilling sense of dread enveloped Yu Lang at the thought. Would they treat you the same way? Zhou Qiaofei led his strongest fighters, totaling 8, alongside additional ordinary combatants, amounting to over 30 individuals. They were distributed across their respective rafts, each wielding their preferred weapon, bracing for the impending confrontation. As the 5-tiered raft drew nearer, a sense of unease crept into Zhou Qiaofei's heart. This vessel felt less like the tame sheep they typically encountered and more like a wild beast beyond their control. Furrowing his brow, he noted that the enemy showed no signs of slowing or veering off course. A collision at such high speed could result in catastrophic consequences. He immediately broadcasted a warning to all aboard the rafts. Everyone, drop what you are doing and find a safe place. We are about to experience a violent impact. Boom. The collision was as they had anticipated, and Yu Lang's raft crashed into their encirclement. The impact sent all 4 rafts into a violent sway, the iron chains clattering ominously. Fortunately, the rafts, constructed by the New World system, were exceptionally sturdy. Otherwise, such a collision could have spelled disaster. Despite Zhou Qiaofei's prior warning, the crew was still thrown into chaos by the violent rocking, with some individuals closest to the impact area suffering injuries. However, those stationed on the first level had managed to secure themselves. As the rafts gradually steadied, Zhou Qiaofei issued a command, and the crew surged onto Yu Lang's raft. Any who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Kill. They cried with exhilaration. Ouyang Lei usually preferred to capture individuals alive, as each one represented a potential slave. Yet many among this crew were desperate and bloodthirsty, and now they were finally free to unleash their fury, their excitement palpable. Yu Lang and Ming Ming stood on the first level of the raft, while Yin Qian and the Yun family remained in the planting space, waiting quietly for news from Yu Lang. Yu Lang had already disowned the intricate details of the raft, its owner being none other than Ouyang Lei. It is indeed that scoundrel Ouyang Lei. Yu Lang clenched his fists, observing the individuals rushing down from both sides of the raft. A cold smile crept across his face. He had not anticipated that these people would resort to violence so swiftly. Thus, he would show no mercy. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores. Chapter 75. The illusionary. The majority of these individuals are of D rank, with a few also at D. Despite their numbers, Yu Lang merely needs to exercise caution. And with Ming Ming's protection, he finds it beneath him to engage in combat. He can effortlessly eliminate one. Once the raft steadied, the personnel aboard leapt onto Yu Lang's raft like a pack of bloodthirsty demons, brandishing their weapons towards his head, with Ming Ming not spared either. A threat detected. Bang, bang, bang. 6 shots rang out as Ming Ming's energy gun depleted. 6 bodies collapsed with gunshot wounds to the head. The individuals behind them were momentarily stunned, yet the others, consumed by frenzy, continued their charge. Ming Ming swiftly switched to her energy blade, continuing her grim harvest. On Yu Lang's side, he faced an even greater number, all of whom were D rank. Zhou Qiaofei, true to Ouyang Lei's orders, unleashed his full power without a hint of restraint. Although Yu Lang was C ranked, he was not invincible. Lacking in combat experience and skill, he could only manage to parry against the onslaught of so many trained adversaries. It was not long before he sustained considerable injuries. So many D ranks targeting me. They certainly hold me in high regard. If this drags on, my stamina will eventually deplete, and with so many around, Ming Ming might not be able to protect me. Yu Lang's mind raced as he contemplated a countermeasure. This. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. He retrieved an excised orb from his backpack. The illusionary eye obtained from the illusion flower beast. Holding the orb in his palm, He manipulated it with his thoughts, casting illusions upon those nearby. With a whoosh, the orb emitted a golden light, enveloping everyone in its glow. All present froze as if petrified, their movements halted mid-action. At that moment, Yulang examined the detailed information on the illusionary eye. The effect was activated. Those who beheld the golden light would be ensnared in an illusion for 10 seconds, after which they could awaken through external force or their own will. Yulang frowned slightly, noting the brief 10-second duration of the enforced illusion. He needed to act quickly to dispatch these minions. With a flourish of his flowing flame sword, a streak of red light flashed, leaving a crimson mark upon several necks. 10 seconds, that should suffice. Zhou Qiaofei, standing on the main raft, remained oblivious to the golden light. He only saw his men frozen in place. De Yong. Shanchuan, what are you doing? He shouted at his powerful subordinates. Hey, are you not hearing me? Yet they remained immobile, prompting Zhou Qiaofei to furrow his brow and grip his large blade tightly. Something was amiss. With a leap, Zhou Qiaofei charged onto Yulang's raft, flinging those encircling him back to their own. Just then, a sharp sword shadow sliced towards him. Clang! Yulang's flowing flame sword met Zhou Qiaofei's great blade in a clash, resulting in the latter snapping in two, while Yulang's sword aimed directly at Zhou Qiaofei's face. Whoosh! Although Zhou Qiaofei had lost a hand, his combat skills and muscle memory remained intact. He pushed off the ground, falling back to evade the lethal strike, stepping back a few paces to regain his footing. He finally discerned the target of their assault, a young man just over 20 and a 10-year-old girl. Yet, seeing the multitude of corpses strewn about, including several of his prized subordinates, he was left in shock. Who were these individuals? How could they have slaughtered so many in such a short span? Who are you? Zhou Qiaofei demanded, gripping the broken blade. Yulang scoffed. Shouldn't I be the one asking that question? He had seen Zhou Qiaofei's information and recognized him as D rank, likely in a commanding role. We are the Ouyang Merchant Association. If you join us now, we may spare your life. Zhou Qiaofei attempted to recruit Yulang. Ouyang Merchant Association? The one established by that wretched Ouyang Lei? Though Yulang had already discerned the association's identity from the Raft's information, he feigned ignorance, eager to observe the unfolding drama. At the mention of Yulang's words, Zhou Qiaofei's eyes narrowed, pondering. Could this be someone with a grudge against us? Are you Yulang? Zhou Qiaofei inquired. Indeed, I am Yulang, here to take Ouyang Lei's life. A cruel smile creased Yulang's lips. Even if our young master Ouyang has a vendetta against you, you need not seek his life. Zhou Qiaofei refrained from mentioning Yu. Humph, what have you done that requires my reminder? Where is Yu? Bring her to me unharmed, and I might spare your lives. Yulang's face darkened. We have no such person here, Zhou Qiaofei asserted with feigned sincerity, his expression utterly composed. Even Yulang found himself somewhat convinced. Indeed, when he had contacted those who had kidnapped Yu, there had been no indications pointing to Ouyang Lei. Then allow me to visit your vessel for a proper inspection. Yulang would not be so easily swayed by mere words. Very well, but I must first inform young Master Ouyang. Zhou Qiaofei raised his right hand to his system wristwatch. After losing his left hand, the system wristwatch had automatically vanished and reappeared on his right wrist. Put your hand down, or you shall lose that one too, Yulang threatened, pointing the flowing flame sword at Zhou Qiaofei. Do you take me for a fool? Your intentions to signal are all too obvious. Zhou Qiaofei indeed contemplated signaling for help. Qiaofei, what is happening? The individuals Zhou Qiaofei had rescued began to awaken from the illusion in rapid succession. They shook their heads to clear their minds. The few D-rank individuals quickly regained their composure, positioning themselves behind Zhou Qiaofei. The tide of battle shifted once more, now pitting Yulang against a dozen opponents. A burly man quietly advised Zhou Qiaofei. Qiaofei, this kid is peculiar. He possesses something glowing golden, and the moment we gazed upon it, everything before us turned into an illusion. Another man whispered, Qiaofei, these two are formidable, but if we overwhelm them with numbers, they cannot withstand. Zhou Qiaofei nodded. This is Yulang. Do not underestimate him. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He is Yulang? They scrutinized Yulang from head to toe once more. Noticing Zhou Qiaofei and his men whispering amongst themselves, Yulang felt quite displeased and turned to Ming Ming, saying, Ming Ming, let us board the raft. Ming Ming nodded, following closely behind Yulang. Yulang understood that they were wary of the illusionary eye in his possession and would not act recklessly. He strode confidently toward the main raft behind Zhou Qiaofei. Upon reaching Zhou Qiaofei, Yulang leaned in and whispered, Step aside. Zhou Qiaofei did not yield, and the two locked eyes, tension mounting. With only one hand left, you should rest. Why risk your life? Yulang taunted. Stepping to the side, he forcefully collided with Zhou Qiaofei. Bang! Zhou Qiaofei, expecting to stand firm, was unexpectedly knocked back 3 to 4 steps, his subordinates hastily supporting him to prevent a fall. You. Zhou Chaofei had not anticipated Yu Lang's strength to be so formidable. He thought, "It appears your physical rank has reached sea level. In a battle of brute strength, victory is beyond our reach." As Yu Lang stepped onto the main raft and headed towards the stairway, Zhou Chaofei signaled to his surrounding subordinates. Understanding the situation, the crowd swiftly arranged themselves into formation, quietly trailing behind Lang. Chapter 76. The death of Zhou Chaofei. Zhou Chaofei's subordinates followed closely behind, like hungry wolves, intent on launching a surprise attack on Yu Lang. This time, even Zhou Chaofei joined the fray, armed with a crossbow he had purchased from Lan Zhuwei, aiming to eliminate Yu Lang from a distance. Suddenly, two large nets descended toward Yu Lang and Ming. At the same moment, Zhou Chaofei's crossbow bolt was released. Before the nets could fall, both had sensed the impending danger. With a powerful push of their feet, they propelled themselves forward, instantly covering a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Their figures flickered, evading the incoming crossbow bolt. Yu Lang turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent, seeking death. Since they had willingly exposed themselves to danger, he would not hold back. Yu Lang and Ming charged toward Zhou Chaofei and his men. Defensive positions. Zhou Chaofei shouted as he fell back into the crowd. 3 or 4 men quickly drew simple shields to protect themselves, while others hid behind the shields, also brandishing crossbows to fire at Yu Lang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts hurtled toward Yu Lang and Ming's faces. Crack, crack, crack. Just as they reached them, the arrows were all severed by Ming. It appeared this young girl was even stronger than Yu Lang. Zhou Chaofei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. With only 2 adversaries, how could they possess such formidable strength? Ming was responsible for slicing through the incoming arrows, while Yu Lang focused on disrupting the enemy's defensive formation. Crack! Under Yu Lang's mental command, the flowing flame sword transformed into a long whip, effortlessly bypassing the enemy's shields and striking the heads of those behind. Ah! A scream echoed. The struck individual bore a deep gash on his head, exposing bone, with singed edges. The whip, while less lethal than a blade, could still be wielded with lethal precision if mastered effectively. Before long, Zhou Chaofei's forces were in disarray. Ming, driven by the threat posed by these individuals, showed no mercy. Amidst the cries of the wounded, 5 or 6 bodies lay lifeless on the ground. The shield defense had crumbled, and Zhou Chaofei and his men were retreating under the relentless assault from Yu Lang and Ming, utterly powerless to retaliate. The one-sided battle drew the attention of others on the raft, who peered curiously through the windows. The crowd's emotions were mixed, filled with sadness, joy, and terror. Look, Zhou Chaofei and his dozens of men can't defeat those two. Indeed, aside from the young man, there is just a little girl. It's simply unbelievable. This is a massacre. What shall we do? It seems the highest combat power of the Ouyang chamber may be wiped out. Shall we join in to help? If the experts can't handle them, will we just be sending ourselves to our doom? Ouyang Xiaozhu, what do we do now? Ouyang Lei had reached the 3rd level of the main raft, witnessing the dire situation. If this continued, Zhou Chaofei would surely be eliminated. Shen Siyu anxiously remarked beside him. Ouyang Lei furrowed his brow. I know, but their strength is overwhelming, especially with their weapons. Our ordinary arms stand no chance. It was not that Ouyang Lei was unwilling to assist. Rather, the highest combat power of his chamber was already present. If they could not withstand the onslaught, he too would perish here. At that moment, Ouyang Lei remained unaware that the young man was Yu Lang, contemplating strategies to win him over with promises of profit. Could that man truly be Yu Lang? While Ouyang Lei pondered how to negotiate, he overheard others discussing nearby. Upon hearing the name, a jolt of fear coursed through him, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Who are you speaking of? Ouyang Lei fixed his gaze on the speaker, a lowly employee who trembled under his scrutiny. Stammering, he replied, Why Yu Lang? I heard it from others. Someone just overheard his conversation with Captain Zhou, and he mentioned it himself. Another chimed in. Ouyang Lei's brow knitted into a deep furrow as his mind raced. After a moment, he spoke to Shen Siyu. Take Yu and hide in the secret chamber. Unless I contact you first, do not message me, and absolutely do not come out. Ouyang Lei intended to deny any association, believing that even if Yu Lang sought him out, the repercussions would not be too severe. He would endure some losses today, but in the future, he could still leverage Yu to extort him. Shen Siyu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she had injured Yu, and if Yu Lang sought vengeance, she would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. I'll hold off for now and find a way to send him away. Later, I will settle the score with him. Ouyang Lei growled. If he truly pushes, I will ensure we both perish. He cast a glance at the hidden weapon in his backpack, revealing a sinister smile. Composing himself, he donned a professional smile and walked toward Yu Lang and the others on the raft. Meanwhile, Shen Siyu hurried upstairs to take Yu into hiding. The battle between Yu Lang and Zhou Chaofei unfolded in a decidedly lopsided manner. The ferocity of Yu Lang and Mingming's attacks only grew stronger as the fight progressed. Zhou Qiaofei and his capable subordinates managed to evade Yu Lang's onslaught through their agility, but they could do little more than avoid the lethal strikes. Unable to inflict any significant damage in return. Had they still been numerous, they might have had a chance to subdue the two, but with only 5 or 6 remaining. Their only goal was survival. Yu Lang's flowing flame sword morphed back into a long sword, cutting through the battlefield with ease. Clang. Yu Lang cleaved Zhou Qiaofei's metal axe in two. Whoosh. The sword slashed down, and Zhou Qiaofei was grievously wounded, his chest sliced open. Fortunately, he had managed to slightly evade the blade, preventing a fatal blow, yet a deep gash appeared, blood pouring forth and staining his clothes. Esteemed hero, spare my life. As Yu Lang prepared to pierce Zhou Qiaofei's heart with his sword, he suddenly heard a familiar male voice from behind. The voice resonated in his ears, and upon reflection, he realized it belonged to Ouyang Lei. Turning around, Yu Lang beheld a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, standing a short distance away. He wore a warm smile, entirely devoid of the animosity one would expect from an enemy. Are you Yu Lang? Ouyang Lei asked, still smiling. Old friend. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Yu Lang disregarded him entirely, coldly stating, hand over Yu. Feigning ignorance, Ouyang Lei responded, Yu? I know nothing of her. Are you looking for someone? Yu Lang smirked coldly, I shall grant you one chance. Surrender her willingly, and I may allow you to keep your life. With a face full of sincerity, Ouyang Lei insisted, I truly do not know. I have no reason to deceive you. If you don't believe me, go ahead and search. Since you are already here, I see no need to search further. Yu Lang gripped the flowing flame sword and advanced toward Ouyang Lei. This time, Yu Lang intended to employ a particular technique. Whatever your business, come at me. Zhou Qiaofei bellowed, charging forward, positioning himself before Yu Lang while brandishing the metal axe, ready for combat. Get lost. Yu Lang's voice was low and threatening. Zhou Qiaofei stood his ground, unwavering before Yu Lang. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Yu Lang swung the flowing flame sword. So rapidly that Zhou Qiaofei barely had time to react before a crimson line appeared on his neck. His pupils dilated as he clutched his throat, attempting to utter a word, but the sound would not come. He collapsed, blood gushing from beneath him. Chapter 77, Ouyang Lei's Desperate Struggle. Qiaofei. Qiaofei Gu. The crowd exclaimed in horror as Zhou Qiaofei's subordinate witnessed his elder brother being fatally struck by Yu Lang. Enraged and grief-stricken, they lost their composure and surged towards Yu Lang like a swarm of bees. Yet, in the presence of this god of death, the emotionally charged rabble posed no threat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red light flashed as one strong figure after another collapsed, staining the ground around Yu Lang with blood. The mightiest warriors under Ouyang Lei were annihilated. Upon seeing the corpses scattered near Yu Lang, Ouyang Lei's breath began to tremble. He thought to himself, how could he be so formidable? Why did I have to encounter him? As Yu Lang approached with an ominous demeanor, Ouyang Lei exhaled deeply, seemingly resigned, and remarked, it appears that today, only one of us can survive. Embracing a mindset of mutual destruction, he suddenly regretted not having taken action against Yu earlier. Even in death, he could have left Yu Lang with a psychological scar. Yu Lang coldly replied, it is not merely a matter of survival for one. It is your certain demise. Is it true that Yu Lang, would stoop to such depths, preying on the weak and indulging in senseless slaughter? Ouyang Lei taunted, casting his gaze around. Everyone here has recorded your heinous deeds today. Should you kill me, the footage will spread swiftly, and you shall become humanity's enemy in this new world. The fearsome reputation of Yu Lang rendered others too intimidated to intervene. They merely watched from above, having complied with Ouyang Lei's order to record the events. The open area on the first level of the main raft provided a clear view for all to capture the unfolding drama. Yu Lang scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe I care? Ouyang Lei suddenly shouted, seemingly intending for everyone to capture his words clearly. I have already stated that I do not know the individual you speak of. You are merely seeking any excuse to end my life. Look at the bodies at your feet. They are the innocent victims of your violence. Ouyang Lei exclaimed with righteous indignation. The distance between Ouyang Lei and Yu Lang was merely a few paces, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. A powerful wave emanated from Yu Lang's eyes. Ah! Ouyang Lei clutched his head, crying out in pain as he staggered back. Was it you who did this? He glared at Yu Lang, having just sensed an intrusion into his mind. Did Yu Lang possess yet another unknown ability? After using his memory-probing ability, Yu Lang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His expression darkened as he recalled the images of Ouyang Lei humiliating Yu. To dare harm Yu, you seek death. The words escaped Yu Lang's clenched teeth. He tightened his grip on the sword of flowing flame, thrusting the blade towards Ouyang Lei. Feeling an impending sense of doom, Ouyang Lei immediately signaled Shenxi. At that moment, Shenxi and Yu were hidden away in a secret chamber. but she had seen the unfolding situation through video calls with others. Young Master Ouyang. Shenxi shouted anxiously upon seeing Yulang charging towards Ouyang Lei. Ding. At that moment, Shenxi received a signal from Ouyang Lei. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Yu, who was bound nearby. Drawing a large knife from her system backpack, she slowly approached Yu with an indifferent expression. Since we may not survive today, you shall accompany me to the grave. Taking you down with me is not a loss. With her mouth stuffed with a foul sock, Yu could only produce muffled sounds, her eyes filled with despair. As Yulang saw Ouyang Lei swiftly manipulate his system wristwatch, a sense of unease surged within him. Just as he was about to close in on Ouyang Lei, a bamboo tube suddenly appeared in Ouyang Lei's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of silver needles erupted from the tube, swift and deadly. Yulang was too close to evade. Sensing the threat, Ming suddenly grabbed the waistband of Yulang's trousers and hurled him away. Yulang was launched like a cannonball onto another raft, landing atop a pile of barrels, cushioning his fall and preventing him from being thrown into the sea. Boom. Most of the barrels shattered. Hiss. Yulang lay amidst the wreckage of the barrels, dazed and aching. That Ming is quite ruthless. Is this revenge for something? Yulang thought as he groggily rose, gazing in Ouyang Lei's direction. Ming. Yulang's mind suddenly cleared. He saw Ming being pierced by needles, resembling a porcupine. Had it been Yulang who was struck, even if he were C-grade, he would surely be dead. Ouyang Lei cursed inwardly upon witnessing Yulang escape calamity. What a waste of my life-saving skill. This secret weapon was specially crafted by the artisans under his command, usable only once. He looked at the seemingly lifeless girl before him, believing she had perished. Alas, just a child lost. Before Ouyang Lei could finish his thought, Ming stirred. Gripping her light blade, she advanced towards Ouyang Lei. How is she not dead? Ouyang Lei gasped in shock, observing Ming's unaffected demeanor. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee. These two are utterly abnormal. It's impossible to contend with them. Seeing that Ming was unharmed, Yulang breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, her only weakness lies in electrical attacks. Physical harm does not affect her. Suddenly recalling something, Yulang called out to Ming, wait, do not kill him yet. Having glimpsed Ouyang Lei's memories, albeit briefly, he had seen crucial images. Aside from Yu's humiliation, he had also witnessed a woman named Shenxi's taking Yu to a secret chamber, and the signal he had just sent was a command for Yu's demise. Breathing rapidly, Yulang felt a surge of urgency. He needed to locate Yu immediately, otherwise, she would fall victim to Shenxi. However, the secret chamber was exceedingly concealed, known to only a few. He had not gleaned its location from the memories, necessitating another probe into Ouyang Lei's mind. Ming complied with Yulang's directive, halting before Ouyang Lei, her gaze fixed upon him, inducing trepidation within Ouyang Lei. Noticing Ming's inaction and the distance between himself and Yulang, Ouyang Lei steadied his breath and, amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd, leapt into the depths of the sea. Splash! Water erupted as Ouyang Lei sank below the surface. Yulang had never anticipated that Ouyang Lei would resort to such a tactic. It was known that there were 15 sharks following the main raft. According to the rules of the New World, if there were fewer than 50 individuals on the raft, the maximum number of sharks would be 15. If under 100, the maximum would be 20. Ouyang Lei's leap, without any special equipment, meant he was essentially facing certain death. Is he truly desperate? Yulang cursed inwardly. Splash. Yulang followed suit, diving into the ocean. Ming pulled the silver needles from her body and quickly entered the water. The 15 sharks surged towards the trio like ravenous demons. Yulang's heart raced with anxiety, but the multitude of sharks obscured his vision, rendering him unable to discern Ouyang Lei's escape route. Chapter 78. Yu's life hanging by a thread. Boom. Boom. One shark after another was obliterated beneath Yulang's powerful fist, the water erupting into blossoms of crimson. I should have severed his tendons first, Yulang lamented. Despite his determination to eliminate the threat swiftly, he had allowed the adversary to escape. Ming, have you located the opponent? Yulang inquired. Brother, there are too many people nearby. I cannot discern anything, Ming replied after scanning the vicinity. After searching the area without success, Yulang resurfaced, only to find the ocean calm, save for a few rafts. Could he have returned to the raft? Yulang speculated. With a resounding slap on the water's surface, he sent waves soaring over a meter high. I can't waste any more time. Yulang and Ming returned to the main raft, where the onlookers remained frozen in terror across various levels. Does anyone know where Ouyang Lei's secret chamber is? Take me there, and I will make him the master of this raft. Yulang shouted from the first platform. Is he speaking the truth? Ouyang, the president, has been defeated by him. We can no longer resist. Perhaps it would be wise to curry favor, murmured the crowd, yet no one took a step forward. As time ticked away, Yulang grew frantic. akin to an ant on a hot pan. It had been 5 or 6 minutes since Ouyang Lei signaled. Yu was likely in grave danger. I know. A youth with a distinct hairstyle descended the stairs, accompanied by an elderly man in his 50s. Upon glancing at the youth's information, Yulang noted, Ai Lu Jiu Ai Lu, 20 years old, a new breed, male. This name seemed familiar. Yulang furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly recalled the young man who had previously sold shrimp nets. It's you, Yulang exclaimed. Ai Lu Jiu Ai Lu offered a pleasing smile, surprised that the esteemed Yulang remembered him, a mere merchant. He certainly had an impression of Yulang. As it was during their transaction that Ouyang Lei had captured him, the elderly man was known as Old Wang, the artisan who wove the shrimp nets in the youth's father. Enough chit-chat. Quickly take me to the secret chamber. Yulang strode purposefully toward him. Sensing Yulang's menacing approach, Ai Lu Jiu Ai Lu's legs trembled. Why Yulang? Let us go to the 3rd floor. He turned and hastily led Old Wang to the 3rd level, while others instinctively parted to make way. Seeing even his former underlings cower, Ai Lu Jiu Ai Lu felt a swell of pride, believing himself to be a favored companion of Yulang. The 3rd floor served as the artisan's domain, filled with small rooms stocked with various resources and components. Ai Lu Jiu Ai Lu guided Yulang through several winding corridors, finally stopping in front of a storage shelf. Here lies the secret chamber, esteemed Yulang. Old Wang, skilled in handiwork, had been stationed on the 3rd floor, allowing him to keep his idle son nearby, a privilege he secured from Ouyang Lei. While he pretended to work diligently in front of others, he would often slack off and wander when alone with his father. One day, he inadvertently discovered this secret chamber, never anticipating it would prove so vital today. Open it, Yulang commanded. Ai Lu Jiu Ai Lu nodded, searching the shelf until he found a button, which he pressed. With a creak, the shelf shifted, revealing a narrow opening in the wall, just wide enough for a person to enter. Yulang had no time to marvel at the craftsmanship. He stepped inside without hesitation. Suddenly, a sharp blade swung toward Yulang's neck. Sensing the threat, Meng Meng leaped from behind Yulang, raising her radiant blade to intercept. With a clash, the large knife was severed in an instant. Meng Meng followed through with another strike, and Yulang beheld a hand, still gripping the broken blade, fall to the ground. Ah! A woman's anguished scream pierced the air. Yulang's heart raced as he turned to see her. She was a somewhat voluptuous woman with a decent appearance. Checking her information, he found Shun Siyu, 28 years old, a new breed, female. Yulang cursed Meng Meng silently 1,000 times, yet maintained his composure. Meng Meng, please wait until I can identify her before you act. What if she SUU? Whoever poses a threat to brother shall be eliminated, Meng Meng asserted, firmly grasping her blade as she advanced toward Shun Siyu. Meanwhile, Shun Siyu was consumed by agony, clutching her severed arm on the floor, crying out in torment. Yulang disregarded their struggle, swiftly searching for Yu within the room. The space was modest yet well equipped with essential amenities, illuminated by a handmade skylight. Suddenly, he noticed a pool of blood on the floor near the foot of the wooden bed. Yulang shouted as he dashed forward. There lay Yu, bound and gagged with a filthy sock, sprawled on the ground at the bed's foot. Her body bore extensive bruises, and her face was marred by gruesome knife wounds. Her clothes were soaked in blood, revealing a deep stab wound that barely missed her heart. Yu appeared pale, her life force waning. Yu, please wake up. Yulang knelt before her, feeling as though the world was spinning out of control. The harrowing scene of the Blue Star's apocalypse replayed in his mind. Trembling, he tore open Yu's shirt and retrieved special drinking water from his backpack to cleanse her wound. Yet, the blood continued to flow slowly. He had no choice but to apply the last of his life essence onto her injury. Instantly, the wound began to mend, but alas, it was too deep for complete restoration. Yulang could only support Yu and pour the special drinking water into her mouth, ensuring she would not perish imminently. As her breathing stabilized slightly, Yulang scooped Yu into his arms and sprinted back to his raft. With a swift motion, Meng Meng dispatched Shun Siyu, her head severed, leaving a visage frozen in pain and fear. After neutralizing the threat, Meng Meng hastily departed, leaving Old Wang and his son in shock. Ai Lu Jiu Ai Lu suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting as he fled the scene. This is terrifying. To save time, Yulang leaped from the 3rd floor window, landing gracefully on the 1st platform. Upon reaching his raft, he gazed at the charming image of Daji on the water purifier's screen, urgently asking, Jing, how much life essence do we have now? Quickly, give it all to me. Chapter 79. The search for Ouyang Lei. The inventory of life essence is insufficient at 0. For milliliters. Quietly responding, it presented a dropper filled with all the life essence. Without hesitation, Yulang poured all the life essence into Yu's mouth. After all, Yu had lost too much blood and required the life essence for replenishment. As the essence flowed into Yu's mouth, it was absorbed instantaneously. Her dark, Feather-like eyelashes fluttered slightly, her chest rose and fell more prominently, and a hint of color returned to her pallid complexion. However, her wounds remained unhealed, and she was still in a state of unconsciousness. Seeing Yu in such a condition, Yulang sighed in relief. It was all right. As long as her life was preserved for now, they could gradually restore her health once they acquired more life essence. Yulang carried Yu into the planting space. As the environment there was more comfortable and suited for recuperation. When Yin Qian and the others witnessed Yulang appearing with a bloodied young girl, their hearts leaped into their throats. Yet, seeing that the girl could temporarily hold on to her life, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yulang, is this your sister? Yu? Yin Qian asked with concern, gazing at Yu. Her injuries displayed the brutality she had endured. Yulang furrowed his brows tightly and nodded affirmatively. He gently laid Yu on the grass, brushing his fingers over her cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness and hatred. After a moment, he stood up and said, Yin Qian, take good care of her. With that, he teleported out of the planting space. Yulang's gaze fell upon the 3 rafts belonging to Ouyang Lei. His eyes ablaze with fury. Shen Siyu was dead. The combat effectiveness of the Ouyang Merchant Association had been obliterated, yet the true culprit, Ouyang Lei, had evaded the punishment he so rightly deserved. Ouyang Lei, I will not let you escape. Yulang's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, lowering the temperature of the surroundings by several degrees. He surveyed the vast expanse of the sea, squinting slightly. You must still be hiding on one of the rafts. I will capture you. The 3 rafts housed approximately 80 to 90 individuals, with nearly half already deceased. However, lacking the captain's authority over Ouyang Lei's raft, Yulang was unable to control the remaining individuals or the rafts themselves. After contemplating for a moment, he stood on the platform of the main raft and shouted to the gathering crowd, Ouyang Lei is still on the raft. If you can find him, I will reward you handsomely. All right, Yulang, I will definitely help you find him. The first to respond to Yulang's call was the punk youth known as Ailu Jiu Ailu. Xiaowang, are you really planning to ally with Yulang? Someone beside him whispered. Can't you see? Ouyang Lei has been utterly defeated. If I do not ally with Yulang, do you expect me to sit idly by and wait for Ouyang Lei to make a comeback? Ailu Jiu Ailu scoffed. But you are still under the command of Ouyang, and he could kick you out at any moment. Upon hearing this, Ailu Jiu Ailu hesitated. The others, hearing the same, became even more reluctant to assist Yulang in searching for Ouyang Lei, as their lives were still in Ouyang Lei's grasp. Yulang, sensing their reluctance, called out again, as long as you can find Ouyang Lei, I will grant you your freedom. You will no longer be enslaved by anyone. Do you know the Blue Sky Merchant Association? I am the one who eliminated their leader and took over the subordinates under his command. I have granted all subordinates the highest system privileges and provided them with resources to develop freely. You can see that there are no enslaved individuals on my raft. So, those who desire freedom must seek out Ouyang Lei. Yulang's declaration stirred the crowd, igniting a fervent desire for liberation within them. Even though they had sufficient food and drink, they were unwilling to be exploited and oppressed. As the saying goes, life is precious, love is even more so. For the sake of freedom, everything can be sacrificed. I am willing. Ailu Jiu Ailu resolved to take a chance, though fearful of death. His rebellious spirit compelled him to find the endeavor exhilarating, and he yearned to try it out. Child, do not act impulsively. Old Wang tugged at Ailu Jiu Ailu's arm, as he was more conservative and wished to avoid taking risks. Old man, mind your own business. Ailu Jiu Ailu forcefully shook off Old Wang's hand. Despite Old Wang's attempts to dissuade him, Ailu Jiu Ailu grew even more resolute in his decision. Old Wang could only relent, shaking his head in resignation, realizing he had no choice but to follow along. If we are to perish, let us perish together. Without my son, I cannot live either. Encouraged by Ailu Jiu Ailu, a few others wavered in their resolve, and gradually, a majority decided to seek out Ouyang Lei. The crowd dispersed spontaneously, meticulously searching every corner of the rafts. Yulang produced a chair and sat quietly, observing the bustling crowd. Beat. You have been expelled from the subordinate position by the captain. Beat. Your system has been locked. Beat. There are 3 ways to unlock. First, be reattached by the old captain. Second, be attached by someone who is not a subordinate. Third, obtain the system unlock scroll. Ailu Jiu Ailu suddenly received a system notification, his heart racing. He attempted to access his system functionalities, only to discover that his watch system was entirely inoperable. One after another, others also received notifications of being expelled from their subordinate positions by Ouyang Lei. Panic ensued among the crowd. Look, we have been expelled from our subordinate positions. What should we do? But we haven't found Ouyang Lei yet. Oh my goodness. How can we survive without the system? It's all your fault, you rascal. Now we are all expelled from our subordinate positions. Although the crowd was filled with trepidation, they dared not confront Yu Lang, redirecting their frustration towards AI Lu Jiu AI Lu. Some even contemplated physically attacking him. AI Lu Jiu AI Lu felt regretful, yet quickly regained composure and shouted to the crowd, "We have already been expelled from our subordinate positions. Even if you kill me, it will be of no use. It would be better to find Ouyang Lei quickly and appease Yu Lang. Perhaps he will still allow us to become his subordinates." Upon hearing this, the crowd recognized it as a viable solution. Currently, Yu Lang was the only person not in a subordinate position besides Ouyang Lei. He was their sole lifeline. "Hurry, we must find Ouyang Lei. Our raft is not that large. We can definitely locate him. Leave no corner unchecked, including water buckets and earthen stoves. I recall a very concealed spot. He must be there. I will head there first. Brothers, quick, let us go. Don't crowd together." Under AI Lu Jiu AI Li's leadership, the crowd's enthusiasm surged rapidly. No one wished to remain without a system. However, not everyone would defect. Some, although fearful of Yu Lang, remained loyal to Ouyang Lei. These individuals had already drawn Ouyang Lei's attention in the past, and he was well aware of who they were. At this moment, these individuals received private messages from Ouyang Lei. "Release the video we just recorded to let more people see." Ouyang Lei had only expelled a portion of those who had been most vocal against him. He had not dealt with the majority. He sent a message in the subordinate group chat. "I have granted you the highest system privileges and allocated some resources for you to construct rafts to leave." Upon seeing this message, some were astonished. "We can leave the raft? Haha, young Master Ouyang has given us system privileges. We can finally escape. My life was saved by young Master Ouyang. I would never abandon him to flee alone." Some cheered, others felt reluctant, and some were overwhelmed with fear. Each individual harbored different thoughts. It was precisely due to Ouyang Lei's actions that the majority chose not to seek him out any longer, but instead resolved to abandon this terrifying place. His devoted followers disseminated the video to their friends, who, upon witnessing such a gruesome and violent scene, shared it further. Soon, nearly everyone in the New World had viewed the video. Yu Lang, exercising his might over the weak, mercilessly slaughtered the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, instilling a profound sense of fear in all. Chapter 80. The demon at Yu Lang sat quietly in his chair, observing his surroundings, oblivious to the uproar that had erupted in the public chat channel. "Did you see the video of Yu Lang slaughtering the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce?" "Of course. Good heavens. Who knew Yu Lang was such a person?" Indeed, just because he had a minor conflict with Ouyang Lei, he now seeks to annihilate the entire family. And for such a feeble excuse. Hell is empty, and demons walk the earth. I hope I never cross paths with Yu Lang again. I won't buy his products anymore. Who knows if they were taken from the corpses of his victims? I shall begin my boycott of Yu Lang. But have you not considered why Yu Lang is so formidable? And that little girl by his side seems even more powerful. Yes, her skills are extraordinary. Could it be that his physical prowess is exceptionally high? 2 against many, impressive. With such overwhelming strength, I pray I never encounter him in my lifetime." Not only the ordinary folk, but also numerous factions felt a shiver of unease after watching the video. This was especially true for the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce and the Wang family, who had direct ties to Yu Lang. The Wang family had taken Zhang Yifan and her son hostage to extract their life essence. Although there was no deep-seated enmity, witnessing Yu Lang's vengeful nature made them fear that Zhang Yifan and her son could become a ticking time bomb for the Wang family. Wang Qingzi swiftly convened a meeting with the management team, and they unanimously agreed that Zhang Yifan and her son had become a hot potato, too valuable to discard yet too dangerous to keep. However, some individuals, emboldened by their family's vast resources and power exceeding that of the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, were still inclined to take a gamble. For the allure of life essence was simply too tempting. In the end, Wang Qingzi resolutely declared, "Release Zhang Yifan and her son. Let them fend for themselves. We shall act as if this incident never occurred. Just let them go? What nonsense. A woman's leadership is indeed so weak." A disgruntled middle-aged man with a rugged beard, Wan Shijian, expressed his dissatisfaction. Once a contender for the Wang family's inheritance in Huaxia, he found himself overshadowed by Wang Qingzi's establishment of the Wang Corporation, which surpassed his own in scale. Reluctantly, he had merged with her, yet he remained resentful. "This is not the time for foolish bravery," Wang Qingzi shot back, her disdain for gender discrimination evident. Despite her exceptional abilities and support in Huaxia, she was still denied the title of heir. In this new world, she was determined to prove that women were no less capable than men. Wang Shijian was about to retort when Wang Qingzi interrupted. "If you wish to keep Zhang Yifan and her son, then you shall take them yourself. From now on, the Wang Corporation has no dealings with you." Upon hearing this, Wang Shijian's pent-up frustration erupted. He sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table. "I have had enough of you. How much food and resources have we gained through Zhang Yifan and her son these past few days? Are you not aware? To cast aside this long-term benefit is sheer folly. If you want me to leave, then you must share half of the Wang Corporation's resources with me. Wang Qingzi, not one to be easily intimidated, crossed her arms and leaned back, laughing coldly. Share half? You dream too grandly. Go ahead and indulge in your fantasies. They are all yours. You. Wang Shijian seethed with rage. The entire Wang family management was embroiled in turmoil due to the shockwaves Yu Lang had set off. While the Wang family still had an escape route, the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce found themselves with no options left. A few days prior, Lan Zhiwei had witnessed Yu Lang annihilate his 3 squads and now saw him destroy the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, filling him with dread. Moreover, he had heard Ouyang Lei mention the name Yu. This was a name he had divulged to Ouyang Lei. Had Ouyang Lei discovered Yu's whereabouts? Lan Zhiwei pondered. Yet, Ouyang Lei claimed he did not know her. What was the truth? After watching the video, he was not only shaken by Yu Lang's immense power but also noticed discrepancies. If Ouyang Lei had indeed discovered Yu, it was ultimately because of the information I provided him. If Yu Lang were to pursue this, I would surely be ensnared. Clenching his cup tightly, malice filled his eyes. It seemed that the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce was destined for a life-and-death struggle with Yu Lang. Preparations must be made. He needed to be ready to confront him at any moment, ideally eliminating him before he turned his sights on himself. Unbeknownst to Yu Lang, who had no interest in such thoughts, he was consumed by a singular desire. Ouyang Lei must perish. Yet, Ouyang Lei seemed to be evading him, as if cloaked in invisibility. If you wish to hide, then I shall accompany you. Let us see how long you can evade me. Yu Lang's fist clenched tightly, cracking under the pressure. Suddenly, a sound of paddles slicing through the water reached his ears. Yu Lang perked up, listening intently, realizing the noise originated from the small rafts of the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce, hidden from his line of sight. His heart raced. Could it be Ouyang Lei? He dashed to the back of the raft for a closer look. Before him lay several newly constructed small rafts, with groups of people furiously paddling away in a desperate flight. The rafts had not drifted far, and with a running leap, Yu Lang propelled himself onto the nearest one. The impact sent the raft rocking violently, causing its occupants to grasp the edges in panic to avoid falling into the sea. Yu Lang seized a man by the collar, lifting him as though he were a mere chick, suppressing his fury as he demanded, "What are you doing? Where's Ouyang Lei?" I don't know. President Ouyang granted us system permissions to leave. The man stammered, fear etched across his face. With a cold chuckle, Yu Lang muttered, "So, Ouyang Lei wishes to play tricks even in his last moments." He suspected Ouyang Lei was hiding among these rafts to make his escape. Drawing a deep breath, Yu Lang unleashed a furious roar, loud enough for those paddling away to hear clearly. Get back to the raft immediately, or face certain death. The crowd hesitated, yet some, seeing the distance between themselves and Yu Lang, rode faster in hopes of escaping. Yu Lang retrieved a metal bow and arrow from his pack. Standing tall as he aimed at one of the farthest rafts, with a powerful pull, he drew the bowstring taut. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air with a piercing sound. Thud! One of the individuals on the raft was struck in the head, the force of the arrow piercing cleanly through. The man, now resembling a skewered delicacy, collapsed into the water with a splash, quickly devoured by circling sharks. With a sense of relief, Yu Lang exhaled. His practice with the bow during his free time had paid off, and since enhancing his physique, he had learned with remarkable speed. Witnessing his companion's demise sent the others into a frenzy, paddling with renewed urgency. The arrows had a range. If they could just distance themselves enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! More arrows were loosed in rapid succession, leaving only one survivor on the raft. Yu Lang aimed his bow at her, declaring, "I will count to 3. If you do not return, you shall join your companions." The lone survivor, a woman, halted her paddling, her voice trembling with despair. "Young Master Ouyang, what should we do now?" Chapter 81. The death of Ouyang Lei. Ouyang Lei had been hiding beneath the water at the bow of the raft, his head barely above the surface and obscured by a woman, rendering him invisible to Yu Lang. The reason he avoided the shark's attack was that he possessed a divine reward, a shark pendant granted to him at the conclusion of his first week. When adorned, it rendered him immune to shark assaults, which emboldened him to plunge into the sea without hesitation. After diving, he concealed himself beneath the raft, finding a blind spot to regain his position atop it. When others came searching for him, he submerged once more. Subsequently, he privately messaged his staunch supporter to assist in his escape. Yu Lang had never anticipated such a tactic. "Consider this. If you return, I will surely perish." Ouyang Lei responded to the woman. "If you row forward, as long as you remain beyond the reach of the metallic arrows, Yu Lang cannot harm you, and we shall flee together." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded resolutely, declaring, "Even if I must die, I will ensure your escape, young Master Ouyang." This woman was one of Ouyang Lei's consorts, saved by him and profoundly grateful. Additionally, Ouyang Lei's charisma had enamored her, after spending time together. She had devoted her heart to him, willing to do anything for his sake. Ouyang Lei was pleased with her response and urged her to lie flat on the raft, thus shielding her from Yu Lang's lethal arrows. Yu Lang, observing the woman paddling from her prone position, furrowed his brow. Who is this woman? What is her connection to Ouyang Lei? He inquired of those around him. The few who had returned to the raft, forced to retreat, were displeased that the woman could escape while they could not, snorting in frustration. Who else could it be but Ouyang Lei's lover? One remarked. She often claimed she would die for him, yet now she flees faster than anyone. Yu Lang perceived that this woman posed a threat and could not allow her to escape easily. He stepped onto another raft and commandeered their paddles, exerting his strength to propel himself toward her raft at the utmost speed. Yu Lang is coming. Ouyang Lei stealthily glanced in his direction, realizing Yu Lang was rapidly approaching, sending chills down his spine and quickening his heartbeat. Hurry, sit up and paddle. Ouyang Lei urged the woman. She immediately scrambled up and began to paddle frantically, but her speed paled in comparison to Yu Lang's, who soon closed in on them. Ouyang Lei, unwilling to reveal himself, submerged into the water. With a resounding thud, Yu Lang leaped onto the woman's raft, prompting her to scream in terror. Yu Lang struck her sharply across the face, silencing her momentarily. Where is Ouyang Lei? Yu Lang demanded. What Ouyang Lei? I know nothing. The woman retorted, clutching her face, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Yu Lang scanned the surroundings but detected no anomalies, however. His intuition told him Ouyang Lei was nearby. Rather than immediately returning the woman to the raft, he chose to wait in silence. As the waves rocked the small raft, it drifted further from his own. Meanwhile, those on the raft seized the opportunity to construct another raft and escape in another direction. Yu Lang remained unperturbed. As long as they had a raft, he could use his navigation radar to track them down one by one. For now, he simply needed to bide his time. Ouyang Lei, I know you are here. Yu Lang attempted to deceive. The surroundings remained tranquil, with no discernible changes. Seconds ticked by, yet there was still no response. Was his intuition misguided? Yu Lang began to doubt himself. Just as he was about to paddle back, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Whoosh! At that moment, as Yu Lang turned, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the sea, slicing through the air and striking directly at Yu Lang's face. He felt his muscles tense and instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the bolt, which grazed his cheek and left a bloody gash. Ouyang Lei, let us see how you escape now. Yu Lang disregarded the minor wound, summoning a metal spear in an instant. Whoosh! The spear was launched. Before Ouyang Lei could react, the spear pierced his skull, sending him swiftly to his demise. Ah, young Master Ouyang. A woman's scream echoed. I'll fight you, she shouted, brandishing a large cleaver at Yu Lang. With a swift kick, Yu Lang sent her flying into the sea. The woman struggled in the water, only to be torn apart by an approaching shark, leaving behind a crimson surface. To accompany Ouyang Lei in death was your greatest wish. I have fulfilled it for you, Yu Lang remarked impassively. Through countless trials and the taking of many lives, Yu Lang had transformed from the person he once was. Before the sharks could devour Ouyang Lei entirely, Yu Lang retrieved his corpse to the raft, activating his wristwatch system to transfer all of Ouyang Lei's systems to himself. Now, he could access Ouyang Lei's contacts and messages, provided they had not been deleted. Let us see where you obtained information about Yu. Yu Lang intended to eliminate anyone who had harmed his sister. Once the system transfer was complete, Yu Lang cast Ouyang Lei's body into the sea, allowing the sharks to dispose of the remains. To his surprise, the sharks circled the raft, but did not consume Ouyang Lei's corpse. Puzzled, Yu Lang furrowed his brow. After all, that woman had been devoured by sharks, so why was Ouyang Lei spared? Was this the reason he could hide in the water? What could possibly be the explanation? Yu Lang pulled Ouyang Lei's body back onto the raft, rummaging through his garments with a keen eye. Suddenly, he spotted the shark pendant around Ouyang Lei's neck. Upon inspecting its details, Yu Lang was taken aback. Shark impersonator description. Wearing this item allows you to become one of the sharks, rendering you immune to their attacks. Source: Ouyang Lei's first divine reward. Now transferred to Yu Lang. It was indeed a divine reward. Yu Lang involuntarily cast another glance at Ouyang Lei, scoffing. Who would have thought you were so fortunate? Had you not crossed paths with me, you would have achieved great success in the future. Undeniably, Ouyang Lei was a man of both valor and cunning. His solitary endeavors had placed Yu Lang in peril on multiple occasions. Had he continued to develop, he might have become Yu Lang's most formidable adversary. Alas, his lack of strength had led him to provoke Yu Lang. Yu Lang felt a sense of relief in having eradicated this significant threat before it could mature. He removed the shark pendant and searched Ouyang Lei's body for any other items of value. Finding nothing useful, he once again cast Ouyang Lei's corpse into the sea. This time, the sharks wasted no time in devouring him completely. Ding! Your captain has been changed from Ouyang Lei to Yulang. New captain protection mechanism activated. All subordinate personnel system functions temporarily disabled. Upon receiving Ouyang Lei's system, the subordinate personnel were met with a shocking message. Ouyang the president has been killed by Yulang. What the hell? After rowing so far, now the system is locked? How are we supposed to survive in this new world? Curse that Yulang! They lamented. Alas, we have no choice but to return. The fleeing rafts could only return in disappointment. Better to take their chances back on land than perish in the vast ocean. At this moment, Lang stood upon the primary platform of the main raft. Gazing at the crowd with a solemn expression, he declared, "From this day forth, I shall be your captain. Now, I urge you all to commence recording and reveal the sordid deeds perpetrated by Ouyang Lei. It would be even more advantageous to document such actions in the very locations where they occurred. We must ensure that everyone understands my act of killing him was a righteous endeavor." Chapter 82. The Superintelligent Sewing Machine. Upon hearing Yulang's words, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. I am merely an individual of the lowest echelon, utterly unaware of the unscrupulous deeds Ouyang Lei may have committed. Is it truly not vile for him to intercept us and use force to subjugate us, turning us into slaves? Such actions ought to be deemed despicable. Yet it seems that those with a modicum of power are currently engaging in similar practices. Perhaps I should fabricate a tale? After all, Ouyang Lei is already deceased, and history is pinned by the victors. As discussions ensued, it appeared that few could delve into the depths of Ouyang Lei's more ignoble aspects beyond what was overtly presented. Ouyang Lei conducted his affairs with utmost caution, surrounded only by his most trusted confidants, all of whom had perished in this conflict alongside him. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a luminous full moon ascended into the night sky. The individuals aboard the wooden raft were already drenched in sweat and parched, yet, due to Yulang's presence, they dared not retreat inside. Consequently, their tempers flared, and they found little inclination to record any videos. It was then that Yulang realized his ability to see in the dark, coupled with his superior heat tolerance compared to the others, whose highest level was merely D. With a resigned tone, he declared, "Let us conclude for today. Please attend to the corpses on the raft. I shall unlock certain system functions for you, and we will continue with our previous routine. Take some time to ponder how to record videos and your future plans. I shall arrange matters for you in the morning." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of relief and dispersed. Those with more courage ventured to clear away the bodies, while those responsible for lighting the night ignited torches and oil lamps on the raft. Instantly, the raft was illuminated, granting the group a sense of security. As Yulang prepared to return to his own raft, he was suddenly called by a female voice. "Captain Yulang, may I inquire about Yu's well-being?" Following the voice, he spotted a young woman standing a short distance away, her expression tinged with concern. Her demeanor was gentle and demure, evoking no sense of wariness. Fong Fong, 25 years old, a new human female. "And you are?" Yulang asked, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is your relation to Yu? Since you boarded the ship, I have been looking after her. She once mentioned having an older brother, but I never imagined it would be you." The woman's poise suggested she belonged to a distinguished family in Huaxia. However, Yulang was not easily swayed by appearances and replied coldly, "She is well." Fong Fong's expression faltered, her skepticism evident, as she recalled seeing Yulang carrying a bloodied Yu down from the third floor. Yu's condition hardly suggested she was well. "May I see her? I am quite worried about her." Over time, Fong Fong had developed a sincere fondness for the lively and charming girl, even coming to regard Yu as a sister. She wished to share all her good fortune with Yu and protect her from any adversity. Unaware of Fong Fong's sentiments, Yulang dismissed her concern. "I appreciate your kindness, but she requires rest and is not in a position to see anyone. Please return to your quarters." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Fong Fong standing there, exhaling a resigned sigh. Upon returning to the cultivation space, Yu Qian and Xiao Hai were attending to Yu, while Yun Min continued to tend to the plants. Yu remained in a weak state, unconscious. Periodically, Yu Qian would administer some special drinking water to ensure Yu's bodily functions did not cease. Yulang sat beside Yu, gently holding her small hand, gazing at her with a heart full of affection. "Little Yu, you will soon recover." At that moment, Yun Min approached with good news. Thanks to this miraculous cultivation space, the first batch of rice is on the verge of ripening. Despite its small size, the yield is unexpectedly high. After reserving most for seeds, we shall have several pounds left for consumption. Yulang looked at the golden expanse of rice. Having not eaten rice for over 20 days, he felt an undeniable discomfort. Once Yu awakens, they could enjoy rice porridge together, a perfect transitional meal for her recovery. "Little Yu loves seafood porridge. I shall personally prepare it for her." Yun Min continued, "Other new crops have also been harvested. I took some cotton to analyze and produced cotton fabric and thread. Should I proceed with further analysis, or do you have other plans?" Yulang turned to Yu Qian. You are more experienced in this area. What are your thoughts? After some contemplation, Yu Qian replied, considering the cotton yield is not substantial, I suggest we create some cotton fabric and thread first. I will make a set of changing clothes for everyone, along with towels and other small items. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. As the 4 wooden rafts bobbed upon the waves, everyone aboard experienced a sleepless night, not merely due to the escalating heat, but also the uncertainty of the future. After midnight, an announcement echoed, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a super intelligent sewing machine 1. Oh, having just harvested cotton today. I have now received a sewing machine, which will alleviate Yu Qian's workload. Yulang placed the newly acquired sewing machine beside the research table. The sewing machine bore resemblance to the Jingxing water purifier, a rectangular shape comparable to a refrigerator, its exterior a seamless screen. As it powered on, the machine prompted. Please name me, Master. An electronic figure's outline appeared on the screen. After a moment's thought, Yulang decided, Little Jian, for simplicity. Initially considering naming it Scissors, he found that name somewhat peculiar. Name accepted. Little Jian will provide the finest service for you, Master. Now, please set my appearance. Yulang was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what image to choose. Perhaps I shall defer this for now. After all, it is Yu Qian who will primarily use this machine. She can set it herself later. Understood, Master. Little Jian requests to connect with the host system information. Do you accept? Accepted, Yulang replied. My system is now connected to you, Master. You may conduct item transactions directly through the system. Please provide an overview of your functionalities. Although Yulang would not be using this machine frequently, he felt it prudent to familiarize himself with its capabilities. Simply provide me with materials, and I can create the items you desire, restricted to textile-related goods. Little Jian responded. You may design your specifications or directly place an order from my system. Any requirements can be communicated, and I will inform you of the necessary materials based on your parameters. Recalling the recently harvested cotton, Yulang inquired. I require a round-neck t-shirt in my size. Are there example images available? Certainly, replied the machine. With that, the screen transformed into a layout reminiscent of a shopping platform. You may place your order directly. Yulang gazed at the shopping interface, astonished. Has a shopping platform truly manifested? Does this not constitute immediate purchase and bespoke tailoring? Chapter 83. Divine guidance based on the current materials available to the master. Only items in their original colors can be created. After Xiao Jian concluded her statement, an option appeared on the shopping platform. Items that can currently be produced. Yulang swiftly located a white t-shirt that he found appealing and proceeded to place an order. In addition to selecting a fixed size, he could also specify individual requirements. Xiao Jian reminded him. Yulang stated, I want this particular style. The fabric should be thin yet opaque, and the size should simply fit me well. Having articulated a plethora of requirements, Yulang was also curious to gauge Xiao Jian's capabilities. Data acquisition in progress. Xiao Jian responded promptly. It requires 1 pound of cotton, or alternatively, 1 piece of cotton fabric and 1 spool of cotton thread. Yulang was somewhat astonished. How could a mere t-shirt necessitate a pound of cotton? That seemed excessive. Returning to the master, the direct transformation from raw materials to finished products incurs significant wastage. The master may opt to utilize semi-finished materials for production. Very well. Let us create one using cotton fabric and cotton thread. Xiao Jian acknowledged, and the cutting commenced. The creation was successful, and the item has been transferred to the master. Please check your inventory. Upon inspecting his backpack, Yulang discovered the t-shirt within. He took it out to examine. Admiring the meticulous craftsmanship, his current attire, stained with blood, was in dire need of replacement. Ah, it feels quite refreshing to wear. Yulang donned the new t-shirt, taking a moment to appreciate its comfort. Xiao Jian, splendid job. Quick delivery and excellent quality. Once matters settle down, I shall rely on you for substantial profits. Yulang joyfully tapped the screen of the sewing machine. Returning to the planting space, Yin Qian instantly awakened. Upon seeing Yulang's new attire, she inquired with curiosity, Yulang, where did you acquire that shirt? It appears brand new. Did you receive it from Ouyang Lei? Yulang chuckled. I acquired a super sewing machine, right beside the research station. I have already granted you access. Why not give it a try? Having grown accustomed to Yulang's frequent unveiling of miraculous items, Yin Qian was particularly intrigued by the sewing machine. Despite the late hour, she ventured out of the planting space to experiment with the sewing machine. The ship was equipped with oil lamps, providing ample light, ensuring Yin Qian's vision remained unaffected. After some time, Yin Qian returned to the planting space, beaming with joy. She was now clad in a set of cream-colored hot pants and a tank top. However, she lamented that due to insufficient materials, she could not create pants with elastic waistbands, nor could she fabricate many attractive garments. Though simpler, the outfit still looked quite appealing. as Yu Lang complimented. Yin Qian wiped the perspiration from her forehead with a newly crafted cotton towel, exclaiming, "If it weren't for the sweltering heat outside, I would have delved deeper into the project. I also made a few towels for you all, which I have placed in the bathroom." Women's innate desire for beauty and shopping is no exception for Yin Qian. Upon discovering that the sewing machine functions like a shopping platform for personalized items, she was nearly ecstatic. In this monotonous expanse of the ocean, aside from household chores, there was little to occupy one's time. Now, with the shopping platform, she could easily pass the time. However, with too few materials to work with, many creations remained unattainable. It seemed she too must exert effort in gathering resources. Fueled with enthusiasm, Yin Qian felt an overwhelming urge to seek out an island to collect materials for crafting clothing. Yu Lang chuckled, "Finally, you have found something you genuinely enjoy." Yin Qian shyly smiled as she sat beside Yu Lang. The two engaged in delightful conversation, momentarily alleviating the pain Yu Lang felt from Yu Yu's injury. Meanwhile, Yin Min and Xiao Hai lay nearby, soundly asleep on the grass. Time flew by, and soon it was 6 in the morning. Yin Qian had gradually dozed off during their chat, while Yu Lang, burdened with numerous thoughts, remained awake. However, given his current physical condition, a reduction in sleep would not significantly impact him. Ding! Both Yu Lang's and Yin Qian's system wristbands emitted a soft alert. The sound was so faint that it would be nearly inaudible to someone in deep slumber. Huh? Yu Lang quickly opened the system to investigate. He noticed the navigation bar shimmering with golden light. Although he possessed a small navigation orb, he had also created a new navigation system to ensure he would not overlook any items. Upon opening the navigation, a golden arrow appeared, astonishing Yu Lang. The arrow pointed toward the 11 o'clock direction from his current position. What does this mean? Yu Lang squinted, pondering deeply. He roused Yin Qian, who groggily awoke, asking what was amiss. "Check your system navigation. Do you notice any changes?" Yin Qian, not being Yu Lang's subordinate, had been granted access to the system navigation due to Yu Lang's concern for her facing any extraordinary circumstances in the future. Confused, Yin Qian opened her system navigation and, indeed, discovered a golden arrow pointing in the same direction as Yu Lang's. What is this arrow for? Yin Qian observed that her navigation system only displayed coordinates for a small island, the very one they had first landed on. The golden arrow must signify divine guidance. Yu Lang surmised. Today marks the 8th day of the 3rd phase. Could it be that the 3rd phase is concluding? Yin Qian voiced her speculation. It is possible, however. Divine prompts typically appear at 8 o'clock, yet it is only 6 o'clock, and this appears to be a stealthy hint. So what should we do now? There are no explicit instructions. We shall proceed toward the direction indicated by the divine arrow. After stating this, Yu Lang sent a message to the auxiliary personnel of the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce through the subordinate system. He inherited the auxiliary personnel from the Ouyang Chamber, which would form a separate group. Of course, he could also opt to merge with the previous Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce's 3rd group. Now, everyone, assemble on the main raft's 1st level immediately. Notify one another. He sent the message 3 times. Yu Lang exited the planting space and made his way to the 1st level of the raft. As most individuals suffered from insomnia upon seeing the message, they promptly awakened others who were still asleep and directed them to the 1st level of the raft. Before long, the 1st level was filled with people. What is going on? You called us here at the crack of dawn. Are you in such a rush to clear your name? Yu Lang disregarded the murmurs surrounding him and cleared his throat, declaring loudly, "I am reclaiming the Ouyang Chamber's raft immediately. Therefore, you all need to gather your belongings and depart promptly. I will provide you with ample resources." "What? You want us to leave right now?" "I am not mentally prepared." The crowd lamented. "Today is even hotter than yesterday. I will surely perish on the way. I beseech you, Yu Lang, do not force us out. Indeed, I have grown accustomed to being here. I cannot survive alone." Yu Lang furrowed his brow, pressed for time and unwilling to engage in idle chit-chat. He had already observed that the Ouyang Chamber's raft had a maximum propulsion system speed of only 60, while his own was 80. Bringing them along would only hinder his progress toward their destination. However, he lacked the heart to expel them all from the auxiliary group. "I will provide you with sufficient resources, and I will grant you full access to the system. Whether you choose to band together or go solo is up to you. Additionally, recordings will still be required after the video." Yu Lang scanned the crowd, coldly stating, "You have half an hour to vacate. Do not waste my time with further discussions. Anyone remaining on the raft at that time will be removed from the auxiliary group." Chapter 84. The objective, a single utterance from Yu Lang, silenced the crowd. "All right, everyone, hasten to gather your belongings. This is the freedom we have longed for," someone shouted. And upon hearing it, the others responded with enthusiasm, realizing the truth in the statement. Those who shared a closer rapport quickly huddled together, planning to forge ahead as a collective. Others swiftly aligned themselves with preferred groups, fearing that spots would fill up. Look, there's a golden arrow on the navigation. Some individuals, having unlocked the system navigation prior to their affiliation, now found that Yulang had fully opened their system capabilities, allowing them to perceive the changes in the navigation. Hey, I see it too. Could it be that Captain Yulang is eager to hasten our departure for this reason? One exclaimed. But why does my arrow point in a different direction than yours? Upon hearing this, Yulang requested to see the navigation screen, and indeed, he observed an arrow indicating a direction that diverged from his own. After scrutinizing the navigations of others, he calculated that the golden arrows pointed towards the 4 cardinal directions. This must be the divine guidance, thus. Seize this opportunity wisely and utilize all that you acquire for yourselves. I shall not partake, Yulang addressed the crowd. The listeners were filled with exhilaration. The first batch of rafts had already set sail, with others following suit, steering towards the divine direction indicated. I love you, exclaimed a fawning individual. Approaching Yulang with a bow. Might I accompany you? My father and I can assist in crafting items for you. Yulang appraised him from head to toe and slowly uttered, No need. I genuinely wish to achieve great things alongside you, Captain Yulang. The persistent individual implored. Yulang scoffed dismissively. I have no grand ambitions. Hurry and pack your things. Time is of the essence. With that, he turned and walked towards his raft. Although Yulang's raft was adjacent to theirs, no one dared to step aboard. The persistent individual could only shout from the edge of the main raft, Captain Yulang, I am quite useful. Please take me with you. Seeing Yulang completely ignore him, he felt a mix of frustration and indignation, muttering, Today you treat me with indifference. Tomorrow, I shall make you regret it. Upon returning to the planting space, Yulang found Yanqian had already changed Yu into fresh attire. He handed over the newly acquired essence of life to Yanqian, instructing her to apply it to Yu's wounds. Given the sensitive location of the injuries, it was inconvenient for Yulang to attend to them personally. His prior actions were necessitated by urgency. After applying the essence, the surface wounds healed completely, though the internal damage remained unresolved. Yulang recalled that when Xiaohai was gravely ill, it required 3 days' worth of life essence to restore him. He surmised that Yu would need at least a day's essence to return to normal. A day will pass swiftly. Do not fret. We shall patiently await Yu's recovery, Yanqian consoled. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and Yulang returned to Ouyang's main raft, discovering that only a dozen individuals remained, including the persistent individual and his father, along with Fong Fong. Yulang's countenance darkened. Are you challenging my limits? Several individuals fell to their knees, weeping profusely. Please, Captain Yulang, do not abandon us. We cannot bear to return to the hardships of the sea. I have grown accustomed to life on this raft. It is my home. Enough, Yulang barked. These individuals posed no threat to him, so he had no desire to take their lives. I shall grant you 10 more seconds. Leave at once. 10, 9. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing their presence was merely a gamble, hoping Yulang would show leniency. However, witnessing his resolute demeanor, they began to reconsider. Truly a heart of stone. Forget it, I shan't play along. The persistent individual and his father formed a small team and departed. The remaining few left in small groups. Each departing team possessed at least one system navigation device, heading towards their respective golden arrow directions. Captain Yulang, please allow me a moment with Yu. I will leave immediately after, Fong Fong stated firmly, making no further movements. Your persistence is remarkable, Yulang scrutinized her, suspecting ulterior motives. Noticing no signs of deceit, he acquiesced, very well. But you may only see her via video. He then connected with Yanqian to initiate a video call. Upon seeing Yu's current state, eyes tightly shut, with subtle rises and falls of her chest, Fong Fong inquired, Is she all right? She is fine. She will awaken tomorrow. Then I shall rest easy, Fong Fong sighed with relief. Turning to set her prepared raft into the sea. Take good care of Yu. I am leaving. With that, she paddled away without looking back. Unlike the others, she was alone on her raft. Watching her retreating figure, Yulang pondered. Fong Fong does not seem to harbor malice. Once Yu awakens, I shall inquire further about her. If she proves beneficial to Yu, I shall reward her with extra resources. Turning to the remaining 3 individuals on the raft, Yulang coldly declared, Time is up. He manipulated the subordinate system, which enabled him to see the proximity of each subordinate to the captain. These 3 were the closest. Moreover, he discovered that a few others were hidden within the raft. Yulang chuckled mockingly, realizing they were attempting to deceive him. He swiftly tapped on the screen. The individuals immediately received system notifications. Ding. You have been expelled by the captain. Ding. Your system has been locked. The 3 before him were taken aback. Dropping to their knees in supplication, Please, Captain Yulang, do not abandon us. We were wrong. We will leave at once. Meanwhile, those hiding in the raft Some panicked and fled, while others remained concealed. Yu Lang, utilizing the subordinate system, quickly extracted the hidden individuals, constructing a small raft to transport them. I have given you ample opportunity. You failed to cherish it and chose to play tricks. Now, this is all of your own doing. Once the raft was devoid of life, Yu Lang promptly stored the 3 rafts in his system backpack. Regardless of their lamentations, Yu Lang paid them no heed, instructing the navigation to swiftly progress towards the indicated direction. As Yu Lang's raft set sail once more, he observed the surrounding rafts drifting farther away, stirring a sense of discontent within him. Acquiring resources is beneficial, yet each time it necessitates accepting numerous subordinates and employing force. Sigh. I had hoped to develop independently, but I continually encounter such individuals and situations. It seems my objectives must be redefined. Yu Lang's eyes gleamed with determination. I must become the foremost individual in this new world, not only in commerce, but in strength, so that my name evokes fear in others. Chapter 85. Application for detachment from affiliation. At this moment, the public chat channel has once again become lively. I have now become Yu Lang's subordinate. Yet he has cast us aside. In retrospect, President Ouyang is indeed preferable. What? Yesterday, the battle between Yu Lang and the Ouyang Chamber of Commerce reached a conclusion? The Ouyang Chamber has been defeated? President Ouyang lay engaged in numerous unscrupulous acts, while Captain Yu Lang upholds justice. Some who departed have not forgotten the tasks assigned by Yu Lang, recording negative videos about Ouyang Lei and disseminating them. Negative comments about Yu Lang quickly experienced a reversal, with a multitude of subordinates extolling Yu Lang's virtues and recounting their witnessed experiences. Everyone was awed by Yu Lang's formidable strength. Just days ago, he annihilated the Blue Sky Chamber's 3 divisions, and now he has obliterated the entire Ouyang Chamber. Pray tell, what methods does Yu Lang employ? What other methods could there be but to wield a red sword? Moreover, there is a young girl by Yu Lang's side, even more formidable than Yu Lang himself. As the discussions unfolded, Yu Lang gradually became mythologized, and even Ming Ming became well known among the crowd. Various factions grew particularly cautious while hunting others, clearly observing before deciding to act, for they feared encountering Yu Lang's wrath. Yu Lang observed the chatter among these individuals when he suddenly received a system notification. Ding. Your subordinate from Blue Sky, Shadow Clone, has applied for detachment from affiliation. Ding. Your subordinate from Blue Sky, Favorite Snail Noodles, has applied for detachment from affiliation. Ding. After assuming control of the Blue Sky affiliation, Yu Lang did not rename his subordinate team. The continuous stream of system notifications left Yu Lang momentarily bewildered. What is this situation? Was it not stated that only the captain could detach crew members from affiliation? He glanced at the distance of these individuals, all over 200 kilometers away. Could it be that a certain distance allows for such an application? Would those applying for withdrawal be locked out of the system? Nevertheless, Yu Lang did not concern himself with these thoughts. Since these individuals wished to disengage from affiliation, he was more than willing to accept their requests. They gazed at the system nervously, fearing that if Yu Lang denied their requests, he might expel them. Today, they had inadvertently opened the affiliation system and discovered the option to apply for withdrawal. With a sense of experimentation, they were astonished when Yu Lang promptly agreed. The system voice once more reminded them. Ding. Your captain, Yu Lang, has consented to your application. Ding. You have exited the Blue Sky affiliation and become a free individual. Ding. System functions are now operating normally. I am free. I am utterly liberated. I no longer need to worry about becoming someone else's slave. These individuals erupted in joyous celebration. They immediately shared their newfound information in the public chat channel. What? We can actively apply for withdrawal from affiliation? You cannot be deceiving me. We were all Yu Lang's subordinates, and now we are all free individuals. Do not believe it? You are fortunate to encounter Yu Lang and to have distanced yourself so far. Nowadays, anyone who strays too far from the captain will be expelled upon discovery, leaving no time to experiment. This revelation sparked rebellious thoughts among some desperate subordinates. For an extended period, most captains lived in trepidation. Additionally, smaller factions ceased their arbitrary affiliations with others. Before long, most of Yu Lang's Blue Sky subordinates had withdrawn, leaving only a few who had not applied for detachment. Among them was Gui Yangwu, who had promised Yu Lang 3 tasks. Brother Lang, I will not apply for withdrawal. I will always follow you, even if we are not in the same place. Yu Lang was taken aback when he received a message from Gui Yangwu. This man, who appeared to be much older than him, still addressed Yu Lang as brother. Oh well, it is merely a form of address, as long as it is not derogatory. I shall let it be, Yu Lang thought. With your own strength, you can develop splendidly. There is no need for me to restrict you, Yu Lang replied. You are worth my allegiance. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Gui Yangwu responded resolutely. Yu Lang, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked. Since you have made your decision, I will not say more. Focus on your own development. Through the affiliation system, Yulang observed that Gui Yangwu had amassed abundant resources. In just a few days, he had acquired 3 large rafts. By the way, Brother Lang, have you seen the system navigation? There is a golden arrow. It should be a divine hint, and we are on our way to it. I see it. I am also en route. All right, I hope we can meet again. As there was no specific distance displayed, the raft continued to sail in that direction. At this moment, Yin Xian was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She was distracted today and made several mistakes. Although she had confirmed that her mother and younger brother were under someone else's control, she did not make it clear and continued to deliver food to them regularly, hoping they would treat her mother and brother kindly. However, today, her mother and brother did not send her any messages, and she wondered if something had happened. She contemplated sharing this matter with Yulang but hesitated, as his sister had encountered trouble, and she felt embarrassed to trouble him further. Yin Xian, why are you such a nuisance? Like a burden. Now, worrying is futile. You should focus on your own tasks. The raft sped swiftly across the sea. After only a few minutes, the navigation system indicated the discovery of an island within 10 kilometers. Yulang checked from a top-down view. The island was roughly the size of a small island. But the singular difference was that there was a patch of white in the center. Zooming in for a closer look, it was astonishingly a snow-capped mountain. Yulang was somewhat astonished. In this hot weather, the presence of a snow-capped mountain indicates a low temperature, making it a perfect place to escape the heat. Suddenly, Yulang realized the purpose of the divine hint. The divine is assisting us in enduring the sweltering heat. Upon reflection, many individuals were being directed toward the same location. Could it be that they were all referring to the same island? If that is the case, more people will converge and to seize the snow-capped mountain. There will surely be fierce confrontations. Yulang frowned slightly. I do not currently require relief from the heat. Is it necessary to go? Yet I shall go. What if there are treasures atop? Yulang informed Yin Xian and the Yunmin father and son about the situation regarding the island they were heading to. This time, he needed Yin Xian and her companions to guard the raft. They could take turns on watch. Upon discovering any threats, they should swiftly return to the planting space and notify him, without engaging directly. All right, you can rest assured. We will hold the fort. As they drew closer to the island, Yulang could discern its general appearance. The surrounding trees were lush, and a small snow-capped mountain stood in the center. Upon arriving at the island, they first circled it to gather basic information. They discovered that the resources on this island were quite limited. After finding a suitable spot to dock, Yulang disembarked with Meng Meng. Today, he donned a diving suit. Looking up at the blazing sun overhead, he thought, this sun is exceedingly fierce. There must be an open ice storage here, and people will surely flock to it. As soon as his feet touched the island's surface, the system delivered a notification. Ding. Welcome to Festival Island. Please explore freely. There will be delightful discoveries. Festival Island? No wonder the resources appeared so scarce at first glance. They were evidently concealed. As the prompt encourages exploration, Yulang speculated. Chapter 86. Blooming flowers. Others soon discovered the golden arrow in the system navigation, and before long, everyone in the new world was aware of it. They hastened towards the direction indicated by the arrow. Yulang moved faster than the others. He had swiftly traversed the island while the rest had yet to arrive. Instead of heading directly to the central snow-capped mountains, he chose to explore the forest first. He found an abundance of mutated creatures within, all ranging from levels 1 to 2. Yulang dispatched the aggressive ones, paying little mind to the rest. Upon completing his exploration of the forest, he realized that this peculiar island harbored no new or rare resources. He discovered a hidden treasure chest, but opted not to inspect it, intending instead to scout the snow-capped mountains. As he entered the snowy region, the path grew increasingly treacherous, the snow thicker with each step, and the sky began to swirl with snowflakes. Suddenly, he heard the crunch of snow underfoot nearby. A white creature leapt out from behind a rock. It stood 2 to 3 meters tall, its body covered in long white fur, obscuring its true form. It walked upright, reminiscent of the legendary Yeti. Its enormous paws resembled natural sleds, propelling it towards Yulang with astonishing speed. It howled like a ravenous wolf spotting prey. Yulang felt as if a small snow mountain was bearing down on him. Snow monster level 2 description, a gregarious creature residing in the snowy mountains, colossal in stature, with formidable defense and strength, remarkable speed, and acute sense of smell. It possesses abilities to slow and freeze its opponents. Weakness, heart, flame. From this description, it appeared quite formidable, Yulang mused. Just as the snow monster charged towards him, he swiftly dodged, positioning himself behind the creature. He drew the flame sword and thrust it fiercely into its back. The blade sank into its tough hide, yet it failed to reach the heart. The snow monster seemed unfazed, instantly turning to swipe at Yulang with its steel claws. In a split second, Yu Lang evaded the attack by leaning aside. Despite being only a level 2 mutation, its resilience demanded serious attention. Yu Lang calmed himself, channeling his strength into his right hand. He maneuvered behind the snow monster once more, preparing for a decisive strike. This time, the entire blade of the flame sword penetrated the creature, leaving only the hilt in Yu Lang's grip as it succumbed to its wounds. The snow monster collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground beneath him. Upon witnessing this, Yu Lang furrowed his brow. He surveyed the snowy mountains. Fortunately, this one was relatively small, with shallow snow accumulation, averting the risk of an avalanche. He stowed the monster's remains in his system backpack and continued his ascent up the mountain. Meanwhile, in various directions not far from the special island, rafts appeared, guided by the golden arrow. From the surface, it seemed these teams lacked significant strength. Captain Yang, we've spotted other rafts. They are also heading towards this island. One of the crew exclaimed. Captain Yang frowned. Let's approach the island, but do not land yet. We must observe whether there will be any conflicts with the other rafts. With only a 4-tier raft and a small crew, he was wary of provoking confrontation. Several teams shared this sentiment, halting as they neared the island. Only one of the strongest-looking teams boldly advanced directly towards the shore, fortuitously heading in the direction of Yu Lang's raft. Captain Fanhua, the other teams have stopped. Should we do the same? A petite woman inquired. Ruo Shi, although our crew consists solely of women, it does not imply weakness. Let us press on. Captain Fanhua declared resolutely. Captain Fanhua, whose full name is Fanhua Si Jane, led a fleet of 3 rafts, not particularly tall. Only 3 or 4 tiers high. Notably, her crew was entirely comprised of women. She did not force these women into servitude, but allowed them to join voluntarily, each retaining their independence. With a sharp mind and high luck value, she had yet to encounter a stronger team or desperate individuals, finding her journey relatively smooth. Though some men had attempted to join her, she had declined, preferring not to cohabitate with them. Captain Fanhua, it appears a raft has already stopped at the shore. Ruo Shi remarked again. Fanhua noticed it as well. No worries, we shall keep our distance. Her principle was to avoid conflict if possible. Yet she was unafraid should it arise, for she possessed a trump card. At this moment, Yan Qian stood guard on the raft, struggling against the sweltering heat, constantly sipping cool water to alleviate her discomfort. During her restless vigil, she noticed several rafts drawing closer to the island. She promptly messaged Yu Lang and Yun Min. There are other rafts approaching the island. I can see 3 teams. Prepare your weapons and observe from above. If they attack, retreat into the planting space, Yu Lang replied, withdrawing his blade from the snow monster's carcass. Boom. Another snow monster fell to the ground. Thus far, he had slain 4 of them, and the higher he climbed, the more frequent their appearances became. He sensed that treasures awaited him at the summit. As Fanhua's team approached the coastline, the women on board prudently concealed themselves within the raft, refraining from revealing their presence. They peered through the windows, observing the peculiarities of Yu Lang's vessel from a distance. Captain Fanhua, that raft has an unusually large anchor, one woman exclaimed. Indeed. Look at that bizarre sail on the upper deck. Another chimed in. Did anyone notice the massive round iron ball at the bow? The women chattered like a flock of sparrows, captivated by the unique features of Yu Lang's craft. Fanhua furrowed her brow. Although the opposing vessel was merely one raft of modest size, it exuded a formidable aura. After waiting for some time without seeing anyone emerge from Yu Lang's raft, they felt a sense of caution dissipate, preparing to explore the island. Qiu Fu, be cautious. I sense that the opposing team is not to be underestimated. Retreat immediately if danger arises. Also, keep an eye on the other teams and inform me at once of any developments. We will provide support. Fanhua instructed. Qiu Fu nodded and led her team off the raft. Meanwhile, Yan Qian and her companions observed from the window as Fanhua dispatched her exploration team. Are they all women? Yan Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Women can hold up half the sky. Perhaps all 3 of those rafts are crewed by women, Yun Min speculated. Qiu Fu's team did not approach Yu Lang's raft but instead ventured directly into the forest. Yan Qian relayed this information to Yu Lang, who was initially surprised but soon realized that encountering such diversity in the new world was not unusual. He jested, perhaps there is a man orchestrating all these women, possessing a harem of 3,000 beauties. Ah, how enviable. Yan Qian rolled her eyes. You have quite the imagination. Boom. As Yu Lang was replying to Yan Qian, an avalanche suddenly erupted before him. How could there possibly be an avalanche? And with such a small amount of snow, how could it occur? As Yu Lang gazed upon the thundering avalanche cascading down, his soul was filled with profound inquiries. Little did he know, concealed beneath the snowdrift lay a colossal beast. Chapter 87. The Ice Fox. The other rafts observed the sea for a while, finding nothing unusual, before approaching the shore to prepare for landing. Perhaps due to their relatively modest strength or a shared sense of peace, no conflicts arose during this initial time on the island. They sent exploration teams into the forest. It must be said that these individuals were fortunate, as most of the fierce, aggressive mutated creatures had already been eliminated by Yulang. Nevertheless, they remained cautious in their exploration. Captain Fu, there's something wrong with this tree. A woman clad in a floral shirt exclaimed, standing next to a massive banyan tree. The others hurried over to see what was amiss. Look. The woman gently struck the trunk with her machete. With a rustling sound, the bark peeled away, revealing a hollow core within. After several more strikes, a hole appeared at the base of the tree, extending downward. Darkness seeped from the opening, accompanied by a chilling draft. The woman at the entrance gasped, "How refreshing." The other women gathered closer, feeling the cool breeze emanating from the hollow. Although the temperature on this peculiar island was slightly cooler, it still felt hot, especially after their explorations in the forest, leaving them drenched in sweat. All right, this must be the treasure's hiding place. Let's prepare ourselves. We shall descend shortly, Fu declared. She adjusted her bow and arrow slung across her back and checked the durability of her machete. Despite having prior experience with treasure acquisition, Fu remained serious. I hope that none of us will be lost this time. After rallying the women, she lit a torch, scanned the area for any signs of danger, ensured safety, and was the first to enter the tree hollow. The women inhaled deeply and followed closely behind her, apprehensive of the dark cave and the formidable mutated creatures that might lurk within. Yet, for the sake of a better life, they knew they had to fight. Once all the women had entered the cave, 5 men lay in wait in the nearby bushes. Captain Yang, should we follow them in? One inquired. Captain Yang wore a sly grin. No need. We'll guard the entrance to the tree hollow. We'll deal with anyone who emerges. Although Captain Yang had weaker abilities and fewer men, he had gradually built his own faction through opportunistic means. Just as they prepared to rise and enter the tree hollow, another 7 or 8 men emerged from the thicket. It was evident that they did not come with good intentions. Hee, Brother Square. These women look quite tender and juicy. Should we follow them in and intercept? The man known as Brother Square was a tall, hefty figure with a menacing appearance. He smirked. Let's follow. They might exit from another direction. Once they are exhausted, we can pounce on them. He couldn't help but burst into laughter at the end of his sentence. That sounds delightful. I like it. Another tall man leered. But they have 10 people, and we only have 7. We can't divide the spoils. A smaller man feigned concern. What do you mean by that, Mouse? Can I have a 3-way? Brother Square slapped Mouse's face. Mouse could only awkwardly smile. Yes, Brother Square. Whether it's a 3-way or a 4-way or 5-way, I'm fine with it. The group laughed as they entered the tree hollow. Captain Yang and his men remained silent in the bushes. Captain Yang, should we intercept this group? Pa. Intercept what? Captain Yang glanced at the other 4 men. Unless they are nearly wiped out, with our strength, it's best we stay out of it. Let's go. Since we're meant to explore, there must be other treasures to find. With that, Captain Yang departed from the area. At 8 a.m., the public chat channel suddenly erupted with activity. Hey? The golden arrow on my navigation has disappeared. Mine too. What should I do? I'm not there yet. Mine just vanished. But I can see the destination right in front of me. Haha. So close. We've already arrived and even opened a treasure chest. There are so many good things. What should we do? Will the indicators return? Near the summit of the snow-capped mountain, Yulang sought to evade the raging avalanche. However, upon scanning the area, he found nothing but barren land, devoid of any sheltering rocks. Although clad in a diving suit that protected against the cold, he could not withstand the impact of the avalanche. As the snow wave approached, he could only find a slightly elevated spot, don the viper armor, and lie down with Meng Meng beside him. Boom. The snow roared. The two were engulfed. Suddenly, Yulang sensed a surge of danger approaching him from within the avalanche. Realizing the threat, Meng Meng opened fire. Bang! Bang! The shot expended all the energy from 2 energy guns. The snow above them was blasted away, and the snow within a 10-meter radius melted. Thump! 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 Sounds of struggling snow filled the air. Yulang then spotted a massive, pure white fox thrashing and rolling in the snow, its head shattered, with blood that appeared white. Yet it seemed unperturbed as its head rapidly regenerated. Ice fox mutated creature level 4 description, a rare creature inhabiting frigid regions, capable of summoning blizzards and merging with snow, traversing through it. Those who come into contact will be instantly frozen. Weakness, heart. Special fire. Yulang felt a chill run down his spine. It can merge with snow and freeze individuals instantly. Without Meng Meng, a mere touch could have turned me into an ice pop. How perilous. Seizing the opportunity while the ice fox had not fully recovered, Yulang thrust a sword through its heart, bringing it to an end, and stored the corpse in his backpack. After eliminating the ice fox, Yulang noticed the wind and snow diminishing, gradually coming to a halt. He easily reached the mountain summit, where he discovered an ice house at the center. The door was also made of ice, adorned with the likeness of a fox, the very image of the ice fox he had just vanquished. Inside, he heard the sounds of an animal whimpering. Yulang's expression tightened. Could this be the ice fox's den? Were there more ice foxes inside? He steeled himself and cautiously opened the door. Creak. The interior of the house was spacious but vacant, save for a nest made of piled ice blocks. Within it lay a small, snow-white fox, whimpering. It seemed to sense the death of its kin and was filled with panic. Upon seeing a human enter, it instinctively attempted to appear fierce and let out a growl. Ice fox cub mutated creature level 0 description. Can be domesticated and grows without limit. Chapter 88. The melting of ice and snow. To his astonishment, this rare creature could indeed be tamed. Yulang was overjoyed. Did its boundless growth imply an unlimited level? The little fox, noticing the human's unwavering approach, bared its teeth in warning. This small creature displayed considerable courage. Yulang chuckled and took a few more steps closer. The little fox retreated to the corner, having nowhere else to escape, and decided to go all in. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson. An aura of cold emanating from its body, and a layer of frost formed on its fur. With a huff, it exhaled a breath that transformed into a blade of wind and snow, hurtling toward Yulang's face. Yulang sidestepped, but in that fleeting moment, the little fox lunged at his feet. It opened its mouth, intending to bite him fiercely, although it had just developed its milk teeth and lacked lethality. A bite would still leave him frozen solid. Yulang glanced at it, and in an instant, an iron shovel appeared in his hand. Boom. To avoid direct contact, Yulang swung the shovel like a bat, smacking the little fox squarely in the face. Yow! The little fox let out a wail, crashing against the icy wall, leaving a large dent before thudding to the ground. Its eyes were filled with stars, temporarily incapacitated. Yulang swiftly approached and touched it, stowing it away in his system backpack. Any living creature from the New World could be captured in the System S backpack. Whistling cheerfully, he began to search the ice house for any hidden mechanisms or secret passages. To his dismay, he found only the ice fox cubs with nothing else of significance. Exiting the ice house, Yulang stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance where rafts were landing from various directions. So many people. It seemed he couldn't hoard the treasure all to himself. A hint of regret crossed his mind. However, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. As long as you have yet to claim the treasure, it cannot be considered yours. This is not robbery. It is merely a case of the clam and the snipe fighting, allowing the fishermen to profit, a legitimate act. He made his way down the mountain toward the nearest treasure location. After a while, Yulang noticed that after defeating the ice fox, not only did the blizzard cease, but the snow on the mountain began to melt rapidly. Meanwhile, several teams advanced toward the mountain top, speculating that the best treasures lay atop the snowy peak. Their path diverged from Yulang's, and they soon encountered a snow monster, struggling to combat it. Upon vanquishing the beast, they noticed the change in weather. Could this snow monster control the climate? The snow is melting. Should we still ascend the mountain? Let us not dwell on that. Quickly gather as much snow as we can for storage. Everyone seemed to reach the same conclusion, abandoning their quest for the treasure to hurriedly collect snow instead. With the current heat, Yulang's supply of ice water was in high demand. It appeared that this unique island, opened by the divine, was designed to assist people in enduring the sweltering heat. On the rafts anchored along the shore, the occupants observed the ice and snow on the mountain melting at a visible rate. Fearing that their teams had not gathered snow, they hastily sent messages to warn others. Watching the melting snow-capped mountain, Hua Hua furrowed her brows. Someone must have triggered some condition to create such a significant effect. The rewards must be quite generous. She promptly sent a message to Chiofu. How are things on your end? I've noticed that the snow on the mountain has begun to melt. You all should gather some snow and return. After waiting a few minutes without a response, an unsettling premonition arose in Hua Hua's heart. Meanwhile, Chiofu's group encountered serious trouble. They entered a hollow tree trunk, descending deeper until they indeed arrived at the treasure location. Guarding the treasure chest was a large spider, a ground spider, to be precise, spinning webs on the forest floor. As soon as Chiofu and her companions stepped inside, they found themselves ensnared in its web, immobilized. The web was as tough as iron wire, nearly impossible to cut or burn away. While attempting to escape the web, they were ambushed by the ground spider, and one teammate was dragged away, their blood completely drained. However, the spider's level was not high, and ultimately, Chiofu managed to slay it, though many in her group sustained serious injuries. Just as Chiofu prepared to claim the treasure chest, 7 men emerged from the darkness at the entrance, each armed with a crossbow aimed at her group, their expressions menacing and exuding danger. They were none other than the Cube brother and his gang, who had followed them here. Beautiful lady, that treasure chest was our find first, Cube brother said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Cautious of their weapons, Fu could only stand still, noting that her team was reduced to 8. Most of them injured. At this point, confrontation seemed futile. Through gritted teeth, Fu declared, "You can have the treasure chest, but we demand safe passage." "Not a problem." Q brother gestured toward his companion, who understood and began to approach the treasure chest with his crossbow. Just as he stepped within mere feet of the chest, a figure suddenly darted past, causing the golden light of the chest to dim, and it began to vanish. What's happening?" The companion was bewildered. "Hey!" The crowd gasped. Almost everyone witnessed a figure swiftly approaching from the direction of the cave entrance, rapidly seizing the items from the chest. The figure moved with incredible speed. Yet they could still discern its basic shape. It was an Ultraman. Yulang did not linger, swiftly departing with the treasure before heading to the next location. "Stop him!" Q brother exclaimed, finally realizing what had transpired as Ultraman vanished at the cave's mouth. They no longer paid attention to Fu and her group, turning instead to pursue Ultraman. After all, the treasure was of utmost importance. Yulang, having evaded Q brother's gang, found a safe spot to rest. Taking a moment to examine the items he had just acquired from the treasure chest, grenade template, description, upon using the blueprint, the system will record it for future needs. The corresponding materials can be instantly utilized to create grenades. Ballista 1, description, a large-scale weapon mounted on a ship, capable of launching projectiles simply by loading arrows. Though in limited quantity, all were weapons. It seemed the divine could no longer stand by, providing them with arms to confront the mutated creatures. Yulang stowed the weapons away and continued on to the next location. He couldn't deny, the thrill of snatching the treasure felt exhilarating. Whistling a cheerful tune, Yulang walked on, unaware that Ming Ming had already been called home. After the battle with the Ouyang Merchant Association, everyone recognized Ming Ming. But now clad in Ultraman attire, no one could identify him. Meanwhile, Fu and her companions had recuperated and exited the tree hollow. Surveying their surroundings, they detected no immediate threats and made their way toward the shoreline and their raft, reporting the details of the recent events to Hua Hua. Suddenly, from the nearby thicket, a man leaped out. "Haha, beautiful lady, where do you think you're going?" Chapter 89, The Controlled Women Sisters. "We have an enemy," Chufu shouted, swinging her machete at the man before her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the blockhead, who had just attempted to ambush them. Many of her companions were already injured, forcing them to shield their severely wounded teammates behind them. Whoosh! Crack! A flare shot from Chufu's hand into the sky, looming into a dazzling display of fireworks. This flare was a rare treasure they had discovered while opening a chest on a small island. They would only use it in dire circumstances. On the raft waiting for news, Fanhua furrowed her brows upon seeing the signal and immediately instructed her standby team. "Chufu is in danger. Hurry to her aid." Chufu had just informed her of the situation in the tree hollow. And Fanhua understood that the other teams on this island were not friendly, with some even plotting against them. Watching the support team vanish into the forest, Fanhua could only suppress her anxious heart and wait patiently. She could not abandon the raft. As the team's strongest fighter, she had to protect it at all costs. This raft was their lifeline. If it were stolen, they would be left with nothing. The blockhead, surprised by the flare, exclaimed, "A flare." He quickly instructed his companions. "We need to eliminate these women. They have reinforcements on the way. Leave the leader to me, and you all handle the rest. Try to capture them alive." Both Chufu and the blockhead were at D rank, naturally becoming rivals. The teammates quickly armed themselves with sticks and fishing nets, charging towards the women. However, to ensure their victory, the blockhead sent a message to his teammates, Squads 1 and 2, come to the island for support. Head towards the 4 o'clock direction of the snowy mountain. Before reinforcements could arrive, a fierce battle had already erupted. Though young, Chufu was skilled, having once won a women's Sanda championship. However, the blockhead's skills had been honed through countless life and death battles, and his technique and strength with weapons far surpassed hers. Gradually, Chufu began to falter. Before long, the exuberant blockhead and his crew had subdued the other women, using them as leverage against Chufu. To protect her teammates, Chufu had no choice but to surrender. "Aha, this little girl is quite something. So fiery." The blockhead chuckled lewdly as he grasped Chufu's chin. 8 women were tied up and taken to a secluded area shielded by rocks. The blockhead and his companions, driven by desire, began to make advances towards the women. After sailing the seas for so long, they had encountered few women, and those who remained were either unattractive or had become their playthings, leading to a sense of boredom. The blockhead began to unbuckle his belt, pointing at Chufu and another beautiful woman, declaring, "These two are mine. You all can choose one of the others." He then turned to his accomplices, urging, "You two, go keep watch for us." Struggling against their own desires, the 2 men, Rat and Yellow Hair, gripped their weapons and stood guard outside the rocky enclosure. Looks like we're left with the dregs, Rat sighed, patting yellow hair on the shoulder in resignation. This team's overall quality is quite high. I wouldn't mind any of them. Yellow hair glanced back, eyes filled with longing. The remaining 5 began to select their preferred targets, dragging them to more suitable spots. The women, aware of what awaited them, burst into tears and terror. Some resolved to take their own lives, attempting to crash against the rocks, but were held back. Others bit their tongues in a futile attempt to die, merely bleeding without succumbing. Some even summoned various items from their system bags to hurl at the men, trying to halt their advances. The sound of tearing fabric echoed ominously. Is this fun? A voice suddenly inquired. The blockhead, engrossed in his actions, was taken aback by the interruption and retorted, "Mind your own business." Yet, sensing something amiss, he looked up to find a towering figure resembling Ultraman standing atop a large rock, gazing down at him. Oh no. The blockhead staggered back in shock. You. He quickly recognized. You stole my treasure, and now you've come to me. This Ultraman was, of course, Yulong, who had been searching for hidden treasures and, upon hearing the women's screams, had come to investigate, only to discover this abhorrent scene. Before the blockhead could react, Yulong leaped from the rock, his feet crashing down like boulders onto the blockhead's chest. Although the blockhead managed to retreat in the nick of time, avoiding a fatal blow, Yulong's feet still struck his left leg. A sickening crack echoed as the blockhead's leg snapped at an unnatural angle. He fell heavily to the ground, screeching in agony as cold sweat enveloped him. Hearing his cries, the others halted their actions and turned to see what had transpired. That Ultraman again! Boss! Quick! Save the boss! Take down that Ultraman! They all scrambled, weapons drawn, to confront Yulong. Whoosh! Yulong did not flinch. Instead, he seized the writhing blockhead and used him as a human shield. The arrows struck the blockhead, leaving him gasping for breath. Brother, this is despicable. The others, witnessing their attacks land on the blockhead, grew even more furious. They put away their crossbows and charged at Yulong with their machetes. Yulong darted through the crowd, leaving behind severed limbs and cries of pain as he moved. Unfazed by their suffering, he approached Chufu and severed the ropes binding her, disregarding the other women. Overwhelmed by their disheveled state, he could not focus solely on helping them. Thank you, Chufu sincerely expressed to Yulong, having just emerged from despair. Time for shame had passed. She needed to be strong for her comrades. After covering herself as best she could, she began to free the others from their bindings, providing them with some modesty. Though all bore injuries, tragically, 2 had suffered violations. Chapter 90. A broken leg. The anguished cries echoed all around. Yulong showed no concern for the plight of those writhing in pain on the ground. He approached Chiofu and severed the ropes binding her, disregarding the others. These women were displayed before him in a most humiliating manner, making it impossible for him to maintain a clear mind and assist them. Thank you, Chiofu expressed sincerely to Yulong. Having just escaped from despair, she had no time for shame. She needed to be strong for the others who still required her aid. After modestly covering herself, she set about untying the ropes of the other women and providing them with some semblance of modesty. Most of the women had only sustained superficial injuries, though 2 had been violated. The severe trauma had left many on the brink of mental collapse, particularly the 2 assaulted women, who cried out incessantly and exhibited suicidal tendencies. I have spared these few lives for you. The rest are yours. Yulong indicated towards the 5 men on the ground, howling in agony. At last, the women identified the culprits. Armed with large knives, axes, and spears, their eyes ablaze with hatred, they advanced step by step toward the men. The men, desperate to escape, found themselves immobilized. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, grant us a chance to live. They pleaded through tears, but the women paid them no heed, continuing their relentless approach. Now you know how to beg for mercy? What did you do when we pleaded for our lives? The women spat their words through gritted teeth, cold laughter escaping their lips. One man, known as Blockhead, still clung to life. As he watched the women draw near, he understood his fate was sealed and glared at Yulong, venomously demanding, Who are you? Yulong shrugged, a light chuckle escaping him. I won't tell you. With that, Blockhead, infuriated, spat blood. Damn it, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. With a heart-wrenching scream, Chiofu crushed Blockhead's manhood beneath her foot. Crack. Another stomp. She shattered his other leg. Another stomp. Chiofu, expressionless, relentlessly trampled Blockhead's body, intent on ensuring he met his end in the utmost agony. Alas, Blockhead, already pierced by arrows, had little life left. After only a few more kicks, he succumbed. How fortunate for you. Chiofu felt a sense of catharsis. The other men also suffered a similar fate, their manhoods severed before they were gradually executed. The sight was enough to chill the blood of anyone who witnessed it. Chiofu, the support team from the Blooming Flowers sect, finally arrived. The shout jolted Chiofu and the others from their frenzy. Many broke into tears upon seeing the reinforcements. This nightmare had finally come to an end. The support team was equally shocked at the scene before them, seeing Chiyofu and the others disheveled and injured. They could surmise much about what had transpired. Yet, to spare them further pain, the support team remained silent. We're late. We followed the signal flare, but found no one there. It took us quite a while to locate this place. The captain of the support team apologized. Do not blame yourselves. We were relocated. Thankfully, there was Ultraman. Chiyofu suddenly recalled Ultraman's presence and glanced around, but saw no trace of him. Where is he? Did any of you see? Chiyofu inquired of the other rescued women. They all shook their heads, except for the beautiful woman who had been bound with Chiyofu. When you stepped on that man, Ultraman quietly left. Oh dear, why didn't you stop him? We still needed to thank him. Chiyofu furrowed her brow. What Ultraman? The captain of the support team looked bewildered. I'll explain later. Chiyofu suddenly remembered something and approached Blockhead's corpse. She transferred Blockhead's system to herself, as captain. He possessed many valuable items, and even his subordinates were now under Chiyofu's command. Ding. Your captain has been changed from Blockhead to Chiyofu. New captain protection mechanism activated. What? Blockhead? What happened? The subordinate crew received the news and understood its implications, especially the support team, who realized Blockhead had not awaited their rescue. Chiyofu examined the systems of the other corpses and found that upon death, they automatically detach from their affiliates and would not be locked in the system, allowing anyone to transfer their systems. It appeared that only death could sever such ties. Chiyofu mused. Having completed the system transfers, she addressed the group. Let us return home with our sisters. Chiyofu glanced at the few women who were now somewhat deranged, her heart heavy with pity. Thank goodness for Ultraman. Otherwise, we would have become these men's playthings. Chiyofu reflected on Ultraman's actions, murmuring to herself, Who are you? Are you truly the selfless savior? Meanwhile, Yu Lang had departed, continuing his quest for treasure, having done all he could without the need to linger. To be frank, witnessing the recent scene had stirred natural physiological reactions within him. After all, he was a man. He was merely striving to suppress his urges, and even now felt a lingering dryness in his throat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While Yu Lang was lost in thought, a flurry of arrows shot towards him. With his enhanced senses, he swiftly dodged to the side, evading the ambush. After numerous battles, he was on the verge of breaking into sea level. His ability significantly improved. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another volley of arrows emerged from the shadows. Yu Lang furrowed his brow and dodged once more. The assailants, realizing their stealth attack had failed, charged from the underbrush, armed with weapons and nets. Capture him alive. This is Ultraman, the leader shouted. Yes. Yu Lang's face darkened. They were treating him as a mutated creature. Given their lack of detailed vision, they couldn't see his information. As they surrounded him, Yu Lang bellowed. Get away from me. Everyone was astonished. Ultraman could speak. Are you foolish? Ultraman can indeed talk. Who cares if he can talk? Capture him for analysis. There will surely be valuable items. The crowd's gaze turned greedy as they eyed Ultraman. Yu Lang rubbed his forehead, exasperated. What a bunch of fools. The group prepared for battle. At the captain's command, they would launch their assault. Yu Lang, wielding the sword of flowing flames, readied himself to deal with these oblivious fools. The tension between both sides reached a boiling point. Qianlong, stop. Suddenly, a small man and a blonde youth rushed in, urgently calling out to the captain. Mouse? Blondie? What are you doing here? It turned out that Qianlong was their vice-captain, summoned by Blockhead for support. However, they had encountered mutated creatures en route, delaying their arrival. Just as they received the notification of the captain's transfer, they intended to search for Blockhead's team to ascertain the situation, only to find Ultraman. Thinking he was a rare creature, they aimed to capture him. And Blockhead? What happened with the captain's change? Qianlong inquired urgently. The two, Mouse and Huang Mao, hurriedly approached Qianlong, panting heavily, their legs trembling. Mouse cast a worried glance at Ultraman, swallowed hard, and anxiously said, This Ultraman is beyond our capabilities. We should retreat at once. Chapter 91. You will die. I shall not interfere. The two were on lookout when they heard Brother Square's anguished scream. They glanced back, only to be horrified by the sight of Brother Square's leg brutally crushed. The subsequent scene sent chills down their spines. When they witnessed Ultraman sever the legs of all four individuals in an instant, they nearly wet themselves in terror, covering their mouths to stifle their cries of fear. They scrambled away in a panic. Now, seeing their vice-captain voluntarily provoke this harbinger of death nearly caused them to have a heart attack. However, Qianlong was blissfully unaware of all this. Why? Was it merely a rare monster? How formidable could it be? Moreover, I still await your answer to my earlier question. As the vice-captain, Qianlong shared a temperament with Brother Square. Both were viciously greedy, with a temper that brooked no nonsense. Now that the system was locked down, they could not even access the items in their backpacks. What on earth was happening? Speak clearly. The only weapons they possessed were those they held in their hands. For otherwise, they would be at the mercy of any mutated creature that could easily take their lives. Just then, as Erheo was about to recount the events, Qianlong suddenly roared at Yulong, he is trying to escape. Brothers, apprehend him. With that, he charged forward. Erheo and Huangmao's faces turned ashen, and they hastily fled for their lives. If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. We've already warned you. Yulong, observing their conversation, recognized that these individuals were part of the same group as those who had just perished. He had intended to eliminate them all, but realizing they were affiliated with others, he surmised they must have been taken under the wing of that group of women. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to meddle further, allowing the women to handle it themselves. Yet now, faced with an onslaught aimed at his life, Yulong changed his mind. If you seek death, then I shan't stand in your way. The Qianlong squad consisted of 7 members, and in their eyes, dealing with this solitary Ultraman was more than manageable. They had even envisioned the treasures they would extract from Ultraman once they subdued him. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they surrounded Yulong. At Qianlong's command, they deployed nets and crossbow bolts in swift succession. If they could restrain Yulong, the subsequent onslaught with their cleavers and axes would commence. Yulong, wielding the sword of flowing flame, swiftly maneuvered among them, evading the initial barrage. With a crack, he transformed his sword into a whip, slicing through the nets that had been cast upon him. Another crack of the whip struck several faces. Ag! Flesh tore, revealing bone beneath, and some even found their eyes shattered. Keep going. Kill him. Qianlong snarled, his teeth clenched at the sight of his writhing comrades on the ground. But before the others could retaliate, Yulong's whip lashed out again, sending more of them crashing to the ground in agony. Soon, only Qianlong remained standing, frozen in place, hesitant to make any further moves. Suddenly, gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the cleaver and lunged at Yulong with ferocity. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, leaving a white streak in its wake. As a D-rank, Qianlong possessed considerable strength, but he had the misfortune of facing Yulong. Yulong smirked derisively, his form flickering as he deftly evaded Qianlong's full-force strike. Before Qianlong could retract his attack, Yulong swung his arm, the whip striking toward Qianlong's neck. Crack! This time, the whip ensnared Qianlong's neck, wrapping tightly around it, regardless of how he struggled to free himself. With a powerful toss, Yulong sent Qianlong hurtling several meters away. Boom! Qianlong crashed heavily against a large tree, then fell to the ground. Though his head remained attached, his trachea was crushed, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. In terror, he gasped for air, desperately trying to produce a sound, but only hoarse wheezes escaped his throat. Shortly thereafter, he breathed his last. Yulong scoffed as you wished. I have sent you on your way. Back on the raft, Qiufu suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Your subordinate Qianlong has permanently vanished, automatically disengaging from subordination. Ding! The system sharing functionality with subordinate Qianlong has been severed. Now the captain of Brother Square's team, Qiufu, was notified of her subordinate's death. She was taken aback. One had fallen so swiftly, and a D-rank at that. Was he slain by a mutated creature or by others? Fanhua Shijin was tending to several women who were somewhat deranged from the recent events. Aware of Qiufu's new role, she suddenly felt a sense of impending danger upon hearing her words. She addressed everyone present. D-rank is no longer sufficient. We must upgrade swiftly. Captain Fanhua, we currently have few D-rank individuals aboard, and the recipes for food we can make are far too limited. Our upgrade speed is agonizingly slow, Qiufu replied. Fanhua Shijin gazed out the window at a nearby 5-layer raft and murmured, there must be a faster way to enhance our capabilities. Yulong's raft remained quietly anchored by the shore, with Yin Qian and Yun Min taking turns standing guard at the planting space, while Xiao Hai and Yu stayed inside the planting area. This seemingly lifeless raft eventually caught the attention of other exploration teams. Captain Zhou, we've spotted a 5-layer raft laden with peculiar items. We observed it for half an hour and confirmed that only an old man and a beautiful woman have appeared. Should we venture forth to explore? A scouting team, concealed in the nearby bushes, reported to their captain. Only 2 people on the raft? They must have sent their forces out to explore. Let us seize the opportunity to raid their home. Captain Zhou replied immediately. Understood. The team leader promptly organized their members' actions. Fanhua Shijin, standing by the window, suddenly noticed a group boldly advancing toward the 5-layer raft. Frowning slightly, she realized someone was eyeing them. Qiufu noticed as well. They had likely observed the raft for a considerable time, recognizing that only 2 individuals were aboard. To be honest, the items on that raft piqued her curiosity immensely. Curiosity killed the cat. Fanhua Shijin paused before continuing. Well, let them see what kind of people we are. Though Fanhua Shijin's team had no intention of attacking others, they were undeniably intrigued by that raft. The exploration team was soon spotted by Yun Min on guard duty. With no choice, given the open coastal view, they could not approach stealthily. They opted instead for a bold and rapid assault. The group moved swiftly, weapons in hand, charging straight toward the raft. Yun Min immediately sent a message to Yulong and the others. 10 men are approaching our raft. Their intentions are not friendly. On Yulong's side. After Qianlong's demise, the remaining individuals immediately knelt, begging for mercy. These men were merely following orders, and the severe injuries they bore were punishment enough. Such wounds would be fatal in this new world without any special medicine. Thus, Yulong paid them no further heed, leaving them behind as he continued to search for treasure. Just then, Yulong received a message from Yun Min and promptly replied, "Let Ming Ming handle it first. I'm on my way back." Yet, recalling Meng Ming's unpredictable temperament, Yulong felt a twinge of concern. Would Ming Ming be able to handle so many?